I am just a security guard with a low-level job, but I have a girlfriend who is a beautiful, sensible, and strong school beauty. Everyone envied me, but every day I only thought about how to bring her to Rice Flower City and let her stay next to a primary school student. It was because the Doomsday Game was coming soon. Not only did she seduce others and make me look unrecognizable, but she also teamed up with the other two gods of war to kill me at the celebration banquet for my becoming the god of war. Suddenly, I woke up in my dormitory. What happened? Am I dead? I took out my phone and checked the calendar. May 23rd, 478 Blue Star calendar. I remember clearly that this was the day when the Doomsday Game came. But in my excitement, I was also angry. Because Yao Jing Han, this woman, filled my heart with endless hatred. This is a girlfriend who I have slept with before. She is known as the campus belle of Shanghai University. Before the end of the world, she hooked up with the young master of the Li family and used various means to attack me in secret, trying to destroy my life and spirit. After the apocalypse, we met again, and she and the young master of the Li family found an opportunity to murder me. Although I survived, my face was completely disfigured. Under the protection of the Li family, she kept hunting me down. But how could I, a useless person, fight against the Li family, one of the three major families in Dragon Country? To put it bluntly, they are like local tyrants, controlling huge resources and power. However, the Li family did not take me seriously at the beginning. I was allowed to continue to improve my strength while lingering on. Despite this, when I finally broke through to level 90 in my previous life and became the 10th god of war of Dragon Country, I still didn't have time to take revenge. Yao Jing Han brought the young master of the Li family and killed me with a legendary item. For the past 10 years, I have hated her to the core. If she hadn't been protected by the Li family, I would have wanted to kill her every moment. Thinking of all this, I was so excited that my hands began to tremble. But now I am reborn. The end of the world has not yet arrived, and Yao Jing Han is still my girlfriend on the surface. I can definitely deal with her in advance. With the experience of my previous life, I quickly calmed myself down. It was now 5:24 p.m. My phone showed that there was another message from Yao Jing Han. After unlocking my phone, I saw the message, "Ziluo, I need to go out to tutor my child at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm sorry, I can't spend your birthday with you today." Just looking at these contents, you would think that this is a good girl who is self-reliant. But the only doubt is why she would give tutoring to others on her boyfriend's birthday. Only I know that this is not tutoring for children, but tutoring for the young master of the Li family in bed. The young master of the Li family. His full name is Li Haobua. I never figured out the specific hatred I had for Li Haobua until I died. I only vaguely knew that it seemed to be due to the grudges left by my long-deceased father. At 7 p.m., when I was celebrating my birthday alone in the dormitory, Li Haobua sent me a video of him and Yao Jing Han in bed. But it also happened that at 7 p.m., the Doomsday Game was about to come. Walking on the school playground, two boys were listening to experts' voices on their phones. The global sky turning red is a natural phenomenon that occurs only once every 5,000 years. Please don't panic. Just enjoy the beautiful scenery. I also looked up at the blood-red sky, and only I knew that this was a sign that the Doomsday Game was about to come. I arrived at the door of the abandoned warehouse. There were almost no people here during the day, and it was even more deserted at night. I carefully looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, and then walked into the warehouse. In the warehouse, I saw Yao Jing Han sitting on a chair. At first, I was so overwhelmed by love that I didn't notice the luxury goods and famous brands she was wearing. These things would cost tens of thousands of dollars. So how could a girl from an ordinary family like her afford them? Yao Jing Han saw me coming in, but she didn't get up from her chair. Instead, she said impatiently, "Why did you come just now? Tell me if you have any surprises. I'm waiting to go to makeup lessons." I didn't answer her, but walked towards this woman who made me hate her for 10 years. Yao Jing Han frowned even more. "What do you mean by not talking? If you don't talk, I will leave." After saying that, Yao Jing Han stood up and wanted to leave, but I had already walked in front of her, quickly stretched out a hand, and grabbed her neck. Yao Jing Han never thought that I, who used to obey her in everything, would do such a thing. She struggled desperately, but it was useless. I was much stronger than her, who was spoiled. Her body began to tremble slightly. She wanted to explain, to beg for mercy, but she had no chance at all. Ha ha ha! I laughed, as if I had received revenge. I sat on the ground. The pain and humiliation of the past 10 years were finally released at this moment. However, this was not enough. There was also Li Haobua, the man hiding in the manor, and the Li family in Kyoto. I was not finished with all this. At this moment, a mechanical, synthesized voice sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reborn 10 years ago, activating the Doomsday Game Goldfinger system. I immediately took out my phone, and the time showed 6 o'clock. How could this be possible? Shouldn't the Doomsday Game come to the world at 7 o'clock? Only then would the whole world enter the Doomsday survival game state, and the system should exist. I reacted quickly and started to analyze this golden finger. How come I have never heard of it? Ding! The Doomsday Game Goldfinger system can crack the data in the Doomsday Game and bring a better gaming experience to the host. The system has recognized the host. Please draw the first Super Goldfinger. What is this? I couldn't believe that I would get such a system after Rebirth. Draw the first Super Golden Finger. I said tentatively. Ding! The first Super Golden Finger is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Super Golden Finger. Absolute explosion rate. Ding! Absolute explosion rate. Increase the explosion rate of all zombies killed by the player during the game from 1% to 100%. Doomsday Game is a very difficult game. After the Doomsday comes, the props, equipment, supplies, and skill books dropped by killing zombies have a combined explosion rate of only 1%, and most of them are food, water, and other survival necessities. Those who were unlucky were in a terrible state, and the number of players who survived was really limited. Now, with the introduction of the cheat system, the 1% drop rate has been increased to 100%. In other words, every time you kill a zombie, an item will definitely drop. Are you sure this golden finger will work? I asked tentatively. Ding! The absolute explosion rate has taken effect. Please use it with confidence. The system's voice echoed in my ears. A golden panel appeared in front of me. Doomsday Game Cheats System. Name. Lin Ziluo. Current level. Level 0. 1 cheats attribute can be activated every 10 levels. Super cheat code. 1. Absolute explosion rate. Increase the explosion rate of all zombies killed by the player during the game from 1% to 100%. Cheats task. None. Normal cheat code. None. Ding! The host level matches the level in the game. You can draw a super golden finger every time you level up 10 times. You can get ordinary golden fingers, equipment, props, and other rewards by completing the tasks issued by the golden finger system. I was stunned. This was really great. I stood up from the ground. I could actually get this kind of plug-in system. I was excited, and an idea came to my mind to overthrow the Lee family. The Lee family has a large population and eventually built the Lee City. It is hard to destroy it, but the emergence of the Goldfinger system gave me hope. Lee Halbois, the Lee family, and those who helped them hunt me down, are you ready for my revenge? At this time, there was less than an hour before the Doomsday Game came, and I still had to prepare some things. So, I casually put my hands in my trouser pockets and walked out of the warehouse with a leisurely look. Many people gathered on the playground. The blood-red sky added a terrifying atmosphere to the city. This strange sight made the young lovers feel romantic. Under the blood-red sky, they snuggled together and whispered sweet nothings. I walked to the store next to the playground with my backpack on my back. "Auntie, give me 3 bottles of water and 5 pieces of bread," I said. After handing the money to the store aunt, I stuffed the items I bought into my backpack. Although these supplies may also be dropped by zombies, I now have a 100% drop rate, so I don't have to worry about not getting anything. But just in case, I still bought some supplies as backup. After all, no one can trust this cheating system 100%. What if it fails? But the most important thing now is how to have a perfect start. After buying the supplies, I walked straight out of the school. In the Doomsday Game, the school is a relatively dangerous place. After all, the population is large, and most of them are young people with strong physical fitness. After turning into zombies, they pose a great threat to others. In this game, level is not the most important thing, but personal basic attributes. A professionally trained Special Forces soldier, even if he is level 0, can easily beat an ordinary player of level 5 or 6. So, I decided to leave school and came to an inconspicuous hotel 2 streets away from the school. The business of this hotel is mainly pink. My purpose is to achieve success. I remember that the number 3 technician in this small hotel later became the early boss of this area. She was the first boss I killed. Since she is the boss, she will definitely become a zombie instead of an infected person after the apocalypse. So, I decided to find a place with few people here and complete the task of killing zombies as soon as possible. I walked into room 209. After entering the bathroom, I took a shower and felt refreshed. After getting dressed, I glanced at my phone. It was 6:55. There were still 5 minutes before the Doomsday Game started. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, the technician number 3 you called is here. Come in, the door is not locked. I replied. The door was pushed open. A woman in revealing clothes, heavy makeup, and black stockings walked in with a cigarette in her mouth. When she saw me, her eyes lit up. Hey, I didn't expect you to be such a handsome guy. It's really worth it. But when she saw me lying on the bed with my clothes neatly arranged, the woman frowned. You don't want to take off your clothes? Hurry up. I have guests waiting behind me. She said impatiently. Chapter 4, Doomsday Game is coming. It's okay, you don't have to take it off, just come here. I still lay on the bed and said coldly. The woman smiled disapprovingly, walked to the bed in her high heels, and sat down. Oh, are you planning something new? You young people are really bold. Forget it. Since you are pretty, I will cooperate with you. Tell me, how do you want to play? The woman put out the cigarette in her hand and took off her coat. No need, just go take a shower and leave directly after that. I said coldly. I asked the woman to come over, just to see if she would turn into a zombie. Sure enough, when the woman came closer, I smelled that strange smell. Although it was very faint, only zombies would emit this smell. It's really a trouble. I don't know what she was thinking, but you said it. I will leave after taking a shower, and the money will not be refunded. After the woman said that, she took off her clothes without any scruples and walked into the bathroom naked. I got up from the bed and took out my phone. The time was already 6:59. I took out the sharp dagger that I cleaned from my backpack, hid it, and quietly walked to the bathroom door. The woman inside was bathing with her back to the door. When she heard the noise, she didn't turn around, but continued to shout, I knew you were going to play this kind of trick. If you want to play, hurry up. I'm tired of standing. Ding, the alarm clock set for 7 o'clock rang. The woman suddenly froze in place, and her skin turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the moment the alarm clock rang, I quickly took action and stabbed out with the dagger. Roar! Before the woman could even finish her zombie roar, the dagger had already pierced her neck accurately. Instantly, a black death sign appeared above her head. I breathed a sigh of relief, and then a blue notice panel appeared. Welcome to the Doomsday Game. Once this game is launched, it will develop independently, and there is no way to interfere. The end of the world has come. 80% of the unlucky people in this world have turned into zombies, and only 20% of the lucky ones are left. Please enjoy the exciting process. The most important thing is to survive. Death means the end forever. Zombie types, sensitive hearing, dull vision, can only detect moving objects. In order to make your gaming experience better, the following are some of the game rules. 1. Killing zombies or other zombie animals will increase your level and gain new attribute points. The level is closely related to the game experience. 2. Killing zombies or other zombie animals has a chance to drop equipment, props, and supplies, but the chance is very small. It all depends on luck. 3. Equipment and props are divided into levels, from bronze to mythical. The higher the level, the rarer it is. 4. There are hidden opportunities all over the world. Finding them will be of great help to you. 5. Modern technological weapons are no longer effective. Please do not use guns to fight zombies. Transportation will also be ineffective. I took a look at the announcement and found that the content was no different from the original announcement, so I closed it directly. Then, a new panel popped up. Hello, player Lin Ziluo. Welcome to the Doomsday Game. Do you need to set the game name? Yes, the game name is set. I entered without hesitation. Yizi. This name comes from one of the 9 sons of the dragon in the ancient mythology of Manhwa, who has a fierce and bloodthirsty personality. The reason for choosing this name is more for revenge. It is detected that the player nickname Yao has no duplication and can be used. The player Lin Ziluo successfully changed his nickname to Ado. The character has been created and the attribute panel has been loaded. I open my attribute panel and check my current status. Player, Yizi, no title yet. Level, 1 experience, 0 to 1 reputation, 0 gold, 0 storage space, 0.1 cubic meters basic attributes. Strength, 11, normal adult male is 10, affects physical attack power. Spirit, 15, normal adult male is 10, affects skill release power and cooling time. Constitution, 10, normal adult male is 10, affects vitality and defense, agility. 13, normal adult male is 10, affects reaction speed and action speed. Talent, all-round mastery. Epic talent, proficient in various combat skills, able to skillfully use a variety of basic ability skills. None equipment, none mission, none. I was a little surprised to see these attributes. Compared to my previous life, my attributes in this life are obviously stronger, especially my spirit and agility, which should be the reason why my reaction and thinking are more agile after my rebirth. This epic talent is obviously the result of my experience accumulated in the past 10 years of the apocalypse. But that's not all. I know that the act of killing zombies just now is not only for survival, but also for the purpose of obtaining the next bigger reward. Chapter 5. First Blood. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a zombie and gaining a little experience and a gold coin. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 2 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Congratulations to the player for being the first person to kill a zombie in the apocalyptic game and obtaining the only global achievement. First Blood. Server-wide announcement coming soon. I clenched my fists, my heart was beating fast, and I was so excited that I could hardly control myself. This time I succeeded. Although the attributes of this achievement may not be strong, the announcement of the whole server is the most important reward. This is the glory that every player dreams of, and I was the first person to get it. In my last life, I tried my best, but still couldn't get a server-wide announcement. Just imagine how rare that was. This time, the end of the world had just begun, and I got this honor in advance. It was so exciting. Suddenly, a loud, dull voice rang in my ears, shaking me so much that I could hardly stand. The voice came from the sky, but also seemed to be right next to my ears, vast and clear, as if the whole world was listening to me. Whether it was the players fighting the zombies or those who stopped to check the announcement, they could all hear this. World announcement. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for becoming the first person to kill a zombie in the apocalypse game. Bravely took the first step and obtained the only global achievement, First Blood, and a large number of rewards. Other players are invited to learn from him. At this moment, the attention of players around the world was instantly attracted. Whether someone has already accepted the Doomsday Game or someone who suspects that it is all a prank, they all remember my name, Yazi. What? How come someone has already been killed when I haven't even seen any zombies? A man looked at the notice with a puzzled look on his face. Who cares? Can I get rid of the zombie behind me now? Another man shouted anxiously. Zombies? What are these? Is someone playing a prank outside? A boy who was completely addicted to the game complained helplessly. He pushed open the door and tried to find the source of the prank, but as soon as he went out, a zombie suddenly appeared and bit off half of his face. Haha, there's actually someone who reacts faster than me. A man looked down at the zombie corpse on the ground, holding a baseball bat in his hand, his eyes full of surprise. Yazi, so powerful. Can you ask him to protect me? A girl hiding in a small room had a fantasy about this name. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a puppy also started barking. At this time, I was proudly receiving my reward. Congratulations to the player for getting the First Blood global announcement. Congratulations to the player for getting this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attributes. Storage space capacity increased by 1 cubic meter. Looking at these rewards, I couldn't believe my eyes. 1,000 reputation points. This is the key to unlocking a lot of powerful equipment. Gold coins? They are so important. They allow me to buy a lot of things in the city store, and even exchange them for supply cards, which are life or death for us. And those 3 free attributes put me several steps ahead of other players. Before level 10, each level up only gave me 1 free attribute, which was equivalent to me being 3 levels ahead. More importantly, the storage space increased by 1 cubic meter, which was 10 times the original amount. I could store more supplies, which was a timely help. Looking at these rewards, I was so happy that I wanted to fly. I was so far ahead of others at the beginning. I was invincible. Then, I continued to check the achievement I got, First Blood. First Blood, a unique title that can only be obtained by the first person to kill a zombie in the apocalyptic game. Attributes. All attributes plus 1. The damage caused by the first attack every day is increased by 100%. I was a little surprised that this title had such a strong attribute. 4 points of all attribute bonus plus 100% increase in damage per attack is simply a must-have powerful attribute. I equipped this title without hesitation. Instantly, a warm current surged through my body, and I could clearly feel that my physical fitness had improved. I guess I don't need to change my title in the early stage. After all, I have to wait for an hour of cooling down every time I change my title, which is quite troublesome. After stretching, I looked down at the zombie corpse on the ground. Suddenly, I noticed something glowing green on the ground. It was a necklace. Gear drop, I whispered in surprise, and immediately thought of my cheating ability, absolute drop rate. Sure enough, the first time I killed a zombie, a bronze-level piece of equipment dropped. I bent down to pick up the necklace, wiped off the bloodstains, and checked its properties. Meditation necklace, bronze-level equipment. After equipping it, the spirit is increased by 1, and the speed of spiritual power recovery is increased by 10%. Although it was only bronze-level equipment, it was pretty good for me, since I got it for free. I immediately put the necklace on my neck, thinking it was a good bonus. Successfully equipped the meditation necklace. Friendly reminder. Only one piece of jewelry equipment of the same type can be effective. I smiled lightly, thinking to myself, it would be strange if I could equip multiple pieces of jewelry, such as rings, necklaces, and bracelets at the same time. Although I have had epic equipment before, it is only a matter of time before I get them again. After all, the process of getting these equipment is something I have personally experienced. Chapter 6. Open the door. The pornography is gone. Now I have 4 free attribute points, but I'm not in a hurry to add them. Why? Because at this moment, I have no time to think about the future path. Recalling my previous understanding of those hidden professions, they have not yet been inherited by anyone, and I can completely choose a new profession and start over. Moreover, the current attributes are enough for me to cope with the challenges ahead. Basic attributes: Strength, 12 Spirit, 17 Constitution, 11 Agility, 14 compared to ordinary people. These attributes are much better. However, I knew I couldn't waste time. I had to quickly clean up the zombies around me, because once it was night, the zombies' attributes would increase by at least 50%. The night of the Doomsday Game is set from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day, which means that time is running out, and I have to return to a safe place before 8 o'clock. This is also a sinister part of the Doomsday Game. The zombies were powerful at night, but the players only had an hour to prepare. This hour was not enough, and many players died in the first night. Holding the dagger, I walked out of the room. Before I had a stronger weapon, I could only use this dagger called blank equipment, an ordinary dagger with no attributes. I walked out of the room and came to the narrow corridor of the hotel, which could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. There were 10 rooms on this floor. I decided to start from room 210 at the back. The old wooden floor squeaked as I stepped on it. Before I even reached the door of room 210, the noise in the room caught my attention. The soundproofing was really poor. I heard a roar, followed by the uncoordinated footsteps getting closer and closer to the door. At this time, I chose to strike first and chop the door lock with my knife. The rusty door lock couldn't stop me at all, and I broke it with a dagger. I suddenly opened the door, and a zombie in a white vest appeared in front of me. Its skin is dark, and its muscles are well defined. It looks like a worker who used to do heavy work. I quickly checked its attributes. Common zombie level: 1 Strength, 12 Spirit, 5 Physique, 13 Agility, 9. Fortunately, although the attributes are slightly higher than those of ordinary zombies, it is not a problem for me at all. I held the dagger, made a beautiful arc, and took the initiative to meet it. The zombie's gray eyes moved, and it pounced on me with its claws waving, aiming directly at my face. Seeing that its claws were about to grab me, I bent down flexibly and easily dodged. Then, I took the opportunity to dive into the zombie's arms. The disgusting stench hit my nose, and I almost wanted to vomit, but I didn't have time to be distracted. I stabbed the dagger into the zombie's throat. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the vital point. The zombie opened its bloody mouth and bit me. I was not in a hurry and twisted the dagger in my hand. A black word, death, appeared on the zombie's head. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing the zombie and gaining a little experience and a gold coin. The zombie's body instantly fell to the ground, making a dull sound and stirring up a cloud of dust. I breathed a sigh of relief. The whole process only took 2 breaths, and I was done with the zombie. But to be honest, I'm still not satisfied. I didn't kill it with the first blow, which was a poor performance. It takes 10 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, so it seems that I have to kill 9 more zombies to complete the task. I kicked the zombie's body away and looked down. A card popped out. Cards usually represent supplies. I picked it up and saw 170% rare sirloin steak. A medium rare sirloin steak, selected from imported beef tenderloin from New East Lawn, paired with a special exclusive sauce, giving you a wonderful dinner experience. The card is also easy to use. After activation, the steak will appear in your hand at the optimal temperature. This supply card is still quite valuable at this stage. Although it will be sold for about 100 gold coins after the store opens, it will become a common commodity that the public can afford. I put the card into the storage space. There is no rush to eat now. Looking around room 210, I found a large cloth bag in the room. I opened it and saw a bunch of repair tools. It seems that this zombie used to be a repairman. I stuffed the tool bag into the storage space and picked up a hammer. Compared to a dagger, this hammer is more suitable for medium-range attacks. I left room 210 with satisfaction and continued to move forward. I passed room 208, but no one was there. Room 207, but no one was there either. I felt a little disappointed. Why were there so few zombies? When I walked to the door of room 206, I finally heard the roar of zombies. What was even more surprising was that there were actually 2 zombies. I was so excited now. I finally had a job. I picked up a hammer, smashed the door lock, and then kicked the door open. I shouted, "Open the door! We are cracking down on prostitution. We are cracking down on prostitution." I have to say that in my previous life, I was always cold and ruthless, and I was taciturn. But in this life, since I dealt with Yao Jing Han, I have become more and more cheerful. Perhaps this is the rebound of my long-suppressed personality. The 2 zombies in the room looked at me with empty eyes, obviously confused. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Fuck, it's really pornographic. None of them are wearing clothes." The moment I opened the door, I realized that the 2 zombies were naked. I was stunned for a moment before I realized that this was a pink hotel. The 2 zombies were obviously not happy to be disturbed, and the male zombie rushed towards me immediately. I glanced at it and couldn't help but teasing, "Brother, you dare to come out at this size? Aren't you afraid of being at a disadvantage?" Apparently, the zombie understood what I said, and it roared and rushed towards me. I have already checked its attributes, and it is 2 points lower than the maintenance worker zombie just now. Yes, that's why it looks as small as an earthworm. I raised the hammer and smashed it down. Bang! The zombie's skull cracked, and it lost its balance and fell to the ground. At the same time, my dagger followed closely and stabbed into the zombie's neck. Death. Congratulations to the player, Yzi, for successfully killing the zombie and gaining a little experience and a gold coin. Chapter 7, Eye of Detection. After the zombie fell, I clearly saw a cyan object under it. It looked like a bronze item. I didn't rush to pick it up because a naked female zombie was already rushing towards me. She was so fast that she even swung 2 zombie-like rabbits around. I regretted that I shouldn't have chosen the skill of Technician number 3. Although my eyes were attracted, the dagger in my hand was still not slow. The knife accurately stabbed the female zombie in the neck. Female zombies are usually more agile than male zombies, but their physique is weaker. With this knife, the black word death appeared. A bronze item also dropped next to her. Damn, double happiness. It's so cool. Thinking back to my previous life, I killed more than 100 zombies and only half a bottle of mineral water dropped out. Now I have 3 bronze items out of 4 zombies. The difference is too big. It's a 100% drop rate. If I had a choice, I would also like to be a lucky guy. I picked up the 2 small cylinders and found that they were the same props, and they were very familiar. I have detection. This thing is a one-time bronze level prop that can detect movement within 10 meters. If someone approaches, the holder will receive a warning. It can be used for 10 hours. For me, this item was once a priceless treasure. In my previous life, whenever I was hunted by the Li family or Yao Jing Han's people, as long as I had a reconnaissance eye, I could rest in peace. But this item is so useful that few people will sell it. Now I have 2, although they're only bronze level, but tonight I decided to splurge and use one. Maybe this is the manifestation of when people get rich, they want to spend money in revenge. Suddenly, there was a bang-bang sound on the stairs, followed by a cursing voice. Who is making so much noise up there? Damn it, just have fun. It turned out that the hotel owner heard the noise and woke up from his sleep. He also missed the previous global notification. When he saw the panel, he thought it was an illusion and turned it off. I walked out of room 206 and stood in the corridor. The boss saw me and immediately came over and said angrily, "You little bastard, you made such a big noise without any money. Don't think about leaving if you don't kneel down and call me grandpa today." He said sarcastically, "You look good. Your mother should be nice too. Ask her to come to work, and I'll consider letting you go." He rushed over and tried to punch me in the head. I sighed and was about to let him go, but somehow I picked up the dagger and walked towards him. When he saw me coming, he slowly lowered his raised hand. A sense of oppression came over him, almost suffocating him. He didn't know that this aura was the murderous aura I developed after killing more than 100,000 people. Usually, I hide it very well, but once I have the intention to kill, this aura will be released. He wanted to retreat, but found himself unable to move. He wanted to beg for mercy, but could not make a sound. I walked up to him, cut his head with a knife, and his head fell to the ground. In the end times, I have never been reasonable. Taking human life lightly and killing innocent people are not worth mentioning at all. In the apocalypse, the most powerful thing is the fist. I have killed so many people that I can't even count them. I just know that whoever provokes me will die. When I became the god of war, they also promoted me as the guardian god. It's ridiculous. I was too lazy to look at the innkeeper's body on the ground. If it wasn't too much trouble, I would have planned to turn him into a zombie and kill him again. The zombie explosion rate is 100% anyway. However, it takes about an hour for the zombie to mutate. During this time, I can kill more zombies. Thinking of this, I knocked on the door of room 205. Hello, I need to unclog the sewer pipe. But no one answered. I knocked on the door of rooms 204 and 203, but still no response. It wasn't until I knocked on the door of room 202 that I finally heard the roar of a zombie from inside. Finally, there's a zombie. I felt like I was meeting an old friend. I kicked the door open and killed the zombie cleanly and neatly. This old friend, zombie, actually dropped Fatian Maudai. Good brother, that's awesome. I gave the zombie a thumbs up. After I finished sweeping room 201, I found that there were no zombies inside, so I stretched my body. I have cleaned the second floor, and I will rest here tonight. As for the corpses and blood on the ground, I am too lazy to pay attention to them. When I was escaping, I used the corpses of zombies as a blanket to cover myself, which not only kept me warm, but also helped me avoid being tracked. It worked well. I chose this place to rest for another reason. That is, the space is small and airtight. This can effectively prevent zombies from besieging me. Even if there are many zombies, they can only fight me one by one. Unfortunately, there are too few zombies. I have only gained 4 experience points so far, and I still need 6 points to level up. The time has come to 7:40, and there are only 20 minutes left until 8 o'clock. I must kill 6 zombies in these 20 minutes to reach level 3. So I hurried downstairs and came to the bar. Suddenly, I remembered that there were 3 technicians in the hotel, so they should be 3 female zombies. I had killed 2 of them, and there was only 1 left. So I picked up a hammer and knocked on the bar. Make noise to attract zombies. As expected, soon after, there was a noise behind the bar curtain. I walked into the bar and pulled open the curtain, but I didn't see any zombies. I held my breath and listened carefully to the sound. Finally, my eyes locked on a piece of wood on the ground. Fuck, it's hidden so deep, it's actually underground. Chop the dam, et sao dang suot. I lifted the wooden board with one hand, and suddenly a wooden ladder extending downward appeared in front of me. I looked down and saw 2 zombies trying to climb the ladder in the dim underground secret room. However, the ladder was a bit steep and they couldn't climb up. I couldn't help but sigh. You hid really deep. After saying that, I jumped down without hesitation. The basement wasn't very deep, and I found a right angle as I jumped down. 2 zombies opened their mouths wide, waiting for me to fall into their trap. I kicked them in the head with my feet, and they fell to the ground. With the help of this reaction force, I landed steadily. Then, I held the dagger tightly in my right hand and accurately inserted it into the neck of the fallen zombie. The word death quickly appeared on its head. I picked up the hammer with my left hand and smashed it hard at another zombie. After it was knocked down, I thrust the dagger into the zombie's neck. I felt a lot of resistance when I thrust it in, but I thrust the dagger into the zombie's neck with all my strength. Death reappeared. I exhaled lightly. With a few smooth movements, I killed the 2 zombies in an instant and picked up the experience they dropped. I pulled out the dagger and saw that the blade had become blunt. This ordinary dagger has killed several zombies, and it is good enough to last until now. So, I threw the dagger aside and said to myself, I hope I can drop a more convenient weapon. After turning over the 2 zombies' bodies, I found a card and a green long knife in front of me. Fuck, my mouth is really blessed. I said in surprise, I actually got these 2 things so easily. I picked up the card first, and I couldn't help but smile when I saw the words on it. 2 fragrant steamed buns, steak for dinner, perfect. Then, I picked up the long knife with great anticipation. Tang horizontal sword, bronze level weapon, standard military sword of the Tang dynasty, about 70 centimeters long, with the characteristics of armor piercing and durability. Attributes: strength increased by 1, breaks 10% of the enemy's defense, and can slowly recover blade damage after leaving the battle. Dang hang da. I was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this was a standard weapon with national characteristics. The standard weapons, such as Tang Dao Imo Dao and Guandao of Longhua also have corresponding special weapons in other countries. Although this kind of weapon can be bought in the store, it is really a great help to get a bronze-level Tang Dao at this stage. Now, I finally don't need a short dagger anymore. The Tang Dao is suitable for mid-range slashing. It can kill zombies much faster. I put the Tang Dao into the storage space and climbed up the ladder. There are 10 minutes left, and I have to get rid of the remaining 4 zombies. I had cleared all the zombies in the hotel, and I opened the door directly. The road here is remote, otherwise there wouldn't be a hotel of this type. I glanced around and found 6 zombies wandering around nearby. There were 7 or 8 zombies gathered at the fork in the road in the distance. I stamped my feet lightly and blew a whistle. After dealing with zombies for so many years, I could accurately control the volume of the sound and lead the zombies to the area where I wanted them to appear. Sure enough, with the sound of my whistle, the 6 zombies nearby walked towards me, while the zombies in the distance did not move. I took out the Tang sword from the storage space and prepared to meet the arrival of these zombies. They were getting closer and closer, smelling my scent, waving their claws, and speeding up their pace. I stepped back a few steps and re-entered the hotel. This narrow corridor is perfect for fighting zombies and preventing them from attacking me from the side. Although I am confident that I can kill these 6 zombies, I don't want to take risks. If a zombie bites me from the side, it will be troublesome. Sure enough, the zombies were blocked at the door. 2 zombies tried to enter at the same time, but they got stuck in the door frame, and the zombies behind them couldn't get in either. It seems that I overestimated the IQ of the zombies on the first day. I smiled helplessly. Thinking that the zombies were so stupid on the first day of the apocalypse in my previous life, I found that many zombies had been upgraded to level 2 on the second day, and their IQs had obviously increased. I took the initiative to step forward and killed the 2 zombies stuck in the door frame with one knife. Their heads fell off. I took back the Tang sword and found that there was not a drop of blood on the blade, and there was no crack on the blade. What a good sword. It is definitely a top-notch one. I sighed secretly. The same equipment can sometimes have very different qualities. Obviously, this Tang Dao is the best. I was ready to show off the sword skills I learned in my previous life, and kick down the 2 corpses stuck in the doorframe to make way for the zombies behind. Then, the 2 zombies behind also rushed in, but they were still stuck. You 4 are from the same family, right? I complained weakly, but I still managed to kill them with one knife. Their heads rolled into the door. Looking at the 4 heads neatly laid out on the ground, congratulations to the player, Yizi, for successfully killing the zombies, gaining a little experience and a gold coin. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 3, gaining 1 free attribute point. I successfully reached level 3. Then, I kicked open the 2 corpses stuck in the doorway and saw a zombie rushing in. Finally, a zombie with a little bit of intelligence has arrived, I exclaimed. Then the Tang sword in his hand drew a graceful arc in the air, chopped the zombie's arm, and then chopped across its chin, splitting the zombie's face in half from bottom to top. Chapter 9. The big treasure is revealed. Death, I whispered, still maintaining enough respect in my heart. Despite this, my knife skills were still accurate, and I killed the zombie instantly with one knife. The zombie's body suddenly fell backwards, and I saw an uninvited guest. A book fell out of its body and fell heavily to the ground. I was stunned for a moment. It was a skill book. I couldn't help but take a closer look. How could such a precious thing appear on a zombie? As I was looking at the book, the zombie's body hadn't fallen completely yet, but suddenly it seemed to be pushed by some huge force and fell towards me. I quickly looked away and pressed myself against the wall. The zombie's body slammed heavily onto where I was standing. Roar! Then, the last remaining zombie came into view. My face instantly turned serious. It's already 8 o'clock. The zombie's strength will reach its peak in 1 minute, and it must be dealt with within this time. I know this very well because I have seen its attributes. Level 1 zombie, basic attributes, strength, 15 spirit, 10 constitution, 16 agility, 15. With the increase in power at night, the attributes of the zombie have far surpassed mine, and as time goes by, its attributes will continue to improve. However, facing it, I have no fear at all. The attribute numbers are just for reference. When the difference in strength is not big, what really determines the outcome is the individual's state, ability, and even luck. Without hesitation, I raised the Tang sword and rushed directly towards the zombies. The zombie's eyes gradually turned from gray to blood red, and his expression became more ferocious. With a flash of a knife, the sharp edge of the Tang knife cut into the zombie's neck. However, The zombie's physical strength had increased so much that it was not killed by the knife. It became more and more crazy, and its two sharp claws stabbed at me. I decisively let go of the tang sword stuck in the zombie's neck and took a few steps back. Then, I took out a hammer from the storage space and smashed it at the zombie without hesitation. The narrow corridor restricted the zombie's movements, and it had no way to dodge. The hammer hit its face, and the zombie's nose, eyes, and mouth were all sunken, with blood gushing out. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly stepped forward, grabbed the hammer again, and pulled out the tang sword at the same time. The blade slashed, blood gushed out, and the blood on the zombie's shoulder splattered. Even so, the zombie still rushed towards me frantically. I greeted it calmly. That knife was extremely accurate and extremely deadly. With the tricky angle, the extremely fast blade light, and the strength of my whole body, the tang sword cut through the zombie's neck almost mercilessly. Death. The zombie's body rushed forward headlessly, staggered a few steps, and finally fell to the ground. 6 zombies all died in my hands. I breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed my sore arm. The attributes of the zombie, just now, had reached the peak. Facing it, I was able to remain unscathed thanks to my control over the way I exerted force. But now is not the time to think about these things. The attributes of the zombies outside have been greatly increased, and the movement just now is likely to attract more zombies. I quickly piled the 6 bodies together and blocked the door of the hotel, and then I felt relieved. At the dimly lit hotel bar, I was not in the mood to carefully study the treasure that had just fallen. I kicked the heads of 6 zombies, picked up the dropped items, and went straight to the second floor. There was a creaking sound in the corridor, and I walked around the dead body of the hotel owner, took out the eye of detection, and placed it on the ground. A green barrier slowly expanded, eventually covering a 10-meter radius. Only I could see it. What a waste. I couldn't help but sigh. Now, at least I can rest assured. As long as zombies or humans approach, the barrier of the detection, I will quickly turn red and warn me in time. Even if I am sleeping, I can wake up instantly. I entered room 203. This room was the cleanest and had the most complete facilities. It was obviously the VIP room of this hotel. I put the items I got on the table and walked into the bathroom, intending to take a good bath. This is a ritual before opening treasures. Although I rarely encounter good things in my previous life, I was in a good mood this time and felt that I should have good luck. After taking a shower, I changed into the last set of clean clothes in my backpack and sat down eagerly. I put the skill book aside and started to check the other 5 items. The first one was Kyoto roast duck, skin already sliced, which gave me a new choice for dinner. The second one was 1L Farmer's 3-punch mineral water, which also gave me some water to quench my thirst. The third and fourth item surprised me a little. They were actually 2 eyes of detection. I couldn't help but laugh. What was going on? I wasn't so lucky in my previous life. How come I got such valuable things so easily this time? Forget it. Just make some money. Good things are never too much. The fifth one was a ring with a cyan glow. It should have been dropped by the last zombie. Nightfall ring. Bronze level equipment. Attributes. Agility +1. When night falls, the sense of presence is reduced by 30%. This thing is good. It will be of great help to my subsequent actions. I put the ring of night on my hand without hesitation. Finally, it was the most important part. Jade Emperor, God, Buddha, Allah, please bless me and give me a good and practical skill. Chapter 10. Hidden Occupations. Skill books are really precious. If you ask me, how low is the drop rate of skill books? It is so low that it is almost impossible to calculate. Why is it so low? This has to start with the rules of skills in the Doomsday Game. There is no upper limit to the number of skills each person has. Doesn't it sound like a bug? But when you understand the scarcity of skill books, you will understand that having unlimited skills is almost useless. The drop rate of skill books is extremely low, and even if you drop a skill book, it may not be suitable for you to use. In the Doomsday Game, except between level 10 and level 80, you only have 3 chances to obtain random skills for this profession. You can get 1 or 2 skills each time. In other words, players with bad luck can only get 3 skills. Apart from that, there is no other way to get skills. I remember that many players at level 60 or 70 could only use the skills that came with their own profession and had no new skills at all. It can be said that this situation is really pitiful. The player known as the God of Skills actually possessed 25 skills, the most in the world. I was lucky as I already had 10 skills, which was already the strongest among 99% of the players. Therefore, this skill book in front of me is simply a treasure of heaven. I couldn't help rubbing my hands, and then I couldn't wait to open this ancient book. Spinning slash, warrior skill, throw the weapon in your hand. Causes 120% strength damage. The weapon will return to the hand after hitting the enemy or flying to the farthest distance. The flight distance is the same. If it hits the enemy during the return process, it will cause 80% strength damage. If it is blocked by an object, it cannot return. This is simply amazing. This is a warrior skill, and it combines the characteristics of long-range attack, throwing, automatic recovery, and multiple damage. It can be said that this skill is absolutely rare among rare ones. However, if you think about it carefully, the skill cooldown time may be very long. I can only reduce the cooldown time when my mental strength is improved. This time I really made a fortune. The system has detected the skill Whirlwind Slash. Does the player Yazi need to learn the skill Whirlwind Slash? Learn. I said impatiently. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully learning Whirlwind Slash. After learning the skill, I was itching to use it, but the room was too small to use it, so I had to put the skill aside for the time being and put away all the things. I gained a lot today, and I am really satisfied. My level has risen to level 3, and I have obtained 3 bronze level equipment: Meditation Necklace, Nightfall Ring, and Tang Horizontal Sword. I have also learned the powerful skill Whirling Slash. The storage space was also filled with various props. If it was before, it would take half a month to get so many good things. Of course, the most important thing was that the woman named Yao Jing Han finally died. Thinking of this, I proudly took out the supply card and activated it. In an instant, Kyoto roast duck, 2 fragrant steam buns, a medium rare sirloin steak, and a bottle of Fatian Matai appeared in front of me. After the afternoon battle, I was so hungry that I couldn't stop eating. I didn't hesitate to eat the delicious food in front of me. Kyoto roast duck with spring pancakes and sauce, sirloin steak with pasta and fried eggs. Every bite was irresistible. It's really a blessing. I have to say that the supply cards in the Doomsday Game are really awesome, especially the cooked food like this. The taste is not inferior to the chef of a 5-star hotel. However, good times are always short-lived. In a short while, I had eaten all the food on the table. I touched my stomach and felt very comfortable. I threw the plate, chopsticks, knife, and fork away and tidied the table. Next, it was time to do something important. I took out the notebook and pen I found downstairs and began to plan my future. First, I had to decide on my career direction. The Doomsday Game divides players into 2 professions, warrior and mage. After reaching level 10, everyone will enter one of these 2 professions through professional quests. Although the classification is simple, in fact, after choosing a profession, it is still entirely up to you to decide what kind of fighting style you want. If you become a warrior, every time you level up, you will increase your strength and constitution by 1 point, and there are 2 free attributes that can be allocated. For example, if you want to go the tank route, you could put all your points into physique. If you want to go the violent warrior route, you can put all your points into strength. If you want to go the assassin route, you can put some points into agility. As for the shooter, you don't need to consider adding points. The only question is whether you can hit the target. Although the spirit and agility attributes of a warrior will still increase as you level up, the overall change is not large. If you become a mage, you will increase your spirit and agility by 1 point for each level up, and you will also have 2 free attributes to allocate. Most mage players will choose to put all their points into spirit. Of course, if you want to be a melee mage, that's very brave. I now have 5 free attributes, which are really precious. If these attribute points are allocated in advance, the effect after the job change will be greatly improved. So, I have to be very careful. In fact, these are just very common career paths. 99% of the world's people will choose these 2 paths. The remaining 1% will choose the path of hidden careers. Although there seem to be many hidden careers, the differences between them are also very different. My goal was obviously the top hidden profession. I wrote the word Phantom on the notebook. This was my hidden profession in my previous life. Phantom, the top assassin profession, with full agility and explosive single-target damage. Because of this, I successfully escaped the Lee family's pursuit for 10 years. This profession is the one I am most familiar with and the easiest to obtain. I know in my heart how to obtain the Phantom profession and the process. I've already known it clearly. I thought about it again and continued to write down some other top professions on the paper: Paladin of Light, Necromancer, Titan, Life Reaper. Chapter 11. The Vicious Li Haobua. I recorded the precious hidden professions one by one in the notebook, and my heart was filled with a little excitement. I was more familiar with the process of obtaining these professions, because people with these professions are all gods of war and gods of law in the late Doomsday. In order to stabilize the people's hearts, some major forces will let their gods of war or gods of law roughly describe their experiences and deeds. It was distributed to the masses as a propaganda so that everyone could admire and learn from it. However, my experience was different. After all, I had just become a god of war and I died. After thinking for a while, I finally decided to choose the phantom profession. There is no other reason. I am most familiar with the way to obtain this profession, so the chance of success is the greatest. As for other professions, I'm not sure whether those so-called gods of war or gods of magic are exaggerated in their descriptions. After all, every hidden job is extremely dangerous. If you don't handle the details properly, you may end up ruining yourself. I'm a cautious person, so I decided to choose the job that suits me best. After deciding on the profession, I didn't hesitate any longer and immediately allocated free attribute points. 3 points to strength and 2 points to agility. Basic attributes: strength, 16 spirit, 17 constitution, 11 agility, 17. As a warm current flowed into my body, I felt my strength increase again. My career direction had been determined, and the only thing left was to continue to focus on recording. I began to concentrate on writing down every important detail in my memory. Where did you encounter the mission of the Paladin of Light? Oh, right, and where did you find that diamond level item? Wait, don't forget that thing. This thing is very useful. I said I should have written it down earlier. The exact location of the sword, but now I can't remember it clearly. Well said, no matter how good your memory is, it's better to write it down. The pen in my hand slid quickly on the notebook, and the sound of turning pages continued to ring. I kept writing down in my notebook, try to write down the key items and equipment from my previous life. As the night gradually fell, it was 12 o'clock. I put down my pen and let out a sigh of relief. At this point, I had written down everything I remembered. The rest could only be added later if I could remember it. After putting the notebook into the storage space, I stood up and turned off the light. I threw myself on the bed, not even bothering to take off my clothes. I slept in my clothes. Sleeping in clothes is a must in apocalyptic life. Soon, I fell into a deep sleep. This was the most comfortable sleep I had in 10 years. With the protection of the eye of detection outside, I no longer worried about Yao Jing Han's oppression, nor the pursuers that I couldn't shake off. There was no nervous nerves, no confusion about the future. Everything seemed so peaceful. Damn it, that bitch, where did that bitch go? In a magnificent living room, Li Haobo was roaring angrily. He grabbed the vase beside him and smashed it hard on a bodyguard in a suit behind him. The silver-haired butler at the side whispered, "Master, please keep your voice down. If you speak too loudly, it may attract zombies outside the manor." Li Haobo remembered the zombie mutation that the manor had encountered before. As a result, a large number of servants and bodyguards were transformed into zombies. Now the entire manor has been reduced from more than 4,000 people to only 400 people. He stopped talking immediately. Calm down? How can I calm down? The plot I designed with great difficulty is now ruined by that bitch Yao Jing Han. Li Haobo shouted indignantly. Why didn't she come this afternoon? Why didn't she reply to my message? As a result, the materials I prepared were incomplete, and I couldn't send them to that loser Lin Ziluo in time. If Lin Ziluo received the message, he would definitely show a desperate expression. Ha 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 ha. I feel excited just imagining that scene. If I can piss him off to death, wouldn't that mean I can just send him to see his disgusting dad? Li Haobo laughed grimly. But it was because of that bitch and this Doomsday Game that I failed to send it out in time. Li Haobo gnashed his teeth and roared angrily. The silver-haired butler could only speak again. Master, please lower your voice. More than half of our bodyguards are dead or injured. If more zombies rush in, we may not be able to save you. After saying this, the silver-haired butler couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The master had deliberately trained the young master to be like this before, which might be a mistake. Although the family can only avoid internal strife if there is only one capable successor. But this is based on the fact that the family still has enough ruling power. Now that the end of the world has come, it is really easy for the young master to suffer with his character. Li Haobo seemed to feel the housekeeper's persuasion. Although he was still dissatisfied, he finally shut up. However, he quickly sat back on the sofa, muttering to himself, What a pity that loser Lin Ziluo can't watch me and that bitch Yao Jing Han playing together with his own eyes. How can I take revenge like this? Li Haobo said angrily. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. He spat and spit fiercely on the ground. Li Haobo walked to the silver-haired butler and said with gritted teeth, Uncle Zhao, I don't care. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Didn't my father say a few days ago that the mercenary group was coming to look for me? They should have arrived in Shanghai by now. Let them go find those two guys. I want to find Yao Jing Han, alive or dead. And that Lin Ziluo, I will make him have a mental breakdown. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. The silver-haired butler nodded. I understand. The hunting mercenary group has been trained for the young master since childhood. They will definitely be able to complete all of the young master's plans. Li Haobo showed an evil smile on his face. Chapter 12. Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for successfully killing a zombie and gaining 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 4 and gaining 1 free attribute point. The player, Z, needs 40 experience points before the next upgrade. A knife with a green glow spun in the air and flew forward. A zombie, unaware of the danger, continued to run towards the living human in front of it. Before the zombie could react, its head fell to the ground and rolled far away. At this moment, an object with a green glow exploded from the zombie's body. This was actually not the point. More importantly, after the knife flew a certain distance, it actually made a spiral turn that violated common sense. It suddenly flew back to me. The other zombie that pounced on me didn't expect to be caught off guard by a backstab. With a flash of the knife, its neck was easily cut open. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for successfully killing the zombie and gaining a little experience and a gold coin. Seeing the word death appear on the zombie's head, I caught the tang knife with satisfaction. Whirlwind Slash is really useful. I couldn't help but sigh. The only regret is that my mental strength is still not strong enough, resulting in a long cooldown time for Whirlwind Slash. It is now 12:30 noon. I got up at 6 a.m. and left the hotel at 6:30 a.m. I have been walking for 6 hours. Although the route is remote and there are few zombies, the harvest today is still good. I killed about 30 zombies and successfully reached level 4. Moreover, with a 100% drop rate, I got nearly 30 items. Although my luck today was not as good as last night, it was enough to satisfy me. Most of these items are basic supplies, such as clean men's shirts, kung pao chicken with rice, precision timing watches. All these small things are stuffed into the storage space. I decided to wear a watch on my wrist. In the Doomsday Game, keeping track of time is very important. After all, it is tolerable if the mobile phone is out of power, but once the power system is paralyzed, even the battery cannot be charged, which is troublesome. In addition to these, I also got a reconnaissance eye and a hidden mask. Hidden mask, a bronze level item that can hide basic information such as nickname and level for 30 minutes after wearing it. It can be used twice a day. This mask is quite good. I put it on without hesitation. Then I walked to the place where I killed the zombies just now and picked up the dropped items. A serving of shredded pork and ham fried rice. I stuffed it into the storage space and picked up the scroll that was shining with green light. Equipment Enhancement Scroll, a bronze level item that can enhance bronze level equipment. The enhanced equipment will gain improved attributes. The first enhancement will definitely succeed, and the subsequent success rate will decrease as the level increases. This time I got a really good thing. I immediately attached the Equipment Enhancement Scroll to the Tang Sword. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for obtaining the Tang Horizontal Sword +1. Tang Horizontal Sword +1. Bronze level weapon, Dragon Kingdom Tang Dynasty, standard military sword, about 70 centimeters long, with armor piercing and durable characteristics. After enhancement, it has acquired stronger properties. Attributes, strength increased by 2, can break 15% of the enemy's defense ability, and continuous slashes will increase the power by 10%, and the blade damage can be slowly restored after leaving the battle. I looked at the Tang sword in my hand. The blade was even sharper. Under the scorching sun, the blade reflected a dazzling light. Taking advantage of the free attribute points I had just gained from reaching level 4, I added them to my strength. Now, my attributes have reached the level of a Special Forces soldier. Basic attributes: Strength, 18 Spirit, 17 Constitution, 11 Agility, 17. Feeling the surging power in my body, suddenly, my stomach growled at an inopportune time. That's enough. I'll take a break and continue working hard in the afternoon. If I reach level 5 today, I can go directly to challenge that place tomorrow. I don't need to look for a copy anymore. I thought to myself. Now, I was heading from the inn to Lee's villa. I had originally planned to look for the dungeon teleportation array. After all, dungeons are the most effective source of experience and resources in the Doomsday game. Although there are many zombies, killing them in actual combat does not bring much gain. What players need to do is to find the dungeon teleportation arrays distributed in the city, and then enter the dungeon waiting room through the teleportation array and select the dungeon from there. Of course, there are some special single copies on the market, which are equivalent to hidden copies, and the rewards are very generous. However, after this morning's journey, my strength has improved rapidly, and now I no longer need to waste time on copies. Now, after several hours of walking, I have walked 1/3 of the way. I came to a small road, which was empty and not crowded with zombies. There were some low-rise houses on both sides of the road, which should be an old residential area. I had chosen these roads specially and deliberately avoided crowded places. After all, on the second day of the apocalypse, few people dared to go out on the street alone to face the zombies. I randomly picked a bungalow, hacked open the door lock with a knife, and entered the house. The house was in a mess, and it was obvious that something had happened to the people who had lived here. Some had turned into zombies, while others had tried desperately to escape. I did not let my guard down, as the bloodstains on the ground and the strange smell in the air warned me that there might still be zombies here. Holding up the Tang Dao, I carefully walked through the messy living room and headed for the corridor leading to the bedroom. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the right side of the room, and then the sharp claws of 2 zombies pierced through the wooden door and grabbed me. With my 17 points of high agility, I quickly dodged the 2 sharp claws. The Tang Dao swung out and directly cut off the claws of the 2 zombies. Behind the door, the zombies were still banging against the wooden door frantically, making a heavy sound. I didn't plan to open the door, but directly stabbed the wooden door with a knife. The blade penetrated deep, and the zombie behind the door was directly pierced through the chest. However, the chest is not the zombie's weakness, and it still hit the door frantically. I kicked the wooden door, and the door, which was almost broken, fell down, and the zombie was also pressed under the door. I walked forward and cut off the zombie's head easily. Okay, the battle is over. I breathed a sigh of relief. I returned to the living room, sat down, and took out a thick stack of cards. Oh, there are too many things, I don't know what to eat first, I said helplessly. If the people fighting for their lives outside heard it, they would probably be furious. However, I quickly thought of a solution, which was to draw cards. I randomly drew 4 cards and activated them. Instantly, steaming, fragrant food appeared on the table. I picked up the pork and sausage fried rice and started to feast on it. Chapter 13. Those who stop me will die. After having enough water and food, I lay on the sofa, picked up my secondhand mobile phone, and began to check the map I had downloaded in advance. We are now on Pingshan Road. If we go east directly in the afternoon, we should be able to reach this place. I calculated the itinerary in my mind. I'm still a little short of level 5. Killing zombies along this road should be enough. After resting for a while, I put away my phone, sat up from the sofa, hummed an unknown tune, and walked towards the door. When I reached the door, my steps suddenly stopped, and the little song in my mouth also stopped abruptly. 1, 2, 3. My keen hearing caught 3 breathing sounds of different frequencies outside the door, which meant that there were 3 people outside ambushing me. Did he come out? Ji Yao asked nervously. No, I clearly heard footsteps just now. Ji Kaiji held a kitchen knife, sweat pouring down his forehead. Listen to me. You smelled the fragrance of the dish just now, right? That person must have a card that can conjure delicious food. Gu Gaojia said gloomily, holding a fire axe in his hand. But it's not good if we rob him. Ji Yao hesitated. What's not good? Wait until he comes out and stab him, and force him a hand over the card. Gu Gaojia glared at her with a cold tone. That's right, sister, we are right. He broke our door, so we treat it as a burglar. Ji Kaiji listened to Gu Gaojia's words, nodded, and began to comfort Ji Yao. Ji Yao's heart moved. She remembered the delicious food she smelled just now, and she touched her hungry stomach, and finally nodded and agreed. Okay, rob him. Rob him all. Gu Gaojia showed a smug smile on his face, knowing that the Ji brothers and sisters had been convinced by him. Remember, don't be soft-hearted. Chop off his legs first, if he is stubborn. Before he could finish his words, the window on Gu Gaojia's left-hand side suddenly shattered, and a blue broadsword suddenly stretched out from the window and chopped Gu Gaojia's neck. Before Gu Gaojia could react, his head had already fallen off, and blood gushed out. Blood splashed on Ji Yao's face, and she froze. The sudden bloody scene in front of her made her completely dazed for a moment. I can't let you attract all the zombies. I wanted to save some mental energy. I whispered outside the window. Then I stretched my right hand out of the window, infused my mental power, and activated the spinning slash. I swung it hard, and the Tang sword flew out with a whistling sound. The blade flashed and just passed between Ji Yao's upper and lower lips. Ji Yao's lips were completely separated, and blood gushed out instantly. What's worse, the Tang sword did not stop. It continued to fly towards Ji Kaiji, who was fleeing in the distance. When Ji Kaiji heard the sound of the window breaking, he was so scared that he ran away desperately, not caring about his own sister. He ran more than 10 meters away, and when he turned back to see what happened, a long knife suddenly chopped his left waist. The Tang sword continued to spin, as if it had turned into a ruthless meat grinder, completely cutting off Ji Kaiji's entire waist. With the last blow of the spin, the Tang sword returned to my hand. Ji Kaiji's upper body was still crawling on the ground desperately, leaving a long trail of blood, but after crawling less than a meter, his head fell heavily to the ground. The emergence of 3 deaths announced that the 3 people who had ambushed me had lost their lives forever. I caught the Tang sword and walked out of the kitchen. When I heard the breathing outside the door, I didn't go out directly, but chose to hide in the kitchen on the left. Gu Gaojia and Ji Yao never thought that their conversation had been heard clearly by me. They didn't even realize that their threats had already been countered by me. After receiving these 3 lives, I was still in a good mood. After all, they took the initiative to find me, and they failed to rob me and were killed by me instead. This was absolutely reasonable. They should thank me, at least for letting them die early and avoid more disasters in the Doomsday. Hey, I did another good thing. The government should give me a Good Citizen award. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Then, I continued to move forward. Thinking that I could personally deal with Li Haobo the night after tomorrow, I was full of motivation. Li family, all of you, don't even think about escaping. Yao Jing Han is just a puppet and can't command everything in the Li family. At the beginning, the hatred between me, Li Haobo, and Yao Jing Han was just a personal grudge. But after I killed the thugs sent by the Li family to hunt me down many times, this hatred escalated into a deadly enemy relationship between me and the entire Li family. The Li family regarded me as a disgrace and would never allow me to continue to exist. Therefore, I had to be eliminated no matter what. But they didn't expect that I was like a tenacious cockroach that could not be killed no matter what. I climbed up from the brink of death again and again, and finally became the god of war. What does the god of war mean to the Li family? They dared not imagine. The Li family paid a huge price, mobilized 2 war gods, and even invited the king of zombies in an attempt to completely eliminate me. However, facing their encirclement and suppression, I broke through and survived time and time again. I know that no one in the Li family dares to let me go unless I die. But I also told them that no matter if it is intentional or unintentional, no matter if you are a good person or a bad person, anyone who provokes me will surely die. Chapter 14. A piece of raw meat kills the little internet princess. Hubby, come out and see Superman. The woman leaned against the window and shouted in surprise. What's Superman? I'm blocking the door to prevent the zombies from coming in. Her husband ran to her side, panting. Right there. The woman pointed outside the window. Her husband looked in the direction of her finger. I saw a man wearing a green mask on the road. A flash of knife appeared in front of the man, and the zombie that was heading towards him had its head chopped off. There were 2 zombies lying beside the man. Oh shit, this is a master, the woman's husband exclaimed, and then used the method he had just learned to check the man's information. Basic information. Nickname. Title. Grade. Hey, that's strange. Why can't I check his information? The woman's husband said puzzledly. Never mind. Let's call Superman for help and ask him to save us. The woman said excitedly. The woman's husband immediately stopped her and said calmly, Don't even think about it. Shouting like this will expose our position and attract the zombies. We'll be finished. Besides, this Superman has hidden his information because he doesn't want to reveal his identity. How could he be willing to save people? The woman thought it made sense and couldn't help but admire him. Husband, you are really smart. No, it's a very simple truth, her husband said modestly. However, some people still don't understand such a simple truth. Hey, good brother, come and save me. In the building opposite them, a woman opened the window and shouted at Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo picked up the 3 cards on the ground, ignored them, and continued walking forward. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Because there were no secluded paths nearby, Lin Ziluo had to come to the busier streets. When you go out on the street, you need to be careful about people checking your information. After all, his game name, Yazi, had become popular all over the country last night. Fortunately, the hidden mask I obtained is quite useful. Lin Ziluo walked while checking the items that had just dropped. Braised pork with pickled mustard greens, 666 cold medicine, a line of white people's toothpaste. Lin Ziluo stuffed the 3 cards back into his storage space and prepared to move forward. The woman upstairs saw Lin Ziluo and ignored her. I couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Who is she? A true internet princess. There are more than 30,000 fans online. There's also a rich girl who hangs out with a guy and buys her a sports car every day. Now he is not even looked at by a masked man. Thinking of this, the woman angrily grabbed the flower pot next to her and smashed it. Lin Ziluo would naturally not be hit by the flower pot. Lin Ziluo took 2 steps to avoid the flower pot and looked at the woman expressionlessly. If she was wearing a mask, you wouldn't be able to see her expression. The woman was overjoyed to see that she had finally attracted Lin Ziluo's attention. She quickly opened her arms and shouted, "I'm here, good brother. Please come out and save me. There are several zombies here. I'm so scared. As long as you save me, I will hold your hand." Lin Ziluo said nothing and took out a card from the storage space. A small piece of raw meat, similar to smoked meat, appeared in his hand. And at the moment the raw meat appeared, the zombies on the entire street raised their heads at the same time, and their gray eyes widened even wider. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. After the end of the world, this thing was affectionately called the zombie-luring artifact by players. This thing's attraction to zombies can reach an astonishing distance of 100 meters. Once it is taken out, zombies like Baimi will relentlessly chase after the raw meat. As soon as Lin Ziluo took out the raw meat in his hand, it attracted the attention of many zombies. Lin Ziluo threw the raw meat lightly, and it passed through the window and landed accurately into the woman's home. The woman's eyebrows immediately frowned. "I don't want food. I want you to take me to a safe place. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" The woman pointed at Lin Ziluo and cursed at him. She didn't notice at all that the zombies downstairs began to move towards her position. Lin Ziluo ignored it and quickened his pace while the zombies were moving. "You say you are worried that there are too many zombies surrounding you and you don't know where to lead them. Some people specifically open the windows to help out in an emergency. Good people will have a peaceful life." The woman was still cursing. The sound of her insults was even louder than the sound of the door frame being hit. It wasn't until she heard a loud boom that she turned around to look. The door of my house had been knocked down along with the door frame by the zombies. A large number of zombies rushed in. The woman was so frightened that she screamed continuously and her body was shaking. A pool of yellow liquid flowed down her pants onto the ground. In the end, he was so scared that his legs went limp and he sat down in the yellow liquid. Splashing ripples. I wonder what her internet celebrity would think if he saw this. The zombies waved their hands and rushed towards the raw meat. As a result, it was torn into pieces by 2 zombies during the fight. 2 zombies took half of each corpse and stuffed the raw meat into their mouths. The other zombies who didn't get the raw meat didn't suffer either. They were so greedy for the raw meat that they even stopped biting people. Instead, he bit the woman directly. "Ah!" A shrill scream was heard, echoing throughout the street. Those who were hiding in their homes and saw what had just happened were trembling with fear. They vowed that they would never ask strangers for help again. This is also a doomsday survival lesson that Lin Ziluo taught them. To be a good person, you must know yourself. As the screaming ended, a skeleton appeared where the woman had been. There were traces of remaining flesh hanging on the skeleton, and the skull was smashed because it hindered the sucking of brain matter. The zombies left the room satisfied, and Lin Ziluo also left the street easily. Yes, this should be it. Lin Ziluo looked at his watch. It's already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are still 2 hours before night falls. The place he came to was the Magic City Sports Center. I had planned to come back tomorrow, but today's journey was unexpectedly smooth. Got here more than an hour early. Lin Ziluo didn't plan to waste time. Although the time might not be enough, it was enough for him to go deeper for a while. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo checked his panel. I still didn't buy any equipment this afternoon. Lin Ziluo suspected that there were so many equipment drops on the first day because the equipment drop rate was increased on the first day. As for the cards, it could be said that the harvest was quite rich. Nearly 30 cards were collected in one afternoon. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. I still have 2 pieces in my hand. There is no way. This is the helplessness of 100 explosion rate. There's so many things revealed that the good stuff isn't so rare anymore. Chapter 15. 1 versus 100. Magic City Stadium. This can be regarded as one of the iconic buildings of the Magic City. The setting in the Doomsday Game is that special situations will occur in the city's iconic buildings. For example, there will be copies. For example, there will be hidden merchant robots. For example, there will be wild treasure chests. As far as Lin Ziluo knows, there's a silver-level wild treasure chest in this Magic City Stadium. That's why it's called a wild treasure chest. It means that they're scattered everywhere and anyone can open them. The corresponding one is the boss treasure chest, which is a treasure chest that will only appear after killing the boss. Although it has a higher gold content than wild treasure chests, it is very difficult to obtain. However, even if it is a silver treasure chest, it will definitely contain a silver-level equipment or item, as well as the following other items. Given Lin Ziluo's current situation, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds after obtaining a piece of silver equipment. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo prepared to find the side door to enter the gymnasium. Forget about the stadium gate. There are at least dozens of zombies guarding outside. At this time, the Doomsday Game Golden Finger system, which had been working but had not appeared for a long time, suddenly made a prompt sound. Ding! It is detected that the host is about to enter the Magic City Stadium. Ding! The environment of the Magic City Stadium meets the mission requirements. Ding! Hereby announce the mission 1 against 100. 1 versus 100. Excellent hosts need to demonstrate their strength now. Please kill 100 zombies in the Magic City Stadium, regardless of level. Mission requirements: 0 out of 100. Mission reward: draw a random ordinary gold finger and a bronze level equipment. Mission time limit: 24 hours. Ding! Host, would you like to accept the mission? Lin Ziluo frowned. 100 zombies. As time came to the afternoon of the second day of the Doomsday Game, most of the zombies had reached level 2. The strength has been improved compared to level 1. Not to mention, it's in a spacious place like a gymnasium. Any big movement will attract a large number of zombies. Lin Ziluo's original plan was to bypass places with a large number of zombies and use his own stealth to open the treasure chest. But if this task suddenly comes... Fortunately, the task deadline is only a full day, which is sufficient. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Ziluo still asked, what are the penalties if I don't accept the mission, or if the mission fails? Ding! Please rest assured, the cheating system exists to bring you a better gaming experience and let you enjoy the gaming process. Ding! So, there will be no punishment for not accepting the mission or failing the mission. On the contrary, the host will be given a consolation gift package of 100 gold coins. Oh shit, Lin Ziluo was shocked. This really brings a better gaming experience. Even if you refuse a mission, you'll get a consolation gift package. I know so many places that can trigger tasks. Not only can you refuse tasks, you can also easily earn a lot of gold coins. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo decisively accepted the task. After completing the task, you'll be able to draw an ordinary golden finger and a bronze level equipment. Lin Ziluo also saw the power of the super golden finger, which could increase the explosion rate from only 1 to 100. Could it be possible that the ordinary cheat code could make each zombie drop 2 items instead of 1? It's no loss if the mission fails, because you've come to open the silver treasure chest, and you can earn 100 gold coins for free. Ding! The mission 1 versus 100 has been accepted. I wish the host can complete the mission successfully. After accepting the task, Lin Ziluo was not in a hurry to enter the gymnasium. Instead, he observed the internal structure diagram of the gymnasium at the door and formulated a strategy in his mind. According to my impression, the silver treasure chest should be in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. But today's time is far from enough. Let's complete part of the zombie cleanup task today. Enter through the side door, then fight your way up the security passage on the 1st floor. We probably reached the infirmary on the 2nd floor. It was around 8 o'clock and night had fallen. There is a bed in the infirmary. You can sleep there for 1 night and continue the fight the next day. I will be able to reach the 3rd floor warehouse around noon the next day, then open the treasure chest and jump down from the edge of the floor outside to escape. Just by looking at the map once, Lin Ziluo had arranged all the routes and actions. After making all the arrangements, he was unwilling to waste any more time, and the sharp tang sword appeared directly in his hand. Then, he gently pried open the lock of the side door at the back of the gymnasium and pushed the door open. A zombie with blood all over its face stood straight behind the door. Lin Ziluo, who was about to observe the situation after pushing open the door, was confused. Wow, what a coincidence, a good start. What are you planning on doing at the back door of the gym, you zombie? The man and the corpse stared at each other. The zombie reacted and opened his mouth, preparing to roar. Lin Ziluo drew his knife decisively. Before the zombie made any sound, he stabbed the tip of the tang sword into the zombie's open mouth. The sharp tip of the knife pierced through the zombie's mouth and came out from the back of the zombie's neck. This left the zombies with no chance to speak. Then, Lin Ziluo took out the hammer that he had not thrown away with his other hand. A hammer hit the zombie's face. Blood splattered everywhere. Now, the zombies have completely lost the ability to roar. Lin Ziluo pulled out his tang sword, and with one slash, he killed the zombie hiding at the back door. Death emerges. It was a bit thrilling. If he had roared, I wouldn't be prepared at all, and I would have had to retreat strategically. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. But this zombie is worth it. I used the tang sword to give him a special test. This would be charged in the hospital. I also used a small hammer 40 to give him a facial surgery, which also cost money. Lin Ziluo thought happily. The fallen zombie didn't expect that he was not only killed, but also owed a lot of debts. However, the fallen zombies also made a contribution, because an object shining with blue light appeared under it. Lin Ziluo kicked the zombie's body away and picked up the items. Super Flash Bomb, a one-time bronze-level item that emits a dazzling white light that causes people who see it to go blind. The duration of blindness is determined by the duration of exposure to the white light and the sensitivity to light. Yeah, that's good stuff too. For the invasion of Lee's Manor tomorrow night, it is an absolute group control prop. Lin Ziluo stuffed the Super Flash Bomb into the storage space with great satisfaction. The back door of the gymnasium is equivalent to a small warehouse. If you really want to enter, you need to open the inner door of the warehouse. Lin Ziluo touched the zombie's waist and indeed found a key. Chapter 16, a heaven-defying operation with a spinning slash. Warehouse on the 3rd floor, office on the 2nd floor, badminton hall. Lin Ziluo took the key and started searching. It's really a pure, unexpected gain. With this key, he could avoid breaking down doors and reduce the noise that would attract zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but thank the zombie. Back left door. Found it. He pulled out the key that had the label rear left door written on it. Hoo-hoo. Inside the table tennis hall, a dozen zombies began to move around slowly. The closer it gets to night, the more active the zombies become. Click. A subtle voice sounded. A wooden door opened. Lin Ziluo bent over and walked in cautiously. He crawled under the ping-pong table nearest the door. He used the small space on the ping-pong table to cover his body. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo counted the number of zombies. When I counted in the end, I found there were 17 zombies in total. This number touched Lin Ziluo's heart. These zombies have similar attributes to him, and ordinary people would have to use all their strength to deal with one. But if he is in charge, it is not impossible to defeat 17 of them. Moreover, the door of the table tennis hall is closed. As long as the noise is small, the zombies outside are unlikely to come in. In addition, the table tennis table in the hall is not low, so you can use it to move around. Lin Ziluo took another look at the experience bar and realized that he was still 4 experience points away from reaching level 5. A level 2 zombie can provide 2 experience points, so kill 2 of them first. After the upgrade, it is completely feasible to use roaming tactics with the remaining 15 zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo saw a zombie walking towards him. It's you. Lin Ziluo quickly deduced the direction and pace of the zombie. Then he tensed his body, like a poisonous snake, and waited quietly for the arrival of the zombies. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and he held his breath. When he saw the zombies' footsteps land at the place he had carefully calculated, Lin Ziluo attacked decisively. He first crawled out from under the ping-pong table, then stood up, and the tang sword in his hand slashed across the zombie's neck with incredible precision. Before the zombies could even react, their heads and bodies were separated, and the word death floated above their heads in black. Because the movements are extremely fast and smooth. After Lin Ziluo dealt with this zombie, the other zombies hadn't noticed yet. So Lin Ziluo went under a nearby ping-pong table. Boom, boom! The zombie's body and head fell to the ground separately. This movement attracted the attention of other zombies. In an instant, all the zombies were activated. The sound of chaotic footsteps, the sound of impact on the ping-pong table, and the metallic sound of the ping-pong table being knocked flat. At once, many voices rang out. Fortunately, the gymnasium used anti-slip, sound-absorbing plastic flooring during decoration. The doors of each venue are also sufficiently soundproofed. The movement here did not attract the attention of the zombies outside the table tennis hall. When Lin Ziluo, who was under the table, saw 3 pairs of feet gathered around the corpse of the zombie. The tang sword in his hand was decisively swung towards the zombie's ankle. The sharp tang sword merges with Lin Ziluo's power. In an instant, all 3 legs were cut off at the ankles. A zombie lost both legs and could not stand steadily, and fell backwards to the ground. The other zombie with a broken leg lost his balance for a moment, took a few steps forward on one foot, and fell to the ground. However, at this time, Lin Ziluo's position was also exposed. He crawled out from under the ping-pong table. He ignored the other zombies and swung at the uninjured zombie on the far right of the 3 zombies at the beginning. This zombie was quite strong and took the blow, but did not die. Lin Ziluo didn't pay any more attention to it. First, he bent down to avoid a zombie that was pouncing from behind. Then he grabbed a zombie with broken legs and threw it at the large number of zombies that were approaching as an obstacle. These impatient zombies were completely unprepared and were hit directly by the zombie that was thrown over. 3 or 4 zombies fell to the ground at the same time. Lin Ziluo swung his Tang Dao and cut off the head of the zombie who had a broken leg and was struggling to stand up. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie and gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 5 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Player, Yazi, needs 100 experience points before the next level up. After level 5, the experience requirements for upgrading will increase significantly. Lin Ziluo calmly added the attribute he had just acquired to agility. Then he jumped onto the ping-pong table. All the zombies in the table tennis hall were heading towards Lin Ziluo. The zombies that were knocked down before have also climbed up. Only the zombie with broken legs was still crawling. Lin Ziluo had a wide view, standing on the ping-pong table. His brain was working rapidly, and years of combat experience enabled him to quickly determine the best angle. Spinning slash. The tang sword in Lin Ziluo's hand was thrown away. A dazzling green blade light formed in the air. The blade slashed across the neck of a zombie. Immediately afterwards, based on Lin Ziluo's accurate judgment, a running zombie behind him took 2 steps forward and bumped into the sword light. 2 black deaths appear. This is not over yet. After the tang sword reached its limit of rotation, it formed a perfect arc and flew back towards Lin Ziluo. And he also accurately predicted this trajectory. A zombie that pounced towards Lin Ziluo was slashed on the back of the neck by the tang sword, taking his life. Lin Ziluo caught the tang sword easily. Just this one spinning slash killed 3 zombies. This operation cannot be simply summarized as just a skill. This is the fighting instinct that Lin Ziluo has developed since the end of the world 10 years ago. The subtle control of the throwing angle of the tang sword, the complete understanding of the flying parabola of the tang sword, the precise prediction of the zombie's pace, direction, and movements. Lin Ziluo, who completed this operation, had an expression as calm as water under the mask. In 1 minute, killing 5 zombies while being besieged by 17 zombies was nothing for him. At this time, there were only 12 fearless zombies left in the table tennis hall who were still rushing towards him. There was also a zombie with both legs broken, but it was still crawling towards Lin Ziluo stubbornly. He saw that the 2 nearest zombies were about to grab his calves. Lin Ziluo pushed off with his right foot, bent his body slightly, took a big step, and leaped forward. Successfully jumped onto the ping-pong table opposite. The 2 zombies that were trying to catch Lin Ziluo's original position missed him and crashed heavily onto the hard ping-pong table. They roared in dissatisfaction at the same time. Chapter 17. Sharp, Stab, Thrust, Strike. There were no zombies near the ping-pong table where Lin Ziluo was at the moment, so he had plenty of time to wait for the zombies to arrive. After a short rest, the 2 fastest zombies arrived in front of the ping-pong table. Lin Ziluo took the lead and used his superior position to kick the frontmost zombie in the face. The huge force caused the zombie to fall backwards and roll a full circle on the ground. The remaining zombie had his head chopped off by Lin Ziluo without any mercy. At this moment, the opaque door of the table tennis hall made knocking and banging sounds. Damn it, the zombie's roar still attracted the attention of the zombies outside. Lin Ziluo said helplessly. However, he quickly regained his composure. After killing these zombies, we will retreat strategically. Lin Ziluo formulated a strategy. Anyway, the closed door of the table tennis hall can still hold for a while. Lin Ziluo jumped off the ping pong table and walked quickly to the zombie he had just kicked over. Perhaps the aftereffect was too great. The zombie hasn't gotten up yet. With one powerful swing of the knife, the zombie could no longer get up. At this moment, there were only 10 zombies left in the table tennis hall that could move freely. With this number of zombies, Lin Ziluo is confident that with his current agility, he can use his movement to wear them down. So, he used the gaps between the ping pong tables to play hide-and-seek with them. A group of zombies pounced over. Lin Ziluo leaned over and crawled under the table, then crawled out from the other side and stabbed the zombie behind him. After being surrounded by zombies, he jumped onto a ping pong table and then onto another ping pong table. With a series of smooth movements, the 5 zombies were successfully eliminated. However, Lin Ziluo had consumed most of his physical strength at this time. He fought against 17 zombies with the same basic attributes in such a short time and killed most of them. I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them about it. Just as he was holding on to the edge of the table for a short rest, he suddenly noticed a red potion bottle at his feet. This was exploded by the zombie I just killed. Lin Ziluo picked up the potion bottle as if he had found a treasure and dodged a zombie that was pouncing on him. Then he unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the red potion inside. The sweet potion passed through Lin Ziluo's mouth. The delicious taste made him ask for another bottle. As the potion flowed into his body, Lin Ziluo's body miraculously gained new strength. The whole person's condition has recovered a lot. Stamina potion, a one-time bronze item. After drinking it, you can instantly restore 20 of your stamina. At the same time, you can restore 5 of your stamina every minute thereafter for 5 minutes. There will be a 30-minute CD time after use. That's right. What Lin Ziluo drank was the stamina potion called the Little Red Bottle. It feels good to have my strength back. Lin Ziluo let out a breath, then raised his Tang sword and swung it out. The cooldown time for Whirling Slash has finally arrived. Although, this time the spinning slash was not as accurate as the last time. However, every time you go there and every time you come back there, you'll kill a zombie. Lin Ziluo also took advantage of this time to look for the items dropped by the zombies he killed. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. The mission started off badly. The 3 items that Lin Ziluo picked up when he bent down were all supply cards. The remaining 3 zombies are close at hand. After picking up the last object that was glowing with green light, he decisively crawled under the ping pong table. He took out the thing he had just touched and took a closer look. It turned out to be a khaki bracelet. This bracelet is printed with intricate magical patterns and looks extremely gorgeous. Spiked bracelet, bronze level equipment, a bracelet blessed by magic. Attribute, spirit +1. Additional skills, spike assault. Able to summon a vertical row of spikes from the ground, giving a heavy blow to the vertical row of places. Skill cooldown time, 24 hours. Oh shit, it comes with skill-based equipment. Let's just say we are lucky. This jewelry type equipment is much more difficult to obtain than ordinary equipment, such as shoes, pants, clothes, etc. On the second day of the apocalypse, the 3 types of jewelry equipment, rings, necklaces, and bracelets were all collected. The most important thing is that it is a piece of jewelry that comes with skills. It's priceless. Lin Ziluo quickly put the bracelet on his hand. This thing can automatically adjust according to the size of your wrist, which is convenient and easy. Judging from the properties, it really took a lot of time to put on the bracelet. The ping pong table where Lin Ziluo was sitting was surrounded by zombies. However, Lin Ziluo was not in a hurry. He first cut off the legs of a zombie with a Tang sword. Then he took advantage of the gap left by the fallen zombies and crawled out. The remaining 2 zombies surrounded Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo curled his lips and bent down to avoid the zombie's attack. Then he used 2 slashes to kill the zombie on the ground whose legs had been chopped off. At this moment, the door of the table tennis hall fell to the ground with a bang. The zombies behind the door began to rush into the table tennis hall frantically. Logically speaking, this situation requires Lin Ziluo to make a strategic retreat. But instead, he took the initiative to rush towards the influx of zombies. Just like that, there were 2 zombies chasing behind and countless zombies pouring in from the front. Lin Ziluo was successfully trapped in the middle position. Faced with this dangerous scene, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stopped, stood there, and waited quietly for the zombies to approach. The zombies were getting closer and closer. They were so close that Lin Ziluo could smell the disgusting stench on them. It was so close that nearly 10 zombies swung their sharp claws at him at the same time. Right now, a gleam of light flashed in Lin Ziluo's eyes. Then, he pushed hard against the tabletop of the ping-pong table next to him, and his whole body temporarily flew into the air. With a graceful backflip, he jumped behind the 2 zombies that were chasing him. At this moment, all the zombies were in a straight line in front of Lin Ziluo. Skill, Spike Assault. The bracelet on Lin Ziluo's wrist flashed an ochre yellow light. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene appeared. The ground ahead began to shake. Suddenly, a huge spike made of soil rose from the ground and directly pierced the zombie in the front. Die. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie and gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Is it the end? No. The ground continued to tremble, as if brewing a stronger force. Chapter 18, Killing Information, flooding the screen. The ground spike that just appeared did not scare the fearless zombies. They are still moving forward. So, a bigger surprise is coming. As the ground shook, spikes rose from the ground in front of us. The huge spikes broke through the ground at unimaginable speed, directly piercing the running zombie's body from feet to head. Blood and flesh were scattered everywhere, because all the zombies were lured into a straight line by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo also had full control over the timing and accuracy of the ground spike attack. This creates a straight line within the range of the ground spikes. No zombies were spared. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie and gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 3 zombie and gaining 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie and gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. In an instant, more than 20 messages flooded the screen. Lin Ziluo's experience bar is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. For objects shining with green light exploded in the front. Skill-attached equipment has a very special effect. That is the first time you use the accompanying skill. Its power and effect are the greatest. This is because when it explodes, this skill is infused with energy by the system. After using this skill once, the player's own mental power will be needed to recharge it. Only at this time will the power return to normal levels. Having said that, Lin Ziluo never imagined that the power of this ground spike attack would be so huge when used for the first time. The lethality of this skill is probably something that only a level 20 mage can achieve. No matter how you look at it, I have already made a lot of money. Before the spikes on the ground retract, Lin Ziluo ignored the blood and flesh all over the ground and started searching. Lin Ziluo didn't even have time to look at the blue equipment and props and directly stuff them into the storage space. He was too lazy to pick up the cards on the ground. It's not that he was getting too arrogant, it's mainly because there were zombies rushing towards the table tennis hall from behind. A dozen spikes on the ground were slowly retracting. The zombies began to rush forward one after another. Lin Ziluo picked up all the green equipment and props that he could see with the naked eye. The wind is strong. Hurry! Seeing the zombies about to rush over, Lin Ziluo decisively stepped back and ran towards the back door through which he came. He quickly ran to the door and closed it. The zombies behind did not give up and crashed into the back door. The back door quickly collapsed under the weight of the impact from more than a dozen zombies. The zombies rushed towards the door again. But what puzzled them was that the extremely arrogant man, the man who killed dozens of their companions, had disappeared without a trace. The zombies did not give up. They were still wandering around, trying to find any trace of the man. But the strange thing is that the man really disappeared completely. After searching for 10 minutes, the zombies finally gave up. Some retreated back to the table tennis hall, while others just circled around in place. Lin Ziluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he was on a small protruding platform above the back door of the gymnasium. This platform seems to be large enough for Lin Ziluo to stand on it with his feet sideways. There are quite a few zombies below. Lin Ziluo was not in a hurry, but checked the 5 bronze-level items he had just obtained. 2 old acquaintances, eyes of detection. 2 identical props, short-range launcher. Short-range launcher, a disposable bronze item that can launch an object that can be loaded into the launcher to a designated location within a range of 30 meters. Pretty. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. With this thing, I will be able to enter the gym again soon. This thing can control objects to turn and can easily throw things into a corner. As long as you are familiar with the terrain. Lin Ziluo took out the 5th item, a pair of shoes with a green glow of a very ancient shape, engraved with magical patterns similar to wings. Could it be another piece of equipment with additional skills? Lin Ziluo hurriedly checked its properties. Boots of swift wind. Bronze-level equipment, shoes that can summon swift winds. Attributes, Constitution +1, Agility +1, can reduce footsteps. Additional skills, Sprint. Within 10 seconds, the speed of the player increases by 20. Cooldown time, 1 hour. When Lin Ziluo saw that these Gale boots were also equipment with additional skills, he was overjoyed. But after seeing the skills, his expression instantly returned to calm. The effect is SOSO. Having said this, Lin Ziluo still honestly took off his pair of sneakers. He used a one-leg standing posture to finally put on the pair of green wind boots. After the shoe size was adjusted by the system, it was perfect and comfortable. Lin Ziluo could clearly feel his body becoming lighter. After putting on the shoes, Lin Ziluo looked at his basic attributes. Basic attributes: Strength, 18 Spirit, 18 Constitution, 12 Agility, 18. Even when ordinary people reach level 10, it is impossible for them to possess such attributes, unless you successfully change jobs. But when they successfully changed their jobs, Lin Ziluo could be sure that he had already successfully changed his job. Then set a small goal. After changing your job, your attributes will be twice that of the average person at the same level. After setting small goals for himself, Lin Ziluo was full of motivation. He glanced at the zombies still wandering below. He took out the short-range launcher he had just obtained. Then he took out another card from the storage space. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This is the perfect match. Use a short-range launcher to launch raw meat to a designated location to attract a large number of zombies. At this time, I took advantage of the chaos to enter the gymnasium. Make a plan. Lin Ziluo began to operate the short-range transmitter skillfully. After adjusting all the settings of the short-range transmitter, he activated the card in his hand. Raw meat appeared in Lin Ziluo's hands. The nearby zombies started to get agitated. They smelled their favorite food. Lin Ziluo did not delay and stuffed the raw meat into the short-range launcher, then activated the launcher. Bang! A muffled sound. The raw meat was quickly launched out, floating in the air as if it was being pulled by someone. It first turned a corner and went into the back door, then continued to fly into the table tennis hall, passed through layers of obstacles, and landed in the corner of the table tennis hall. It is exactly 30 meters away from the launch site. While the raw meat was flying, all the zombies nearby had been mobilized. They jumped wildly, thirsting beneath the raw meat. He didn't care even if he squeezed his companions. Chapter 19. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. At this moment, all the zombies around Lin Ziluo had run away, and no zombies cared where he was anymore. The time is now. He jumped lightly and landed on the ground. The excellent material of the wind boots minimizes the sound of landing. The slight sound of the landing did not attract the attention of any zombies at all. Lin Ziluo went out the back door and saw a dense crowd of zombies fighting and roaring in the corner where the raw meat had fallen. This corner is symmetrical with the gate of the table tennis hall. Lin Ziluo directly activated the speed skill that came with the wind boots. In an instant, a special power merged into his body, and he felt as if he had become light. 10 seconds of sprint time are extremely precious. Lin Ziluo stretched out his legs and sprinted hard. In a second, he rushed into the back door. 2 seconds, rushed into the table tennis hall. In 5 seconds, he rushed out of the door of the table tennis hall. Lin Ziluo had already memorized the layout of the stadium hall. The process was very smooth, and there was no delay at all. Before the zombies who were frantically scrambling for raw meat could react, Lin Ziluo had disappeared without a trace. At this time, Lin Ziluo had already arrived at the safety passage of the gymnasium. For a gymnasium with direct elevators and escalators for easy access, the safety passage is obviously a place that few people go. Sure enough, after he pushed open the door of the emergency passage, he found that there was not a single zombie. He closed the door to the emergency exit and gasped. The rapid run just now consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, he was fast enough and no zombies noticed him. Lin Ziluo glanced at his watch, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. In 1 hour, night will fall completely. The attributes of zombies will also be greatly improved. By then, it won't be as easy as it is now. So we have to find a place to stay quickly and wait until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to take action. As for resting directly in the safety passage, although there are no zombies here now, they can easily get in if they become active at night. After all, the doors in the safety passage are at most ajar and can be opened with a push. Lin Ziluo rested for nearly 20 minutes and only started to continue after making sure he had enough combat capability. He slowed down his pace and started walking upstairs. It didn't take much effort to reach the second floor. The stairs leading to the third floor were very close, but Lin Ziluo did not choose to go up to the third floor. Because the third floor exit of the safety passage and the warehouse he was in were on the far right and the far left respectively. If I want to open the silver treasure chest now, I have to at least kill all the way from the rightmost side of the corridor to the leftmost side. Neither time nor physical strength allowed Lin Ziluo to do this. So, Lin Ziluo directly pushed open the door to the safety passage on the second floor. The entire second floor was silent, with only a few zombies left. I think the commotion just now attracted a large number of zombies to the first floor. The zombies didn't even notice Lin Ziluo, who slipped in from the safe passage. The layout of the second floor of the gymnasium is also simple. Badminton halls, basketball halls, and other venues that require larger space are all on the second floor. Lin Ziluo had already set his target on the infirmary on the second floor. First of all, it is closer to the safety passage. Secondly, there are beds and a large space in the infirmary, and you can also search for some medicines. He walked cautiously in the direction of the infirmary. He had taken out the key to the infirmary earlier and held it in his hand. There are few zombies on the second floor. Lin Ziluo was well aware of the zombies' field of vision. The wind boots can also effectively reduce the sound of footsteps. So, you can see this picture. There was clearly a person walking in the corridor, but the zombies in the corridor actually turned a blind eye to him. Little did they know that Lin Ziluo was using his graceful movements to walk in the zombies' blind spot of surveillance. Not only that, Lin Ziluo did something even more outrageous. He came silently behind a zombie. He waited for the moment when the zombie turned its head, then acted decisively and swung out the Tang sword. This sudden blow directly cut off the zombie's head. Lin Ziluo instantly put the Tang sword into the storage space. Then, with extremely fast reaction speed, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the zombie's head, which was about to fall to the ground. His right hand supported the zombie's headless body, which was about to fall, then gently placed the head and body on the ground. During this period, there was no sound at all. The other zombies were still wandering around aimlessly, not noticing that their friends were already lying on the ground. Finally, Lin Ziluo bent down, picked up the card dropped by the zombie from the ground, and left in style. Rami infected by zombie virus. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are achieved through risk. Look, I got another zombie trap. Lin Ziluo had already arrived at the door of the infirmary. The door of the infirmary was closed. Lin Ziluo walked forward and pulled the door handle, and found that it was indeed locked, although he prepared the key in advance. But still quite strange. The end of the world came at 7 o'clock. Logically speaking, the infirmary door could not have been locked at that time. Unless this was locked after the end of the world. Lin Ziluo analyzed the situation instantly. He frowned, hoping that the people inside would behave themselves. Click! The door to the infirmary was unlocked. It was pitch black in the infirmary, and nothing could be seen clearly. A smile appeared on Lin Ziluo's lips. Then he walked into the infirmary, as if he had discovered nothing. He also locked the door of the infirmary. Everything in front of Lin Ziluo was dark. If you suddenly enter a dark environment, your eyes need a while to adapt. At this moment, a small knife suddenly stretched out from the darkness. At the same time, a deep male voice said, "Who are you, and how do you have the key to the infirmary?" Chapter 20, I'm really a good person. Lin Ziluo didn't say anything. He hated people pointing knives at him. So he stretched out his right hand and grasped the hand that stretched out from the darkness. Then he twisted it with all his strength, twisting the hand a full 180 degrees. Just as the man in the darkness lost his mind due to the severe pain and opened his mouth to scream, Lin Ziluo directly took out a piece of rag from the storage space and stuffed it into the man's mouth with his left hand. At this moment, the knife is about to fall to the ground. Once the knife falls to the ground, the crisp sound of the knife falling to the ground will definitely alarm the zombies outside the infirmary. So, Lin Ziluo's legs moved. He first kicked the blade of the knife, pushing the knife sideways from a vertical falling position. Then he placed his right foot on the ground and accurately caught the knife that was coming across. The crisis is over. Lin Ziluo let go of the man whose wrist he had broken. Then, he lifted his right foot, shook the knife up, and caught it easily. Remember, you are very alert, that's right, but you have offended someone you can't afford to offend, Lin Ziluo said lightly. The knife flipped back and forth in his hands very attentively, like a fluttering butterfly. In the dark infirmary, there were sounds of heavy breathing from several places. Another one had his mouth stuffed with rags and could only make whimpering sounds. Lin Ziluo turned around and took out a piece of modified thick cloth from the storage space. There are many suction cups on this thick cloth. These are some practical doomsday props that Lin Ziluo made when he had time. Lin Ziluo taped the thick cloth to the door of the infirmary, completely covered the upper glass windows. Then I looked around and found that there was no other place where the light was exposed. Turn on the light, Lin Ziluo said. No one responded at first, but after a while, a female voice said, turn on the light to attract the zombies. Can't you see that I have covered the top of the door? Turn on the light, Lin Ziluo asked back. But the woman was about to continue speaking. The light was already turned on. Lin Ziluo also took note of the environment inside the infirmary. The woman who had said, but, before was sitting on the ground. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. The person who just turned on the light was a female doctor in a white coat. Lin Ziluo looked at her twice, as if thinking about something. There was also an examination bed with 2 men sitting on it. He looked like an honest man, with the word maintenance written on his clothes. You can tell at first glance that he is a maintenance worker. The nurse and the 2 maintenance workers looked at Lin Ziluo with fear in their eyes. After all, Lin Ziluo gave them such a terrifying warning as soon as he appeared. Only the female doctor seemed to remain calm. Oh right, I almost forgot that there was a young man on the ground who was twisting his body in pain. It was him who was about to threaten Lin Ziluo with a dagger. The young man still had the rag in his mouth and looked at Lin Ziluo with resentment. This resentful look is like a poisonous snake that will take revenge on you if it gets the chance. There was also a hint of murderous intent in the eyes. How could such murderous intent be hidden from the perceptive Lin Ziluo? He bent down and looked at the young man on the ground. In the past 10 years of the apocalypse, he has seen many looks like this. No matter how insignificant this kind of person is, he can jump out and stab you at the critical moment. Lin Ziluo has seen countless people being stabbed because of their soft-heartedness. Tell me, why do you have to act so crazy? I'll teach you in the end times, never look at others with resentment because Lin Ziluo raised the knife in his hand and stabbed it straight into the young man's neck. That'll kill you. The young man's body stopped shaking. His pupils began to dilate. He never dreamed that he had finally escaped the zombies, but died at the hands of Lin Ziluo. But with the death of the young man, the other dagger he had been hiding in his hand also appeared in front of everyone. It turned out that he had always wanted to use another dagger to launch a sneak attack on Lin Ziluo. The entire infirmary seemed to be frozen. None of the 4 people expected that the man wearing the green mask would actually kill the young man. The young nurse, sitting on the ground, looked at the young man's body and began to tremble with fear. She subconsciously opened her mouth and was about to scream. Lin Ziluo looked at the young nurse. The eyes beneath the mask were calm, but all the hairs on the little nurse's body stood up instantly. This is the stress response of humans when faced with terrifying things. The young nurse also realized that as long as she screamed, the masked man would kill her immediately. However, endless fear made the young nurse unable to control herself. So, the young nurse pulled a piece of gauze and stuffed it into her mouth to make sure she didn't scream. The 2 maintenance workers standing nearby were also trembling with fear, their honest faces filled with terror. But he still didn't dare to shout out. Only the female doctor who was still standing next to the light switch, although there was fear in her eyes, still stood there calmly without saying a word. Lin Ziluo stood up. The murderous aura that filled the entire infirmary dissipated instantly. Everyone shook their bodies together. Only then did they realize that in just a dozen seconds, they had been frightened into a cold sweat. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm a good person. Lin Ziluo spread his hands to show his innocence. Are you a good person? Then everyone else present here is a great and kind person. Everyone was murmuring in their hearts. You saw it too. He provoked me first. I had no choice but to fight back. I'm a very reasonable person. As long as everyone loves each other, nothing will happen. Lin Ziluo said innocently. There was silence in the infirmary. No one believed what Lin Ziluo said. This is indeed a bit embarrassing. Finally, the female doctor coughed, breaking the silence. Well, that man deserved it. We all saw it. The female doctor said this without blushing or feeling nervous. The others nodded in agreement. That's good, Lin Ziluo said. After saying that, he took 2 steps forward, intending to find a place to rest. Lin Ziluo's movement. The 2 maintenance workers who were originally sitting on the examination bed were so frightened that they immediately stood up. The young nurse, sitting on the ground, also hurriedly stepped back. Lin Ziluo was too lazy to care about them anymore. He found a comfortable office chair and sat down, then closed his eyes and took a rest. We have been rushing and fighting all day. It is really tiring, including tonight's battle in the ping-pong hall. Although Lin Ziluo managed to defeat 17 people alone, this was a feat that ordinary people would not even dare to think about. But he was still not satisfied. If I am in full condition in the morning, I can definitely do better. The infirmary fell silent again. Lin Ziluo, who had his eyes closed, suddenly said, "Deal with this corpse and blood. When the boss speaks, who dares to disobey?" The female doctor and nurse began to deal with the blood. 2 maintenance workers moved the body to another place and wrapped it in a sheet. After they finished their work, Lin Ziluo finally opened his eyes. He set his sights on the female doctor. Then I checked her basic information. Chapter 21, Old Acquaintance. Basic information. Nickname, Zhong Yeshue. Title, none. Level, 0. Sure enough, I felt like I'd seen this face somewhere. It turned out to be someone he had met in the late apocalypse. Zhong Yeshue. Hidden profession, the owner of a miracle doctor. The reason why Lin Ziluo remembered her so clearly was because he wanted to treat the scars on his face. After finding Zhong Yeshue with great expectations, he was ruthlessly told that the scar could not be repaired at all because it involved the soul. However, later on, Lin Ziluo suffered several serious injuries and also sought treatment from Zhong Yeshue. However, he was Zhong Yeshue whom he met only in the late apocalypse. At that time, everyone was devastated by the Doomsday. Zhong Yeshue's face and temperament at that time were very different from now. So, Lin Ziluo didn't recognize him at once just by looking at his face. Fate is really strange. On the second day after the apocalypse, I actually met an acquaintance. However, Lin Ziluo didn't have any thoughts about Zhong Yeshue. Zhong Yeshue's hidden profession, a genius doctor, was given to Lin Ziluo, but he didn't want it. In Lin Ziluo's opinion, only those with strength can have the right to speak. Being a miracle doctor is indeed respected, and there is no risk to one's life. But, to put it bluntly, you are just a tool. If you don't have the strength, you may even die at the hands of others at any time. How can you feel so happy without the freedom of your own phantom? As for the remaining 3 people, Lin Ziluo also took a rough look at them. They're all very ordinary people, and their level is 0. They have never killed even a zombie. Lin Ziluo looked at his watch and saw that it was already 8:30. The zombies outside had already been affected by the attributes of the night and had become extremely terrifying. Everyone in the infirmary could hear the movements of the zombies. Well, the long-awaited feast is here. Lin Ziluo took out a thick stack of cards from the storage space. I picked out 4 cards at random. Wow, a combination of meat and vegetables, wine and meat. Lin Ziluo walked to a desk and activated the card directly. In a flash, several exquisite dishes appeared on the table. The dishes are so delicious and mouth-watering. The 3 people huddled in the corner suddenly widened their eyes. They just watched Lin Ziluo walking around, thinking he was going to do something. I never thought that I could create a table full of dishes by just fiddling with a few cards. Moreover, these dishes look delicious and smell very fragrant. Gurgle, gurgle, the little nurse's stomach growled cooperatively. Lin Ziluo took off his mask as if he didn't hear anything. Then he picked up the kung pao chicken with rice and started eating. The young nurse swallowed hard, her eyes looking at Lin Ziluo and then at the food. I don't know whether she was craving Lin Ziluo's handsome face or the delicious food. The two maintenance workers stared at the food, and the sound of them swallowing was louder than that of the young nurse. Even the calmest Zhong Yeshua couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. There is no way. It has been more than 24 hours since the Doomsday Game started last night. Although they relied on medicines, such as glucose in the infirmary, to replenish their energy. But who can resist seeing such delicious dishes? But no one present dared to act rashly, not even to speak. The bloody scene of Lin Ziluo beating up that young man is still vivid in his mind. Who knows if this big guy will kill himself if he gets unhappy? Finally, after Lin Ziluo had finished half of the dishes on the table in no time, Zhong Yeshua couldn't help it anymore. Zhong Yeshua walked forward slowly and spoke in the most gentle tone of her life. Where did you get this food from? I wonder if we can have a chance to get it. Lin Ziluo thought to himself, I've taken the bait. That's right. The reason why he put out the food was to attract the attention of 4 people. However, he still maintained a calm expression on his face. After taking a sip of the abalone soup beside him, Lin Ziluo raised his head and looked at Zhong Yeshua. You want to eat, right? Lin Ziluo said. Zhong Yeshua nodded. The 3 people behind her also nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. It's very simple. Just let me do one thing. Lin Ziluo said lightly. Zhong Yeshua quickly said, Tell me, what's the matter? It's very simple. Lin Ziluo took out 2 pieces of paper from the storage space. This piece of paper lists some of the medicines I need. You and the nurse can find them for me and pack them all for me. On this piece of paper are some small items I need. The 4 of you should work hard to make these things tonight. I will leave at 6 tomorrow morning. Before I leave, I will give you food based on how much you have made. Lin Ziluo began to explain. This is his real purpose. It's more reassuring to leave the medication to 2 professionals. The small object is similar to the thick cloth with suction cups that Lin Ziluo hung on the door. In short, these are all items that are very helpful for surviving the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo can also make these things himself. But instead of wasting that time, Lin Ziluo could kill a lot of zombies if he just took a little more rest. It would be better to just spend some money on food and let these people help make it. At this time, the 2 maintenance workers also came forward to check the paper. Lin Ziluo said, How about it? Can these things be made? Sure, our toolkits are all here. It's easy to do. One of the maintenance workers nodded and pointed to the corner. Lin Ziluo looked at the toolkit in the corner and nodded with satisfaction. Then take out a piece of iron of a special shape and a thin wire that can be pulled. A pile of cards that can be used as materials. These cards were activated and left to the maintenance workers to use as materials. In that case, you guys just get to work, and it's best if you work late. I'm going to bed first. Remember to find me at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to get food. After Lin Ziluo finished arranging things, he yawned and walked into the infusion room. Chapter 22: The difference between one person eating 3 dishes and 4 people eating 1 dish. The infusion room is behind the medical department and has several small beds for infusion. Lin Ziluo found a place similar to a single infusion room and walked in. He also placed a reconnaissance eye at the door of the small room, and then he laid down on the bed with peace of mind. Lin Ziluo turned over his panel and took a look. There's still more than 20 experience points away from reaching level 6. If you kill a dozen more zombies tomorrow, you will be able to level up. Then he checked the things in his storage space. Make sure nothing is left out. Finally, the panel of the Golden Finger system was opened. 1 versus 100. Excellent hosts need to show their strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Magic City Stadium, regardless of level. Mission requirement: 45/100. Mission reward: draw a random ordinary gold finger and a bronze level equipment. Mission time limit: 24 hours. Looking at this, there are still 55 zombies missing to complete the mission. With 6 hours tomorrow morning, we will have a chance to kill enough zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo closed his eyes and fell asleep in his full gear. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the watch alarm set last night rang. Lin Ziluo quickly opened his eyes. Then he shook his head, and it only took a second for him to fully wake up. Oh, my vigilance has become worse. It took less than a second before. Lin Ziluo said helplessly. The reconnaissance eyes on the ground have not yet lost their function. Lin Ziluo walked out of the single room directly. I found the infusion room empty. It seems that the 4 workers I hired are quite diligent. Lin Ziluo walked out of the infusion room. Sure enough, the 2 maintenance workers and Zhong Yeshua were still working on the items in their hands. Only the young nurse fell asleep, leaning against the wall. But looking at the dark circles under his eyes, I can tell that he had worked very hard that night. Hearing Lin Ziluo's footsteps, the three of them slowly raised their heads and looked at Lin Ziluo. Good, very well done. Lin Ziluo was surprised. These two maintenance workers are quite skilled. Some things turn out to be almost the same as what you describe on paper. On the ground, there was a box containing the medicines that Lin Ziluo needed. Lin Ziluo made a rough estimate. These props, medicines, his own tang sword and sundries are enough to fill up his storage space. Okay, no need to do it anymore, this is enough. Lin Ziluo said. The three of them then stopped. Lin Ziluo put these things into his storage space one by one. Then, under the expectant eyes of the three people, he took out the card. Even though it wasn't activated, the three of them couldn't help swallowing when looking at the card. Lin Ziluo was not stingy. After thinking about it, he took out 4 cards. The food in this supply card has a far greater filling capacity than ordinary food. For those who don't need to fight, 1 ticket is enough to sustain a day's activities. 1 card per person. The price is fair and reasonable. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and handed the cards to them. By the way, he also woke up the sleeping nurse. The 2 maintenance workers immediately expressed their gratitude sincerely. Zhong Yeshua also said thank you. Thanks, no need. We each have what we need. Lin Ziluo waved his hand. This is the irrationality behind mastering resources. For Lin Ziluo, 4 cards are just like killing 4 zombies. If Lin Ziluo had to organize all these medicines and make all the tools, he would be the one to do it. It will take at least 16 hours. With these 16 hours, there is nothing wrong with doing anything. Of course, these 4 people will not lose out either. The 4 cards were within Lin Ziluo's reach. But for them, it would not be so easy to get it without killing hundreds of zombies or participating in dungeons. Boss, how do I use this card? Zhong Yeshua suddenly asked. Lin Ziluo was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and taught them how to activate it. You tell me, this Doomsday game is really crappy. There isn't even a tutorial for beginners. Lin Ziluo then recalled that it took him several days just to learn how to open the storage space in his previous life. He took out 3 cards by himself and began to enjoy the delicious and hearty breakfast. Zhong Yeshua and the other 3 discussed for a while, took out 2 cards, and started eating their hard-earned breakfast. Even so, these 4 people were so excited that tears almost came out of their eyes. It's been nearly 3 days, and I finally have food to eat. After eating and drinking, the 4 of them needed to catch up on some sleep. Lin Ziluo was ready to set off. He was also giving Zhong Yeshua some face. He told them that he was ready to leave immediately around 12 noon. The reason is that by that time, I should have cleared out most of the zombies. However, Lin Ziluo did not tell them the reason. As for whether they listened to the advice or believed in Lin Ziluo, that was none of his business. Turn off the lights in the infirmary. Lin Ziluo put away the thick cloth. Then, he looked through the glass above to check the situation outside. There are a few more zombies outside than last night. Lin Ziluo counted the number of zombies within his visible range. There are a dozen of them in total. The solution is quite simple. Just don't make too much noise. It will be difficult if we attract hundreds of zombies from the first floor. Lin Ziluo observed the terrain again. Found the passage to the public toilet was pretty good. The entire passage is about 10 meters long and about 2 meters wide. Lin Ziluo was standing alone in the middle of the passage, and he had every chance of keeping all those dozen zombies. The most important thing is that this saves the running process. The resulting motion will also be much smaller. Having formulated his idea, Lin Ziluo no longer hesitated. He gently opened the door of the infirmary and walked out. After closing the door of the infirmary, he began to move around in his flirtatious manner again. First, bend down to the most appropriate angle to avoid the sight of those tall zombies. However, this bending posture did not affect Lin Ziluo's pace and speed at all. He also found the best position based on the position of each zombie, then used various obstacles to block the blind spots of the remaining zombies. Even so, Lin Ziluo was still not satisfied. He acted in the same way as last night, finding the zombie closest to him and killing it with 1 knife. Then he put the zombie's body down steadily, without making any sound. A fishing rod. Well, you can't say it's useless. The line on the fishing rod can still be used in other places. Lin Ziluo put the card away and continued walking. I have to say, if someone could see Lin Ziluo's smooth operation, I will definitely regard him as a god. It is no exaggeration for Lin Ziluo to say that, for now, he is the undisputed world #1 in stealth and assassination. After all, before his rebirth, he had a duel with the guy who was once known as the world's #1 killer. At that time, the guy who had also survived the apocalypse for several years was no match for him, let alone now. Chapter 23. An adventure in the women's restroom. Double happiness. Just like that, Lin Ziluo successfully dealt with another zombie. I arrived at the passage that I had my eyes on from the beginning. However, he did not act rashly, because this passage is not just about where zombies might attack from the front. There is a high possibility that there are zombies in the men's and women's toilets at the back. If a real fight breaks out and 2 zombies come out, it will be a big joke. So, Lin Ziluo first followed the corridor and came to the sink in the bathroom. He first pricked up his ears and listened at the door of the men's restroom. There was a slow sound of footsteps in the men's restroom. Lin Ziluo entered the men's restroom holding a tang sword, and sure enough, he saw a zombie walking back and forth. This zombie may have mutated while going to the toilet. Because it didn't have time to put on its pants, they were still at the knees of its legs. After seeing Lin Ziluo enter the toilet, the zombies immediately became excited and rushed towards Lin Ziluo. As a result, he took 2 big steps and forgot that his legs were entangled in his pants. He tripped and fell to the ground with a thump. This made Lin Ziluo very angry. Normal fighting isn't good, so you have to do this. Now that's great. The noise of falling to the ground was quite loud. Lin Ziluo ignored the zombies who were trying hard to get up. He stuck his head out and glanced toward the passage. I breathed a sigh of relief when I found that the noise just now did not alarm the zombies. Then he killed this stupid zombie with 1 knife. After putting the card away, Lin Ziluo carefully checked the men's restroom again. Apart from a broken arm on the ground and an eyeball in the pool, there was nothing else. I have to say, the survival rate of people in this stadium is really low. But it is understandable that most people who can come to the gym are in good physical condition. After transforming into a zombie, the attributes are greatly improved. This is a disaster for ordinary players. After checking the men's restroom, Lin Ziluo turned and walked into the women's restroom. As soon as he entered the women's restroom, Lin Ziluo quickly looked around. Well, the layout is similar to the women's restroom I visited before. Ahem, don't get me wrong, all the women's restrooms I've been to were after the apocalypse. After all, the toilet is a place where you can hide yourself well. Lin Ziluo did not take it lightly. Start checking 1 compartment at a time. When checking the second-to-last compartment, Lin Ziluo discovered that the door was locked. And as Lin Ziluo pushed the door of the second-to-last compartment, 2 roars were heard from inside the compartment. 2 roars, and with different tones. Could it be? Lin Ziluo bent down and saw 4 legs as expected. And there are 2 feet in front and 2 feet behind. The 2 feet at the back are obviously men's feet. Oh my god, you 2 are really like the old cow opening the door for the young cow. So awesome. 2 people were actually having exciting fun in the women's restroom of the Shanghai Stadium. When it comes to having fun, you city people are better. After being disturbed, the 2 zombies began to bang on the door of the compartment. In order to prevent them from making too much noise by knocking on the door, Lin Ziluo decisively used his tang sword to break the lock and open the door. A shocking scene appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. I saw 2 zombies with gray skin hugging each other tightly. The female zombie is in front and the male zombie is behind. If it weren't for the zombie's gray eyes and blood-stained mouth, Lin Ziluo would have thought this was an extremely beautiful picture. Not only that, after seeing Lin Ziluo, the 2 zombies move their legs at the same time. If female zombies take a step with their left leg, then male zombies take a step with their left leg. The 2 zombies seemed to be in sync with each other. Their steps, directions, and movements were completely consistent. Then, the 2 zombies' right claws attacked together and swung towards Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo struck back with a knife and killed a pair of loving little mandarin ducks on the run. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie and gaining 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. The heads of the 2 zombies fell to the ground at the same time, but the body stood upright because of the balance of 4 legs. Even without the head, it is not separated. No, Lin Ziluo was shocked. He didn't even pick up the bronze item that fell, let alone care why the reminder only sounded once and only 1 item fell. Lin Ziluo hurriedly took out his worn-out second-hand camera and started taking pictures of the 2 headless corpses. There are also several close-up photos. This scene is truly unique. Lin Ziluo has not encountered such a strange combination of zombies in the 10 years since the apocalypse. However, Lin Ziluo suddenly remembered again. Magic City, Stadium, 2 zombies, height of male zombie, height of female zombie. Why do they look more and more like the famous zombie couple? The zombie couple, 2 beings whose strength is second only to the zombie king. Moreover, these 2 zombies are inseparable and have a very high level of tacit understanding. 2 zombies joining forces can fight the god of war or the zombie king evenly. The zombie couple was first discovered in the Magic City Stadium. And according to the records in the books, the height was no different from the 2 zombies that Lin Ziluo saw. Are they really a zombie couple? I didn't expect that you 2 would be so miserable in this life. You were killed by me on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo took nearly 100 photos before he put away his phone with satisfaction. Then he bent down and picked up the fallen prop from the ground. It was a stone shining with green light. Fusion Stone, Bronze Level. A one-time bronze level item that can fuse 2 bronze level equipment of the same type to create new equipment, and it is very likely to increase the equipment level to silver level. Lin Ziluo was very surprised. This was a good thing that had been revealed. No wonder 2 zombies can only drop 1 item. It turns out that you 2 have merged together. Lin Ziluo put the fusion stone into the storage space. I haven't collected all my equipment yet at this stage, let alone 2 pieces of equipment of the same type. I just hope that a good weapon will drop later, and then I can combine it with my Tang Dao. Lin Ziluo did not touch the 2 headless corpses that were leaning against each other and standing still. Instead, he opened the door of the last cubicle in the women's restroom. Then, the whole person was stunned. A cyan treasure chest was quietly placed next to the squat toilet. This green treasure chest is carved with delicate, complex, and mysterious patterns. There's also a glowing mark similar to a hexagram under the treasure chest, which is constantly rotating. Damn, I'm so lucky today. I even found a wild bronze treasure chest. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh. Then, he squatted down and placed his hand on the treasure chest. Detected that the player, Yizi, found a bronze treasure chest. Reward reputation increase by 10 points. May I ask if the player, Yizi, needs to open the bronze treasure chest? It takes 30 seconds to open the bronze treasure chest. Chapitre 24 Constitution Fruit. It takes time to open wild treasure chests. During this time, the person opening the treasure chest must keep their hand on the wild treasure chest. Once your hand leaves the treasure chest, you will need to count down again to open the treasure chest. Therefore, every time you open a treasure chest, you must ensure that you will not be disturbed. Now Lin Ziluo was the only one in the entire women's restroom. He was not worried and just put his hands on the box. Open. Player Yizi is opening the bronze treasure chest. Please wait patiently. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. The 30-second startup time passed quickly. Lin Ziluo also calmed down and wanted to see what he could actually open. Player Yizi successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. When the player Yizi opened the bronze treasure chest, he received a blessing from the treasure chest, and his storage space was successfully expanded by 0.2 cubic meters. After opening the bronze treasure chest, the player, Yizi, gained experience and gained 10 experience points. Player, Yizi, searched in the bronze treasure chest for a while and successfully found 134 gold coins. This is the end of the prompt. Every time you open a treasure chest, you will get a small storage space, some experience, and a random number of gold coins. The rest are physical rewards. The bronze treasure chest slowly opened, and a green fruit that looked a bit like an apple appeared in the middle of the treasure chest. Apart from this, there's nothing else. However, Lin Ziluo was not disappointed at all because he had already recognized what this fruit was. I hope this fruit represents strength or agility. Lin Ziluo prayed. Then he decisively reached out and picked up the fruit. Physical fitness fruit, bronze level, a one-time bronze level item, known as the divine fruit. Attributes. After consumption, the physical attribute will be permanently increased by 2. Physical fruit, it's okay. Although physical attributes were not his first choice. But when he saw the permanent +2, Lin Ziluo became happy. Attribute fruits are rare, and this is one of the few items that can permanently add attributes. Moreover, for bronze-level attribute fruits, +2 is already the maximum limit. At the lowest level, it may not even add anything, so you have to eat 2 fruits together to add some attributes. Lin Ziluo rinsed the attribute fruit under the faucet. In fact, there is no need to rinse. The items in the treasure chest are still very clean. But this is from the ladies' room, so Lin Ziluo decided to take a shower. Lin Ziluo took a bite of the fruit. The sweet taste instantly filled my mouth, and a lot of juice came out. Products from the treasure chest must be high quality. Lin Ziluo ate half of the physical fruit in just 2 bites. The player Z took the constitution fruit, and his constitution attribute permanently increased by 1 point. In fact, there's another use for attribute fruits. That is, if 2 people form a team and get a fruit that can add 2 attributes, each person will be considered to get half. This way everyone can gain a little. But if the fruit can only increase a little, then I'm sorry, you have to eat the whole fruit without leaving any. Otherwise, this attribute cannot be added. Fortunately, the fruit has no core otherwise. Of course, Lin Ziluo didn't hesitate and took 2 more bites to finish the rest of the fruit. The player Z took the constitution fruit, and his constitution attribute permanently increased by 1 point. Lin Ziluo called up his own attribute panel. Basic attributes: strength, 18 spirit, 18 constitution, 14 agility, 18. Okay, now I don't have any shortcomings anymore. Lin Ziluo looked around the women's restroom. Isn't it amazing? This small women's restroom actually gave me a very familiar feeling. Lin Ziluo was born for, not a typo, and it was definitely not because he obtained a fusion stone and opened the bronze treasure chest in this women's restroom. Next, there will be a big battle. We can't make too much noise, after all, there are hundreds of zombies in the branch library downstairs and on this floor. If the noise is too loud, it will attract them over. Facing hundreds of zombies at the same time, Lin Ziluo was not so arrogant. He washed his face in the sink. We have spent too much time in the toilet and cannot continue like this. To save time, it's time to take the initiative. The clean Tang sword revealed a hint of cold light. Lin Ziluo stood at the entrance of the passage holding a Tang sword. He took out a large piece of heavy carpet from a storage space. After activation, it was laid on the ground. Then he whistled softly towards the hall. Suddenly, all the zombies in the hall looked at him. Of course, such noise did not attract the zombies downstairs and in the branch library. Lin Ziluo waved to the zombies and then retreated back to the passage. Once the zombies see a living person, they will never let them run away. Rushed directly towards the passage. Just as the first zombie was about to step into the passage, a bright knife light flashed by. The zombie's head rolled to the ground. It just didn't cause much noise because it fell on the carpet. Then, the zombies behind also rushed over. Lin Ziluo kicked the corpse of the zombie away and made room on the carpet. Then, he stabbed the zombie behind him again. Another head fell on the carpet. Before we knew it, there were fewer and fewer zombies in the hall on the 2nd floor. From the original dozen or so, there are only 7 or 8 left. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie and gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 6 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Player, Yazi, needs 200 experience points to level up next time. More strength. Lin Ziluo increased his strength attribute to 19 points. Chapter 25 Equipment for various parts of the body. Lion Wrist Guard. The attributes were successfully strengthened. The number of remaining zombies is pitifully small. So what are you hesitating about? Lin Ziluo walked directly out of the passage and rushed towards the last few zombies. The remaining zombies are all gathered together. This doesn't give him the chance to fight alone. So what? Lin Ziluo took the initiative to rush into the group of zombies. His figure kept shuttling among the zombies, and every time he raised his sword, he could kill a zombie accurately. There is no way. Now is the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Basically, only tonight will some of the zombies reach level 3. Lin Ziluo's level has reached level 6, which is twice that of a zombie. He was wearing a set of equipment that was extremely luxurious in the early days of the end of the world. His swordsmanship, positioning, and awareness are all the result of 10 years of hard training. Killing these zombies without being able to chop melons and vegetables would be an injustice to Lin Ziluo's rebirth. His graceful figure shuttled back and forth among the zombies. Every time the Tang sword in his hand was swung, it would cause bursts of blood. These creatures that look extremely terrifying to outsiders are just cute experience packs in Lin Ziluo's eyes. As the Tang sword was swung for the last time, Lin Ziluo stopped. In the passage, The last standing zombie fell on the body of his companion without making much noise. At this point, all the zombies in the center of the second floor hall fell under Lin Ziluo's knife. The entire front half of the passage, including the entrance, was filled with zombie corpses, leaving no place to step. Lin Ziluo checked the 1 versus 100 mission. I found that the number of zombies I'd killed had reached 62. There are only 38 zombies left, and then he will be able to see the true face of the ordinary Golden Finger. Lin Ziluo put away his Tang sword and began to clean up the battlefield. After searching under each zombie's body, in the end, a total of 2 items shining with blue light were obtained. The rest are all cards representing supplies. One of the bronze-level props is the Super Flash Bomb, which Lin Ziluo already has, although it doesn't have much effect on zombies. But it is very effective when used on humans and is exactly one of the props Lin Ziluo needs. The second one was the bronze-level equipment he had been looking forward to for a long time. Let's talk about the classification of equipment parts in the Doomsday Game. The head is either a helmet or a mask. Only one of the two can be effective. The neck is jewelry. The upper body consists of a breastplate and a cape. The lower body is pants. On the arms are wristbands, gloves, bracelets, and rings. There's a pair of shoes on the feet. As for weapons and handheld armor, there are a variety of styles. Only one piece of each type of equipment can be effective, even if you wear 2. Of course, these are common equipment, and there are also some special equipment that will not occupy equipment slots. For example, there are headscarves, glasses, tattoos. However, these equipments are too rare, do not increase attributes, and have strange abilities, so they are not counted as normal equipment. What Lin Ziluo got this time was a wristband. The wristband was all black and had a lifelike lion pattern on it. Lion wristband. Bronze-level equipment. This wristband is blessed with the power of a lion and has the effect of shocking others. Attributes. Strength +1, Constitution +1. The attack has a 10 chance of stunning the opponent for 1 second. Stun effect. The body's coordination ability is reduced. If you're in the state of releasing a skill, the skill will be interrupted directly. This piece of equipment is exactly what Lin Ziluo likes. It not only adds attributes, but also has special effects. He had also experienced this deterrent effect before, which could interrupt the enemy's skills or battle rhythm at critical moments. Although this 10 is full of uncertainty. But once triggered, Lin Ziluo's means are enough to ensure that the opponent is killed within 1 second. After equipping the lion wrist guards, his strength attribute successfully reached 20 points. Feeling the increase in his internal strength, Lin Ziluo familiarized himself with his new attributes in the first place with his innate abilities. On the second floor of the gymnasium, there are separate venues, such as the badminton hall. The doors of these museums are currently closed. There are a lot of zombies in each museum. Lin Ziluo didn't plan to waste time looking for the zombies inside. He walked straight across the hall and came to the safe passage on the second floor where he had come in last night. Slowly opening the door to the emergency passage, he looked inside the passage. It was still empty, with no zombies present. Lin Ziluo walked into the emergency passage and went straight to the door of the emergency passage on the 3rd floor. He was not in a hurry to push open the door to the emergency exit. Instead, he adjusted his state on the spot and took a sip of the pearl milk tea that had just been brewed to relieve his thirst. The overall structure of the 3rd floor had already been simulated in Lin Ziluo's mind. He knew that there would definitely be a tough battle ahead. The 3rd floor is not a sports venue like the 1st and 2nd floors. The 3rd floor is the general office responsible for Shanghai's sports projects. So after entering, there's a long corridor, and on both sides of the corridor there will be various offices and conference rooms. Once the war starts, you must kill your way through the safe passage in the corridor and reach the warehouse at the end of the corridor in one breath. There is almost no chance to rest. If you want to retreat, you can only retreat to the safe passage. But in that case, the noise created in the safe passage would definitely attract the zombies on the 1st floor. By then, when the hundreds of zombies on the 1st floor come over, Lin Ziluo will be in absolute danger. Thinking of this, he took out his Tang sword and pushed open the door to the safety passage on the 3rd floor. Since we have to fight, then let's fight to our heart's content. Chapter 26. Zombie Cat's Revenge. The door to the emergency passage on the 3rd floor was opened for the first time after the apocalypse. The 3rd floor, which had long since become a hell on earth, appeared before Lin Ziluo for the first time. As soon as he opened the door, an extremely strong smell of blood hit his nose. There was no living creature in the entire corridor at this time, including zombies. Countless bodies lay in the corridor. There are human ones and zombie ones. Their deaths were also extremely tragic. The heads were all smashed open violently, just like a watermelon. A red and white liquid consisting of blood and brain matter flowed all over the ground and splattered on the wall. Not only that, because it is an office area, the entire third floor is covered with thick carpets. Now, these soft blankets are covered with stumps, broken arms, and human body parts. Almost the entire wall of the corridor was covered with coagulated blood. Only in a few scattered places could one see that it was originally a white wall. Among the pieces of human flesh scattered all over the ground, one could even see bits of brain matter, teeth, eyeballs, and other fragments of organs. Just a glance at this hellish scene would make anyone with a little less courage collapse and run away on the spot. Lin Ziluo didn't feel anything. He had seen scenes that were 1,000 times more horrifying than this one. However, at the same time, he also became more vigilant. This was not what he expected. Although he knew from previous intelligence that there would be a silver treasure chest here, he didn't know what exactly happened here. Ordinary zombies would not cause such horrific scenes. They bite humans twice and then wait for humans to become their own kind. Unless they are in a particularly crazy mood, they will choose to eat humans and suck their brains. Such scenes of horrifying horror are created by randomly dismantling the bodies of humans and zombies and sucking out their brains. There will only be two situations. One is the appearance of a zombie boss. The boss will have more powerful power than ordinary zombies of the same level. But at the same time, they prefer to treat humans as food and rations. Even in the absence of humans, they will eat their own kind to satisfy their appetite. The second type is zombie animals. The probability of animals becoming zombies is relatively small, otherwise humans would have been wiped out by tens of billions of zombie animals long ago. Generally speaking, the stronger the animal, the easier it is to become a zombie. Something smaller, like a mosquito, a fly, a caterpillar. In this case, it is estimated that only 1 out of millions, tens of millions, or even trillions will successfully transform into a zombie. Zombified animals are particularly fond of humans. What they like most is to suck human brains, but they will not let zombies go. Lin Ziluo, who has rich experience, immediately identified the culprit that caused the hell on earth before him. Zombie cat. Through the scratches on the walls, the wounds on the corpses, and the cuts on the broken limbs. After observation, Lin Ziluo was certain that all this was caused by the zombie cat. And the animal he hates the most is the zombie cat. Lin Ziluo took a step forward. Actually walked in through this safe passage door. The wind boots on my feet did not feel soft when stepping on the carpet, but rather felt like stepping on mud, because the carpet under his feet was already soaked with blood and some meat paste. Lin Ziluo was not in a hurry to move forward. The zombie cat has keen hearing and perception abilities and must have known of his arrival. Now, it depends on whether the zombie cat plans to attack him by surprise or kill him head-on. Lin Ziluo was not disappointed. The apocalypse has just begun, and a zombie cat, which has a low IQ and is extremely inflated, chooses to appear in front of him. All I heard was a shrill cat cry. A zombie cat about the size of a cheetah walked out of the warehouse at the end of the corridor. The zombie cat's size has grown several times, and the larger its size proves that it is stronger. Although the outline of a cat can still be seen through the appearance of the zombie cat, but every part of its body has undergone significant changes. The zombie cat's eyes are blood red, and the unique feline eyes look particularly creepy when covered in blood. The originally furry cat paws revealed 3 sharp claws that were gleaming with cold light. Even a light scratch across the blanket would cut through it and leave a scratch on the ground beneath it. Lin Ziluo had a blank expression on his face and directly checked the attributes of the zombie cat. When checking the attributes of zombies and other creatures, if they are 5 levels higher than their own level, only the name will be displayed and the specific attributes will not be visible. Fortunately, the zombie cat's level was not too high, so Lin Ziluo was able to check all its attributes. Claws zombie cat, bronze level boss. Level 9. Basic attributes: strength, 21 spirit, 10 constitution, 9 agility, 20. Talent, claws. After damaging the enemy, the wound will be in a torn state, the healing speed will be reduced by 40, and the bleeding speed of the wound will be increased by 40. Skill, shadow pounce. Speed instantly increases by 30, and the enemy is pounced to cause 120 strength damage. During this period, the body is in a shadow state, and the damage received is reduced by 50. Cat's eye gaze. It can pull the enemy into the terrifying illusion created by the cat's eye, causing the enemy to be in a state of fear, causing the enemy's overall attributes to decrease by 20. The effect will continue to affect the enemy's combat status. Powerful. Zombie animals with prefixes represent boss-level existences. And this claw talent is also extremely terrifying. Slows healing and increases bleeding. This means that once the opponent is injured once, that part will basically be difficult to heal during this battle. Similarly, the level and attributes of this zombie cat are also extremely powerful. Surpasses Lin Ziluo in both strength and agility. It is indeed a zombie animal that has been given the boss template. This kind of boss is naturally instilled with a very high level. However, no matter how high the level, attributes, and abilities of this zombie cat are, Lin Ziluo's expression did not change from beginning to end. He has enough confidence to kill the zombie cat. This shows full confidence in one's own combat capabilities. Isn't it just a slight disadvantage in attributes? Then I will use my terrifying combat experience to kill you. It is detected that the player, Yi encounters the bronze-level boss claw zombie cat, triggering the task Kill Zombie Cat. Zombie Cat's Revenge. Task description. A stray cat with special talents has always been a frequent visitor to the third floor of the gymnasium. Some cat lovers bring him delicious cat food every day. But after the Doomsday came, the cats infected by the zombie virus started killing immediately. Its sharp claws scratched the humans who helped it, causing them to lose their lives in pain. Mission requirements. Kill the zombie cat. Mission rewards. 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, a bronze item. Mission time limit. 8 hours. Mission penalty. Level -1. All attributes permanently -1. Giving up the mission is equivalent to mission failure. Ding! The gold finger system has detected that the host has activated the mission Zombie Cat's Revenge and is optimizing mission-related issues. Chapter 27. The Mad Zombie Cat. Zombie Cat's Revenge. Mission requirements. Kill the zombie cat. Mission rewards. 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, a bronze item. Mission rewards have been optimized. Task time limit. 24 hours. Task time has been optimized. Mission penalty. None. Abandoning a mission or failing a mission will not result in any penalty. Ding! The task modification is completed. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Even though he was about to face a major battle, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but glance at the task panel 2 or 3 times. Is this still the Doomsday Game I know? Is this still the task system that I've been tricked by countless times? Before Rebirth, everyone knows that the missions in the Doomsday Game are the most difficult. The missions are extremely difficult, the penalties are severe, and there are penalties for refusal. For ordinary people whose drop rate is only 1, the mission rewards may seem okay at first glance. But don't even look at who is on the other side. Level 9 bronze, level boss. In the early days of the apocalypse, it would be difficult to complete this task without a team of dozens of people. If we really accept the mission, these dozens of people will share the mission rewards together, but they won't get anything. But this is such a tricky task. With the help of the golden finger system, it has become a popular commodity with generous rewards and no penalties. Accept the mission, Lin Ziluo said decisively. I was determined to get the silver treasure chest. The task that popped up now is just the icing on the cake. There is no penalty, so you won't lose out if you take it. Player, Yi successfully accepted the mission Zombie Cat's Revenge. Please complete the mission within 24 hours. The Doomsday Game system said without any emotion. He didn't notice at all that the original task of 8 hours had been changed to 24 hours. The golden finger system is really powerful. Lin Ziluo quickly turned his attention back to the zombie cat. After this zombie cat came out, it stood there staring at Lin Ziluo, and a hint of mockery was revealed in its blood-red eyes from time to time. In its cognition, Lin Ziluo is just a toy for it to use when it is bored. The zombie cat licked the toy with a paw, then sat down on the ground and squinted its eyes. This series of its actions were a provocation to Lin Ziluo. How could Lin Ziluo be affected by this provocation? Once he enters combat mode, he will remain absolutely calm. Negative emotions, such as anger and fear, will only cause flaws in your battle. So, Lin Ziluo stood there motionless, as if he didn't see the zombie cat. The man and the cat were caught in a strange balance. He even went further and took out his secondhand mobile phone, searched for the novel he had downloaded a long time ago, and began to read it with great interest. The zombie cat ears with its eyes closed were listening to Lin Ziluo's movements. After not hearing any sound for a long time, it opened one eye and looked towards Lin Ziluo's position. Then I saw Lin Ziluo looking at his mobile phone intently with a smile on his face. The zombie cat was angry. "I'm irritating you here, but you're happily playing with your phone over there? This is not taking me seriously at all." Anger filled the zombie cat's heart. It didn't notice at all that it was trying to provoke Lin Ziluo. Now, on the contrary, I am caught in a state of anger. The zombie cat stood up and began to walk slowly towards Lin Ziluo. Its footsteps made no sound. In this way, it got closer and closer to Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo was still concentrating on his phone and did not notice the arrival of the zombie cat. "Ha, stupid human. I'm too lazy to play with a fool like you." The zombie cat lost interest and decided to end the battle quickly. At this time, the zombie cat was only 10 meters away from Lin Ziluo. The enraged zombie cat directly activated the skill after image attack. The zombie cat took 2 steps forward and its 4 legs suddenly accelerated. The whole cat pounced towards Lin Ziluo as if it was invisible. Getting closer, getting closer. The afterimage of the zombie cat was getting closer and closer to Lin Ziluo. Human. The zombie cat stretched out its sharp claws, aiming at Lin Ziluo's neck. At this time, Lin Ziluo, who had been holding his phone intently, also moved. The mobile phone in his hand was immediately replaced by a tang sword and stabbed out the moment the exchange took place. At this moment, if the zombie cat in the air continues to move forward, it will definitely pounce directly on the tip of the tang sword. There was a hint of annoyance in the zombie cat's eyes. It knew that it had been deceived by this cunning human. However, now is not the time to feel bad. I'm about to hit the sharp tip of the knife. Zombie cats also show the advantage of high agility. It quickly adjusted its posture while swooping down from the air, turned its cat claws, which were originally targeting the mirror, and grabbed towards the tip of the tang sword. It intended to use its cat claws to block the attack from the tang sword. Lin Ziluo's reaction was no less impressive, and he was like a prophet. While the zombie cat adjusted its posture, he adjusted the attack direction of the tang sword again. This is reading moves and predicting them. He had already predicted the zombie cat's next move. At this moment, the zombie cat no longer has the chance to adjust its body. Although both sides made so many reactions, in fact, only less than 2 seconds had passed. The next second, the zombie cat and the tang sword collided with each other. Accompanied by a painful howl, the zombie cat was seen jumping away quickly. He retreated madly to the position before the attack. The zombie cat looked at Lin Ziluo with resentment. At this moment, blood was constantly oozing out of the cat's claw on its right front paw. If you look more closely, you will find that the 3 sharp claws on his cat's paws have been cut flat. Sharp claws are the zombie cat's main fighting power. Unexpectedly, in the first round of confrontation with Lin Ziluo, the zombie cat lost an entire claw on its right forelimb. The zombie cat looked at Lin Ziluo angrily. This is the first time it has been injured since it turned into a zombie. It is simply unforgivable. Lin Ziluo looked at it with a smile on his face and pointed at the 3 sharp claws that fell on the ground. That nagging expression seemed to be saying, "That's it, my claws have fallen off. Come and hit me." How could the zombie cat tolerate such an insult? He bared his teeth at Lin Ziluo and rushed over again. Lin Ziluo shook his head. With his experienced eyes, he could tell at a glance that the zombie cat had completely lost its mind. There were many flaws in this forward-running step. Holding the tang sword across his chest, Lin Ziluo was ready for battle. He planned to teach the zombie cat a more painful lesson this time. Chapter 28, Are You Competing With Me in Murderous Intent? The zombie cat charged again. This time, it's even faster than before. Lin Ziluo's eyes were fixed on the zombie cat's every move. He was analyzing its actions. The zombie cat has learned its lesson. It knows that Lin Ziluo can see through its attacks perfectly, so it chose direct, close combat. Looking at the cat's claws reaching towards him, Lin Ziluo swung out his tang sword. Clang! A sharp sound was heard, and he successfully blocked the cat's claws with his tang sword. The zombie cat swung its claws again. Lin Ziluo turned his tang dao and blocked it again. The zombie cat attacked with all his might. Each claw brought with it a whistling sound as it grabbed towards Lin Ziluo's vital points. But his 2 feet did not move, and he formed an impenetrable defense wall, only by twisting his body and holding the Tang sword in his hand. Block all attacks from the zombie cat. Apart from strand of hair being blown off by the claw wind, Lin Ziluo was not hurt at all. The zombie cat is different. It is always attacking. It was already in poor physical condition and was gradually losing strength, and its movements began to slow down. Not only that, the lack of nails on its right limb means it can only attack with its left limb more often. The constant collision between the cat's claws and the Tang sword did cause many cracks to appear on the Tang sword, but the zombie cat's nails are more worn out. Even so, the zombie cat still did not give up and continued to attack Lin Ziluo. Suddenly, the zombie cat let out a strange cry. Then a hint of purple light appeared in the blood-red eyes. This is a cat-eye gaze. This skill can be used on the person in front of you, even if that person is not looking into the zombie cat's eyes. Lin Ziluo felt his body suddenly slow down, and his vision turned dim. This is like being pulled into a fantasy world. In the endless darkness, a terrifying giant cat face with a hideous look appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. There were strange patterns on the giant cat's face, and blood, brain matter, internal organs, and limbs were all flowing out of the cat's huge eyes. At the same time, the cat face continued to approach, exerting pressure on Lin Ziluo. "That's it," Lin Ziluo said with disdain. Suddenly, full of murderous intent, the air was filled with murderous aura bursting out from Lin Ziluo. The entire dark void was dyed blood-red. Tens of thousands of ghosts emerged one after another, filling the entire void. They roared, screamed, and cried. That hideous face will be unforgettable forever. In the last 10 years of the apocalypse, I slaughtered 100,000 zombies in just one zombie title instance. You want to compare your scariness with mine? You really don't deserve it. As Lin Ziluo finished his sentence, the blood-red murderous aura and the endless ghosts rushed towards the cat's face. The scary cat face that was supposed to intimidate the enemy actually showed a look of fear. Meow! Cat face screamed miserably and turned around and ran away. The illusion shattered like a bubble in an instant. Lin Ziluo woke up. The zombie cat let out a mournful cry and took several steps back. It looked at Lin Ziluo in fear. The terror of the undead rushing towards it just now had completely frightened it out of its wits. It didn't understand why the person in front of it could release such a terrifying murderous aura. Lin Ziluo's existence has been engraved in its heart and has become its eternal nightmare. It now has only one thought: run. The zombie cat endured the mental backlash caused by the broken illusion, spread out its 4 legs, and ran towards the end of the corridor. But the backlash was so severe that even running seemed uncoordinated. Lin Ziluo had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Spinning slash, Lin Ziluo threw the Tang sword in his hand away. The sharp Tang sword was spinning at high speed like a meat grinder, quickly chasing the zombie cat. The zombie cat's sensitive ears heard the whistling wind coming from behind. Its eyes were filled with despair. Why? He could play with humans at will and slaughter zombies wantonly. But in the end, he failed here. The Tang sword swept across. The zombie cat's leopard-sized head rolled to the ground. After losing its head, the body rushed forward for a few meters due to inertia and then fell down completely. Blood splattered on the wall, turning the last few white spots on the wall completely blood-red. Die! Lin Ziluo reached out and caught the Tang sword that flew back. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing the 9th level bronze level boss Claw Zombie Cat and gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for completing the mission Zombie Cat's Revenge. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for receiving the mission reward: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze item. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 7 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Player, Yi, needs 400 experience points to level up next time. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first person to kill a bronze level boss in the Apocalypse game and obtaining the only global achievement: Bronze Death. Server-wide announcement coming soon. Instantly, the information flooded the screen. When Lin Ziluo killed a bronze level boss by himself, the reward he received exploded. The abundant experience allowed Lin Ziluo to level up directly, and half of the experience from level 7 to level 8 was also filled. Not only that, the first time you kill a bronze level boss, you will also receive an extremely valuable server-wide announcement. This time, Lin Ziluo clearly saw the scene of the server-wide announcement. Through the glass of the office next door, you can see that the sky, which was originally bright, has suddenly dimmed at this moment. Not only in the Magic City where he was, but at this moment, the sky in every corner of the blue star had darkened. The sudden darkening of the sky attracted the attention of players around the world. No matter where they were, no matter what they were doing, no matter who they were, everyone heard that familiar voice. This was also a grand and dull sound, which was heard around the world for the second time. World announcement. Congratulations to the player, Yao Jing Han, for becoming the first person in the Apocalypse game to kill a bronze-level boss alone. His powerful strength shocked the world, and he obtained the only global achievement, Bronze Sorrow, and a large number of rewards. Other players are welcome to learn from him. At this moment, the blue planet, which had lost a lot of vitality due to the coming of the end of the world, began to boil again. The name, Yao Jing Han, was mentioned by everyone again. Chapter 29. The Horn of the Zombie Cat. Yao Jing Han. It's Yao Jing Han again. Who is this guy? Why are all the world announcements about him? A man hiding at home said helplessly. Fuck, I haven't even killed a single zombie yet, and Boss Yao Jing Han has already killed the boss alone. This is outrageous. A young man said in the same tone in a shopping mall warehouse. Everyone is a player. Damn it, we are all players. So why is there such a big difference between us? Someone next to the young man echoed. Wow, brother Yao Jing Han is so handsome. When will he come riding on a colorful cloud to marry me? The ordinary girl, hiding in her own 50-square-meter cottage, still has fantasies. Oh, it's just a way to attract attention. I don't bother to be included in this announcement. A big Han said in a very sad tone. No, others can kill the boss alone. I have to work hard too. A young man picked up a kitchen knife, walked out of the house bravely, and was bitten on the face by a zombie outside the door. Bronze-level boss? Damn, how can this guy be so strong? I'm also killing zombies nonstop. I also want to find a bronze-level boss. The man smashed the head of the zombie in front of him with a hammer and said angrily, This name, full of Dragon Country mythology, must belong to us Dragon Country people. If such a strong person is willing to join us, our strength will be greatly enhanced. In a certain manner, a big boss calmly analyzed with his subordinates. Woof, 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 woof. The puppy barked again. Hey, I'm not dead yet. This name appeared in everyone's vision for the second time. And every time this name appears, it is accompanied by extremely shocking news. If you kill a zombie for the first time, others might think that you were just lucky. So the first time he killed a bronze-level boss, it was like Yao Jing Han slapped hard in the face those who questioned him. In this world, 99.9999 of people have never seen a bronze-level boss. Yao Jing Han can kill a bronze-level boss in a one-on-one fight. What shocking news this is. Well, this caused quite a stir. I guess I should be more careful to cover up my handsome face next time. The third floor of the Magic City Stadium. Lin Ziluo touched his face and said helplessly. After saying that, he took out the card, a chair. After activating it, a chair appeared in front of him. Lin Ziluo sat down on it. Huff, huff, huff. He began to breathe heavily. During the entire battle with the zombie cat, he was actually in a state of high mental tension. Every time Lin Ziluo collides with a zombie cat whose strength attribute is higher than his, he needs to use all his strength. Predicting the zombie cat's next move also requires a lot of brain power. Lin Ziluo used amazing perseverance to withstand the heavy load on his body. And after the entire battle, he did not let the zombie cat touch him at all. It can be said that this is truly a solo killing of a bronze-level boss without taking any damage. Congratulations to players for receiving the global announcement of Bronze Sorrow. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attributes, and storage space capacity increased by 1 cubic meter. The rewards of global announcements are long overdue. Lin Ziluo didn't even have time to rest and started checking the harvest. The reputation has reached 2,000 points, which means that his authority in the Doomsday Game has reached an extremely high level. The same goes for gold coins. The accumulated gold coins along the way have reached 5,000. This amount of gold coins can only be reached by killing thousands of level 2 zombies. 3 free attributes, plus 1 free attribute when it reaches level 7. Lin Ziluo added 2 points of strength and 2 points of agility. Lin Ziluo's attributes have been greatly improved. The storage space has also reached 2.4 cubic meters, which is 24 times the size of others. Of course, There is also a bronze level item and achievement, Bronze Sorrow, as a mission reward. Bronze Sorrow, a unique title that can be obtained by the first person to kill a bronze level boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes. All attributes are increased by 2. For boss below bronze level or ordinary beings, the basic attributes can be weakened by 5. What an achievement! That is very beautiful. Without even thinking, Lin Ziluo replaced First Blood with Bronze Sorrow. Of course, the effect of this achievement will only take effect after an hour. Now Lin Ziluo's achievements are not limited to these two. There are also achievements such as the Zombie Butcher, who killed 100 zombies. However, these achievements are generally possessed by players, and the attributes of the titles are not very outstanding. Lin Ziluo had no interest in even taking a look. After wearing Bronze Sorrow, his attributes were further improved. Basic attributes: Strength, 23 Spirit, 19 Constitution, 16 Agility, 21. Now, with this attribute, even if a zombie cat is resurrected again, Lin Ziluo can guarantee that there will be no problem in beating it. I really don't know how high his attributes will reach after changing his job. After sorting out the harvest, he chose to collect the bronze level items as a mission reward. Stamina Potion, a one-time bronze item. After drinking it, you can instantly restore 20 of your stamina. At the same time, you can restore 5 of your stamina every minute thereafter for 5 minutes. There will be a 30-minute CD time after use. Oh, old acquaintance. This is a good thing that can save lives at critical moments. Lin Ziluo decisively put it into the storage space. After resting in the chair for nearly half an hour, he finally recovered. Lin Ziluo walked towards the corpse of a zombie cat. If he had not seen it mistakenly, a white object seemed to explode when a zombie cat died. Silver level equipment? Or props? Lin Ziluo was a little moved. When I got closer, I saw that it was indeed a silver level item. He bent down and took the item in his hand. Zombie cat's horn. Blowing the horn will summon a sharp claw zombie cat. Players can command the zombie cat to fight for 30 minutes. Horn cooldown time, 48 hours. Zombie cats will inherit 60 of the player's basic attributes. The experience and gold coins from killing zombies will all belong to the player, but the zombie cats will not drop items when killed. Oh, here I go. Summoning type items. It's still a growth type. It's really like a little cow smoking. It's so awesome. Chapter 30 New Skills and Silver Level Equipment. Zombie Cat's Horn. Can summon a zombie cat that inherits Lin Ziluo's own attributes. This is what is called a growth summoning item. There are many summoning type props that summon creatures with fixed attributes. This kind of summoned creature can easily be abandoned as the player's strength increases. But summons that inherit attributes will not. As long as the master's strength is not too weak, it is equivalent to having an extra permanent thug for no reason. Moreover, this summoned creature is still an intact boss level template, with all the previous talents and skills. Make a fortune. This should be the reward for the first player in the world to kill the boss. Lin Ziluo picked up the zombie cat's body from the carpet. It can be said that zombie animals are full of treasures. Although the Doomsday Game is not like a real online game where you can collect supplies from your body, but the fur, meat, and claws of zombie cats. These can all be made into coats, food, or weapons without attributes. Lin Ziluo operated it skillfully, waving the Tang sword in his hand continuously. In a short while, the zombie cat was torn to pieces. Satisfied, he put the cat skin, claws, and cat meat into his storage space. Only then did Lin Ziluo happily put down the remains of the zombie cat. However, the surprises continue. The silver treasure chest in the warehouse is still waiting for his visit. I'm so lucky today. You have to at least give me a piece of silver level equipment. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo walked into the warehouse. The scene inside the warehouse was even more terrifying than that outside. I guess the zombie cat regards this place as its home. The zombie cat's home is a nest made of a pile of cotton cloth spread on the ground against the wall of the warehouse. There's also a place next to this nest for storing its collection. Lin Ziluo took a closer look. Wow, hundreds of human eyeballs piled together like glass balls. This zombie cat has really unique taste. Most people would feel scared if being stared at by hundreds of eyes. Lin Ziluo was different. He even took his Tang sword and searched through the pile of eyeballs to prevent the zombie cat from hiding any treasure inside. If you don't take it, you'll lose a lot. However, to his disappointment, the zombie cat was really just a pile of eyeballs. Lin Ziluo walked around the warehouse again and found that it was full of brand new sports equipment. A lot of sports equipment was destroyed by zombie cats. This guy even used the dumbbells as a cat toy. Finally, at the innermost part of the warehouse, Lin Ziluo saw the silver treasure chest he had been longing for. This silver treasure chest is hidden in the innermost corner of the warehouse. The patterns carved on the entire treasure chest are more complex and mysterious than those of the previous bronze treasure chest. The glowing mark of the six-pointed star that is rotating below the treasure chest also emits a silver-white light. Lin Ziluo walked forward, squatted down, and placed his hand on the silver treasure chest. Detected that the player Yazi found a silver treasure chest. Reward reputation increased by 20 points. May I ask if the player, Yazi, needs to open the silver treasure chest? It takes 60 seconds to open the silver treasure chest. Open. The player, Yazi, is opening the silver treasure chest. Please wait patiently. 60, 59, 58, 57. These 60 seconds were really hard to endure. Lin Ziluo could only use the previous method of praying to all kinds of gods and Buddhas in the sky to get the reward for opening the treasure chest this time. After praying to all the gods he knew, the countdown to opening the silver treasure chest finally reached 0. Player, Yazi, successfully opened the silver treasure chest. When the player, Yazi, opened the silver treasure chest, he received a blessing from the treasure chest, and his storage space was successfully expanded by 0.4 cubic meters. After opening the silver treasure chest, the player, Yazi, gained experience and gained 50 experience points. Player, Yazi, searched in the silver treasure chest for a while and successfully found 360 gold coins. The white light dissipated. Lin Ziluo couldn't wait to look inside the silver treasure chest. Two things were placed quietly inside. Lin Ziluo took a close look at the appearance of the two things. It really shipped. A silver-level piece of equipment and a relatively rare type of cloak. The other was the skill book for his fellow countryman's whirling slash, which he used to kill many zombies. My God, a silver box opened up silver equipment and a skill book. It's a gorgeous explosion. Lin Ziluo couldn't wait to pick up the skill book. Explosive double slash. Warrior skill that can instantly launch 2 attacks, with each slash dealing 70 of the base strength attribute. If both slashes hit the same enemy, an explosion will occur, with the explosion dealing 70 of the base strength attribute. Yes, it is the warrior skill that I need. And this skill is very difficult to operate. Most people simply cannot react in time, and the 2 consecutive hits in an instant can easily miss, thus failing to trigger the subsequent explosion effect. But Lin Ziluo can ensure that these 2 consecutive attacks will never fail in his hands. The system detects the skill Explosive Double Slash. Does the player, Yazi, need to learn the Explosive Double Slash skill? Learn, why not? Lin Ziluo said. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully learning Explosive Double Slash. At this point, the second skill appeared on Lin Ziluo's skill bar. Whirling Slash is a group damage skill, and this Explosive Double Slash can make up for his current lack of single-target output skills. After going over the operation method of Explosive Double Slash in his mind, Lin Ziluo picked up the cloak-type silver equipment. The cloak is all white and covered with snow-white feathers. The texture feels particularly good, and there's a pair of bird wing-like patterns engraved on the back of the cloak. White wing cloak, silver-level equipment, made from feathers of many rare birds. A special spell is cast on the back of the cloak, allowing the equipment to achieve a short glide. Attribute, Constitution +2, Agility +2. Additional skills, short-term hovering, able to achieve a short-term hovering effect during jumping or landing. Skill cooldown time, 20 minutes. It's a silver-level cloak with additional skills. Lin Ziluo put on the cloak without saying a word. 4 attribute points were immediately added to Lin Ziluo. Basic attributes, Strength, 23 Spirit, 19 Constitution, 18 Agility, 23. This wave of immediate profit is flying. After a battle with the zombie cat, after receiving so many rewards, Lin Ziluo felt that his strength had undergone a drastic change. Originally, he just planned to spend a day today to upgrade his level to level 7. If I get 2 more pieces of bronze-level equipment, I can go and cause trouble for Li Haobo at night. Now it seems that this goal is a bit small. How about changing to a smaller goal? Send away everyone in Li's manor. Chapter 31, Killing a Hall of Zombies. Squeak. The door to the emergency passage on the third floor was pushed open. Lin Ziluo walked into the safe passage. After opening the silver treasure chest, I also killed a bronze boss. Now, there's only one goal left. That is to complete the 1 against 100 mission issued by the Golden Finger system. Lin Ziluo was not very excited about the bronze equipment as a mission reward. There's no way. Now I have higher standards, and I have no shortage of goods. The main thing is what the effect of ordinary cheats is. This sense of unknown freshness is what stimulates Lin Ziluo. He did not go to the first floor. Just kidding, my strength has greatly increased, but I am definitely not stupid. There are at least several hundred zombies on the first floor now. Going there by yourself would simply be courting death. On the contrary, several more dispersed venues on the second floor are the best choice. I only need to clear 2 halls to complete the task easily. Look, hasn't it become stronger? It was difficult to beat the zombies in the table tennis hall last night. Now, when facing the 2 museums, the words I use are sweep and ease. Pushing open the door to the safety passage on the second floor, Lin Ziluo returned to the second floor. He swung his legs and wiped his shoes. Clean up the meat paste and blood stains thoroughly. Then he walked to the nearest badminton hall. The door of the badminton hall was not locked, but was ajar. This is not a problem for Lin Ziluo. After choosing from the cards, a bicycle lock appeared in his hand. Lin Ziluo opened the door of the badminton hall and glanced around. When he saw that no zombies had noticed him coming in, he decisively locked the door. What is this called? This is called closing the door and beating the dog. The sound of Lin Ziluo locking the door attracted the attention of a zombie. The zombie let out a roar. The zombies around also looked at Lin Ziluo. Then they all started rushing towards him. He calmly put the key back in his pocket before turning around. Then, the sharp Tang sword was raised. Before, Tang Dao had been in a head-on confrontation with the zombie cat for a long time. This resulted in a number of notches on the blade. Fortunately, the Tang sword has the property of automatic repair. Now that Lin Ziluo took it out, it has returned to its previous sharp state. There are about 20 zombies in the badminton hall. Now they have all gathered together and come to Lin Ziluo. He did not sit still. This time, he chose to take the initiative. The speed effect of the wind boots on his feet was instantly activated. Lin Ziluo took big strides and ran forward. Up to 23 points of agility, plus a 20 acceleration in sprinting. I don't know how much faster this speed is than the zombies. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ziluo arrived in front of the zombie. He kicked his feet and flew into the air. Then he activated the short-term hovering of the white wing cloak. The whole person was actually floating in the air, appearing to be gliding and slowly descending. If Newton saw this, he would be so excited that he would climb out of his coffin. Then he yelled, "This is Dragon Country. I, Newton, am not in charge of this. My brother, Niobe, is in charge of this." Lin Ziluo in the air was not idle either. At this time, he had already arrived above the head of the first zombie. Stabbed the Tang, sword straight down. The Tang sword entered directly from the zombie's crown, until 1/3 of the blade was penetrated. Lin Ziluo then drew out the Tang sword. Die. After the Tang sword was pulled out, white brain matter oozed out from the zombie's crown. Lin Ziluo stepped on the zombie's head. With the help of this force, he once again soared up a distance. Spinning slash. With the help of the flying posture, Lin Ziluo quickly calculated everything and threw the Tang sword out. The Tang sword spun rapidly and dived towards the large group of zombies behind with great momentum. 1, 2, 3. The Tang sword flew over, causing the 3 zombie heads to leave his body forever. Then, on the way back, he took 2 more zombies with him. With Lin Ziluo's whirling slash with a high-strength attribute bonus, it finally revealed its terrifying range-killing power. Lin Ziluo caught the Tang sword, and it landed safely on the ground. After calculation, the duration of the brief floating period is about 10 seconds. Of course, your own movements and postures in the air will also affect the floating effect. But it doesn't matter. Lin Ziluo has simulated hundreds of uses for this skill in his mind. When he landed on the ground, he truly showed the feeling of being a wolf among the flock of sheep. There was no need to dodge. He wielded the Tang sword and charged straight into the group of zombies. 1 knife, 2 knives. The 2 zombies died. Seeing a tall zombie in front of him, Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up. "It's you. This is my first kill with explosive double slash." Lin Ziluo poured his own energy into the Tang sword. A green glow shone from the sharp blade of the Tang sword. After the blue light reaches the point of covering the entire blade, Lin Ziluo swung out the Tang sword. Quick! It's so fast that it can't be seen with the naked eye. The Tang sword instantly reached the zombie's neck. With the first strike, the Tang sword pierced directly into the zombie's neck. With the second strike, the Tang sword quickly retreated. Then, in an overlapping manner, he chopped into the wound again. The zombie's head fell to the ground with a plop. This is not the end yet because both attacks hit the same zombie. The explosive attribute of explosive double slash has been activated. I saw a mark on the zombie's neck that looked like a miniature version of a Tang sword. The mark flashed twice. There was a loud bang. An explosion occurred in the zombie's neck. The explosion blew the zombie's entire body above the collarbone into pieces. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo was prepared. He used a Tang sword to block the fried pieces of meat one by one. First attempt at using double explosion. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied. You should know that the attributes of this tall zombie are at least 30 higher than those of other zombies. As a result, under the explosive double slash, he not only had no power to fight back, he fell down before he could even withstand the explosive damage of the double explosion. Moreover, the speed of explosive double slash to slash out two swords in an instant is the same as the speed of Lin Ziluo's normal swing of the sword. This can reflect the terrifying single-target damage ability of explosive double slash. After Lin Ziluo tested his new equipment and new skills, he finally got serious. After all, dealing with these zombies. Essentially, there's no need to waste mental energy to use skills. Lin Ziluo's figure kept shuttling among the zombies. With a flick of the knife, a zombie lost its head. The prompt sound for killing zombies kept ringing. Lin Ziluo concentrated his attention. He is getting familiar with the properties of his body, and he is gradually regaining his fighting instincts from his previous life. Just when Lin Ziluo was still immersed in the pleasure brought by killing. But suddenly he found that there were no zombies in front of him. He looked back. The ground was covered with zombie corpses. There was no longer a single living zombie in the entire badminton hall. Chapter 32, The First Ordinary Cheat Code. Awesome. The door of the badminton hall was pushed open. Lin Ziluo walked out. Maybe too many good things happened before, and today's luck has been used up. The items dropped by the dozen or so zombies in this badminton hall are basically supply cards. The only item that dropped that could be used was a bottle of stamina potion. Lin Ziluo checked the number of kills. It's not enough. We still need a dozen zombies to complete the mission. Not only that, but he was only 100 points away from successfully reaching level 8. Lin Ziluo took a short rest. Then I walked towards the tennis court opposite the badminton court. Opened the door of the tennis court. He counted and found that there were about 20 zombies in the tennis court. Yes, this amount is enough. The door of the tennis court was locked by Lin Ziluo. The zombies in the museum are about to meet their death. Ding! The host successfully killed 100 zombies in the Magic City Stadium and successfully completed the mission 1 versus 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. A random ordinary gold finger and a bronze level equipment. Ding! Host, do you want to claim the mission reward now? Wait a moment, Lin Ziluo said. There were only 5 zombies left in front of him. Let's deal with these zombies first. He was still looking forward to drawing some golden fingers and equipment. So, I no longer held back. Whirling slash and explosive double slash. 2 skills, released alternately. The lives of the remaining 5 zombies were immediately ended. Release skills will consume a lot of mental energy. However, Lin Ziluo's mental power attribute is already very high. After releasing each skill for 2 rounds, there's still a lot of mental power left. After killing the zombies, he didn't pick up the things they dropped. Instead, he directly opened the golden finger system at the original location. Draw, how to draw? Lin Ziluo asked. Ding, may I ask what reward the host plans to draw first? Let's draw the equipment first, get the equipment first, and then save all your luck for drawing the golden finger. Lin Ziluo said, this is a habit of his. He has the habit of saving the important and good things for last. I don't know about other people, but for him, this order usually produces good results. Ding, extracting bronze level equipment. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining bronze level equipment. Blood-sucking ring. Blood-sucking ring. Bronze level equipment. An evil ring that can absorb the enemy's physical strength in battle. Attributes. Strength +1. Constitution +1. Ability. 5 of the damage you cause to the enemy can be converted into physical strength and transferred to your body through the weapon. When Lin Ziluo first saw that it was a ring, he was very disappointed. After all, one person can only wear one of these things. And he already had a Ring of Night, so he was not short of ring-type equipment for the time being. Although the properties of Ring of Night are not very good either. But no one would have expected that this blood-sucking ring would possess such a rare attribute. Absorb damage and convert it into your own physical strength. This attribute must have been very precious in Lin Ziluo's previous life. Even many people who have reached the level of God of War are still wearing gold-level equipment that has the ability to absorb physical strength. There's no way it smells so good. Those War God-level people are strong in themselves, and their skills are powerful. During the battle, use a set of group AoE skills on the zombie group. You can easily restore a lot of physical strength through this attribute, and then get back into the battle. In short, this is an extremely useful effect that can help people sustain combat. So Lin Ziluo didn't worry about it. He directly took off the Ring of Night and put on the Ring of Bloodsucking. Although it lacks some spiritual attributes, it is quite cost-effective to add a little strength and physique. At this moment, Lin Ziluo suddenly became a little worried. You said that I used all my good luck in the lottery to win the vampire ring. What if I get a bad golden finger? Ding, please rest assured, host. Each of the ordinary golden fingers basically has a practical effect and can provide great help to the host. Okay, I believe you. Please give me the golden finger. Lin Ziluo said. Ding, extracting the normal gold finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the common cheat code. Automatic pickup LV1. Lin Ziluo's breathing suddenly became heavy. Automatic pickup. Could it be that this automatic pickup is what I imagined? He hurriedly checked the properties of the automatic pickup. Auto pickup LV1. Can pick up items dropped by zombies killed by the host and enter the storage space within a 0.5 meter radius of the host. If the remaining storage space is insufficient, the host will not be able to continue picking up items. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's really a little cow traveling to Antarctica. It's awesome to the extreme. Even though Lin Ziluo had already experienced the two things of the golden finger system, modifying the explosion rate and modifying the tasks of the Doomsday Game. However, the ordinary golden finger displayed by the golden finger system still scared Lin Ziluo. Can automatically pick up items that it drops. What is the concept? He no longer needs to waste energy cleaning up the battlefield. He doesn't need to be on guard against others stealing the results of his battle. All items that you have exploded will be put into the storage space. From now on, you can enjoy a 100 explosion rate while killing zombies and continuously collecting supplies. The golden finger system is truly worthy of its name. Lin Ziluo had been a little worried before. If his explosion rate was so high, he would try to kill less zombies in front of others. After all, who would not have wild thoughts when seeing something so outrageous as killing a zombie and getting an item dropped? Now, after killing the zombies, the things will go into the storage space without anyone noticing. Who else can see this? The only thing that confused Lin Ziluo was what this LV1 meant. System, is this LV1 the level of an ordinary golden finger? Lin Ziluo asked. Ding, that's right. LV1 represents the level of the common cheat code of automatic pickup. The host can use the chance of drawing the common cheat code to draw the automatic pickup again, thereby increasing the level of automatic pickup. So what's the use of this level upgrade? Lin Ziluo asked. Ding, if the automatic pickup level is increased, the automatic pickup range will be increased, and there will even be other additional effects. Can it also increase the automatic pickup range? This is fucking outrageous. No, Lin Ziluo is tempted. Are there any more tasks? Give me a few more tasks quickly. I want to continue drawing. Lin Ziluo negotiated. Ding, the golden finger system's tasks will be randomly triggered based on the host's environment, status, and events. Please calm down, don't take it too seriously, and enjoy the Doomsday Game with ease. Okay, Lin Ziluo just said it casually. This kind of thing is impossible. As for the ordinary golden finger he drew for the first time, Lin Ziluo expressed his satisfaction. At the same time, he also looked forward to other golden fingers. I wonder what effects other cheat codes will have. And when you reach level 10, you will have another chance to draw the super golden finger. The previous ability with absolute explosion rate was so terrifying. By then, I'm afraid I'll get an even more incredible golden finger. I have acquired new ability, and I feel itchy if I don't try it out. Lin Ziluo walked towards the zombies he had just killed. I haven't collected the items they just dropped yet. Chapter 33, Who Killed Yao Jing Han? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a supply card, a bag of barbecue seasoning. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a supply card, a power bank with only 50 battery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the bronze level item, Eye of Detection. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a supply card, delicious crab roe burger. Lin Ziluo just approached the zombie corpse. A lot of information is ringing in my ears. He was in a state of confusion for a moment. You can't even hear what you got? No, automatic pickup is convenient, but the prompt sound is too outrageous. Lin Ziluo complained. Ding, sorry, this system did not take the host's feelings into consideration. Now we are optimizing the automatic pickup of the cheat code for the host. Ding, automatic pickup has been optimized. From now on, only the equipment and items obtained by the host will be announced. Ding, the material cards will be automatically sorted into various categories and stored in the host storage space. Okay, that's very thoughtful, Lin Ziluo said with some surprise after listening. He checked his storage space. I found that the cards related to supplies had indeed been organized into several piles. The pile on the far left is food. There are also water, tools, waste. This classification is very detailed and thoughtful. Next time, Lin Ziluo won't need to search for something from a thick stack of cards. The supplies that were just picked up automatically have nothing special except an eye of reconnaissance. Without paying much attention, Lin Ziluo walked out of the tennis hall. I looked at the time, and it was already 12 noon. Oops, miscalculated. I had originally planned to just go to the third floor and open a silver box. Unexpectedly, we encountered zombie cats, which delayed us for a lot of time. There is no time left to have a leisurely lunch. I need to hurry to the Lee family manor. This time, there is no need to provoke the hundreds of zombies on the first floor. Because Lin Ziluo directly opened the window above the corridor. Then he leaped and jumped out. Logically speaking, it would be very dangerous for Lin Ziluo to jump from the second floor of the gymnasium. Because the second floor of the gymnasium is higher than ordinary floors, it is at least 10 meters above the ground outside. It is equivalent to him jumping directly down from a height of more than 10 meters. Even with his current physical attributes, it would be difficult to do so. Not to mention how many zombies would be attracted by the huge noise of falling to the ground. However, don't forget Lin Ziluo's temporary stay in the air. Outside the window, Lin Ziluo was falling rapidly towards the ground. The white wing cloak behind him was rustling in the wind. When his handsome face was about to touch the ground, Lin Ziluo activated temporary hovering. The rapidly falling body slowed down instantly. He did a 180-degree roll in the air and landed smoothly on his feet. Lin Ziluo put on the hidden mask again, although the effect of hiding one's own information is not activated. But in this early days of the apocalypse, when not everyone checks their attributes, this is a good thing to hide your identity. Lee's manor. In a magnificent living room, Li Haobo was lying on a woman's lap, and another woman was giving him a full-body massage. Why haven't they come back yet? Are they just for free? You spent the whole morning looking for just 2 people. Li Haobo was flirting with the woman 1 second, and slapped her in the face and started yelling the next second. The silver-haired butler at the side took the initiative to step forward and said, "Master, the hunting mercenary group only went to Magic City University at 7 in the morning. There are many zombies in Magic City University, and the situation is complicated, so it is naturally difficult to find them." Damn it, it's zombies again. I'm so annoyed by zombies. Li Haobo said angrily. What the hell is this setting? I was the one who killed the zombies, so why can't I gain any experience? He then pointed at the sky and cursed loudly. It turns out that when I heard that upgrading the Doomsday Game can increase my own attributes, Li Haobo was quite moved. My body is a little weak to begin with. Wouldn't it be a good idea to increase my attributes through this method? He asked his subordinates to beat the zombies half to death, and then he went up to reap the harvest. In the end, I only gained a little experience after killing 10 zombies. Not only did he fail to upgrade, but he almost ruined his weak body. Li Haobo didn't know that this was a special mechanism of the Doomsday Game, to prevent high-level players from helping low-level players level up. The experience gained depends entirely on how much you contribute to the kills. It is still quite difficult to sneak around or get the last hit to grab the kill reward. Just when Li Haobo was furious, the door to the villa hall was pushed open. A man in black suit walked in carrying a large black bag. The bag looked quite heavy, and one could smell a hint of blood when one got close to it. "Uncle Rong, you're back. Did you find that little bitch and that orphan?" Li Haobo asked the man in black hurriedly. Young master, the woman has been found, but the man is missing. The man in black threw the big bag on the ground and said in a flat tone. When he heard that Yao Jing Han had been found, Li Haobo's eyes lit up. However, when he heard that Lin Ziluo was not found, Li Haobo's expression changed again. Found it. Where is she? Ask her to come and see me. She actually dared to hide secretly. Li Haobo said with a gloomy face. Here it is. The man in black pointed to the big bag that had been thrown on the ground. Here. Li Haobo asked back. He didn't understand. Based on the information provided by the young master, we found a roommate who was still alive in her dormitory. Her roommate said that when the woman left the house, she said, "It's bad luck. I have to go to the abandoned warehouse behind the playground." So we searched the entire abandoned warehouse and finally found her body in a large barrel, along with a piece of men's clothing covered in blood. The man in black explained. Li Haobo did not answer, but walked forward and opened the big bag. A strong smell of blood wafted into my nose. I saw the bodies that had been tortured to pieces and the series of lines and wide-open eyes carved on Yao Jing Han's bloody head. Li Haobo couldn't help it. Ugh! He spit directly into the big bag. He always thought he was very good at torturing people. Killing and torturing people were all easy things for him. But faced with such a disgusting scene of being tortured, he couldn't help it. The fishy yellow vomit was directly sprayed onto Yao Jing Han's head. She was given a face cleanser. The two women behind Li Haobo were so frightened by this scene that they fainted. The man in black spoke calmly. Based on the wounds all over the woman's body, the cuts on her neck, and her torn body, it could be judged that she was tortured extremely badly before her death. The injured areas are all the places where the pain nerves are most developed in the body, and even include the acupuncture points that are important in Dragon Country culture. Even a professionally trained killer cannot be so precise. Every time the knife penetrates deeply, it seems to use a very special vibration method. This attack method causes the surrounding muscle tissue to be crushed to pieces. This method of tormenting people to the extreme is even inferior to the world's #1 killer, Dead Soul, whom I once worked with. Unimaginable torture methods, extremely horrific knife skills, and at the same time, an extreme hatred for this woman. So, Master, do you know who killed this woman? Chapter 34, Hunting the God of War. Who killed him? Li Haobo asked back. How would I know who killed him? He asked in confusion. Master, I've investigated this dead woman. She was a very ordinary person, and her family was also very ordinary. Logically speaking, it's impossible to offend someone with such powerful strength. The only special thing about this woman is that she is connected to the young master, so I think the accident involving this woman is most likely related to you, young master. The man in black analyzed calmly. Yeah, Yao Jing Han is just an ordinary school beauty. If she wasn't related to that loser, I wouldn't even look down on her. Li Haobo was also puzzled. Could it be that loser? Li Haobo thought of Lin Ziluo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is just an orphan without parents. How could he have such powerful strength as you said? Li Haobo quickly abandoned this ridiculous idea. And the big surprise I prepared hasn't been sent to him yet. He couldn't possibly know that Yao Jing Han had betrayed him. Li Haobo denied it again. Master, who are you talking about? The man in black frowned and asked. It's that Lin Ziluo, the one who didn't die. Li Haobo explained that. Is he Lin Jian's son? The man in black seemed to remember someone. Yes, it's him. Li Haobo confirmed what the man in black said. It shouldn't be him. He doesn't have any abilities, and this kind of killing method is hard to achieve without killing thousands of people and practicing for decades. The man in black also thought it was impossible. But it is also possible that this kid, by chance, invited some special master to help him. The man in black continued to analyze. No, master. No matter who they are, it's unlikely that they're here just to kill Yao Jing Han. They might come after you. Facing such a top killer, the more than 100 people I bring may not be enough. I will also need more security personnel. The man in black suggested. What? Uncle Rome, you are not good enough. You are one of the top 10 masters in Dragon Country. What's more, you are leading a complete mercenary group. Li Haobo was shocked. Only now did he realize the terrifying nature of that potential enemy. Young master, I told you that he accomplished what even the world's #1 killer couldn't do. This enemy is extremely terrifying. The man in black said solemnly. Okay. Then you go to the back mountain and pick out more bodyguards for me, even if they haven't received final training. I don't want to die. I must not die. I will definitely not die. Li Haobo said in panic. Okay, "Don't worry, young master. I'm here to protect you even if I die," said the man in black. He has been brainwashed countless times since the moment he was born. In their minds, they are willing to sacrifice their lives for the Leaf family. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing a level 3 zombie and gaining 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 8 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Lin Ziluo put away his Tang sword. In front of him were 3 zombies whose heads had just been chopped off. I'm finally at level 8, but this is much faster than I expected. I thought I would have to wait until the 4th night of the Doomsday Game to reach level 8. But it's good this way. My level will increase quickly, so I don't have to look for the dungeon entrance to participate in the dungeon. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was rushing towards the Li's manor without stopping. Along the way, apart from grabbing a few bites of bread and pancakes for lunch, the rest of the time was spent on traveling and searching for things. Because the route was deliberately chosen to be remote, there were very few zombies encountered. Of course, if I encounter a small number of zombies, I will not let them go. After all, I still need a few dozen experience points to upgrade. Finally, when Lin Ziluo was about to reach the foot of the mountain where Li's villa was located, he had killed enough zombies and reached level 8. Let's increase our strength, Lin Ziluo decided. At this time, his strength has reached 24 points. After adding the attributes, he looked up at Gushan Mountain in front of him. It is hard to imagine that in this magical city where every inch of land is valuable, the Leaf family could actually transform the entire Gushan Mountain into a private manor belonging only to them. There were originally several checkpoints set up at the intersection at the foot of the mountain. Because of the advent of the Doomsday Game, these levels have been abandoned. And because Yao Jing Han's body was found, all of the Leaf family security forces were deployed outside the manor, and the defense was even stricter. Lin Ziluo was not in a hurry to go up the mountain. A qualified killer must first understand the surrounding environment before he can make a good plan. He observed the main road around Gushan for a while. From the outside, there's only one road leading directly to the manor. As for the secret passage, after groping for a while, he found the exit. It is in a dense forest. Lin Ziluo did not choose to block the Li family's secret passage right now. How can we catch them all if we don't leave any loopholes? This is one of the famous military strategies of the Dragon State. When you surround an army, there must be a gap. The only way to give these people a chance of survival is to give them a place to escape. They will not really choose to fight to the death, and will not concentrate their strength to resist. And with constant pursuit, Lin Ziluo was able to devour all of them. However, the layout of the Li family's manor did cause changes in his plans. Originally, Lin Ziluo was planning to divert the trouble away and use raw meat infected with the zombie virus to attract a large number of zombies to consume the Leaf family security forces. However, there were already very few zombies within a kilometer radius, and they had all been cleared out by people sent by the Leaf family. This made Lin Ziluo's plan difficult to implement. There are always pros and cons to everything. Although it is impossible to divert the trouble to others, it can prevent his actions at night from being disturbed by zombies. It's not that he can't defeat the zombies blessed by the attribute of darkness. All our energy has been put into clearing out the zombies, so how can we let Li Haobo feel the pain? Lin Ziluo found a very secluded place in a forest outside the Leaf family manor near the top of the mountain. He began to observe the Leaf family security situation through the telescope he had obtained. I saw that various passages leading to the interior of the manor were guarded by a large number of people, and these people are very vigilant. It can be seen that they are all experienced and truly capable personnel. Hunting the mercenary group, Lin Ziluo recognized his old enemy instantly. When he was on the run, he was often surrounded and killed by mercenary hunting groups, because this mercenary group is considered to be Li Haobo's true subordinates. Each of these members is a loyal warrior who has been brainwashed and trained by the Li family since childhood. Strong and loyal, Lin Ziluo knew these people's faces, movements, expressions, tactics, and habits very well. This way, it'll be much easier to target. To outsiders, it looks like an iron wall of defense. There are still some big loopholes in Lin Ziluo's eyes. However, it is impossible for Lin Ziluo to feel inflated just because he is familiar with the other party. His cautious character made him observe the movements and layout of the hunting mercenary group over and over again. Finally, at 6 o'clock in the evening, it was getting dark. Lin Ziluo saw a very familiar old acquaintance walking out of the manor and directing the hunting mercenary group to change their defensive tactics. Rongzhan, one of the 10 war gods of Dragon Country, the hunting god of war. Chapter 35, Li Hao's way of having fun. Rongzhan, one of the Dragon Kingdom's war gods, the hunting god of war. Before the end of the world, he was the leader of a hunting mercenary group that often fought in war-torn areas and was directly under the control of the Li family. I am particularly good at various close combat, commanding mercenaries, and pursuing targets. After the apocalypse, after all members of the hunting mercenary group failed to capture Lin Ziluo, he chose to take action himself. He forced Lin Ziluo into desperate situations many times. It can be said that he is one of Lin Ziluo's biggest enemies. Of course, Lin Ziluo is also Rongzhan's greatest shame, because looking around the world, Lin Ziluo was the only one who managed to escape from Rongzhan's hands, breaking Rongzhan's hunting myth. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. After seeing Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo's eyes instantly turned cold. However, he put away the telescope in time and hid himself in the darkness again. Rongzhan, who was explaining the defense locations to the mercenary members, suddenly became alert. At this moment, goosebumps and hairs all over his body stood up. At this moment, he smelled the scent of death. But this feeling disappeared completely in less than a few tenths of a second. Rongzhan even felt like he was hallucinating. Luckily I reacted quickly. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. Since they are old rivals, how could Lin Ziluo not know that Rongzhan has the most sensitive reaction to threats and murderous intent? So the next moment after seeing Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo decisively put away the telescope and hid all his energy. However, Lin Ziluo felt the blood in his body boiling for the first time in a long time. This kind of meeting between old rivals brings excitement to the heart of a worthy opponent. This made Lin Ziluo eager to show his strongest strength. In this duel, Rongzhan will definitely die. And as long as Rongzhan dies, he had cut off an important arm of the Li family. How could Lin Ziluo let such a good opportunity slip away from him? Think of this. Lin Ziluo lay in hiding quietly. He began to organize the cards, supplies, and all the resources he was about to use. You need to sort out all your situations first before you can act in an orderly manner. After all items and plans are successfully completed, Lin Ziluo began to wait quietly for the arrival of night. Only with enough patience can you strike at the right time. Time just passes by little. The sky was gradually getting darker. The Li family's solemn security measures are also constantly changing. The clock struck 12 midnight. The Li family manor was brightly lit. Brother Rome, can I go to bed? It's already 12 o'clock, and it's already late at night. The zombies outside are so active. How could someone come to kill me? Li Hao said helplessly. Young master, it's better to be careful. My premonition tells me that we are definitely being targeted. Rongzhan stood aside, unmoved by Li Hao's words. Long-term combat experience has given Rongzhan a terrible combat instinct. Even though Lin Ziluo didn't reveal any clues, Rongzhan was worried. I don't care. I'm bored to death. I have to stay up late with a loser who doesn't even dare to show his face. Li Hao said angrily. Young master, if you feel bored, you can find something fun. The silver-haired butler, standing behind Li Hao, reminded. Yeah, I want to have fun. Li Hao was reminded and suddenly realized. Although Rongzhan wanted to say something, he looked at the silver-haired butler and ultimately did not say anything. By the way, Brother Rong, I heard that you caught a zombie during the day. Is that right? Li Hao thought for a long time, remembered something, and spoke directly. That's right, young master. We captured a zombie and want to take it back for research. Rongzhan said. There are plenty of zombies out there. Let me play with this one. Li Hao said directly. Master, if you want to play, that's fine, but I'm mainly afraid that the zombies will hurt you. Rongzhan did not refuse. In his opinion, using zombies to calm the young master down is a good choice. Don't worry, I won't hurt myself the way I play. Li Hao laughed heartily. After a while, a zombie with its hands, feet, and mouth all imprisoned by metal tools was brought to the center of the hall. This zombie has full muscles all over its body, and it is obvious that it has extremely high physical fitness. The zombie struggled desperately, but his whole body was locked by equipment, and he couldn't move at all. He just kept staring at the people around him with his bloodshot eyes. Go and bring my big iron cage over here. Li Hao was extremely excited after seeing the zombies. After a while, A large iron cage of 20 square meters was pushed to the center of the living room by a dozen bodyguards. All the people imprisoned in the big iron cage were women. These women all have very beautiful faces, but they all seem to have lost their souls, sitting in a cage with dull eyes and dazed expressions. They had heavy iron chains around their necks. As the iron cage was pushed, the women did not move, as if they had given up struggling. Li Haobo took out a bell and shook it gently a few times. The woman in the iron cage reacted instantly. They rushed towards Li Haobo, but were blocked by the iron cage. This strange scene made people's hair stand on end and felt creepy. It is hard to imagine what kind of inhumane torture these women have suffered to become like this. But Li Haobo was not satisfied at all. It's so boring. These people have been playing for a few months and are already tired of it. If this rubbish apocalypse hadn't arrived, I would have sent my men to the mountain villages outside to capture some fresh goods. Only fresh people can be trained to feel exciting. As Li Haobo spoke, he showed an aggrieved expression that came from not getting his favorite toy. But in an instant, Li Haobo's expression changed. His expression gradually became excited, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But it doesn't matter. These dogs can still make a final contribution. Li Haobo stood up and danced with joy. Hurry up and throw the zombies in. Take off all those handcuffs and leg irons. I want to watch. I want to watch zombies eat people. Li Haobo became more and more excited as he spoke, and even clapped his hands. Everyone present, except the silver-haired butler and the members of Rong Zhan's hunting team, looked reluctant. Let a ferocious zombie kill this group of women. Anyone with even a little bit of conscience would not do such a thing. Chapter 36, The Horror of Hell. However, Rong Zhan and other members of the hunting mercenary group smiled. This group of crazy people who have experienced countless life and death situations seem to be looking forward to this event. A thin mercenary walked out of the hunting mercenary group. Codenamed Skinny Monkey, he is extremely good at detecting the surrounding environment. Master, let me do it. I'll do it. I love doing this the most. The Skinny Monkey volunteered. The mercenaries of the hunting mercenary group all burst into laughter. Li Haobo seemed to have found a confidant and said quickly, "It's you." The Skinny Monkey received the order and picked up the key on the big table with a smile. He first opened the large iron cage where the woman was imprisoned. What's strange is that even though the iron cage was opened, these women didn't dare to run out. Then, the Skinny Monkey pulled the zombie with the traction rope and walked into the iron cage. The Skinny Monkey first unsealed the seal on the zombie's mouth. The zombie suddenly opened its mouth wide, tried to bite the Skinny Monkey in front of it. The Skinny Monkey hid himself far enough away that the zombies had no chance to attack. Plop! Suddenly, the bodyguard behind Li Haobo couldn't stand it anymore. He walked up to Li Haobo and knelt down. "Young Master Li, this kind of thing is too cruel. Why don't you let them go?" The bodyguard kowed out 3 times to Li Haobo and begged. He really couldn't bear to see the cruel scene that followed. He remembered what his mother said about people being kind. Li Haobo, who was still in high spirits, suddenly became gloomy. One of the bodyguards behind him immediately stepped out and tried to pull the bodyguard up. "I'm sorry, young master. His name is Wang Dahu. He was recruited after that guy died last night. He is born with great strength, but he does have some problems with his brain. Young master, please don't bother with him." The man tried hard to pull Wang Dahu, but Wang Dahu knelt there motionless. "Oh, are you teaching me how to do things?" Li Haobo looked at the bodyguard. His eyes turned cold, like a poisonous snake. "Master, I dare not. It's my fault." The bodyguard apologized promptly and did not dare to care about the kneeling Wang Dahu anymore. He walked back to the ranks of bodyguards. Wang Dahu was still kneeling there, his eyes determined, muttering, "Master, please let them go." "Ha ha, it's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge my authority." Li Haobo trembled, and he was so angry that he let out a terrible laugh. "Wang Dahu, right? You can fight, right? Come here, hold him down for me," Li Haobo said. A man quickly stepped out from the hunting mercenary group. He was filled with anger at Wang Dahu for preventing them from watching the show. Chimpanzees are known for their strength, and one of them can carry the heavy firepower of a hunting mercenary group. The ferocious-looking black chimpanzee punched Wang Xiaohu on the head. Unexpectedly, Wang Do, who was kneeling on the ground, grabbed the chimpanzee's fist with his backhand and pushed the chimpanzee away. "Oh," Rong Zhan, who had been watching the show, felt a little surprised. The chimpanzee who was pushed away suddenly felt humiliated. "I actually lost to the other party in the contest of strength." However, He also witnessed Wang Dahu's tremendous strength, so he did not move forward. Instead, he said to the hunting mercenary group, "Come and help me deal with him." "Hey, chimpanzee, have you been playing with too many women recently? How come an untrained bodyguard can knock you down?" Two strong men walked out of the hunting mercenary group. The violent bear has an extremely bad temper and likes to torture his enemies in inhumane ways before killing them. Crocodiles are good at hand-to-hand combat and like to bite off the enemy's flesh and then swallow it during the fight. Although they were joking, Violent Bear and Crocodile still stood up. The people in the hunting mercenary group still have good eyesight and can see that Wang Dahu is indeed very powerful. Rongzhan sighed. He thought Wang Dahu still had great potential, but he was just going to die. But what if there is potential? The Li family has never lacked people with potential. All they need is an obedient dog. The three of them surrounded Wang Dahu. Wang Dahu was still begging. "Master, please forgive them. Master, please let them go." The three men suddenly attacked and directly suppressed Wang Dahu's limbs and head using the unique grappling methods on the battlefield. Even though Wang Dahu possessed tremendous strength, he had no way of breaking free from the three top-notch mercenaries. He was pushed directly to the ground, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was of no use. The black chimpanzee punched Wang Dahu 3 times in the face. The chimpanzee's resentful fist hit Wang Dahu's face with a dull thud. Wang Dahu's face was beaten so hard that blood flowed and his skin was torn. "Don't kill him," Li Haobo suddenly said. Everyone present looked at him in surprise. These words did not sound like something young Master Li would say. Doesn't he want to protect those women? Then let him watch them die. Li Haobo showed a distorted smile on his face again. Heixing couldn't help but admire Li Haobo and said, "Young Master really knows how to have fun." Then, the black chimpanzee forcibly bent Wang Dahu's face towards the big iron cage and used his fingers to prevent Wang Dahu from closing his eyes. Wang Dahu cried out in agony, but he could not close his eyes no matter what. He could only watch the tragedy that was about to happen inside the iron cage. "Skinny monkey, what are you standing there for? Close the door and let the zombies out," Li Haobo urged. After receiving the order, the skinny monkey quickly began to remove the shackles from the zombies. As the shackles are removed, the zombies begin to stir. Finally, after the shackles were removed, the zombies pounced on the skinny monkey. The skinny monkey dodged the zombies' attack nimbly, then escaped from the iron cage and locked it. The zombies are angry. The anger caused by being detained by everyone and the anger caused by being provoked for a whole day burst out together. He banged against the iron cage frantically, but the iron cage was made extremely sturdy and it couldn't be broken open at all. "Since I can't break it open, where should I vent my anger?" The answer is the dozen or so women left in the iron cage. Even such a ferocious zombie appeared in an iron cage. The women remained motionless, as if they didn't see the zombies. The zombie pounced on the woman closest to it and bit her neck. The woman didn't resist at all and let the zombies tear her body apart. She seemed to have lost her sense of pain and all consciousness and had no attachment to life. Soon, the miserable woman was eaten till only half of her body was left. Wang Dahu watched helplessly as the woman was eaten by zombies. He let out a wail of pain and tried to close his eyes, but it didn't work. The chimpanzee held his eyelids tightly open, forcing him to keep looking. The zombies quickly pounced on the other woman and began to feast on her. 1, 2, 3. Every time a zombie bites a woman to death, the mercenaries around and Li Haobo on the sofa would burst into shrill laughter. So exciting. Such bloody scenes stimulated them. Even after the zombies bit the last woman to death, Li Haobo trembled all over and urinated. After dealing with all the women, the zombies began to ram into the iron cage. With a large amount of energy gained, it rammed the iron cage, causing it to creak. Li Haobo was startled at first, but after discovering that the zombies still couldn't break through the iron cage, he breathed a sigh of relief. But he was also inspired by it. Put this guy called Wang Dahu into the iron cage. Doesn't he have great strength? I want to see who's stronger, him or the zombies. Chapter 37, The Bell at 1 in the morning. Li Haobo's good idea instantly ignited the atmosphere in the living room. So young Master Li is young Master Li. He is much more fun-loving than us rough guys. How could we come up with such a good idea? The skinny monkey couldn't help but speak to Li Haobo with half admiration and half compliment. The mercenaries of the hunting mercenary group all echoed this. Even Rongzhan, who was sitting next to the sofa, gave Li Haobo a thumbs up. Li Haobua's face turned red with excitement after receiving everyone's recognition. It was the first time he was praised like this. Wang Dahu was still being pinned to the ground by 3 mercenaries. He was a kind and honest man, and he had just witnessed more than a dozen women die tragically in front of him. The scene made him speechless and even took away the strength to resist. 2 lines of extremely desperate tears flowed from the black man's eyes, which were held open with a trace of blood. The chimpanzee and the crocodile lifted Wang Dahu up. The skinny monkey carefully moved to the side of the iron cage. The zombie was still banging on the iron cage, and it didn't notice that the skinny monkey was preparing to open the iron door on the other side. Rong Zhan stood up to prevent the zombies from escaping from the iron cage. The iron door was opened, and Wang Dahu was ruthlessly thrown into the iron cage. Then, the skinny monkey quickly locked the iron door again. Wow, this is exciting. The skinny monkey breathed a sigh of relief. After devouring more than a dozen women, this zombie's strength increased significantly. Just turning his back to the skinny monkey made him feel very oppressed. Then one can imagine the fear that Wang Dahu, who was in close contact with the zombies in the iron cage, faced. The zombies also felt the movement behind them. It looked back and saw a man with blood all over his face trying to get up. Is this food being delivered again? Wang Dahu finally climbed up in a panic. He looked at the zombies that were less than 2 or 3 meters away from him. I saw the zombie's mouth full of fresh blood and some minced meat. I saw the shattered remains of the women in the cages. He was still afraid, but he was not afraid of the hellish scene before him, but he was afraid that he would not be able to survive. Mom, I can't go back alive to take care of you. Wang Dahu shed tears, but he did not give up, thinking that his mother was still waiting for him at home. His gaze gradually became firm. He wants to live. He must live. He looked at the zombies in front of him and rushed over. But his brave act seemed ridiculous to everyone outside the cage. However, the people outside the iron cage still cheered excitedly. This was exactly the kind of exciting scene they wanted to see. They were all very unhappy that the dozen or so women did not resist the zombies just now. The zombies also moved. It pounced directly towards Wang Dahu. A man and a corpse fought a life-and-death battle in the iron cage. Unfortunately, Wang Dahu was just a newly hired bodyguard who hadn't even learned any fighting skills. He only had brute force and a not-so-bright brain. He actually chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombies, exchanging injuries for injuries. Wang Dahu punched the zombie on the head, deforming its entire face. The zombie felt no pain, but instead used its 2 claws to dig deeply into Wang Dahu's abdomen. The blood flowed on the ground, making the smell of blood in the entire hall even stronger. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Wang Dahu, relying on his brute strength and persistent belief, kept hitting the zombies' heads with his fists. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. The zombie ignored its own injuries and continued to use its sharp claws to leave deep claw marks all over Wang Dahu's body. At this moment, Wang Dahu's entire abdomen was covered in blood. A large amount of intestines and some internal organs came out of the abdomen. The whole person looked like he had walked out of a pool of blood, with blood all over his body. I don't know what kind of belief I have. A zombie trained by Li Haobuo to the point that even Rong Zhan found it a bit troublesome. A zombie that is not afraid of pain and only knows how to kill. He actually died first in the hand-to-hand combat with Wang Dahu. The zombie's body fell weakly to the ground, among the remains of a dozen dead women. The only person still standing in the iron cage was Wang Dahu, covered in blood. Outside the iron cage, everyone couldn't wait to applaud this exciting fight. Did Wang Dahu win? No. The injuries he suffered were so severe that even a god would sigh. He even lost consciousness and just mechanically shouted, I was wrong, I was wrong. He is not wrong. His kindness is right. But in this horrible and dark doomsday, kindness contributed to his death. Boom! Wang Dahu couldn't hold on any longer. His eyesight gradually became blurred, and he fell into the iron cage. Boom! The clock struck 1 o'clock in the morning. It seemed as if they were seeing Wang Dahu off. It was also as if it was sounding the final countdown to death for Li Haobuo and the others. No one noticed. The skin of the fallen Wang Dahu was gradually turning gray. He is not dead. He is about to turn into a zombie. The 1 a.m. bell rang into the forest outside the manor. Lin Ziliyuo moved. After lying on the ground and waiting for 7 hours, he finally moved. Between 1 and 2 in the morning. This is when people who stay up late feel the sleepiest and when their attention is least focused. Because the pineal gland in the human brain secretes a substance called melatonin. Especially between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the morning, the light is the weakest, the secretion is the most, and it makes people feel most sleepy. On the contrary, a competent killer will always maintain enough energy in the dark. Lin Ziluo stood up. The light of his equipment had been turned off by him. Moreover, he had already dyed all his equipment black, so that the color ratio could blend in with the night. Anyway, the equipment produced by Doomsday Game has an automatic cleaning function. In the dark forest, the place where Lin Ziluo was like a dark shadow. There was no sign of human presence at all. He observed the defensive layout of the manor again. Lin Ziluo moved. His body rushed out as fast as a cheetah. The wind brought by the body blew up the fallen leaves in the forest. But what was strange was that his feet made no sound when they stepped on the soil. Soon, Lin Ziluo ran out of the forest and sneaked towards the manor. On the wall surrounding the manor, every certain distance apart, there was a mercenary standing on the wall, using a tactical flashlight to carefully observe any movement outside the manor. The flashlight flickered back and forth. It seems that all corners outside the manor have been explored. Lin Ziluo didn't pause for a moment. He kept getting closer to the wall. It feels like taking a walk in your own backyard. His steps are light and steady, and his demeanor is free and easy. However, the route he was moving along was not illuminated by the light of flashlight. It was as if the flashlight was actively avoiding him. Chapter 38, Assassination. This is Lin Ziluo's terrifying insight. In the previous few hours, he had already observed every move of all the mercenaries around him. Everyone has some little habits that they can't give up. The same is true for mercenaries. While they were using flashlights to observe the situation outside the manor, there are certain rules for the observation position and the angle of the flashlight light. Lin Ziluo has fully grasped these laws. Then calculate the best route in your mind. Only in this way can you take such a magical route and get closer to the wall. A mercenary on the wall did not sense the coming of death. Instead, he yawned because he was too sleepy. It's just this yawn. Lin Ziluo found this opportunity and started to climb the wall with his bare hands from where he was already close to the wall. The movement was extremely light and did not make any sound at all. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed onto the wall. The mercenary, who had just yawned, opened his eyes and saw Lin Ziluo, dressed in black and wearing a black mask, appear in front of him. What the hell is this late at night? The mercenary was about to shout when a dagger slashed across his neck, leaving him unable to make any sound. Lin Ziluo had looted this dagger from a knife shop on his way here. There's not only this dagger. There are also more than a dozen daggers of different shapes, as well as an extremely special dagger. Lin Ziluo retracted the dagger. In order to prevent the smell of blood from spreading, he pinched the blood vessels while cutting the neck to prevent blood from splashing. Now I use the prepared plastic wrap to cover the wound on the neck, which solves this problem. At this moment, the mercenary's body was still supported by him and had not fallen down. The flashlight in his hand also showed its usual patrolling movement, as if nothing had happened. Lin Ziluo used the mercenaries' bodies to protect himself. Then he began to carefully observe the scene inside the manor. The lights in other small buildings on the estate were turned off. Only the first floor of the large villa in the center of the manor was still brightly lit. Not only that, from the current position, you can hear loud roars and howls coming from the first floor from time to time. It was as if there were many people venting their emotions in there. Lin Ziluo didn't care what they were doing, because today, his goal is to leave no one behind. Their noise actually makes it easier for me to sneak in. Lin Ziluo put down the mercenary's body and fixed the flashlight. Then he grabbed the inner edge of the wall and jumped into the manor, sneaking towards the mercenary nearby. Let's not talk about Lin Ziluo's world-best stealth skills. Just ask which mercenary there is. When you are concentrating on observing the situation outside the manor, would you have thought that a silent and deadly death would appear behind you? Under the cover of darkness, Lin Ziluo continued to harvest lives along the wall. Sneak attack from behind, slit the throat, put the body down, adjust the flashlight, and move on to the next one. Lin Ziluo demonstrated the essence of assassination vividly. In just 2 minutes, nearly half of the mercenaries on the entire wall had been wiped out. At this time, one of the mercenaries reacted belatedly. "What's going on, old pig? Why isn't your flashlight moving?" the mercenary asked curiously. Little did he know that it was this one sentence that caused him to leave the world 10 seconds earlier. When a mercenary wanted to check what happened to his companion, A dagger cut his neck and ended his life. The mercenary is already dead. However, the other mercenaries, who were feeling a little sleepy, instantly woke up after that mercenary spoke. "What's going on, Adi? What happened to Lao Zhu?" A mercenary asked from another location. "It's nothing." The kid was so sleepy that he almost fell asleep, so I reminded him. Adi said, "That's fine. Damn it. I'm speechless." The captain and the group leader are having fun in the hall. We can only watch the door, miserably. After hearing what Adi said, the mercenary did not doubt it, but started to complain. It's not that he didn't want to doubt, but the voice of Adi imitated by Lin Ziluo was exactly the same. What the mercenary said became the fuse. Other mercenaries around also began to echo. "That's right. We've been busy cleaning up zombies all day, and now they're asking us to keep watch at night. They really don't treat us as human beings. You're much better now. I haven't slept for nearly 24 hours. Speechless. If you really want to ensure safety, why don't their captains come out and check it themselves?" Lin Ziluo smiled slightly and continued in Adi's accent. "To put it bluntly, they just don't treat us as human beings. We are just cannon fodder." He didn't say this to sow discord among the mercenary hunting group. As death squads, they cannot really be provoked successfully, but there will always be complaints. Therefore, it can arouse resentment among mercenaries. This makes them focus on complaining about others and recalling the grievances they have suffered. As expected, after Lin Ziluo set a good example, the mercenaries in this area started to complain crazily. "What the hell? Today I found a pretty female college student from that university, but before I could get my hands on her, that crocodile guy snatched her away and tortured her to death without even giving her a sip of soup. Of course, everyone does. The zombie I killed even dropped a bronze-level equipment. This is the first bronze-level equipment dropped by our mercenary group, and they snatched it away. That's nothing, Maybe it was the resentment that had been pent up for a long time, or maybe it was to dispel the current sleepiness." More and more mercenaries joined the discussion. Lin Ziluo also took advantage of this period to continue his assassination. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo specifically targets people who have just opened their mouths to speak for assassination. It is difficult to arouse suspicion from others if you just start speaking and do not speak again for a short period of time. He continued to judge the mercenaries present in this way. Finally, when there were only a few mercenaries left, the secret could no longer be concealed. "My experience is the same as yours, Xiaoji. Am I right?" A mercenary asked the last mercenary who spoke. Unfortunately, if he wanted to get Xiaoji's answer, he could only go to hell to ask. "Xiaoji? Xiaoji?" The mercenary asked twice again and then reacted instantly. Oh no, something happened. The mercenary took out an object that looked like a rectangle. Lin Ziluo recognized it immediately. This was the unique flare used by the hunting mercenary group. In the end times, when communication capabilities are relatively weak, communicating via signals is very useful. The mercenary was very decisive. He fired the flare the moment he took it out. The next second, a dagger slashed across his neck. At this time, the flare has been fired. Lin Ziluo held his breath and concentrated his mind instantly, then threw the dagger in his hand out fiercely. Does this mean you want to use a dagger to cut off the flare in advance? How is this possible? Chapter 39, Revenge. Is he a man or a god? Lin Ziluo proved it. In his hands, nothing is impossible. The dagger's flying speed far exceeded that of the flare. When the flare flies halfway, the dagger penetrated directly into the body of the flare. This inconspicuous little dagger perfectly divided the flare. This caused the flare to become a dud permanently. Then it fell to the ground and bounced twice. How is this possible? The last surviving mercenary on the entire wall saw the entire process. No one answered his question. The knife flashed, and the mercenary's head fell to the ground. At this point, all the guards outside the Li family manor were wiped out. Lin Ziluo walked to the flare that fell on the ground and pulled out the dagger from the flare. To prevent flares from exploding, he is still very confident. God knows how many times he had dealt with this flare in the past. It will definitely not be less than 100 times. Later, he also specially touched a lot of Li's finished flares. He spent all day studying the internal structure of flares, which led to the development of the flying knife technology that could perfectly block flares. Ding! It has been detected that all the external security forces of the Li family manor have been compromised. Ding! The host's road to revenge has begun. Ding! Hereby issuing the task, vengeance for every slight grief. Revenge. No one can escape alive after provoking the host. Tonight, the host will transform into the god of death and reap all lives in the Leaf family manner. Mission requirements. Kill the remaining 269 people in Leaf family manner. 0/269. Mission reward. Draw a random ordinary gold finger and a bronze level equipment. Mission time limit. 12 hours. Ding. Host, would you like to accept the mission? A hint of surprise appeared on Lin Ziluo's cold face. But calm was soon restored. Great, Li Haobua. You now have one more reason to die. Accept the mission, Lin Ziluo said. Ding. The mission, Revenge, has been accepted. The revenge barrier has been activated. Once one of the 269 people in the Li family manor escapes outside the manor, the host can find the location of the escaped person. Ding. I wish the host can complete the task successfully. Lin Ziluo was very surprised. Revenge barrier. A very precious high-level item, and one that Lin Ziluo had never touched before. I only know the general effect. The function is just as the cheating system said. It can prevent the enemy from escaping from the barrier. Once you escape, you have the right to check the location of those who escaped for at least 1 month. What is the concept of this? No matter where you run to within a month, you will not be able to escape the pursuit. The mental state alone is so torturous that it kills me. This thing first appeared when the Dragon Kingdom used it in the national war with the Japan Kingdom. After the Dragon Kingdom placed a revenge barrier on the capital of Japan, the Dragon people chased the Japanese who escaped from the capital and attacked them for several days, making the entire Japanese nation cry for their parents. Now, Lin Ziluo can also have this experience. Lin Ziluo looked through all the mercenaries and took away some things at random, then continued to sneak into the manor. The villa in the middle of the manor is still filled with a joyful atmosphere. He had no idea that all the security personnel of the manor had been killed by Lin Ziluo. However, Lin Ziluo, who was sneaking towards the small building next to the main building, was also a little confused. He looked at the numbers on the task panel, which were constantly increasing. 7/269, 8/269, 9/269. What the hell is going on? People are already dying before I even start taking any action. Ah, Crocodile, what are you doing? You killed the last woman too, the chimpanzee said angrily. There were already several women's bodies piled up in the middle of the villa's hall. After Wang Dahu and the zombies died together, these people lost their fun. They sat in their seats one by one and sighed in boredom. How could the hospitable Li Haobua disappoint everyone? He waved his hand and gathered all the women in his manor together. Even the cleaning lady who was in her 40s was not spared. He's going to have a big multi-person party patty. However, he overlooked the power of the beasts that hunted the mercenaries. How could these women withstand the siege of men as strong as beasts? After a while, they died in painful torture. I'm sorry, I used too much force and broke her spine, the crocodile said embarrassedly. Of course, his embarrassment was only for breaking his brother's toys, not for killing the woman. The last one is gone too. What are we going to play? The chimpanzee said depressedly. Play with me. A voice suddenly echoed in the hall of the villa, and this voice came from at least 4 places. Who? Rong Zhan, who was dozing on the sofa, suddenly stood up. At the moment the sound was made, the hairs all over his body stood up. Murderous look. Unprecedented murderous aura. Rong Zhan was sure that it was not an exaggeration to describe himself as a murderer. During these years on the battlefield, the number of people he had killed must have exceeded 10,000. The result was nothing compared to the murderous aura that was overwhelming. Not just Rong Zhan. The other members of the hunting mercenary group became alert. They're also murderers, so how could they not be sensitive to murderous intent? Li Haobua hasn't reacted yet to what has happened, but the silver-haired butler behind him quickly stood in front of him and protected him firmly. But after the voice finished speaking, it did not speak again. Only then did Li Haobua react belatedly. It's coming, it's really coming. Someone really wants to kill me. Li Haobua shouted in fear. Master, calm down, said the silver-haired butler. Li Haobua finally shut his mouth in time. However, his eyes were filled with fear and his body was shaking constantly. I don't know who this expert is and what his purpose is. I wonder if we can discuss it. Rong Zhan shouted loudly. He was already a little scared. This master was able to arrive around the villa without anyone noticing. This means that all the guards outside the manor have been dealt with. Those are all members of the hunting mercenary group. Even if they're not elite, they are able to fight 10 people at once on the battlefield. As a result, the entire army was wiped out without a single sound. Is that person outside human? Still a god? Chapter 40, Scoring Twice. Although I am a human being, at this moment I am the god of death who will take your lives. The sound just now was made by Lin Ziluo. After all the people in the other small buildings outside the villa were dealt with, Lin Ziluo came to the second floor of the villa. I also saw the devilish scene happening in the middle of the hall. However, Lin Ziluo just watched everything that happened in the hall coldly. In fact, these scenes are still just quite small cases. 10 years after the apocalypse, everyone has mental problems to varying degrees. There are many more perverted and disgusting operations. As for sympathizing with these women, just like Lin Ziluo said before, it might actually be a very happy thing to die like this. What's really scary is that you can't die even if you want to. While they were indulging themselves, Lin Ziluo installed the 4 speakers he had prepared in 4 places on the second floor. Then set the value and make a sound at the same time. This is not to alert the enemy. This is to raise their vigilance in advance. And when people are on high alert, any sign of trouble will surely attract their attention. This is Lin Ziluo's purpose. Lin Ziluo came to the corner of the villa's gate and took out a small black ball. Disposable bronze-level item. Super flash bomb. Then he smashed straight into the door. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked extremely nervous. Everyone was constantly looking around, trying to find Lin Ziluo's trace. When they saw a small ball flying in, everyone focused their attention on it. You can't really blame them for not reacting in time. It was a flash bomb. This is indeed the thing they have never seen before. Just like that, the little ball was under the gaze of everyone. Suddenly, there was a blinding white light. The white light burst out so quickly that no one could react. In an instant, many screams were heard in the hall. Oh my eyes! I'm blind, am I blind? The hall, which had been on high alert, suddenly became chaotic. Of course, most of the chaos was caused by Li Hao's bodyguards and servants. The well-trained hunting mercenaries remained vigilant. Lin Ziluo walked in through the gate of the villa openly, and the speed skill of wind boots is also activated instantly. Lin Ziluo approached the center of the hall at a terrifying speed. Except for a few people who reacted quickly, everyone else was still blind. The time is now. After running to the position that had been planned long ago, the spiked bracelet in Lin Ziluo's hand had already emitted an ochre-colored light. Spike assault. The spike assault that caused horrific damage at the table tennis hall the night before once again demonstrated its horror. The first time, the spike assault successfully killed more than a dozen zombies. This time, facing people who don't know how to dodge and whose physical attributes are much worse than those of zombies, how many lives will it take? The ground of the villa began to split. Expensive marble slabs and rare carpets were torn apart by the protruding spikes. The people who were originally busy covering their eyes had no way of realizing what was happening. The sharp spike pierced through his body from bottom to top, shattering it into pieces. A whole vertical row of spikes ensures that no one on this vertical line is spared. A large amount of blood and minced meat was spread in the middle of the hall. The hall, which was already filled with corpses, became more like hell on earth. Li Hao was screaming with his mouth wide open because of fear. Just then, an eyeball from someone unknown popped into his mouth. He subconsciously closed his mouth and bit it hard. Suddenly, the juice in his eyeballs burst out and was drunk by him again. Lin Ziluo saw that many people were about to recover from their blindness state. He took out the second and final super flash bomb from the storage space. Throw the super flash bomb high up. The tang sword appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. Whirling slash, Lin Ziluo shouted loudly on purpose. Lin Ziluo threw the tang sword in his hand fiercely towards the location where the mercenary group went out to hunt. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ziluo ran towards the gate of the villa. The tang sword was like the god of death's scythe, instantly slashing through the necks of the chimpanzee and the crocodile. Then, he killed 2 more mercenaries on the way back. At this time, many people who had just recovered from their shock subconsciously looked towards the place where Lin Ziluo had just said spinning slash. The super flash bomb that had just been thrown up has freely fallen to a place about 1.8 meters above the ground. It just happened that his eyes met everyone's. Damn, it comes again. Those people complained wildly in their hearts. I never expected that he would score twice. The blinding white light came on again. The 2 consecutive flashes of light caused many people to shed tears in pain. Some people's eyes were completely swollen, and it would take at least several hours to recover. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ziluo, who had already arrived at the gate of the villa, caught the flying Tang's sword and disappeared into the night. The chaos in the villa hall was quelled after a few minutes. Rongzhan's face turned pale. He was a battle-hardened soldier, but he lost a large number of his men without even seeing the enemy. The skinny monkey, Mianlian, walked up to Rongzhan in fear. "Boss, we have counted the number of deaths." The skinny monkey said with his head down. "How many died? Tell me," Rongzhan asked anxiously. His spell-like ground spikes almost wiped out Master Li's security guards and servants. "The knife that keeps spinning in the back is killing our brothers in the mercenary group, including Black Bear, Crocodile, White Wolf." Skinny Monkey was interrupted by Rongzhan before he could finish his words. "Enough. Just tell me how many people we have left," Rongzhan said. "Except the young master, the eldest brother, and Uncle Zhao, there are 66 brothers including me. 10 of them are seriously injured, and the eyesight of more than a dozen brothers has not recovered yet." The skinny monkey hesitated and gave the exact number. Damn it. When has our hunting mercenary group ever suffered such a heavy loss? We couldn't even see what that person looked like," Rongzhan said angrily. He threw the cup in his hand against the wall, breaking it into pieces. At this time, Li Haobo, who had fainted from nausea due to accidentally swallowing his eyeballs, woke up. "Who is this? Who did this? It's so disgusting. Uncle Rong, Uncle Zhao, you have to avenge me. I will cut him into pieces." Anger made Li Haobo lose his mind, and he kept yelling loudly. "Don't worry, young master. No matter who he is, I will make him pay the price," Rongzhan said, gritting his teeth. Chapter 41, Hidden Master, Butler Zhao. Mission requirements. Kill the remaining 269 people in Li's Manor. 200/269. You know what? This number is quite round. Lin Ziluo closed the task panel. At this time, he was hiding on the second floor of the villa. That's right, after he ran out of the villa's gate. He made a surprise attack and sneaked back to the second floor of the villa. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. How could the group of people downstairs have thought of that? The Grim Reaper, who had just taken the lives of their brothers, was now on the floor above them. What Shouho, Rongzhan, and Li Haobo just said was heard clearly by Lin Ziluo upstairs. "You want to cut me into pieces, and you want me to pay the price. These are what I was going to tell you," Lin Ziluo said disdainfully in his heart. However, Lin Ziluo was not careless at all. This is also the reason why he retreated just now. In any case, those people in the hall all have rich combat experience, and there are a large number of them. They're not like zombies. When fighting zombies, Lin Ziluo only needs to pay attention to the details of the battle. But people have changeable thoughts and may resort to shady tricks. In order to prevent the boat from capsizing in the ditch and to prevent mistakes from happening when being besieged by many people, Lin Ziluo wisely chose to retreat in time. Moreover, Lin Ziluo made a very correct decision. That is, he did not kill Li Haobo immediately because he was eager for revenge. There is no doubt that Li Haobo is the biggest drag on the entire team. As long as Li Haobo exists, Rongzhan and the others will focus on Li Haobo and put most of their attention on him. It is also very likely that they will choose to send a group of people to protect Li Haobo's safe evacuation. This is Lin Ziluo's purpose. If I were to face more than 60 people, there would be some risks. So when facing more than 30 people, Lin Ziluo can easily control them. Sure enough, the people downstairs were exactly as Lin Ziluo had expected, although they spoke in low voices. But Lin Ziluo, in the darkness, restrained all his breath. I was able to figure out the content of their conversation by reading their lips. "Uncle Zhao, you take the young master and the skinny monkey and hide in the secret passage. I and the rest of the people will stay outside to stop the killer." This is Rongzhan discussing something with the silver-haired butler. This made Lin Ziluo look at the silver-haired butler twice. In his memory of the Li family, there was no such silver-haired butler. So, Lin Ziluo chose to check the attribute panels of Rongzhan and the silver-haired butler. As soon as I got the properties panel, the silver-haired butler suddenly looked around vigilantly and said, "That person didn't leave. I sensed that he might be observing us." Seeing this, Lin Ziluo immediately withdrew his gaze. This is really unexpected. I didn't expect that this silver-haired butler is also a master, and his strength is even higher than Rongzhan. After all, Lin Ziluo's reading of Rongzhan's lip reading was not discovered. When he looked at the silver-haired butler, that is, Butler Zhao, he was immediately noticed. Perception is perception. They still couldn't find Lin Ziluo's location. Lin Ziluo hid himself again and began to leisurely check the information of the two people. Basic information. Nickname: Head of the Hunting Mercenary Group. Title: Zombie Hunter. Level 5. Basic information. Nickname: Zhao Qiguang. Title: None. Level 2. The above is Rong Zhan's basic information, and the below is Zhao Bo's basic information. Rong Zhan's level is very high. Of course, this is relative to ordinary people. Compared with a perverted player like Lin Ziluo, who had reached level 8 on the third day of the apocalypse, he was definitely far behind. Zhao Bo, his real name should be Zhao Qianguang. Because he has been protecting Li Haobo in the Li family manner, his level has only reached level 2. However, if you only look at the levels of these two people, you would be too limited. Just like Lin Ziluo, at the beginning, his spiritual attributes were much ahead of others. These two people, one has fought on the battlefield for many years, and the other has practiced ancient martial arts for many years. The physical attributes are at least 7 or 8 points higher than those of ordinary people, or even more. It is very likely that some people's attributes cannot reach their level when they reach level 10. Lin Ziluo had just observed that Rong Zhan was wearing 3 bronze-level equipment. I guess he concentrated all the equipment of the entire mercenary group on himself. Zhao Qianguang had no equipment on him. After Lin Ziluo finished checking the properties, there was movement downstairs. This is the method that has been discussed to deal with Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo changed his position and looked out again. In the middle of the hall, Zhao Bo and Li Haobo had disappeared, along with a large number of mercenaries. Only Rong Zhan and a small number of mercenaries were left in the middle of the hall. And among these mercenaries are those who are seriously injured and whose eyesight has not recovered. Alas, Rong Zhan still overestimated himself. This arrangement is the most convenient and hassle-free way for Lin Ziluo. At this time, Rong Zhan sat down on the sofa. Although he didn't know where Lin Ziluo was, he still said, "Come out and see me. It's unworthy of your status to hide your face." Lin Ziluo raised the corner of his mouth helplessly. Such a poor quality way of provoking someone. But it's understandable. After all, Rong Zhan's true intention. It is just to delay time and let Li Haobo and others leave first. I am sorry. You think so, but I won't let you have your way. Lin Ziluo took out a dagger. He threw it at the large lamp hanging in the center of the hall. The swift dagger hit the chandelier's rope accurately and cut the wires. The light from the chandelier disappeared instantly. The originally bright hall became much darker. In this dim environment, a dull horn sounded. A white zombie cat the size of a cheetah appeared next to Lin Ziluo. The silver-level item, Zombie Cat's Horn, was used by Lin Ziluo. This zombie cat has a dull look in its eyes and has no independent consciousness. If you want to manipulate it, the first one is to issue designated targets. The second method is to control it with your own consciousness. If you give a specific target, the zombie cat would be too dull. Only by manipulating the zombie cat can you unleash its true flexibility. Of course, Lin Ziluo chose to use his own consciousness to control the zombie cat. Not only that, he plans to do 2 things at once. After controlling the zombie cat to jump down from the second floor, Lin Ziluo himself moved as well. The chandelier, whose rope had broken, was also falling rapidly. The direction in which the chandelier fell was exactly the sofa where Rong Zhan was sitting. Rong Zhan reacted after the hall darkened. He stood up instantly and avoided the area where the chandelier was about to hit him. However, previously, those who were seriously injured or blind were placed around the sofa. They were not so lucky. Facing the falling chandelier, I couldn't move my body at all. The fallen chandelier hit the ground directly, pressed their bodies under the light. This extremely luxurious chandelier was purchased by the Li family at a cost of 10 million yuan. The huge light bulbs all shattered. The shards of glass that were scattered all over the ground scratched the bodies of many mercenaries. Several sharp decorations on the chandelier directly pierced through the body of the mercenary below. I don't know how many mercenaries died in this torture. Chapter 42: Hunting for the Death of the God of War. Just as the chandelier fell to the ground and took away the seriously injured mercenary, several screams were heard in the hall again. Zombie Cat and Lin Ziluo split into 2 groups. One rushed towards the mercenary from the left, and the other from the right. Lin Ziluo's Tang sword slashed across, and the zombie cat's sharp claws swung. 2 mercenaries' lives were taken in an instant. At this time, Rong Zhan finally saw the true face of the God of Death. He was wrapped in black, and his face was covered with a mask that looked mysterious yet very ordinary. Although the eyes beneath the mask were bright, they did not reveal any emotion. He was reaping the lives of mercenaries as if he was just strolling around. Rongzhan, try to check the properties of death. Basic information. Nickname. Title. Grade. Why can't we find out the information about this person? Rongzhan was also confused. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Little did he know that Lin Ziluo had already activated the concealing effect of the mask. Just this one effort. The men around Rongzhan fell down one after another like straw being cut. The mercenaries killed by Lin Ziluo couldn't even scream. The mercenaries attacked by the zombie cats screamed in pain, because the zombie cat only inherited 60 of Lin Ziluo's basic attributes. In terms of attributes, is only slightly higher than those of the mercenaries. It cannot be absolutely crushed. Therefore, the only way to use the zombie cat's sharp claws talent is to scratch the mercenary's neck deeply, causing the mercenary to bleed to death. Moreover, this process is extremely painful because the bleeding from the wounds scratched by the zombie cat cannot be covered up. He could only watch himself bleed and eventually die. Enough, who are you? Rongzhan was almost driven crazy. His subordinates kept dying tragically, and he was constantly being teased, and he still hasn't figured out who the other party is. Rongzhan desperately ran in the direction of Lin Ziluo. But Lin Ziluo simply didn't bother to pay attention to him now. After the observation just now, Lin Ziluo no longer had the same expectations for Rongzhan as before. Poor skills, low attributes, and even his personality has not reached the stability he would have a few years later. It would be more cost-effective to kill these mercenaries first. Lin Ziluo didn't even think about what realm he was in now. 2 world notifications added 6 attributes. The level was raised by 3 levels, and the whole body was covered with divine equipment. No matter how strong Rongzhan was in the late stage of Doomsday, he couldn't be compared to Lin Ziluo now. Rongzhan was in despair. He simply couldn't keep up with Lin Ziluo's speed. He could only watch Lin Ziluo take action again and again while he was left to suffer the consequences, even if he wanted to remind his men where Lin Ziluo was. But before he could even finish his words, his men's necks were cut. Finally, with the efforts of Lin Ziluo and Zombie Cat, all the mercenaries in the hall were heading towards death. The few who were still breathing were struggling in pain on the ground, on the verge of death. Rongzhan was in complete despair. He knelt on the ground in despair. This feeling of powerlessness that couldn't stop Lin Ziluo made him lose all ideas. He knew that with his strength, he could not stop Lin Ziluo's bloody fight. Lin Ziluo first withdrew his consciousness from the zombie cat. Then he gave orders to the zombie cat. Go after Li Haobo and the others. Judging from the situation, Li Haobo and his friends did not choose to run away from the Li Manor, because the revenge barrier has not been activated. After receiving Lin Ziluo's order, the zombie cat quickly rushed out. Although it has become a zombie, it still has the abilities of cat. It would be easy to find them based on their retreat trail. Lin Ziluo walked up to Rongzhan, who was kneeling on the ground. Move forward and hunt down the leader of the mercenary group, Lin Ziluo said. Rongzhan raised his head and looked at Lin Ziluo in front of him. Suddenly he laughed like crazy, and his voice was hoarse. Ha ha ha! The hunting mercenary group is almost wiped out. Am I still worthy of being called the leader of the hunting mercenary group? Lin Ziluo felt very happy, even if I didn't fight with Rongzhan this time. But Rongzhan's appearance made Lin Ziluo even happier. Lin Ziluo slaughtered all of Rongzhan's men in front of him, destroying all his years of hard work. As a result, he completely lost the idea of resisting, and he seemed to have lost his soul. This is the highest realm of revenge. Physical torture is far less painful than mental torture. Lin Ziluo believed that even if he didn't kill Rongzhan, Rongzhan would never be able to recover in his life. That being said, we still have to kill. Since killing Rongzhan can make me feel better, why not kill him? Rongzhan looked at Lin Ziluo in front of him, and a hint of desire appeared on his desperate face. He asked hurriedly, Who are you? Who are you? Tell me, or I will die with regret. Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up, and he died with his eyes open. Is there such a good thing? The Tang sword swept across, and the head fell to the ground. Rongzhan's head rolled several times on the ground. The eyes on the head were wide open. He seemed shocked why Lin Ziluo chose to take action without saying a word. And because he didn't know Lin Ziluo's identity until his death, he truly died with his eyes open. Lin Ziluo walked to Rongzhan's head. He kicked Rongzhan's face, making it face him, and then spoke. I still remember your face that day. You stepped on me and called me an ant. Why is it worth your effort? You said I was just an orphan, a waste. How dare you? How dare you challenge the authority of the Leaf family? Say I'm just a bug living in a sewer. Say killing me is just dirtying your hands. Actually, I'm quite grateful for your arrogance at that time. It gave me a chance to escape, and I also cut off 2 of your fingers. Thank you for teaching me a lesson. That is, don't talk too much nonsense before killing someone. If you can do it, don't force it. Look, if I cut off your head and then chat with you, wouldn't it be just as nice? At the end, Lin Ziluo couldn't help laughing out loud. No, I can't be too happy. And Li Haobua is waiting for me. Lin Ziluo raised his foot and stepped down hard. Rongzhan's head exploded like a watermelon in an instant. Blood and brain matter splattered together. Dai Lin Ziluo's shoes red and white. The dignified hunting god of war, Rongzhan. One of the 3 protectors of the Leaf family. One of the 10 great war gods of Dragon Country. An existence revered by everyone after the end of the world. Just fall. Lin Ziluo let out a deep breath. The invisible shackles on my body were lightened a lot. Take away all 3 bronze-level equipment from Rongzhan. Lin Ziluo was just about to check the properties. Meow. The thought of a zombie cat came to Lin Ziluo's mind. This is the zombie cat telling Lin Ziluo that it has found the location of Li Haobua and the others. Lin Ziluo did not delay any longer. Since the location of the zombie cat, he carefully checked the bodies of the people he had just killed again. After making sure everyone was dead, he chased after them with confidence. Chapter 43: One person is enough. Lin Ziluo only needs to put his consciousness on the zombie cat. You can accurately know the route that the zombie cat has taken before. Now Lin Ziluo also understood where the Leaf family's secret passage was. I have to say, they are very smart. Those people who ran away before were actually used to confuse Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat originally chose to track them, but found that there was no trace of Li Haobua on their side. So he turned around and followed Li Haobua. Finally, the zombie cat discovered that Li Haobua and Butler Zhao were actually hiding in the basement of the villa. Li Haobua didn't know that the zombie cats had already completely grasped their location, still hoping that Lin Ziluo wouldn't find out. Lin Ziluo did not go to find Li Haobua and Butler Zhao first. For the time being, there is zombie cats watching them. What he needed to do was to deal with the remaining 20 or so people in the secret passage first, in a safe room in the basement of the Leaf family. Uncle Zhao, what should we do? What should we do? Li Haobua said in panic. One could even smell a strong stench from him. I guess our eldest young master of the Leaf family has been frightened to the point of incontinence. Young master, don't panic yet. Rongzhan and his hunting mercenary group are fully capable of stopping the killer, not to mention that we have arranged for other people to go to the secret passage. He won't think we are here. Butler Zhao comforted. That being said, in fact, he was still very uneasy in his heart. Can things really end that simply? Would this mysterious man who was able to break into the Li family manor really be fooled by these little tricks? It was definitely someone hired by Lin Ziluo. It was definitely him. He first hired someone to kill Yao Jing Han, and then he wanted to kill me. Li Haobua insisted that it was the killer hired by Lin Ziluo. I just don't know why he knew this information in advance, and I don't know where he found such a powerful killer. Li Haobua said, gritting his teeth. Could it be that Lin Jian is leaving a backup plan for Lin Ziluo? Butler Zhao asked. It's impossible, it's impossible. When we killed Lin Jian, our Li family almost uprooted all the roots of the Lin family. It's impossible for Lin Jian to have any tricks up his sleeve. If the chief hadn't insisted that we keep a bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Ziluo would have died long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used that bitch Yao Jing Han to make Lin Ziluo so heartbroken and sent someone to kill him long ago. Li Haobua continued. This is really unexpected. Lin Ziluo always thought that he was targeted by the Li family because he had embarrassed Li Haobua and Yao Jing Han in the past. Then the conflict became bigger and bigger, and people from the Li family kept chasing him. Little did they know that all of this was planned by Li Haobua, including Yao Jing Han and Lin Ziluo's relationship, including later causing Yao Jing Han to cheat on her husband. The ultimate goal is to attack Lin Ziluo on the spiritual level. Lin Ziluo's spirit completely collapsed. I see. Lin Ziluo's voice suddenly sounded outside the metal door of the safe house. Lin Ziluo, yes, this is Lin Ziluo's voice. Liobus Kramat. It turns out that you have been targeting me for a long time. It turns out that there are so many stories about me. Lin Ziluo's voice continued. Lin Ziluo, I tell you, you deserve to die in my hands. I should have arranged for someone to kill you. Li Haobo was scared. He could only use threats to dispel his fear. The metal door of the safe house was making a teeth-grinding sound. I guess Lin Ziluo is outside. Try to open the door. I'm quite curious. Who is Lin Jian? What do you mean by the Li family uprooting the Lin family? Lin Ziluo spoke in a calm tone while prying the iron door. Ha ha! You orphan! You don't even know your father's name. You deserve it. Lin Jian insisted on reporting my father when he was about to be promoted. This has disrupted our Li family's long-term plans. Just for this, your entire Lin family should be killed. You should be thankful that you are the only surviving bastard in the Lin family. I'm just curious. Where did the helpers come from who are willing to help you? Otherwise, with you, any bodyguard I send can kill you. Listening to the digging sounds outside the door, Li Haobo became more and more panicked. He could only curse and shout loudly to vent his inner fear. Moreover, he also believed that Lin Ziluo had found help. What you said is actually useless, because whether you say it or not, I will make your Li family, the entire clan, disappear into ashes. Lin Ziluo said calmly. Just now, Lin Ziluo just casually asked about what happened. He no longer cared about what actually happened. Just as he said, no matter how he became an orphan, no matter whether his parents were killed by the Li family or not, it doesn't matter anymore. He alone has a blood feud with the Li family. Who knows? Lin Ziluo just finished speaking. Li Haobo laughed out loud, and even Butler Zhao, who had been staying next to Li Haobo, showed a look of disdain. What a ridiculous thing to say. Lin Ziluo actually wanted to bring down the Li family by himself. This behemoth has been entrenched in Dragon Country for more than 1,000 years. Just because he found a helper from nowhere? Look, even Li Haobo and Butler Zhao knew they were going to die. No one thought that Lin Ziluo had the slightest chance of destroying the Li family. It was at this moment. The metal door of the safe house finally made a noise under the weight of the load. Then, Lin Ziluo slowly opened the metal door. Butler Zhao moved. He had been waiting for the opportunity for Lin Ziluo to open the door. The moment the metal door was opened, Butler Zhao rushed towards the metal door like a sword released from a bow at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Judging from this speed, it is impossible to tell that Butler Zhao is an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. And as he ran, bursts of golden light appeared on his hands. However, Lin Ziluo had already prepared for this. He looked at Butler Zhao, who was rushing towards him without any panic. A zombie cat the size of a cheetah suddenly jumped out from behind Lin Ziluo. Then he used his body to block the powerful punch from Butler Zhao. After receiving a punch from Butler Zhao, the zombie cat disappeared into the air. Butler Zhao was stunned. He didn't understand what had happened. Actually, it's because the zombie cat's 30-minute summoning time has expired. Based on the principle of not wasting anything, Lin Ziluo let the zombie cat take the next attack and then disappeared at the right time. At this time, Lin Ziluo had forcibly pried the metal door open to a gap large enough for him to pass through. He walked into the door decisively and stood in front of Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao came back to his senses from his confusion. He looked at the masked man in front of him and compared him with Lin Ziluo. I found that their body shapes and physical features were exactly the same. Butler Zhao said in shock, "You are Lin Ziluo? The killer before was you. You were the only one from the beginning to the end." Li Haobo, who was hiding in the corner, stopped trembling and said in disbelief, "It's impossible. It can't be him alone. How could Lin Ziluo become so strong? One person is enough." Chapter 44. How can you survive in the apocalypse? Impossible. The ability to kill Rongzhan and sneak into the manor is definitely not something a little brat like you can do. Butler Zhao still couldn't believe it. 50 years of martial arts experience told him that this was absolutely impossible. Why? Old-fashioned. I now understand why you didn't survive. Lin Ziluo also noticed it. Martial artists like Butler Zhao are simply unwilling to accept the fact that the system can increase attributes in the Doomsday. Some people are even too stubborn to add their own attribute points. In their view, these are all crooked ways. As a result, the 7-day novice protection period of the Doomsday Game expired. The kung fu they have practiced for decades is not even as good as that of a random zombie on the street. This also led to these people having a bad ending. Logically speaking, people with martial arts skills can live better in the apocalypse. It's a pity that Lin Ziluo hadn't seen many people who truly knew Dragon Country Kung Fu until the end of the world. Lin Ziluo was too lazy to waste time talking to Butler Zhao. He punched directly at Butler Zhao. After all, Butler Zhao has learned Kung Fu for decades. Facing Lin Ziluo's powerful fist, he reacted quickly. He took a horse stance, crossed his arms, and chose to block. Pedal, Idol, Idol. Butler Zhao took 3 steps back before he was able to relieve Lin Ziluo's force. All right. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but look up to Butler Zhao. If this punch of mine hit Rongzhan, he would be knocked down immediately. There was a hint of fear in Butler Zhao's eyes. With just this one punch, he was completely at a disadvantage. It seems that I have to fight for my life. Thinking of this, Butler Zhao's eyes turned cold. I don't know what method I used, but my body started to swell up. Although Lin Ziluo didn't know what kind of kung fu Butler Zhao used. But a normal person would never sit there and wait for the other party to use a big move. A tang sword appeared in his hand. Lin Ziluo rushed forward and slashed at Butler Zhao's chest with a knife. Butler Zhao was helpless and had to stop accumulating strength temporarily. He staggered back several steps and barely avoided Lin Ziluo's tang sword. You have no moral principles, Butler Zhao said angrily. Who cares if you're a martial artist or not? I don't give a shit about whether you're a martial artist or not. Lin Ziluo felt quite helpless. Big brother, the Qing dynasty has already fallen. You're still talking about martial ethics? Why don't you use martial ethics with the zombies? It's pure old-fashioned. Lin Ziluo took advantage of Butler Zhao's anger and swung his knife again. Butler Zhao didn't dare to confront Tang Dao head-on and could only take 2 steps back helplessly. Damn it, when I first learned martial arts, I should have learned about weapons. This person only learned martial arts, but he can't fight. Butler Zhao was filled with depression. What Lin Ziluo was waiting for was Butler Zhao to retreat. The Tang sword suddenly accelerated towards Lin Ziluo. He instantly chopped at Butler Zhao's right hand, which he had no time to retract. Explosive double slash. The Tang sword even left an afterimage in the air and directly chopped off Butler Zhao's right arm. The knife directly cut the radius of Butler Zhao's right arm. Immediately afterwards, the second knife hit the same position accurately, leaving people completely unable to react. This time, Butler Zhao's radius could no longer hold on. The radius was broken directly, and the entire forelimb of the arm was cut off and fell to the ground. Butler Zhao was stunned when he saw his severed right forelimb on the ground. I have practiced martial arts for 50 years, but after one encounter, even my hands are gone. He raised the remaining hind half of his right arm and watched the blood gushing out from the broken surface. There is no way to vent the extreme sorrow in my heart. Just then, he discovered a mark similar to an X at the broken end of his arm. What's this? The explosion mark of double explosion. Explosive mark activated. Just when Butler Zhao was still looking at the wound. The explosion happened. Butler Zhao was unable to react at all and could only watch as the remaining half of his arm was blown off. And because his face was too close, he also suffered damage from the explosion. The explosion blew Butler Zhao's face into a bloody mess. Even his eyes were covered with blood, and he couldn't see clearly ahead. Lin Ziluo raised his tang sword after waiting for the explosion to end. His eyes flashed, and he swung his knife. Butler Zhao only felt a coolness in his throat. No more consciousness. What a pathetic and pedantic person. Even though he is living in the end times, he still stubbornly believes that martial arts competition is about every move and every posture. Still struggling with whether to abide by martial ethics. Facts have proved that being a good person requires not only sufficient strength, but also an accurate grasp of the situation and keeping up with the times. Lin Ziluo didn't bother with the body of Butler Zhao anymore. Instead, he looked at Li Haobo, who was hiding in the corner of the safe house. Li Haobo fainted from fright at some point. The whole person fainted in the corner, motionless. Lin Ziluo strode forward and stabbed Li Haobo's thigh with a knife. In an instant, the severe pain caused Li Haobo to wake up, and he let out a miserable howl. You're awake now. Aren't you pretending to be dead anymore? Lin Ziluo took off his mask. But at the same time, the tang sword in his hand did not stop. The tang sword was continuing to stab into Li Haobo's thigh at a frequency that could be seen by the naked eye. This is the vibrating sword technique created by Lin Ziluo. This was also the horrific knife wound that Rongzhan mentioned before, which was on Yao Jing Han's body. This special technique, when a knife penetrates deeply, uses an extremely special vibration method to crush all the surrounding muscle tissue, which can quickly amplify the pain caused by the wound. Li Haobo was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Having always been spoiled, how could I bear this kind of pain? After a heart-wrenching howl, his face covered with tears, he fainted again. Lin Ziluo pulled out the Tang sword and inserted it into Li Haobo's other thigh. The severe pain came again. Li Haobo screamed like a pig being slaughtered again. Please kill me quickly. Li Haobo couldn't stand it anymore. His spirit was almost collapsed. Kill you? Then I will definitely kill you. If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten about it. Lin Ziluo showed an apologetic look on his face. He seemed to be feeling very sorry for forgetting to entertain Li Haobo. Then, Lin Ziluo took out an extremely special dagger from the storage space. How special is it? Especially this dagger is discarded. The blade is full of notches and the blade is covered with rust. Lin Ziluo fell in love with this treasure at first sight. Isn't this the legendary tetanus blunt knife? As the saying goes, the duller the knife, the harder it is to cut. Lin Ziluo raised the tetanus blunt knife and stabbed it towards the wound on Li Haobo's thigh. Li Haobo's body began to shake violently. Oh, I'm sorry. The knife is too blunt and couldn't penetrate. It's my fault. Lin Ziluo hurriedly apologized. It turned out that the knife didn't penetrate the wound at all, but Lin Ziluo just used the blunt edge of the knife to cut the wound open. In order to make up for his mistake, Lin Ziluo raised the blunt knife again. This time he put all his strength into it and stabbed it hard into Li Haobo's palm. I stabbed myself with this knife. Chapter 45. Tortured to a mental breakdown. I stabbed myself with this knife. Lin Ziluo said calmly. A straight cut. Next, the path that the knife has taken is my experience of hiding from place to place and hanging by a thread for the past 10 years. Unfortunately, the pain you have suffered is less than 1% of what I have suffered. Lin Ziluo smiled. In Li Haobo's eyes, this smile was the smile of a devil. 10 years. What 10 years did he mean? It was only after I learned about that incident 3 years ago that I started to have the idea of torturing you. Li Haobo didn't understand what Lin Ziluo meant at all. He wanted to defend himself. But the next second, it was too late for him to express his doubts or make excuses. Because the dagger actually started to move. After moving for a long time, Lin Ziluo finally pulled out the dagger. This knife was stabbed for me. After saying that, the dagger penetrated deeper again. However, Li Haobo could no longer shout because his entire throat was broken. This knife because I am happy. A smile appeared on Lin Ziluo's lips. There was no warmth in that smile, but it made Li Haobo feel cold all over. This knife was stabbed for our Lin family. Although I have never seen them, it is right for the son to help his father to avenge his father. Lin Ziluo's superb swordsmanship finally came in handy. I don't care who he stabbed for. Pulling out the dagger, Lin Ziluo took out a card and chose to activate it. A pair of good tweezers. He looked at Li Haobo and gave him a meaningful smile. Do. What are you going to do? Li Haobo was scared. He couldn't speak at first, but he managed to make this vague sound from the friction in his throat. After so many tortures, he had become numb to the physical pain. But Lin Ziluo's smile brought his spirit to the brink of collapse. I have to thank you for this. This is the criminal law you invented. I don't know how many people you have tortured to death with it. I have to praise you. You are quite talented in torturing people. After saying that, Lin Ziluo forcibly pried open Li Haobo's mouth. Li Haobo seemed to have thought of something. What comes to mind are the thoughts that I have had before. Could it be that? He began to struggle desperately, and the frequency of his struggle was even more intense than when he was in pain before. But it's totally useless. No. Unfortunately, it's too late. Li Haobo's spirit completely collapsed. His self-esteem and pride completely collapsed at this moment. He stopped struggling instantly and became as motionless as a dead pig. The eyes lost their luster and became gray. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he is really a dead person. That's it. I only used less than 1% of what you do to others, and you're already done. There are still many good ones among those criminal laws you researched. Lin Ziluo felt extremely unlucky. Li Haobo completely collapsed when he was only halfway through torturing himself. In this state of mental disorder, ignoring the pain and torturing yourself further will do no good. You're not pretending, are you? Lin Ziluo used the dagger to stab Li Haobo repeatedly. But Li Haobo didn't react at all. Well, I overestimated him. With his acting skills, He can't pretend to be like this. Forget it. The fact that Li Haobo was mentally broken is enough to prove that this whole process has reached its limit. After all, this is a skill that Lin Ziluo has acquired over 10 years of experience. Looking at Li Haobo lying on the ground, Lin Ziluo stood up. Holding the tetanus blunt knife in his hand, he activated the explosive double-slash skill. The dagger slashed Li Haobo's head twice. Because the force is not strong enough, none of them hurt the root cause. However, the next second, the mark exploded. Li Haobo's head was instantly detonated by the mark. If Lin Ziluo hadn't taken out an umbrella in time to block the splash, he would have been splashed all over. That is at the same time as the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The antique clock in the Li Manor rang 3 times on time. This means it's 3 o'clock in the morning. It also implies that everyone in Li Jia Villa has died tonight. Call. Lin Ziluo let out a breath. At this moment, his heart became extremely relaxed. Before the end of the world, he had been working hard to improve his strength just for the sake of successful revenge at this moment. Now the stone that was weighing on his heart was finally put down. The player Yizi's mood has changed, and the talent Heart of Vengeance has been successfully activated. Chapter 46, Revenge. The second ordinary Goldfinger. The player Yizi's mood has changed, and the talent Heart of Vengeance has been successfully activated. The system prompt sounded. Lin Ziluo was a little surprised. Is this the activation of talent? In a Doomsday Game, talent and skills are 2 different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books. Talent can only be activated autonomously when many different conditions such as one's own attributes, emotions, state of mind, experience, ability, etc. meet certain requirements. This type of activation cannot be achieved through skill books or the like. It all depends on luck and strength. Just like Lin Ziluo's all-round mastery talent. This talent was formed after Lin Ziluo summarized the many skills he had learned and mastered in the apocalypse for 10 years in his previous life. And after obtaining this talent, one will never forget the abilities contained in this talent. Now, by chance, Lin Ziluo has acquired a new talent again. Heart of Vengeance. You will have even greater power over your enemies. Attributes. When you identify the other party as an enemy, your own attributes will be improved according to the degree of hatred. The higher the degree of hatred, the higher the basic attributes will be improved, and the basic attributes can be improved by up to 20. Lin Ziluo was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that this desire for revenge would be so useful. Can increase basic attributes by up to 20. Maybe it doesn't seem that way now. However, as your basic attributes become higher and higher, the attributes that this talent can improve will become higher and higher. It is a talent that can continue to grow. Of course, in addition to the rewards within the game, the rewards from the cheat system cannot be forgotten. Ding! The host successfully killed the remaining 269 people in the Li family manor and successfully completed the mission, Vengeance for Every Sin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. A random ordinary gold finger and a bronze level equipment. Ding! May I ask if the host needs to extract now? I feel refreshed after getting my revenge. Lin Ziluo, who was in a good mood, didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and said directly, Draw the equipment first. Ding! A bronze-level equipment is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the bronze-level equipment, Small Magic Wand. Small Magic Wand. Bronze-level equipment, exclusive to the Mage class. A magic wand that can increase magic power and casting speed. Attributes. Skill power increased by 5. Skill casting speed increased by 5. Mental power recovery speed increased by 20. Alright, this time my luck wasn't so good. I drew a mage-type equipment, but I can't use it. However, it cannot be said that this equipment is bad. Compared to the mage's equipment, this is still an absolute top-grade item. After all, the attributes are comprehensive enough. Selling it at that time would be a good option. Lin Ziluo happily put this small magic wand into his storage space. He also took out 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment that he had taken from Rongzhan. Here I want to talk about the killing mechanism of the Doomsday Game. Although killing people in the Doomsday Game will not lead to problems like being named a red name in online games. However, once you kill someone, the dead person's storage space will be permanently lost. You also cannot obtain the things in that person's storage space. All I can do is search the corpse to see if there is anything good to buy. Now is the only chance to dig up the body. After a period of time, when everyone knows the death mechanism, they will often choose to fight to the death. Even if you kill me, I will stuff all the treasures on me into the storage space and won't let you get any benefit. At that time, unless it is an instant kill, there is really no benefit in killing people normally. This can be considered as a measure left over from the Doomsday Game that discourages killing. Lin Ziluo took all 3 pieces of equipment in his hands. I took a quick look at it before, and it turned out to be a wristband, a necklace, and a ring. Leather wristband, mana recovery ring, and purification necklace. I have to say that these people were lucky and got a lot of jewelry and equipment. Among them, leather wristband and mana recovery ring. Lin Ziluo took a look at the attributes and put them in the warehouse. My own blood-sucking ring and lion wristband are many times better than these 2 pieces of junk. Only this purification necklace can be considered a small top-grade item. Purification necklace, bronze-level equipment, a necklace with purification capabilities. Attribute, spirit +1. Additional skills, purification, can instantly remove a negative state, such as petrification, dizziness, blindness. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Although the attributes of this necklace are not as good as Lin Ziluo's current meditation necklace, but this additional skill is amazing. It can remove a control. If used well in actual combat, this attribute can save your life. So, Lin Ziluo put away the meditation necklace and replaced it with the purification necklace. The spoils have been sorted. It's Lin Ziluo's most exciting moment again. Draw ordinary gold fingers. I never thought that I could draw the golden finger twice within 24 hours. I was very excited when I drew in auto pickup LV1 during the day. I wonder what kind of surprise this ordinary golden finger can bring me. System, extract a normal golden finger for me. Lin Ziluo said with a little excitement. Ding, extracting the normal gold finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the common cheat code. Absolute slavery LV1. Lin Ziluo was confused. What does this mean? Absolute slavery? Who are you enslaving? Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo hurriedly checked the properties of the new golden finger. Absolute slavery LV1. Able to enslave a zombie whose strength is not greater than the host's own and make it one's own slave. The enslaved zombie will absolutely obey any command from the host, and everything is based on the host. The host's safety will be protected even at death. The zombie will have part of the player's panel, can grow with the zombie, and can also have some of the player's permissions. Once the bound zombie dies, this cheat disappears. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. That's really 1 cow and 10 bulls spending the night together. Awesome. Even with Lin Ziluo's knowledge, he now felt a little dizzy and found it hard to accept. Able to subdue zombies. It can also allow zombies to have player panels. In his 10 years of experience, Lin Ziluo has seen props or abilities that have the power to enslave. Some people enslave animals, some enslave plants, and some even enslave humans. Ahem, you can think in a different way here. But the one thing no one dares to think about, and no one can do, is enslaving zombies. But now, this is ridiculous. Away from the great score of the world. I give in. I give in. Goldfinger system, awesome. Chapter 47 Zombies in the Cage. Lin Ziluo looked at the golden finger. That's how satisfying it is to watch. After experiencing Yao Jing Han's betrayal, he has always been wary of everyone. Come to think of it, even the people you think are closest to you can betray you. Can you still play happily with others without worry? So Lin Ziluo planned from the beginning to follow the same path as in his previous life and be a loner. Now the system tells me that I can have an absolutely loyal zombie slave. They are also willing to help me with my work without complaint, so I don't have to do the dirty and tiring work myself in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo said, if the level of this absolute slavery golden finger is increased, what effect will it increase? Ding! When the level of absolute slavery is raised, the number of zombies that can be enslaved will increase by 1 for each level. You can also increase the quantity. Lin Ziluo's mind suddenly emerged a scene in which he commanded thousands of zombies to attack Li's city. Then he quickly killed the idea. Come on, to reach this level, how many times do I have to raise the level of absolute slavery? It's pretty much the same as what I thought in the dream. However, which zombie is better to enslave? Those guys who were able to grow into zombie kings in the later period didn't even know where they were before. As for the few zombies that I can remember, although each of them has great potential, they always feel not perfect enough. What's more, I don't know whether they can grow to the same level as in their previous life after being enslaved. After all those successful people or zombies were able to succeed because they encountered some adventures. Forget it. Why think so much? It's already past 3 o'clock. We need to go to bed. Think of this. Lin Ziluo took a last look at Li Haobu's shattered body lying on the ground. Used the cool double explosion again. This time, the Tang's sword hit the abdomen twice. The explosion successfully turned Li Haobu's body into a pile of rotten meat. Lin Ziluo believed that even if Li Haobu's biological parents were here, they would not be able to recognize who this rotten piece of meat belonged to. Then, Lin Ziluo whistled and walked out of the safe house happily. Outside the safe house is the basement of the Li family manor. There are many valuable treasures piled up in the entire basement. What precious ancient calligraphy works and paintings. What about gold and silver jewelry, gems and jade? There are also some antiques, and so on. Lin Ziluo didn't even glance at the gold and silver jewelry. In the apocalypse, this thing is really worthless. I feel like using this thing to go to the toilet hurts my butt. However, Lin Ziluo still tried his best to store things like calligraphy and paintings into the storage space. This precious calligraphy and painting work will be useful later. As for its specific function, Lin Ziluo really forgot. It seems to be used for exchange. Anyway, this thing doesn't take up much space when rolled into a scroll, so just put it away for now. Lin Ziluo flipped through it again. Sure enough, we found a lot of exquisite knives similar to daggers. However, these knives were inlaid with jewel decorations, and the blades themselves were not very sharp, so I threw them away in disappointment. None of these knives are as useful as my tetanus blunt knife. After searching the entire basement, Lin Ziluo hummed a little tune, walked out of the basement, and came to the first floor of the villa. Now that you are here, to sleep for a night. To be honest, I have never slept in such a luxurious villa. If you want to sleep in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, you have to pass through the lobby on the 1st floor before you can take the elevator. Lin Ziluo walked straight toward the hall. However, as he walked, Lin Ziluo discovered something was wrong. The interior of the hall seemed extremely dark due to the absence of chandeliers. And in that dim hall, there was actually a standing figure. That's impossible. Everyone in the Li family died. Even the system has acknowledged this, so the system should not be wrong. The black figure was extremely tall. Just by looking at the outline of the shadow, you can tell that the muscles on this figure are simply explosive. They can all be described as humanoid beasts. And this figure just stood there motionless, like a sculpture, not even needing to breathe. That's right, no breathing. Lin Ziluo observed this figure. I haven't breathed since I saw him. There's absolutely no movement in the abdomen or chest. And in Lin Ziluo's mind, there's only one person who matches this physical sign. That's a zombie. Lin Ziluo thought about it. The scene that he had observed inside the hall before was instantly restored. In the scene where the figure was, there was a big iron cage. I remember that there was a dead zombie and a dozen female-like limbs in the big iron cage. There was also a strong man lying on the ground, covered in blood. At that time, the strong man turned a little bit like a zombie. So, the person standing in the cage in the hall now is the zombie that the strong man turned into. After learning that this was a zombie, Lin Ziluo became even more curious. This zombie is very strange. My body actually recovered, and the hall was covered with blood and flesh. Logically speaking, ordinary zombies would be attracted by the flesh and blood and become agitated. Even if it cannot break through the cage, it will continue to hit it. As a result, the zombie just stood there quietly. Lin Ziluo was a skilled and courageous man, so he walked quickly to the front of the cage. He took out a flashlight and shone it at the zombies. At this time, he finally saw the zombie's face clearly. Is this really a zombie? Lin Ziluo suddenly doubted his own judgment and had to check the attributes of the zombies. Zombies. Level 4. Basic attributes. Strength, 25 spirit, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18 night blessing attribute. Talent. Innate strength. Epic talent. Your strength will increase as your level increases. All items and equipment related to strength will become more effective in your hands. The skills you use only consume physical strength, not mental strength. Skill. Full strength attack. Gather all the strength in your body into your fist, and this punch causes 150 of the strength attribute damage. Chapter 48, Big Fool. This is indeed a zombie. But why isn't their skin gray if they're clearly zombies? And there are very few zombie characteristics on his body. In addition to the red eyes, its fangs and nails are not as long as those of other zombies. Well, that doesn't matter. The important thing is that this zombie is ridiculously strong. Although, The current attribute has a knight enhancement. But with these attributes, it can be called a bronze level boss. No, even a bronze level boss would hardly have epic talent. Lin Ziluo suddenly came to his senses. I was wondering how I got the cheat code of absolute slavery. This zombie is prepared for me, right? At this time, the zombies that had been illuminated by the flashlight began to move. It looked at Lin Ziluo, and then still stood there. Lin Ziluo was stunned. What was going on? Brother, I am a human and you are a zombie. Shouldn't you bite me when you see me? Lin Ziluo patted the cage, trying to attract the zombie's attention. The zombie looked at Lin Ziluo again. Then he scratched his head and stood there motionless again. Holy shit, that's so rare. Does this zombie really have personality? Or is it purely because I'm too stupid? Only then did Lin Ziluo notice that this zombie's mental power was only a pitiful 3 points. 3 Zokloki. It seems that only a 2 or 3-year-old baby in the Doomsday would have this attribute. No wonder, I thought you had personality, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. System, this zombie's attributes are so high now. Can I choose to enslave it? Lin Ziluo asked curiously. Ding, it's okay. Due to the lack of spiritual aspects of this zombie, the combined attributes are not higher than those of the host. It really works. Lin Ziluo was in a state of hesitation. I have to say this zombie is pretty good. He has great strength and physique, and is quite agile. Not to mention the talent. Even Lin Ziluo was a little envious. As for the mental aspect, it is more or less worrying. Forget it. It's better to be a little stupid and obedient. Okay, system, I will enslave this zombie. Lin Ziluo hesitated for a long time and finally decided to enslave the zombie. After all, with this talent, there is sufficient guarantee for growth and strength. Apart from the zombie kings, the other qualified zombies he could find were at this level. Ding, host, are you sure you want to use absolute enslavement LV1 to enslave this zombie? Sure, Lin Ziluo answered firmly. He is the kind of person who will not hesitate once he has made up his mind. Ding, start enslaving zombies. The zombies may struggle during this process. Please don't worry, host. Lin Ziluo suddenly felt a hint of red light appearing on his forehead. The red light shot straight at the zombie in front of it. The red light began to spread when it came into contact with the zombie's body, gradually enveloping the zombie's entire body. The zombie lowered his head and looked at the red light covering his body. Is it going to struggle? Lin Ziluo was a little curious about how this zombie would struggle. The zombie suddenly raised its head and then became motionless again. Damn it, fool me. How could this be so stupid? Lin Ziluo suddenly felt a little regretful. Can I really control the IQ of this zombie? As the zombie showed no resistance at all, the enslavement process went smoothly. After the red light gradually disappeared, Lin Ziluo felt that he had established a certain connection with the zombie. That is, you can control it with your mind, direct its every move, and feel its general inner emotions. Ding, zombies have been enslaved successfully. Host, please name your enslaved zombie. We still need to give it a name. Lin Ziluo frowned and began to think. Since this guy is so tall and mighty, so strong, and possesses such an epic talent as natural immense strength, let's call him Big Fool. Lin Ziluo finally said. Very good, I said a lot, but in the end it was irrelevant. Ding, the zombie is successfully named Dasha. Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing Dasha. Dasha will absolutely obey any orders of the host, and will put the host first in everything, even at the cost of his life, to protect the host's safety. Ding, absolute slavery LV1 has been bound to Dasha. Ding, making the player panel for Dasha. Soon, Dasha's player panel appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. Player, Dasha. Level 4. Experience, 32/50ths. Reputation, data lost, cannot be opened. Gold, 0. Storage space, data lost, cannot be opened. Basic attributes, strength, 25 spirit, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18. Title, none. Talent, innate strength. Skill, full force attack. Equipment, none. Ding, a friendly reminder to the host. Dasha's player panel is forcibly implanted by the system, so it cannot inherit the reputation and storage space functions. At the same time, there is no way to enjoy the experience rewards brought by the mission and gain experience from killing zombies. Dasha's upgrade method and progress are the same as zombies. Ding, but Dasha can also enjoy the gold coins that ordinary players can get by killing zombies, and also has a 1 chance of equipment and item explosion. Lin Ziluo listened carefully to the introduction of the system. Well, that was expected. Lin Ziluo already found it incredible that he could possess so many abilities. Big fool, Lin Ziluo said. Dasha immediately looked at Lin Ziluo. Come on, prove yourself. I don't believe this cage can stop you with your current attributes. Lin Ziluo said. Dasha understood. It raised its arms, which were of astonishing dimensions. Both hands grasped the two alloy pillars of the cage. Then it started to exert force. The alloy column made a teeth-grinding sound, and the alloy column was bent visibly to the naked eye. Then 1, 2, 3, Dasha forcibly pried open the cage, leaving enough space for him to walk out. Dasha came out, looking at Lin Ziluo in front of him. Dasha touched his head and laughed. Chapter 49: Dasha's Weird Hobby. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied. It's okay for people to be a little stupid, but it's okay for corpses to be a little stupid. As long as you are obedient and have some ability, that's enough. It just so happened that I had some unneeded leather wristbands on me, so I could give them a Dasha. Forget about the blue recovery necklace and the small magic wand. Dasha, who has natural great strength, doesn't need mental power or the speed of recovering mental power at all. One thing to mention here is that additional mental power cannot improve Dasha's IQ. Leather wristband, bronze level equipment, wristband made of fur. Attributes: Constitution +1, Strength +1. Very ordinary equipment. Lin Ziluo also took the opportunity to check out the properties of Dasha after he equipped the leather wristband. It was discovered that the attributes increased by the equipment worn by Dasha did not enjoy the zombie-specific night attribute bonus. Fortunately, if it could really add the night bonus, it would be too outrageous. Lin Ziluo yawned. No, I'm too sleepy. I have to go to bed quickly. Lin Ziluo quickly took Dasha to the 3rd floor by elevator and picked an empty bedroom. It's obvious that no one has ever lived in this bedroom. The life of rich people is so plain and boring. Zombies don't need to sleep. So, Lin Ziluo said, Dasha, just stand guard at the door and don't let anything disturb my sleep. Although I know that all the zombies in this area have been cleared, this is because we are afraid of unexpected situations. Dasha nodded firmly. It means ensuring that the task is completed. Then, he turned around, and his body like an iron tower blocked the bedroom door. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, reliable. Next, close the bedroom door and place a detective eye at the door. Although we have Dasha as an insurance, it is still better to be cautious. The most important thing is that there are too many scouting eyes. There are now more than 10 reconnaissance eyes in the storage space. Lin Ziluo was too lazy to think about anything else. He put on his equipment, lay down on the soft big bed, and quickly fell asleep. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning of the 4th day of the apocalypse. When Lin Ziluo woke up, it was already 12 o'clock noon. The instant awakening method is still used. After a quick wash, Lin Ziluo opened the door. Dasha still stood at the door dutifully. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, Dasha turned around to take a look. Okay, young man, not bad. Lin Ziluo praised Dasha. Dasha immediately showed a silly smile. 1 man and 1 corpse came downstairs. The tragic scene in the early morning appeared before my eyes. The air in the entire hall was filled with a strong smell of blood. The ground was covered with corpses, leaving Lin Ziluo with no place to step. Not to mention the large amount of blood flowing from the corpse, which dyed the expensive carpet from pure white to blood red. Lin Ziluo stepped on the corpse step by step, and Dasha followed closely behind him. However, because Dasha was too heavy, he walked on the corpses and crushed many of them. Coming to the big table in the living room, Lin Ziluo dropped half a finger from the chair and sat down on it. Then he took out the food classification cards from the storage space and activated a few of them at random. A sumptuous lunch appeared on the table. It is really delicious. Lin Ziluo enjoyed his lunch while watching the tragic and bloody scene in the hall. Dasha, why don't you eat their corpses? Lin Ziluo pointed at the corpses on the ground. Although zombies do not need to eat to replenish energy, they all have a hobby of eating human flesh. Who knew that Dasha would really not follow the usual path? He looked at the corpse on the ground and shook his head like a rattle. Lin Ziluo was surprised and said, You are really a unique zombie. Not only that, Dasha also looked at the sumptuous meal in front of Lin Ziluo. Then he swallowed without leaving a trace. Lin Ziluo's keen observation skills certainly enabled him to notice Dasha's action. With a triad attitude, he pointed at the food and said, How about you have some too? who knew that Lin Ziluo had just finished speaking. Dasha's originally silly eyes became lively. The one that nods its head is like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Ziluo touched his forehead. My goodness, what a weird zombie this is. He doesn't eat human flesh and prefers cooked food. I haven't seen such a hobby zombie in the past 10 years. Lin Ziluo was also generous. After all, he is my younger brother. So he waved his hand, took out 5 or 6 cards, and activated them directly. There were suddenly 5 or 6 more dishes on the table. You eat. Lin Ziluo pointed at the dishes. Dasha laughed, then started to pick up the plate and pour the food into his mouth while standing. Please sit down and eat, Lin Ziluo said helplessly. At this time, he had also finished his lunch and just watched Dasha eat. Dasha sat down immediately and started eating with relish. Lin Ziluo observed carefully and confirmed his idea. That's right, when Dasha was eating, his IQ obviously increased. His eyes and movements are much more lively. Damn, a total foodie zombie. If you have food, you could become stronger. Lin Ziluo tested Dasha's movements again. Sure enough, I have become a lot smarter. But after finishing all the meals, Dasha returned to his silly look again. Okay, I was worried before about where to put all the exploded supply cards. Now it's better. Dasha is here to share the burden with me. Lin Ziluo spread his hands. After the two finished their meal, Lin Ziluo took out a map from a storage space. I found this map in a store yesterday. The above records in detail the overall layout of the Magic City. Not only that, Lin Ziluo also drew marks all over it, all of which were special places. Lin Ziluo looked at the map and began to search carefully. After a while, Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up, pointed to a place, and said, "Let's go here now." Chapter 50, Scrolls in the Magic City Museum. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Lin Ziluo's original plan was to seek revenge on Li Haobua when he reached level 5 or 6. Of course, the so-called revenge was just to assassinate Li Haobua alone. As a result, due to various adventures, I was already level 8 when I came here for revenge. He was strong enough to kill everyone in the Li family manor. As for after revenge, Lin Ziluo originally planned to go to a familiar copy in the center of Magic City to quickly upgrade his level. Now, I have reached level 8, equipped with luxurious equipment, and have the powerful helper Dasha. You can completely skip the quick upgrade step. Go directly to the goal that Lin Ziluo had set at the beginning. Hidden Profession, Phantom. Hidden Profession, Phantom. If you want to change your job to this profession, you must go to the Magic City Museum. There is an ancient scroll in the collection of the Magic City Museum. This scroll is the key to changing your job. Once someone activates the scroll, they will be teleported to the job transfer space. After completing the 3 trials of job change, you can obtain the job change scroll of Phantom Job. If it is not completed or reaches the specified time, the job transfer will be considered a failure and the player will be directly eliminated. Of course, Lin Ziluo only fully understood these things after he changed his job. In fact, in his previous life, Lin Ziluo was half oppressed and half deceived and forcibly entered the job transfer space. At the beginning, the whole Magic City was spreading the rumor that there were treasures in the Magic City Museum. Lin Ziluo and his 3 roommates came to the Magic City Museum because of its reputation. It was there that Lin Ziluo met Li Haobua, Yao Jing Han, and his bodyguards. In the previous life, because Yao Jing Han was not dead, Li Haobua did not look for the hunting mercenary group to come from the beginning. They arrived one day earlier than Lin Ziluo and his friends, and it was learned that anyone who activated this scroll would die an unnatural death. After Lin Ziluo arrived, he had an argument with Li Haobua and others because of being cheated on. This made Li Haobua lose a lot of face in front of others. Because there were too many people gathered in the Magic City Museum at that time, Li Haobua did not take direct action. Instead, he secretly found Lin Ziluo's 3 roommates and gave them enough benefits to make them betray Lin Ziluo. The way of betrayal is also very simple, which is to persuade Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll. At that time, Lin Ziluo did not understand that activating the scroll would result in unnatural death. I was fooled by a few good roommates who said that I could increase my strength by activating the scroll. Lin Ziluo, who was blinded by anger, was completely unable to tell that this was a lie. In addition, Li Haobua's men were threatening them from the side. Finally, the activation scroll was chosen. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Ziluo actually successfully completed the job change and obtained the Phantom Job Change scroll. Although during the job change process, Lin Ziluo's entire face was disfigured by the boss that appeared in the third trial. This is roughly what happened. This happened on the 8th day of the Doomsday Game. It's only the 4th day now, and there are definitely not many people at the Magic City Museum. Lin Ziluo planned to strike first. The target item is clear. Lin Ziluo remembered the trial process very clearly. So what is there to hesitate about? Set off. Lin Ziluo tidied up a little. I went to the safe house in the basement again to admire the meat paste that Li Haobo had turned into. By the way, I also disguised Asha. On the floor where the bodyguards lived, we found custom-made bodyguard uniforms that fit Dasha's body shape. Putting on the sunglasses completely covered up Dasha's red eyes and fangs, which were typical of a zombie. From the outside, he looks like a fierce and secure bodyguard. Not only that, Lin Ziluo also found some weapons of the hunting mercenary group. He took some daggers, while Dasha took a machete. The two of them then strode away from Li's villa. It is now the 4th day of the apocalypse. Most players have also adapted to the Doomsday environment to some extent, and the supplies that an average family has are basically consumed within these 3 days. Driven by these two reasons, a large number of players began to go out of their homes and actively kill zombies. There are many lucky players who get 1 or 2 pieces of equipment or props. More people got supply cards. There's also the pleasure of killing zombies, gaining experience and upgrading and improving attributes. This caused a small number of players to start hunting zombies frantically. Don't say you can't beat the zombies. Just like what was said in Doomsday Game, the 7 days before Doomsday is the novice protection period. The zombies' IQ, attributes, abilities, and level improvement speed have all been suppressed. A normal adult is fully capable of fighting a zombie alone. And to be honest, most of today's young people have played online games or read Doomsday novels. Facing such a real Doomsday Game, they shared the experiences they had gained from reading novels and playing games. It shows the great adaptability of human beings. Soon, ways of forming teams and assisting each other emerge to unite. As for whether there is real unity in the context of Doomsday, that is another matter. Of course, there are also many ways to kill zombies, such as luring zombies, setting traps, and dividing zombies. With the improvement of strength, in the center of Magic City, more and more players noticed a place. That is the Magic City Museum. Normally, the Magic City Museum is a tourist attraction with a huge flow of people. But after the Doomsday Game came, this place completely turned into hell on earth. A large number of zombies will block those who do not have time to run out of the museum. Except for eating a small number of people, the rest were all transformed into his companions. This resulted in countless zombies inside and at the entrance of the Magic City Museum. This is a great place to level up and gain experience. Players began to think about the Magic City Museum. Chapter 51, How to Enter the Magic City Museum. Lin Ziluo also has the same worry. At this time, Lin Ziluo and Dasha had already arrived at the city center of Magic City, although it is not close to the Magic City Museum. However, one could also observe the sea of corpses in front of the Magic City Museum. Along the way, the two of them were moving forward at a very fast speed. It took more than 3 hours in total. During this time, there was no time to kill many zombies. However, Lin Ziluo was lucky enough to get a useful item. Fireball Scroll, a bronze level one-time item. After use, it can release a fireball with fixed energy. Players can control the fireball to attack the enemy, or choose to detonate the fireball to cause explosive damage. A one-time skill scroll, although it doesn't look very good. But Lin Ziluo knew that the power of this disposable scroll was terrifying. Along the way, Lin Ziluo also did a test. That is, Dasha, who already has a player panel, can still be considered a zombie. The answer made Lin Ziluo ecstatic. Calculate. Because if Dasha approaches the zombies on his own initiative, he will not attract the zombies' attention. Unless Dasha chooses to actively attack the zombies, that zombie or the surrounding zombies will attack Dasha. What does this mean? This means that Dasha can actively approach the zombies and launch a sneak attack. With deliberate planning, even those zombies with higher attributes than Dasha may not be able to defeat Dasha. Secondly, Dasha can open wild treasure chests. Think of those wild treasure chests among the zombies. If normal players want to access wild treasure chests, they must kill a large number of zombies or defeat the boss. Dasha doesn't need it. Dasha can just twist his butt and get into the group of zombies. Then use the player panel to open the treasure chest, as if nothing had happened. What a bug this is. Of course, under normal circumstances, Lin Ziluo would not choose to let Dasha do this. If Dasha opens the treasure chest, he will not get rewards such as experience, reputation, and storage space. Isn't this a pure waste? Lin Ziluo put down the telescope in his hand. It was the 8th day of the apocalypse, and the zombies near the museum had been almost cleared out by the players, so everyone was able to gather in front of the museum to discuss the scroll. Now that there's so many zombies surrounding the door, it's really difficult for just me and Dasha to clean them up. Lin Ziluo frowned. What a pity. This scroll is equivalent to a fixed teleportation location and cannot be moved. Otherwise, just let Dasha go into the museum and take out the scroll. Then it would be so comfortable for a person to hide in a corner and activate the scroll. Lin Ziluo is currently on the rooftop of a half-finished building. Because it has not been completed yet, it is surrounded by a wall outside. Therefore, there are very few zombies inside the wall. Lin Ziluo and Dasha reached the rooftop effortlessly. From the rooftop, you can clearly see the exterior of the Magic City Museum. Lin Ziluo sat on a wooden board and began to think about countermeasures. It's definitely not possible to force your way in. There's so many zombies that I can't kill them all even if I kill myself till my hands are tired. Lurking is even more impossible. No matter how good your physical skills are, you can't move forward in a museum where there's a zombie every 2 steps. Or, use a thrower to throw raw meat soaked in zombie virus. No, the throwing distance is limited. If you get too close, you won't be attracted away. Then send Dasha to seduce the zombies. Let Dasha take the raw meat to lure away a large number of zombies. Then deal with a small number of zombies by yourself, so that you have a chance to touch the scroll. Lin Ziluo looked at Dasha. Dasha, who was still standing there in a daze, suddenly shuddered. It touched its head in confusion. This is strange. I am a zombie. Why am I shivering? Lin Ziluo withdrew his gaze in time. Ahem, whether you can activate the zombies is one thing. With so many zombies chasing Dasha, it's a foregone conclusion that Dasha will die. What should we do then? Lin Ziluo glanced in the direction of the museum. Suddenly I found a place. That is a shopping mall 2 streets away from the museum. Lin Ziluo saw traces of a large number of people moving behind the glass on the top floor of the shopping mall. Lin Ziluo picked up the telescope and began to observe carefully. There seemed to be a lot of people gathered on the top floor of that shopping mall, and most of them are strong and healthy young people. Looking at their temperament and eyes, you can tell that each of them has killed zombies. Among them, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the museum on the top floor, it can be clearly seen that there are 4 or 5 people looking down and observing the Magic City Museum. While observing, they were also constantly discussing issues and gesturing with their hands, as if they were making some plans. Because it is too far away and the angle is wrong. Lin Ziluo didn't fully understand what they said, but occasionally a few words also attracted Lin Ziluo's attention. Encircle and suppress these zombies. Inside the museum, we don't have enough manpower. These people discussed for a while before disappearing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. It seems that he went back to discuss with those who had gathered together. Lin Ziluo put down the telescope. Combined with the conversation and actions just now, Lin Ziluo understood. The zombies at the entrance and inside the museum in the previous life were most likely cleared out by these people. They spread the news only because everyone who touched the scroll died and gained no benefit at all. That being the case, why not unite them? Join their team to clear out the zombies. This way you can save yourself a lot of trouble. At the same time, there is no need to sacrifice Dasha. As for worrying about someone else getting close to the scroll first, don't be funny if anyone can complete the trial. In my previous life, I wouldn't have to wait 2 days for Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll. The matter of forming a temporary team. In fact, it is a very common thing in the end times. However, such improvised teams usually do not have a good ending. When it comes to interests, no one will follow the rules. What's more, it is a background of Doomsday Game where strength is paramount. Lin Ziluo put away his Tang sword and telescope. He called out to Dasha. A man and a corpse began to walk downstairs. We have to hurry and meet up with those people on the top floor of the mall. By the way, see if you can push them to launch an attack sooner. Chapter 52, Death Club. The top floor of Ruinfa Shopping Mall. Nearly 100 players are gathering in the warehouse. The warehouse is filled with supplies. These supplies were originally used to replenish the goods in shopping malls and stores. Due to the advent of the Doomsday Game, this place has become a gathering place for players to pick up supplies. Generally speaking, places like shopping malls have a large flow of people. There are a lot of zombies, and few people choose to enter here. But the freight elevator at the back door of this small ruin-fa shopping mall can lead to the warehouse. There is no need to contact the zombies in the mall. So, as long as there are players who know a little about Run-Fat, they would choose to take the freight elevator to the top floor to get the necessary food and other supplies. And a person with more far-sighted thoughts. Seeing this situation, we decided to form a gathering place here. Those who can come here to get supplies are outstanding talents, who are brave enough to walk out of their homes and kill zombies. By bringing these outstanding talents together, we can form a stronger organization. With such a wonderful idea, the gathering place soon attracted many people to join. So the leader named the gathering place Death Club. In his opinion, the people in his gathering place are veritable gods of death. The god of death who can bring death to zombies. In just 3 days, the Death Club had gathered hundreds of people. With the concerted efforts of hundreds of players, they successfully destroyed several small zombie gathering places. To put it simply, they are small supermarkets, small shops, small residential buildings, and the like. The success of several encirclements and suppressions brought the pleasure of obtaining spoils and upgrades. Let the players of the Death Club completely swell up. They were arguing about making a big splash. At this time, the founder of the Death Club also discovered that something was not right. As the number of members increased, he was no longer able to control them. Although he didn't really want to, he had to follow the members' wishes and go ahead. This is the danger of insufficient personal strength and authority. Where should the Death Club be directed? Those zombies downstairs are absolutely impossible. Not only were there a large number of them, but they were also too close. Once provoked, if we cannot defeat them, our club will fall and all the supplies in the warehouse will be lost. The founder discussed the matter with several prestigious leaders in the club. Finally, the Magic City Museum was chosen. The location is neither far nor near, and the open space at the entrance of the museum is also suitable for fighting. Of course, they were not so arrogant as to dare to attack there with only 100 people. Instead, they made a tentative plan and waited until the club could gather 200 people before taking action. Okay, then it's settled. Everyone can prepare their weapons on their own. Gao Dong said. He is the founder of the Death Club. The members of the Death Club stood up and cheered. If you ask me, waiting for 200 people is just looking down on our brother's strength. We should just charge forward now. Yes, it would be great if a whole roasted lamb card popped up. Yesterday's whole roasted lamb tasted so good. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. No, I'm going to get another bag of ham. Gao Dong opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. He wanted to persuade the members to save some supplies. I also wanted to persuade the members to be more cautious, so as not to attract the attention of the zombies downstairs. But he knew that no one would listen even if he said it. Because who doesn't like being able to eat to their heart's content at the end of the world? Who doesn't like this kind of undisciplined and disorderly carnival club? Gao Dong always felt that he had taken a wrong path. But he was reluctant to abandon the club he founded. To put it bluntly, he still enjoys this seemingly powerful founder status that is praised by members. So with his indulgence, the members became more and more unbridled. Damn it, big yellow hair, keep your fucking hands clean. Suddenly, a quarrel was heard. A woman holding an iron rod pointed at a man with dyed yellow hair and spoke. Behind the woman, there's a girl with a nice figure. Gao Dong didn't even need to look to know that the big yellow-haired guy was touching the girl again. The big yellow-haired man looked at the woman holding the iron rod without any fear. I say, Tian Ningjing, don't show off in front of me just because you have a bronze-grade iron stick. The big yellow-haired man spat on the ground. What do you know? It will be better for everyone if this little beauty follows me as soon as possible. But you're the only one who can protect her. How long can you protect her? The big yellow-haired man looked at Tian Ningjing sarcastically. Tian Ningjing's body was shaking with anger, and she said angrily, I know what you were thinking, and I gave in to you. Bah, are you worthy? The surrounding onlookers immediately burst into laughter. The big yellow-haired man's face turned gloomy. He felt that he had lost face in front of everyone. You stinky bitch, don't be impatient. I'm being a gentleman now, and I won't mess with you. When I find a chance, I'll play you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. The big yellow-haired man knew that he couldn't beat Tian Ningjing, who had equipment for the time being, so he could only make harsh words. Are you still teasing me? Why don't you take a piss and look at your toothpick? It makes me laugh to death. Tian Ningjing saw that the big yellow-haired man had given in and became more and more demanding. The people around burst into laughter again. The big yellow-haired man's expression became even uglier. He walked aside and pulled out a large wooden stick. Gao Dong couldn't sit still anymore. If things continue to develop, a major conflict will definitely break out. Enough. Gao Dong stood up and said. It's just that his voice was too soft and was drowned out by the laughter of the crowd. As the atmosphere became more and more lively, more and more people gathered here. They started shouting as they watched the fun. Hit me, Huang Mao, don't be scared. How can you be scared of a woman? Tian Yo, give me a good beating. I want to see how you twist your body during a fight. No one noticed. The freight elevator that could go directly to the top floor slowly opened its door. A masked man walked in. Behind him was an extremely tall bodyguard wearing sunglasses. Chapter 53, Big Liar, Lin Ziluo. The visitor is of course our protagonist, Lin Ziluo, who is as handsome and dashing as the readers. At this moment, he put away all his equipment and put on a set of men's clothes. Even so, men's clothing looks particularly stylish and elegant on him. Lin Ziluo has always been used to keeping a low profile. After all, I had to hide from place to place all the time in my previous life. Being a little more high profile would easily attract people from the Li family. Originally, Lin Ziluo was planning to change his appearance, but then he changed his mind. Why are you still so cowardly now? Are you afraid that the pile of rotten meat that Li Haobo has turned into will come and cause trouble for you again? So, I took the freight elevator directly to the top floor of the RT Mart shopping mall. Originally, there was someone guarding the entrance to the freight elevator. But as soon as they saw something exciting happening, all the gatekeepers ran over to watch. So Lin Ziluo and Dasha walked into the death club openly. At the same time, they also saw a crowd of people gathered together to join in the fun. The anxious Gao Dong outside the crowd immediately attracted Lin Ziluo's attention. This guy, I think I saw him when I activated the scroll that day. Lin Ziluo recalled. It has been so long that it is really hard to recognize it, but I still have a vague impression of it. Because he seems to be quite charismatic as the leader of some organization. It seems that this is the right organization. Gao Dong attracted Lin Ziluo's attention. At the same time, Lin Ziluo and Dasha also attracted other people's attention. Lin Ziluo wearing a mask is eye-catching enough in itself. Following behind him was a super strong man who was over 2 meters tall and was dressed like a bodyguard. Anyone who sees this would be scared. When one person saw Lin Ziluo and the others, he immediately calmed down from his excitement. He was afraid that his movements would be too big and make too much noise, which would cause Lin Ziluo's dissatisfaction. When one person quieted down, another person looked over curiously. When he saw Lin Ziluo and Dasha, he instantly quieted down. And just like that, word spreads from 1 person to 10 and from 10 to 100. Soon, the entire top floor fell silent. Even Tian Ningjing and Huang Mao, who were arguing until their faces turned red, shut up. Everyone looked at Lin Ziluo in fear. The atmosphere at the scene was so weird. Gao Dong was the first to react. He showed his leadership and took the initiative to come forward. May I know your name, brother? What are you doing in our death club? Gao Dong asked politely. It's just me and my brother. We saw that you have a lot of people, so we wanted to see if we could join you. Lin Ziluo answered honestly. It turns out that the guy behind him is his brother, not a bodyguard. Suddenly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is the sense of oppression in identity. Originally, everyone thought that Dasha was Lin Ziluo's bodyguard, and Lin Ziluo must be an important person. Now that I heard that he was a brother, I looked down on him a lot. Gao Dong was extremely delighted. So you are brothers, that's good. If I could get these 2 people to become my accomplices, wouldn't my voice be greatly increased? If you want to join our death club, then we will definitely welcome you. Let me introduce myself. I am the president of the death club, Gao Dong. Gao Dong began to reveal his identity. Oh, it turns out to be the president. Lin Ziluo said, suddenly enlightened. Yes, I don't know what to call you, brother. Gao Dong asked. Only then did Gao Dong remember to check Lin Ziluo's attributes. After checking the results, I found that it was a full-screen question mark. What is this operation? Gao Dong looked at the panel of Dasha behind Lin Ziluo again in disbelief. Basic information. Nickname Dasha. Title none. Level 4. How could someone name himself Dasha? Gao Dong was confused by these 2 people. My name is Lin Luo, and this is my brother, Dasha. He's a little stupid and a mute. He works as a bodyguard for rich people. Lin Ziluo introduced. Gao Dong felt even happier. This person is a little stupid. Doesn't that mean he's easy to cheat? Okay. Brother Lin Luo, on behalf of the Death Club, I welcome you to join us. Gao Dong stretched out his hand. Lin Ziluo shook hands with Gao Dong in a friendly manner. Due to Lin Ziluo's arrival, the originally tense atmosphere was also diluted. Tian Ningjing and the big yellow-haired guy cursed at each other for a few words before ending the conflict. Of course, whether the conflict is over or not depends on what the two people think in their hearts. The rooftop of Ruin Fa was once again plunged into a sea of joy. Lin Ziluo and Dasha were pulled into Gao Dong's office. Brother Lin Luo, Brother Dasha, you and I really hit it off right away. I don't know what you like, but as a brother, I will arrange it for you. Gao Dong could hardly hide his love for Dasha. He was talking to Lin Ziluo, but his eyes were fixed on Dasha. Lin Ziluo was beginning to doubt Gao Dong's sexual orientation. Well, it's like this, Brother Gao, my brother and I, we all like to fight. Our biggest goal is to become stronger. When we have time, we like to go out and kill zombies to level up. The main reason we come here is to get acquainted with the place. Lin Ziluo said, this is to pave the way for your subsequent actions. He said that he liked killing zombies so that when they were discussing the attack on the museum, he could use his bellicosity to push them to make a quick decision. At the same time, Lin Ziluo couldn't choose to stay with this group of people all day. Being cautious is always Lin Ziluo's motto. People who are arrogant and think they are powerful enough will easily die in the Doomsday Game. Moreover, once the time limit for hiding the mask is over, his identity as a Jiaozi will be directly exposed. This awesome identity can intimidate most people, but there is no guarantee that some people with poor brains may have some ideas about themselves. It's not that Lin Ziluo is afraid of these people. If anyone provokes him, Lin Ziluo will definitely make him regret coming into this world. However, these people are now his good helpers in entering the museum. How can he consume them at will? I like to become stronger, Gao Dong said. He had no doubt that there were many people in the Death Club who thought the same way. Gao Dong showed a pained expression on his face and said, if you want to become stronger, I have an extra skill book here. I will reluctantly give it to you. Chapter 54, A Slap from Dasha. Skill book? Lin Ziluo was stunned. Oh my goodness, there's an unexpected gain. If Lin Ziluo hadn't had enough self-control, he would have probably laughed out loud. No, it's probably that Gao Dong doesn't know how valuable the skill book is or something. Are you willing to pay such a high price to please us? Laughing secretly in his heart, Lin Ziluo said hesitantly, skill book, this thing should be very valuable. That's the attitude. This attitude is the easiest to take advantage of. As expected, Gao Dong immediately said proudly, hey, we are all brothers. What's precious or not precious? Come, Brother Lin Luo, take it. After saying that, Gao Dong took out a book from his storage space and stuffed it into Lin Ziluo's hands. Oh shit, it really is a skill book. Lin Ziluo was shocked. Is it because I opened it the wrong way? Are all the players of Doomsday Games so generous nowadays? Lin Ziluo opened the book. Absence of mind and rage, a warrior skill. Once activated, the player will enter a state of being out of control, losing all consciousness, and turning into a madman who only knows how to attack living things around him. The whole body attribute increases by 20 to 50, depending on the degree of anger, and lasts for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, you will enter chaos according to the degree of improvement. The higher the degree of improvement, the longer the chaos lasts. This skill has great side effects, so use it with caution. Use it with caution. Lin Ziluo's expression became strange. Although Gao Dong couldn't see Lin Ziluo's expression, but seeing that Lin Ziluo didn't move for a long time, he knew that his little cleverness had been seen through. Gao Dong explained awkwardly, although this skill has serious side effects, and I lose consciousness after using it, but this skill is my life-saving straw when I am in desperate situation. Hey, do you think I'm so stupid that I don't use the skill book? Is this skill for humans? He completely lost consciousness within these 2 minutes, let alone whether he would kill his own people. As we all know, even if the attributes are improved, the combat effectiveness of a person without consciousness is even worse than when he is conscious. Take zombies and humans, for example, who have the same attributes. People are often able to kill zombies because zombies have no consciousness. So the players are not fools. After a player obtained the skill book, he immediately exchanged it with Gao Dong for a bronze-level equipment. Gao Dong exchanged places with him without knowing why. Whenever Gao Dong thought of this incident, he felt extremely regretful. It's okay. I have already felt Brother Gao's kindness. I like this skill book very much. Thank you, Brother Gao, Lin Ziluo said calmly, and then put the skill book back into his storage space. If you really like it, wouldn't you have learned this skill yourself a long time ago? Gao Dong thought that Lin Ziluo was giving him a way out. He was a little embarrassed and quickly said, I am sorry, Brother Lin. How about this? I have a coupon for a fried chicken family bucket. Can we enjoy together? You see, this is the charm of language and action. I got someone's skill book for free, and they still felt sorry for me. Oh, no. I want to go out with Dasha to find zombies to gain experience. Lin Ziluo refused. When Gao Dong heard this, he said, Okay, we're good friends now. I will be happy if you improve your strength. Okay, brothers, go ahead. If you need food or drinks, just take them from the warehouse. Don't be polite, Gao Dong said proudly. Lin Ziluo nodded to show that he understood, but he did not actually go to get the supplies. Instead, he walked out of the office. Dasha has been watching the scene of the two people acting like brothers. Although he didn't understand what they were saying, when he saw Lin Ziluo was about to leave, he immediately followed him. Gao Dong was feeling happy alone in the office. Brother Lin Luo, you're really nice. I gave him such a crappy skill book, but he didn't even despise it. What a good brother you are, Gao Dong exclaimed. Lin Ziluo, who had just walked out, immediately noticed something was wrong. My keen insight told me that from the moment I walked out of the office door, 3 or 4 people immediately stared at me. It's like waiting for myself to come out. Oh, it seems that this is going to cause trouble for me. Lin Ziluo was helpless. I'm a kind and honest person. Why do you want to bully honest people? As expected, when Lin Ziluo was halfway to the freight elevator, he was surrounded by several people and his way was blocked. A man in mink clothes and holding a cigarette emerged from the crowd. This person is a thorn in the side that gives Gao Dong a lot of headaches. He has considerable power and has always wanted to replace Gao Dong and become the boss of a death club. Therefore, he often targets Gao Dong openly or covertly. The man looked at Lin Ziluo with a very arrogant expression and spoke arrogantly. Brother, I'm not threatening you. I just want to warn you not to get too close to Gao Dong. Otherwise, even if you're a good fighter, Lin Ziluo was getting impatient, thinking that his training was not adequate, and said, Dasha, what are you standing there for? Get to work. The man was very angry when he was interrupted and was about to explode. Dasha walked out from behind Lin Ziluo. Oh, so big, but I'm only level 4. Let me tell you, there are several level 4s behind me. This time, the man didn't finish his words and couldn't say any more, because just now Dasha hit him in the face with all his strength. This slap was so powerful that it caused the man's head to spin 180 degrees clockwise. The strong men who were originally behind the man. When he saw his boss's face growing to his back and facing him, he suddenly panicked. There were even 2 who were so frightened that their legs went limp and they sat down on the ground. After hearing the applause, the people who were partying in the hall all looked over curiously. Boom! The man's body fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Ziluo clapped his hands calmly and walked over the man's body. He came to the freight elevator, pressed the button to open it, and left the top floor with Dasha as if nothing had happened. Chapter 55. Insane Rage Bug. Quiet, extremely quiet. The originally bustling hall fell into silence again because of Lin Ziluo. Everyone looked at the body on the ground, speechless with horror. Even Gao Dong in the office noticed that something was wrong. He was criticizing himself for forgetting to get up and send Brother Lin Luo downstairs. As a result, I found that the noisy noise outside had disappeared. Gao Dong opened the office door. What's going on, you? Before Gao Dong could finish his words, he saw a body lying on the ground. Isn't this Jia Tai? How come he died? Gao Dong asked in surprise. These words broke the silence that was present. Many people finally reacted and screamed and talked. Murder! Fuck, that slap made his head spin half a circle, fuck. No, I'm gonna throw up. It makes me sick. Ugh. The hall returned to its previous noisy state. It gets even more confusing. One of Gao Dong's loyal brothers came over and told him what had just happened. When he heard that it was Lin Ziluo who asked Dasha to slap Jia Tai to death, Gao Dong almost laughed out loud. His archenemy just died like that? Lin Luo and Dasha are really my good brothers. Next time I'll spend a lot of money to please them. Gao Dong looked around and asked his men to clean up the bodies. Then he went back to the office and said excitedly, Brother Lin Luo gave me a great gift. I'm giving Gao Dong a big gift. But this is also good. It establishes my authority and saves me a lot of trouble. When attacking the museum, I will definitely have a lot of say. Lin Ziluo thought in his heart while in the freight elevator. But Gao Dong also gave me a big gift. Lin Ziluo thought of absence of madness and felt somewhat happy. A pure, free, practical skill book. That's right. In the eyes of others, it is just trash or even a skill book used for suicide. In Lin Ziluo's hands, it is a great treasure. This big treasure is not for Lin Ziluo, but for Dasha. Insanity rage will indeed make the player lose their mind and even attack their teammates. But Dasha doesn't need it. Lin Ziluo has already asked the Golden Finger system. Regardless of whether Dasha is rational or not, he will never hurt Lin Ziluo. This is an instinct that is strictly instilled by the Golden Finger system and has nothing to do with rationality or not. Lin Ziluo can even control Dasha's behavior himself. This means that after Dasha activates Absence Fury, he can get the skyrocketing attributes for free. And either it attacks all living things except Lin Ziluo, or its behavior is completely controlled by Lin Ziluo. Another game bug. In the Doomsday Game, I never thought that this useless skill, Absence Fury, could be used so well in Lin Ziluo's hands. Lin Ziluo took out the skill book of Absence of Madness and handed it to Dasha. Dasha was sensible and directly learned Absence Fury. Look at the new skills added to Dasha's panel. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh that Dasha was really a fool with good fortune. Maybe I can beat Dasha during the day, but at night, there is the dual blessing of darkness and insane rage. During these 2 minutes, Dasha and Lin Ziluo had to stay out of the spotlight. No, I have to work hard to upgrade. Hurry up and upgrade to level 10. Your strength will at least double after changing your job to level 10. The elevator stopped. This is the back corridor of the shopping mall. The entire corridor had already been cleared out by the Death Club members. Lin Ziluo and Dasha walked out swaggeringly. It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still 2 hours until night falls. Then just find a place to gain experience and see if you can get the pants, gloves, or chest armor that you're missing. Isn't that right? What has the night got to do with me? Dasha and I can easily crush the zombies that have been blessed by the night. Lin Ziluo realized that he was still influenced by the thoughts of his previous life. In that case, why not have some fun, when others have no choice but to stay at home and spend the night? He killed many zombies in the horde and gained a lot of experience. What a cool thing it is. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo didn't waste any time and quickly took out the map to search. You need to find a place where you can keep killing zombies without being surrounded by zombies. It would be best if there's a place with wild treasure chests or other game items. Forget about the copies. There are no copies nearby. But there's a good point. Lin Ziluo looked at the Magic City Library on the map. The Shanghai Library is only 4 kilometers away from the RT-Mart shopping mall. Although the library is large, the aisles are relatively narrow. Each type of book is isolated in a closed room. The most important thing is that there is a game store on the roof of the library. Lin Ziluo now has nearly 6,000 gold coins in his account. A piece of high-quality bronze-level equipment costs 2,000 gold coins. You can buy all the pants, gloves, and breastplate yourself. It's the Magic City Library. Lin Ziluo set off with Dasha. 3 kilometers is not a long distance. There are also many zombies gathered on the road. But with the joint efforts of Lin Ziluo and Dasha, these zombies were completely crushed. Lin Ziluo also specifically told Dasha to just cripple the zombies so that he could use them as finishing blows for himself. Although this way you can't gain any experience. But my 100 explosion rate is not an exaggeration. In combination, auto pickup is continuously activated. Lin Ziluo only needed to chop Dasha with his sword and punch the disabled zombies. There are a large number of cards, props, and even equipment to be loaded into your storage space. It's so horrible. Under the cyclic cooperation of the 3 golden fingers of absolute explosion rate, absolute slavery, and automatic pickup, Lin Ziluo became a ruthless monster-killing machine. It didn't stop until it reached the vicinity of the Magic City Library. Chapter 56, Decapitation Demon Sword. Lin Ziluo put away his Tang sword. At this time, he and Dasha had already rushed into a small shop outside the Magic City Library. After dealing with the zombie lady in the convenience store, Lin Ziluo sat down on the chair. Lin Ziluo picked up a bag of spicy strips from a shelf and started eating them with relish. Let me see what treasures have been revealed before. Lin Ziluo killed more than 100 zombies along the way. Including the zombies killed before, half of the 800 experience points needed to successfully upgrade to level 9 have been filled. I'll skip the cards. Too many. There were several thick stacks of books placed over there. In addition to the tools that may be used in the future, Lin Ziluo was too lazy to even look at the other cards. Props and equipment are the key. A total of 5 props and 2 pieces of equipment were released this time. In addition to the props you already have, there's a new prop. Dilapidated Scarecrow, a one-time bronze level item. When placed on the ground, it can transfer the hatred of creatures that originally had hatred towards the player to the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow will continue to attack the player only after it is completely destroyed. This Scarecrow is a good thing, a definite life-saving prop. The creatures mentioned here include players. Even if the player knows that he is going to attack you, his body will involuntarily attack the Scarecrow. It's just so magical. After putting away this nice item, Lin Ziluo took out 2 more pieces of equipment that had exploded. Combo gloves, bronze level equipment, gloves that have a chance of performing a combo after wearing them. Attributes, strength +1, constitution +1, 5 chance of adding an additional attack after an attack. Ring-handled sword, bronze level equipment, a straight-bladed long sword made from steel that has been repeatedly folded, forged, and quenched. Attribute, strength +3. This is what you need. Lin Ziluo put on the combo gloves happily. The added attributes are already quite a lot, and there's also an additional combo effect. Once the combo is triggered, it is actually the same as Lin Ziluo's explosive double slash. It can perform 2 quick slashes, but the power may be lower than that of double explosive slash, and it also lacks the explosive effect. But what else is a bicycle without an additional attribute? As for the ring-handled sword, Lin Ziluo could only comment that he had raised his strength to the extreme. Abandon all side effects and focus on adding strength. It can be regarded as the top-notch bronze equipment. Lin Ziluo's mind moved. His own Tang Hung Dao is also top-notch. That means the fusion stone that I have been collecting can be used. The fusion stone instantly appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. This was exploded after killing the conjoined zombies in the gymnasium. Function can combine 2 bronze-level equipment of the same type into one. And if the quality of the 2 pieces of equipment is good enough, it is very likely that they can be synthesized into silver-level equipment. Lin Ziluo didn't waste any time and directly placed the Tang horizontal sword +1 and ring-handed sword on the table. Then I chose to use the fusion stone. Player Z activates the fusion stone and is about to fuse the equipment ring-handed sword and Tang horizontal sword +1. Are you sure you want to merge? After the fusion, the 2 pieces of equipment will disappear permanently. Fusion, Lin Ziluo said. Fusion begins, takes 30 minutes. The fusion stone in Lin Ziluo's hand immediately emitted a white light. The light gradually completely covered the 2 knives and entered a fusion state. Lin Ziluo took this opportunity to solve the dinner problem with Dasha. Lin Ziluo had just put down his bowl and chopsticks when he heard a beautiful system prompt sound. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the silver-level equipment. Decapitation Demon Knife. Silver-level weapons. Beautiful, my attack ability will be greatly improved. Lin Ziluo hurriedly looked at his new equipment, Beheading Demonic Sword. The originally snow-white and shiny blade was rendered into a deep black. Only a hint of light can be seen where the blade is sharpest. The shape of the Beheading Demon Sword is no different from that of the Tang Sword, but it has 2 exquisite and mysterious patterns on both sides of the blade. Lin Ziluo picked up the Beheading Demonic Sword and could clearly feel that its weight was about 30 heavier. It was not a big problem. After weighing it twice, he got used to the weight. Beheading Demonic Sword +1, silver-level equipment, formed by combining Tang Hung Dao and Wanshideo, plus the sword that was often used for beheading, to successfully create this demonic sword that has a bonus to beheading. Attributes, strength +4, constitution +1, ability to gradually repair the scars on the knife after leaving the battle. Passive skill, decapitation. During the decapitation process, the decapitation speed is increased by 20. After a successful decapitation, the player's strength can be increased by 1 point for 3 minutes, with a maximum of 2 layers. Surprise! What a surprise! Lin Ziluo had never expected that 2 top-notch bronze-level equipment could be combined into such a top-notch silver-level equipment. This beheading magic sword can definitely be described as top-notch. It has the powerful attribute of increasing strength by 4 points, plus the superimposed effect of the passive decapitation. The highest bonus can reach a terrifying 6 points of strength. Lin Ziluo couldn't wait to check the properties of his equipment, Beheading Demonic Sword. Basic attributes, strength, 27 spirit, 19 constitution, 18 agility, 23. This is really a little cow doing a handstand. So cool. Lin Ziluo was in high spirits after getting the new weapon. But when I saw Dasha still concentrating on eating, Lin Ziluo suddenly felt very disappointed with his friend. What are you eating, Dasha? Let's go. Our destination is the Magic City Library. Chapter 57. Breaking into the library. Dasha reluctantly put down the roast chicken in his hand. Then he stood up and picked up the big iron rod he had just found. But there was still a gloomy expression on his face. Lin Ziluo was happy. He said helplessly, "Work hard tonight, and I'll make you 2 roast chickens tomorrow." Dasha immediately perked up and raised the big iron rod in his hand high. There was a different look in his eyes. Alas, the world of foodies is so plain and boring. The Magic City Library is a circular building. There are 2 curved doors at the front and back. Because the Doomsday Game is set to begin at 7 p.m., there weren't many people reading in the library at this time. Therefore, the number of zombies gathered at the entrance of the library was not as many as that at the gymnasium. It is now the 4th day of the apocalypse. Some zombies have reached level 3. A small number of zombies are level 4. The basic attributes will be improved by about 5 points compared to previous zombies. This is more stressful for ordinary people whose levels are below level 4. But for Lin Ziluo and Dasha, does it make any difference? As usual, Lin Ziluo first found a detailed explanation of the library's internal structure in the square in front of the library's main entrance. Plan your own walking route. He took Dasha and rushed towards the group of zombies gathered at the gate with great momentum. There is about half an hour left before night falls, and we must rush into the library within half an hour. This is the only way to avoid being surrounded by zombies. Lin Ziluo, who was itching to try, took the lead and swung the magic knife in his hand, leaving a black afterimage. The knife chopped the neck of the zombie in front. The beheading magic sword. How can you not behead people? The blade slid across the zombie's neck incredibly smoothly, making him feel much less strenuous. Therefore, the beheading speed is increased by 20, which actually means that beheading is more labor-saving and convenient. The zombie's head fell to the ground. The magic knife in Lin Ziluo's hand sent out a hint of warmth through his palm. Strength +1. Easy to use. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh that compared to ordinary silver-level equipment, this beheading magic sword was countless times more useful. The zombies around obviously also saw Lin Ziluo and Dasha, the 2 uninvited guests. They gathered around them. "Dasha, don't hold back this time and let me get the kill. Just charge forward and kill our way into the library first." Lin Ziluo turned around and instructed Dasha. Then he rushed straight towards the group of zombies. After receiving the order from his master, Dasha immediately raised the big iron stick in his hand and smashed it on the head of the zombie in front of him. Dasha exerted his enormous strength on the iron rod. With just this one blow, the zombie's head was smashed into pieces. Blood and brain matter splattered as the head exploded. Dasha didn't dodge or evade, allowing the blood and brains to hang on his body. Lin Ziluo also needs to be careful to avoid the zombie's claws and bites. There's absolutely no need for Dasha. What? We are all zombies, and you can still mutate me? Strong physique and brave strength. This makes Dasha like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, rampaging through the zombie horde. Lin Ziluo, standing aside, was much more elegant. Every time he swung the magic knife in his hand, he could hit the zombie's neck accurately, turn a zombie into experience and gold coins, and keep it by his side forever. Then he twisted his body and perfectly dodged the 2 sharp claws attacking from behind. Once again, a zombie was taken away. The road ahead was blocked by a large number of zombies. The beheading magic knife in Lin Ziluo's hand was raised. He found a right angle and threw it with all his might. Spinning slash. The spinning slash was combined with the silver-level decapitation blade for the first time. The speed of rotation is faster and faster, and you can't even see the difference between the blade and handle during flight. All that could be seen was that the beheading magic knife was spinning to form a black circle, constantly reaping the lives of the zombies. 1, 2, 3. The beheading magic knife that flew back was successfully caught by Lin Ziluo. It was this one skill that killed 7 zombies. Lin Ziluo also took advantage of the cleared passage and successfully sprinted forward a long distance. Seeing the library gate getting closer and closer, Lin Ziluo took the time to look at Dasha. Dasha's movements were a bit slow, and he was still quite a distance away from him. Lin Ziluo swung the knife again and this time he luckily triggered the combo effect of the combo gloves. The zombie corpse was killed with one knife, but unfortunately was hit by the second knife. In fact, the deterrent effect of Lin Ziluo's lion wristband is often triggered. However, for these zombies, whether they were shocked or not, they would be killed in 1 second, and there was no visible effect at all. After using the double explosion to take down the last zombie in front of him, Lin Ziluo successfully arrived at the entrance of the library. Fortunately, the door was not closed. He rushed straight in. There were not many zombies at the gate. Lin Ziluo chopped off 2 of them at random. I came to my favorite place, the long corridor of the public toilet. Ahem, the main reason I like it is that it's easy to defend but difficult to attack. After gaining a firm foothold in the middle of the passage, Lin Ziluo continued to fight with the zombies that had rushed into the library with him. During this period, feeling sore all over, Lin Ziluo generously took out a stamina potion to replenish his strength. At this time, Dasha finally rushed into the library. He immediately rushed towards Lin Ziluo's position. After a while, the man and the corpse successfully reunited. What the hell? What did you do? Lin Ziluo was shocked. The zombies had torn Dasha's originally exquisite suit into strips. If you don't look carefully, there is no difference between him and a beggar. Then, Lin Ziluo glanced down at Dasha's body. Well, it is worthy of being a humanoid beast. Chapter 58. Dasha, your roast chicken is gone. Dasha, you stay here for a while. I'm going to clean the toilet. Lin Ziluo instructed. Dasha nodded, and no one knew where the big iron rod in his hand fell. So he picked up the bodies of 2 zombies from the ground, used them as weapons, and smashed them at the zombies. The passage itself is quite narrow. The 2 zombie corpses directly knocked down a group of zombies. When Dasha took a look, he was surprised to see that the effect was quite good. He picked up 2 more zombie heads and threw them at the zombies. Seeing that Dasha was able to stabilize the situation, Lin Ziluo did not delay any longer. He ran straight into the bathroom to check if there were any zombies. Only after getting rid of the zombies in the toilet can you fight boldly in the passage. This time Lin Ziluo was very violent. After entering the toilet, he did not open the doors one by one to check if there were any zombies inside. Instead, he just stabbed inside through the door panel with a magic knife in hand. You ask what to do if someone does. Sorry, it was purely an accidental injury. After searching the entire men's restroom, I didn't find a single zombie. Lin Ziluo was unwilling to give up, so he rushed into the women's restroom again and emptied both rows of cubicles. In the end, there were still no zombies. Lin Ziluo was extremely disappointed. Look, they're all toilets. In the restroom of the Magic City Stadium, I was given a bronze treasure chest and a fusion stone given by a zombie couple. The toilets in your library are really clean. Without taking the time to complain, Lin Ziluo hurried back to the passage. Dasha can no longer hold up his original line of defense. You can only attack the zombies while retreating. Lin Ziluo rushed forward. With Lin Ziluo's joining, Dasha felt much more relaxed. The 1 man and the 1 corpse easily control the situation. You strike with a knife, I strike with a punch, and we firmly control the zombies outside the defense line. And as the corpses of zombies piled up more and more in the passage, Lin Ziluo intentionally piled up the corpses of nearby zombies together, successfully blocked part of the passage. The pressure of facing the zombie tide has been reduced a lot. Lin Ziluo was breathing heavily. From rushing into the library to the defensive battle in the toilet passage, this series of non-stop fierce battles consumed a lot of his physical strength. If I hadn't drunk that bottle of stamina potion, I would have collapsed from exhaustion. Even Dasha's body, which was as strong as an ox, could not hold on. Although zombies cannot sense fatigue, but the physical fitness is there, and the body reaches a certain load. For example, if you overuse your hands and feet, problems will definitely arise. Lin Ziluo could clearly see that his movements were beginning to become sluggish. The good news is that there aren't many zombies left. There are at most 20 or so. Lin Ziluo discovered that his stamina potion was still on cooldown. Then let Dasha perform. Whew! A zombie in front of him began to howl. Along with his howling, it could be clearly seen that its attributes began to rise. Night has fallen. Lin Ziluo knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He used up all his strength and threw the beheading magic knife out. Then he took out a cushion and sat on the ground. The zombies on the opposite side are far less dense than before. Even though Lin Ziluo found the best angle, he only killed 5 zombies. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing a zombie and gaining 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yao, for successfully killing a zombie and gaining 3 experience points and 4 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 9 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Player, Yao, needs 1,000 experience points to level up next time. I finally upgraded. Lin Ziluo, who was sitting on the ground, caught the magic knife and let out a breath. It can also be calculated through experience gained. During this period of time, he killed nearly 150 zombies in total. What is the concept? This is the amount of zombies that all the members of the Death Club had to kill in nearly 6 hours. I saw the remaining dozen or so zombies, which had been affected by the complete darkness, rushing towards me. Lin Ziluo sat on the ground. He said calmly and unhurriedly, "Dasha, activate Absence Rage." Hearing Lin Ziluo's request, Dasha activated this skill without hesitation. In an instant, a large amount of anger filled Dasha's head, completely covering up Dasha's few remaining consciousnesses. Dasha roared. It tore the last few strips of cloth on its body into pieces. Then, Dasha rarely showed his fangs and claws. "Dasha, those dozen or so zombies in front of you have eaten up all your roast chicken. You will have no roast chicken tomorrow." Lin Ziluo decided to give Dasha another strong dose of medicine. You should know that the attributes improved by absence of mind and rage are calculated according to the degree of your anger. As expected, Lin Ziluo said this. Dasha became even angrier. His slightly gray skin turned red with anger. The muscles on his body were bulging with veins. There was no time to think about why these zombies would steal his roast chicken. Dasha, who had completely lost his mind, rushed out roaring. The defensive line formed by the zombie corpses in front of him was smashed to pieces. Dasha grabbed the nearest zombie, grabbed the zombie's arms with both hands. Whew! With a roar from Dasha, he actually tore off the zombie's 2 arms. Blood was spread on the wall, and the scene seemed particularly violent and bloody. Lin Ziluo, who was sitting on the ground nearby, held a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea and took a sip. Seeing Dasha's bravery, I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and shouted, "Good!" Then he took another sip of Longjing tea. After hearing the praise from his master, Dasha became even more excited. He twisted the zombie's head in his hand 360 degrees clockwise and then pulled a hard. The zombie's head was pulled off directly by Dasha, with several blood vessels in the neck still connected to it. Chapter 59 Energy Replenishment. The duration of the rage is only 2 minutes. It took Dasha 10 seconds to deal with that zombie just now. That won't work. At this rate, there is no guarantee that the remaining zombies can be eliminated. Dasha, you were too slow just now, resulting in a pig's trotter and elbow being snatched away by them. Lin Ziluo added fuel to the fire. Dasha heard it. Damn it. You guys actually stole my beloved pig's trotter and elbow. Rage completely filled Dasha's head. The amplification attribute of loss of mind and rage has been maxed out to the maximum value of 50. This is an almost impossible number. I guess even the Doomsday Game wouldn't have thought that there would actually be players who could max out their attributes through rage. I think only someone with an extremely simple mind like Dasha could do that. The increase in absence of madness was 50, and the increase in night was also unprecedentedly 50. At this moment, Dasha's attributes doubled under the stimulation of both. The attributes are doubled, but the combat power is more than just doubled. Dasha no longer wanted to defeat the opponent with fists. With bloodshot eyes and heavy breathing, he rushed directly towards the zombies on the other side of the passage. The 3 zombies standing side by side in the front were knocked into the air by Dasha. The sound of bones breaking all over the body was heard crackling. The blood and internal organs in his mouth were spat out without any care. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the zombies' tenacious vitality allowed them to hold on. They struggled to stand up, but he was kicked to the ground by Dasha, who rushed over. It was like being run over by a steamroller. The parts where they were stepped on sank deeply and stuck tightly to the ground, making them impossible to pry out. The zombies behind also could not escape this tragic ending. Under Dasha's brutal charge, the remaining dozen or so zombies were almost broken into pieces. He didn't even last a minute before he collapsed. Facing the last zombie standing at the end of the passage, Dasha raised his fist. The red light gathered on Dasha's fist. This is Dasha's skill, a full-strength attack. When the red light, is at its most intense. Dasha finally threw his fist. Bang! A low sound of breaking through the air was heard. Dasha's fist hit the zombie's chest hard. The sound of the zombie's sternum breaking was heard. At the same time, the zombie's back suddenly bulged. Then, the bulge suddenly burst, and a huge fist stretched out, bringing out a large amount of blood. Dasha's punch actually pierced through the zombie's chest. Lin Ziluo, who was sitting on the ground sipping tea, couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed born with great strength. I want to punch a grown man through the chest. Lin Ziluo understood very well how difficult it was. The zombie's body fell to the ground with a thud. It's almost time for absence of madness. Dasha has almost reached his limit. He sat down on the corpse of the zombie, just now. Hey, what's going on? Aren't zombies supposed to be unaware of fatigue? Lin Ziluo was confused at first, but suddenly understood the next second. It should be the side effect of absence fury. The confusion effect has been activated. Big fool, Lin Ziluo shouted. When Dasha heard the voice, he turned his head immediately. The only difference is that the direction of the twist is to the other end of the passage. Well, it's confusing and I have no sense of direction. Lin Ziluo didn't bother Dasha either. The man and the corpse sat quietly in the passage in this posture. Under their feet, even under their buttocks, there were large amounts of blood, a large number of zombie limbs, and a lot of round heads. At this point, there was not a single zombie left at the front door or in the front hall of the library. No, there's still one big fool left. After resting for a while, Lin Ziluo finally had the opportunity to check the gains from this battle. The automatic pickup range is still a bit small, like the zombies that Lin Ziluo killed with the whirling slash. Because he was too far away from Lin Ziluo when he died, his things were not picked up. A few are missing which are harmless. Lin Ziluo looked at the harvest with great joy. First, there were the cards. Lin Ziluo saw the roast chicken and pork knuckle that Dasha liked at a glance. Lin Ziluo directly chose to activate it, then walked to Dasha and handed it to him. Dasha was still in a state of confusion and hadn't woken up. But even if I lost all sense of direction, Dasha still took the roast chicken and pork knuckle handed over by Lin Ziluo accurately. So amazing. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but admire. It seems that Dasha's talent for eating is not inferior to his natural strength. Dasha quickly proved to Lin Ziluo, Master, your judgment is correct. Because just when Dasha was eating with a grunt, Lin Ziluo was surprised to find that the scratches and bite marks on Dasha's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Lin Ziluo opened Dasha's panel. Sure enough, there was a new talent in Dasha's talent column. Energy replenishment. Your eating speed increases by 30. When you are eating, the food you eat will be quickly converted into energy to heal your wounds and replenish your physical strength. I'll hit you with a banana peel. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh. Although Dasha is stupid, in some ways, he is definitely a genius. He already has the strength-type talent of natural strength, and now he has the tank talent of energy replenishment. Dasha, we're going further and further down the path of tank warfare. Happy. Dasha is his younger brother. Dasha's increased strength means my increased strength. My strength has increased, so I should be happier. Is that a problem? No problem. Moreover, my strength will also increase next. Lin Ziluo looked at his storage space and became excited. Chapter 60, Breastplate of Protection. There are not many things that can excite Lin Ziluo. Equipment enhancement scrolls definitely count as one. What's more, there are now 2 equipment enhancement scrolls. They were placed quietly in Lin Ziluo's storage space. This is far from all. The breastplate that Lin Ziluo had been longing for finally came out. An absolute great harvest. Looking at Dasha, he was still enjoying the delicious food with a grunt. Lin Ziluo began to count the spoils. 3 bottles of physical strength potions and 2 bottles of mental potions. Spirit potion, a one-time bronze item. After drinking it, you can instantly recover 10 of your spiritual power. At the same time, you can recover 5 of your spiritual power every minute thereafter for 4 minutes. There will be a 30-minute CD time after use. 1 more short-range launcher and 1 more super flash bomb were released. Even the hidden mask came out with 1. In this way, Lin Ziluo can switch back and forth between the 2 masks. Lin Ziluo took out the breastplate and began to look at it carefully. This breastplate is made of metal. It looks heavy, but it feels very light in the hand. There's a bulge on the chest of the breastplate to protect the heart. Sheltering breastplate. Bronze level equipment. A light metal breastplate with the power of protection. Attributes. Constitution +1, Agility +1. Skill. Shelter. You can form a transparent shield around your body according to your own ideas. The shield lasts for 3 seconds. Once it is attacked beyond a certain level, it will break in advance. Skill CD is 1 hour. After the shield is broken, the cooldown time is increased to 12 hours. This breastplate is really strange. It can actually increase agility. And the weight meets Lin Ziluo's requirements. Originally thinking that it was a heavy armor type, Lin Ziluo was planning to give it to Dasha directly. As for now, Lin Ziluo happily equipped himself with the protection breastplate. Physical fitness and agility are instantly improved. Lin Ziluo put the attribute points he had just gained from reaching level 9 into agility. It's not over yet. The equipment enhancement scroll has not been used yet. Lin Ziluo took out 2 equipment enhancement scrolls together. Because the equipment enhancement scrolls that are currently released are all bronze level, can only enhance bronze level equipment. Lin Ziluo didn't even consider his silver level cloak and magic sword. So what should be strengthened? Lin Ziluo quickly glanced at the equipment on him. After eliminating those overused equipment, I finally chose the blood-sucking ring. The blood-sucking ring still has 2 little stamina to absorb blood. In the battle just now, the physical strength absorbed by the blood-sucking ring was completely unable to keep up with Lin Ziluo's combat consumption. And it's still in the novice stage. Most of them are facing sieges from low-level zombies. Sufficient battery life is essential. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate and slapped an equipment enhancement scroll on the blood-sucking ring. A green light flashed. Strengthening successful. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for obtaining the blood-sucking ring +1. This is not over yet. Lin Ziluo slapped another equipment enhancement scroll on the blood-sucking ring. The higher the enhancement level of the equipment, the easier it is to fail. But the success rate of +2 is still very impressive. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for obtaining the blood-sucking ring +2. How could I fail when I have the European Emperor's physique? Lin Ziluo calls himself. Lin Ziluo picked up the blood-sucking ring. The originally delicate patterns became more complex, and the red surface became brighter. Blood-sucking ring +2, bronze level equipment, an evil ring that can absorb the enemy's physical strength in battle. Attributes: strength +2, constitution +2. 12 of the damage you cause to the enemy can be converted into physical strength and transferred to your body through the weapon. Very good. The properties have more than doubled. After equipping the strengthened blood-sucking ring, Lin Ziluo's attributes reached a new height. Basic attributes: strength, 28 spirit, 19 constitution, 20 agility, 24. The influx of new strength restored Lin Ziluo's spirit. He stood up and followed the path he and Dasha had taken to get in. There are also some items to loot that are not automatically picked up. Maybe his luck ran out. After Lin Ziluo searched for a while, all he got were some cards. There's also a card that Dasha exploded. When this card could not be collected automatically, Lin Ziluo thought about why. Only later did I realize that it was a reward from Dasha with a 1 drop rate, and it could not be picked up automatically. It was only after Lin Ziluo came back from his walk that Dasha finally recovered from the chaos. It's almost time to rest. Let's go upstairs. Lin Ziluo called. The Shanghai library is quite good, with a direct elevator. You can take the elevator directly to the 5th floor, where the store is located. It doesn't have to be like a gym. You still need to apply it layer by layer yourself. Dasha stood up and followed Lin Ziluo closely. A man and a corpse walked through the passage filled with corpses and came to the entrance of the sightseeing elevator. It is called a sightseeing elevator, and the elevator in the library has a transparent shell. Sitting inside, you can see the front and back door halls. The elevator door opened. There was a lot of blood in the elevator, but there were no people or zombies. Lin Ziluo and Dasha walked into the elevator and pressed a button for the 5th floor. The elevator slowly rose, and Lin Ziluo also took a look down at the situation in the back door hall. There are no fewer zombies in the back door hall than in the front door. It looks like there are still about 200 of them, and they all gathered at the large iron gate leading to the front hall. This was because he was attracted by the sound of Lin Ziluo and his friends fighting with zombies, and wanted to go over, but was stopped by a large iron gate. Not only that, the elevator slowly rises. Lin Ziluo also successfully observed several suspicious places. Chapter 61:0. It turns out that I am too rich. It is said to be a suspicious place. In fact, it is a place that has been severely damaged. For example, there were broken tables and chairs in the library, holes in the bookshelves, and iron doors that were torn open. These places have all experienced destruction. And this destruction could not have been caused by ordinary zombies or humans. Being able to do these things and having this kind of power. The answer is simple. Boss. Another boss. Although Lin Ziluo had been here in his previous life. However, not much is known about the boss in the Magic City library. Because in his previous life, when he really had the power, most of the bosses in the Demon City had already been wiped out. As for now, I will accept this boss without hesitation. Lin Ziluo did not go looking for the boss first. What you need to do now is to go to the store on the top floor and buy some useful props and equipment. Lin Ziluo looked at Dasha again. Just when they got on the elevator, Lin Ziluo took out a set of clothes from the storage space and handed it to Dasha. Now he has changed his clothes. Bye. The sightseeing elevator has reached the 5th floor. The elevator door slowly opened. The noise attracted the attention of the zombies on the 5th floor. They all gathered towards the elevator. To Lin Ziluo's surprise, there were not many zombies on the 5th floor. Looking around, there are only about 30 of them. Well, Lin Ziluo is indeed qualified to say, but more than 30 zombies were really not enough in front of Lin Ziluo and Dasha, who had recovered their strength. He chopped and killed all the 30 or so zombies along the way. During this period, an item, Gloves of Strength, was revealed. However, this attribute is too mediocre and cannot compare to Lin Ziluo's combo gloves. So I left it to Dasha to equip it. After dealing with all the zombies on the 5th floor, Lin Ziluo walked straight towards an office in the corner of the 5th floor. The office door was closed. There was originally a sign on it that said Manager's Office. It was just modified into the Magic City store by the powerful Doomsday Game. Lin Ziluo didn't hesitate to turn the doorknob gently and push the door open. Congratulations to the player for successfully finding the Magic City store and gaining 10 points of reputation. The game prompt sounded. The familiar store layout also appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. The originally ordinary office is now completely covered with special metal. The walls, the floor, and the ceiling were all covered with silver metal. Don't underestimate this unknown metal. Its hardness is unimaginable. Even a god of war-level figure could only leave scratches on it. In addition to the metal, there were 3 chairs in the room. This is for people to rest while waiting in line to buy something. In the very center of the room, there is a small metal cabin. As long as people stand in, they can buy items. This is to prevent customers from being attacked by others when they are concentrating on purchasing items. One point must be mentioned here. The use of force is not prohibited in stores. But when you're fighting, a punch or a spell hits the metal on the wall. Sorry, even if the metal is not damaged at all, you will still have to pay a high repair fee. If you punch someone and make him spit blood, or hit him so hard that his blood splashes on the ground, then you'll have to pay high cleaning fees. Don't ask how to determine who is at fault. Doomsday Game talks to you? If you're unlucky, both parties may be fined. A single fine could be enough to bankrupt a very wealthy player. So the shop is the default peaceful location for all players. However, the time spent in the store should not exceed 30 minutes per day. If the time exceeds 30 minutes, a high fine will be charged. This avoids the idea of those who are being hunted by their enemies hiding in stores. What? You said you don't have money. You don't have enough money to pay the fine? You want to be a deadbeat? Then just wipe it out directly. Lin Ziluo knew the rules of the store very well, and without wasting any time, he walked decisively into the metal cabin. The hatch closed, and a panel appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. The words Magic City Store welcomes you were written on the panel. At the same time, an emotionless mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his ears. Dear player, Yith Z, welcome to the Magic City Store. Since you're the first customer to arrive at the Magic City Store, you are entitled to a 50% discount on your purchases. Oh, there's such a good thing. I have never experienced this before. Originally, Lin Ziluo had more than 6,000 gold coins. After killing so many zombies downstairs, the number of gold coins has now reached 6545. Skip the welcome message expertly. Lin Ziluo started to operate. I originally planned to buy pants-type equipment, but now there is a half-price discount on the first item, so of course it cannot be limited to pants. How can I justify the discount if I don't buy the more expensive one? Equipment, Props, supply cards. 3 options. Lin Ziluo opened the props column. A wide variety of props immediately appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. Super Flash Bomb. Price, 1,000 gold coin stock, 100. Short Range Launcher. Price, 500 gold coin stock, 100. Ice Cone Scroll. Price, 3,000 gold coins inventory, 3. Power Pill. Price, 1,000 gold coins inventory, 20. Flipping through the merchandise. Lin Ziluo was very disappointed. What's going on? The things in the store haven't changed. But I no longer have the joy and excitement that I had when shopping in my previous life. Oh, it turns out that I am too rich. No wonder. I don't like these products. Ding! It is detected that the host is not satisfied with the items in the Magic City store. The purchase permission for hidden items in the Magic City store has been opened. Chapter 62, Magic City Exclusive Equipment. Ding! It is detected that the host is not satisfied with the items in the Magic City store. The purchase permission for hidden items in the Magic City store has been opened. Just when Lin Ziluo was thinking about what to buy, the prompt sound of the golden finger system sounded like the sound of nature. Shit, what does this mean? Lin Ziluo said that he knew there were hidden merchants in the city, but I've never heard of any hidden items in the store. Ding! Every store in a city will have hidden items exclusive to that city. Ding! These hidden items can only be purchased by players who have made great contributions to the city. The purchasing authority has now been opened for the host. Shit, I've never heard of this. Come to think of it, I haven't made any significant contribution to any city before. Let me see what great treasures are hidden in a Magic City store. Lin Ziluo operated the panel and successfully found the newly appeared Magic City Store Hidden Items button. When I clicked on it, I saw only 3 items. Badge of Honor of Magic City. Price, 200,000 gold coins inventory. 1. Magic City Order Uniform. Price, 12,000 gold coins inventory. 10. Mark of the Guardian of the Demon City. Price, 10,000 gold coins inventory. 20. You can see pictures of products when shopping in stores. When Lin Ziluo saw the picture of the Magic City Orderer's uniform, he finally reacted. He had seen this thing before and was deeply impressed by it. I saw a war god from the Dragon Kingdom passing through here before, but his one is similar in style. But the color is pure gold. The details of the clothes are more exquisite, and there are more spells printed on them. Any item that a god of war can wear all the time must be a great treasure. Unfortunately, the properties of the products in the mall cannot be viewed. You have to buy it to know its true properties, because even if it is the same product, there will be differences in properties. However, the difference will not be too big. There will be some fluctuations up and down. As for the Badge of Honor of the Demon City, Lin Ziluo didn't even think about that thing. In the Doomsday Game, the products with such harsh purchasing conditions have already been greatly discounted. Even with such a high discount, the price is still so sky high. This thing is far beyond what I can consider now. Lin Ziluo considered between the uniform of the Demon City Order Keeper and the mark of the Demon City Guardian. I decisively chose the Magic City Order uniform. There's a discount now, so of course I'll buy the more expensive one. Anyway, the store can't run away here. After a period of time, I will be able to take out the 10,000 gold coins required for the mark of the Demon City Guardian. Player, Yizi, are you sure you want to purchase the Magic City Order uniform? Since the player enjoys a 50 discount on the purchase, it will cost 6,000 gold coins. A mechanical voice sounded. Buy it, Lin Ziluo said. The Demon City Order uniform was purchased successfully, 6,000 gold coins were paid, and the player has 545 gold coins remaining. Magic City Order uniform is now packed into the card. You can get it by activating the card. A card appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. This is the mechanics of the store. Whatever you buy will eventually become a card. This is to prevent the purchased goods from being too large and there being insufficient storage space. Excuse me, does the player need to buy anything else? No need, Lin Ziluo said. There are 545 gold coins left, so I'd better save them to buy the mark of the Demon City Guardian. Thank you for your visit, and welcome to come again next time. After these polite words, the door of the metal cabin slowly opened. Lin Ziluo walked out of the metal warehouse and stretched his body. Dasha sat quietly on the chair. Yes, Dasha should also have some gold coins on him. Although Dasha cannot gain experience by killing zombies, he can obtain gold coins. Lin Ziluo looked at Dasha's panel. Well, it's just over 700 gold coins. Kind of think of it, Dasha only killed a few zombies and the rest were killed by himself. He saw that he and Dasha only had 10 minutes left to stay in the store. Lin Ziluo took out the Magic City Order uniform card and chose to activate it. A black uniform appeared in Lin Ziluo's hands. The fabric of this uniform feels very good, like silk. Lin Ziluo checked the properties. Magic City Order uniform, diamond level special equipment. Introduction. This is an extremely precious uniform, with extremely exquisite workmanship and excellent effects. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the Magic City are qualified to own it. Ability 1. Transfiguration. After equipping the Magic City Order uniform, all your clothing and equipment can be hidden by the uniform. The effect is still triggered. 2. Comfort. The uniform has self-cleaning function and can also regulate some temperatures, automatically repair itself, isolate blood, etc. 3. Majesty. As long as you are in a Magic City, any player whose reputation does not exceed yours who attacks you will have their own attributes reduced by 10 for 5 minutes. 4. Order. You can set the order of the Magic City. Every day, you can issue a task that can pass the system detection to a player other than yourself in the Magic City. The rewards and penalties for the mission will be determined based on your reputation and the difficulty of the mission, and you do not need to pay for the rewards. I have to say, it is worthy of being the city-exclusive equipment that Lin Ziluo has never come into contact with. These attributes are truly special and rare. However, what attracted Lin Ziluo the most were, of course, the 4 words special equipment. This means that this piece of equipment will not take up your own equipment slot. Transform this attribute. Although Lin Ziluo has not seen the specific effects, but he had roughly guessed its function based on the introduction. It is definitely a dream effect. Chapter 63. Demon City Order Uniform. Lin Ziluo unfolded the uniform. It was a black robe with a hood. Had a pair of pure black pants and black shoes. There are some silver stripes on the clothes. There's also a special logo on the chest. Anyone who has been to the Magic City can recognize this logo. This is the iconic building of Shanghai, the Oriental Pearl TV Tower. Other than that, there's nothing special about it. Lin Ziluo took off all his equipment and put on his uniform. The texture is very soft and very comfortable to wear. Not only that, perhaps sensing that Lin Ziluo was a little hot, the clothes automatically gave off a hint of coolness. Awesome. It is indeed a comfortable attribute that can stand out independently. Then, Lin Ziluo took out a floor-length mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Ziluo widened his eyes. I saw that Lin Ziluo's image in the mirror was very similar to the enchanting Grim Reaper in a black robe. Even a hood on the back of the robe. From now on, I can cosplay as the Grim Reaper. Lin Ziluo said with satisfaction. Throw the floor-length mirror outside the store. Lin Ziluo officially began to verify his conjecture about the properties of the transformation. He then picked up the breastplate of protection. Detected that the shelter breastplate is about to be equipped. Should the Magic City Order uniform be activated? Launch. Lin Ziluo spoke. The breastplate in his hand suddenly disappeared, but his body clearly felt the increase in attributes. That's right, this transformation function is exactly what I thought. Just wear this uniform, and your other equipment will be absorbed by the uniform, and the effects will be inherited on the uniform. In this way, you only need to wear one uniform. It can maximize its flexibility, portability, and concealment. Lin Ziluo tried a few more times. I found that once the equipment was removed, it would appear again in my hands. Not only that, for example, after equipping the breastplate, the chest area of your uniform inherits the strength and defensiveness of the breastplate, so you don't have to worry about the uniform being unable to withstand attacks. This feature can only be described as awesome. If I have to use a few more words, it would be the young cow crying for the old cow. So awesome. The time we can stay in the store is almost up. Lin Ziluo took Dasha out of the store. He was going to use the order function of the uniform on Dasha. Once a day, it's a waste if not used. Lin Ziluo is ready to try out this function. Destroy the whole world. Task failed system review. Kill the legendary boss. Task failed system review. One punch knocked down the Demon City Library. Lin Ziluo experimented for a while and got a general idea of it. Tasks that are outrageous, unrealistic, illogical, etc. will not even pass the system review. Spying on girls changing clothes. The task has passed the system review. Do you want to publish it? Well, I'm just talking, don't take it seriously. Lin Ziluo quickly canceled the task. We, as gentlemen, should not do such things. After thinking for a long time, Lin Ziluo issued a reliable task. Kill the boss in the Demon City library. The task has passed the system review. Do you want to publish it? King. Lin Ziluo directly chose to publish. At the same time, I also realized the hidden function of this function. The system can be used to determine whether a boss really exists. Of course, we can't believe it all. For example, if the boss in a place is too powerful, the release will not be successful. You can't just say there's no boss. Dasha also successfully accepted the task. Lin Ziluo took a quick look at the task. The reward is 200 gold coins, 50 experience points, and 2 supply cards. The reward is very small, probably because Lin Ziluo's reputation is not enough. Lin Ziluo didn't worry about it. It was good enough to get a reward. It just so happens that I can keep using Dasha to earn mission rewards. Store purchases have come to an end. The next goal is to upgrade and kill the boss in the library. Lin Ziluo always remembered that when he reached level 10, he could draw a super golden finger. Now try your best to kill 200 or 300 zombies in the library. If you're lucky, you can kill a boss and level up earlier. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo didn't even rest. After greeting Dasha, he came to the elevator door. After getting on the elevator, I pressed the button for the 4th floor. We clear it layer by layer. I don't believe that we can't find you, the hiding boss. Ah wei, I'm scared. In a small cubicle somewhere in the Magic City library, a girl said to her boyfriend beside her while trembling. The boyfriend, away, quickly covered the girl's mouth and said in a very low voice, Xiaomei, keep your voice down. Don't let that guy hear you. Xiaomei nodded. But the tears still couldn't stop flowing because of fear. Awei was actually very scared too, and his body was shaking constantly. He quietly reached out to the wall and pressed the light switch. The originally bright cubicle suddenly became dark. There is no light here, so that guy shouldn't be able to find us. Let's stay here quietly for a while. Awei persuaded. Yeah, we'll be fine. The girl answered softly and squeezed her body into Awei's arms again. The two of them huddled in the corner of the cubicle and comforted each other. Awei knew it clearly. Saying that everything is fine is just to comfort people. Even if he and the Xiaomei monster were not discovered, they will also gradually die due to long-term lack of food and water. Awei. Xiaomei began to tremble again and spoke in a trembling voice. What's wrong? Awei stroked Xiaomei gently and comforted her. Look, there's a pair of eyes under the door frame of the compartment. Chapter 64, Crawling Zombie Boss. Look, there's a pair of eyes under the door frame of the compartment. When Awei heard Xiaomei say this, his body stiffened instantly. Endless fear filled his heart. He twisted his head tremblingly and looked under the door frame of the compartment. The darkness inside the room allowed the light from outside to filter in from under the compartment door frame. In the bright light, a pair of blood-red eyes were staring at Awei. Awei's brain froze on the spot. It became difficult to breathe. The blood-red eyes narrowed. It seemed to be laughing at Awei and Xiaomei for being so stupid. Then, the iron door of the compartment made a sizzling sound. It could be heard that the owner of these blood-red eyes is trying to open the iron gate. It seemed that the situation had reached a dead end. The originally panicked Wei suddenly calmed down. Xiaomei, after it opens the door, run out as fast as you can. Awei said, No, I don't dare. Xiaomei suddenly reacted. What about you? It's okay, be brave, just run out, I'll stop him. Awei stood up, groped in the dark for a while, and found a broom. He picked up the broom and placed it against his chest to give himself courage. There was a hint of disdain in those red eyes. Next second, bang, the iron gate was opened. Run, Awei shouted loudly. Then, he rushed forward bravely. The guy who had been clinging to the door finally revealed his full appearance. It's a zombie, a weird-looking zombie. Its body is extremely thin, and the outline of its internal bones can be clearly seen. Its head is in the shape of an inverted triangle, with a long scarlet tongue swinging back and forth. His whole body was clinging to the door upside down, like a gecko. Seeing Awei rushing towards him, the zombie did not kill him directly. Instead, as if wanting to tease him, he turned around. Then he climbed up the iron door and onto the ceiling of the compartment. Awei's broom hit nothing. He looked up at the zombies lying on the ceiling, despair in his eyes. The courage that I had just mustered up with great difficulty was instantly extinguished. Is this thing really something humans can deal with? The mockery in the zombies' eyes disappeared as they looked at Awei, who had lost his fighting spirit. Another toy gone. The disappointed zombie changed his target. He looked at Xiaomei, who was still hiding in the corner. Xiao Mei was struggling desperately, but the fear made her unable to even stand up. Xiao Mei run. When Wei saw Xiao Mei being targeted by the zombies, he instantly regained consciousness. Pity. It's too late. The zombie's sharp claws grabbed Xiao Mei's head directly. Xiao Mei's head was crushed in an instant. Blood flowed out along with brain matter. The zombie hurried forward, stretched out its long, fishy tongue, and began to suck the brain with enjoyment. Plop. Wei knelt on the ground. The tragic death of his girlfriend left him without any hope. Disgusting thing, I will fight you. Wei struggled to stand up, picked up the broom, and rushed toward the zombies again to defend immortality. The zombies who were enjoying their delicious meal were very dissatisfied with Wei's interruption. The claws swung. Wei also passed away with Xiao Mei. The zombie was very satisfied and happily picked up Wei's head and started sucking it. The compartment was still dark. The light outside can only illuminate the area at the door, but cannot illuminate the zombies enjoying the food in the corner. Footsteps were heard outside the cubicle. The zombie showed a look of dissatisfaction. Another toy comes to disturb my enjoyment of delicious food. The zombies took the initiative this time. It put down Wei's head, clung to the wall, and began to crawl out of the cubicle. Just at the moment when the zombie's head appeared from the compartment, a surprised voice sounded. Finally found you, Lin Ziluo said breathlessly, pointing at the zombie's head. Originally, he and Dasha were working hard to wipe out the zombies. They killed an entire floor of zombies. I was about to gain enough experience to reach level 10. Lin Ziluo heard Wei's exclamation before. The boss has appeared. Lin Ziluo, who was anxious to kill the boss, didn't even take a break and quickly ran downstairs following the sound. Finally, the zombie's head was seen outside the cubicle. Wow, zombie in assassination form. Lin Ziluo recognized the type of zombie at a glance. Just like human job transfer, during the evolution process, zombies will also have their own development tendencies. The boss evolves the fastest, and differences in species can be seen at the beginning of the apocalypse. The assassination form that Lin Ziluo described is more like an assassin among humans. It has super high movement speed and extremely strong attack ability. And this type of zombie is best at eating human brains, because they can increase their own intelligence through the human brain. It looks like this zombie is a relatively intelligent one, seeing the zombie's blood-red eyes staring at him. Lin Ziluo also carefully checked the attributes of the zombies. Crawling zombie, bronze level boss. Level 10. Basic attributes: strength, 23 spirit, 15 constitution, 8 agility, 23. Talent, crawling. You can crawl freely on non-smooth surfaces such as walls. Skill, backstab. You can swing a claw attack, causing 110 strength damage. If the hit part is the enemy's back, the damage will be doubled. Phantom sneak. You can briefly blend into the ground or wall to avoid attacks, or move towards the opponent. Once you get out, you will charge forward and cause 80 of your strength damage. Lin Ziluo just took a glance and then looked away. Because the assassination-type zombies, although each one has different talents and strengths, but the skills are generally those. Lin Ziluo only needs to take a look at the skill name to know what the skill does. I have to say, this zombie boss is very powerful. Its talents and skills form a perfect match. Today's puzzle interpretation. The difference between the way Doomsday Game and the cheat system speak. All the information in the boxes in the article is about the Doomsday Game. Ding! This type of message is from the Goldfinger system. Do not confuse the two. Chapter 65. Left wall step, right wall ascension method. Dasha arrived late. Lin Ziluo left just now, and he stayed there to deal with the last few zombies. The crawling zombie looked at Lin Ziluo and Dasha in front of him. There was a hint of doubt in the blood-red eyes. It didn't understand why the two toys didn't run. In the past, whenever the toys saw it, they would scream and run away. The toys' frightened expressions and screaming sounds are the source of joy for the crawling zombies. It is detected that the player, Yazi, encounters the bronze-level boss crawling zombie, triggering the mission Grudge of the Crawling Zombie. Ding! The Goldfinger system detected that the host activated the task Grudge of Crawling Zombies and is optimizing the task-related issues. The Grudge of the Crawling Zombies. Mission description. The library administrator was wrongly accused of stealing books from the library. When the Doomsday came, he turned into a zombie and killed his leader while being insulted by his leader. He wants revenge. He wants to kill all the people in the world who like to read books. Mission requirements. Kill the crawling zombies. Mission rewards: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, a bronze level equipment. Mission rewards have been optimized. Mission time limit: 12 hours. Mission penalty: none. Abandoning a mission or failing a mission will not result in any penalty. Here it comes. What Lin Ziluo has been waiting for is the arrival of the mission. Why not take it if you can get it for free? Dasha, just go ahead and block it, Lin Ziluo said. In fact, given the properties of this crawling zombie, neither Lin Ziluo nor Dasha can defeat him alone. However, there are still quite a few zombies on this floor. We must achieve a quick resolution. If 100 or so ordinary zombies and a zombie boss gather together, there will be a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Dasha rushed forward. The passage where the cubicle is located is even narrower than the one leading to the toilet. As soon as Dasha walked into the passage, he almost blocked half of it. The crawling zombie looked at Dasha, who was walking towards him, and felt that he was being provoked. The next second, the zombies began to crawl quickly along the walls of the passage. Dasha raised the big iron stick in his hand and smashed it at the crawling zombies. The crawling zombie looked at the big iron stick swinging towards it and didn't dodge at all. Just when the big iron rod was about to hit it, the zombie quickly merged into the wall, as if it was melting. Phantom sneak attack. A shadow suddenly appeared on the wall, and it was moving quickly. Dasha smashed the wall hard with his big hammer, leaving a deep dent in the wall. But it had no effect on the shadow. The shadow moved quickly and soon flashed past the wall beside Dasha. The next time it appears is at the wall behind Dasha to the right. Before Dasha could turn around, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the wall and quickly condensed into the appearance of a crawling zombie. Looking at the clumsy, big fool in front of him, a hint of mockery flashed in the crawling zombie's eyes. Stupid and clumsy toys. The claws of the crawling zombie glowed black. Looking at Dasha's exposed back, it is the perfect time to use the backstab. A black light flashed. A painful wail was heard. The crawling zombie looked at his broken claws with fear in his eyes. Just when he was about to hit that stupid toy, a long black knife suddenly came from behind. He suddenly turned around and used his claws to block the long sword's attack. The price was the loss of several claws. The crawling zombie quickly climbed up to the ceiling and turned to look at the owner of the black sword. Lin Ziluo looked innocent. Everything that had just happened was within his calculations. On the surface, Phantom Sneak is a magical skill, able to burrow into walls and immune to damage. In fact, this skill has a side effect. That means that if you use this skill and don't go around other people's backs, you will feel unhappy. Abbreviated as obsessive-compulsive disorder. So Lin Ziluo sent Dasha forward to force the crawling zombie to hand over Phantom Sneak attack. By the time the crawling zombies couldn't wait to come to lie Dasha's rear and launch a sneak attack. After waiting for a long time, I will go forward and give it a knife. Sure enough, the effect was significant. Just this one blow almost destroyed half of the crawling zombie's attack ability. And both of its skills are on CD. This way there would be no chance of escape. The crawling zombies on the ceiling looked at Lin Ziluo with anger, but fear eventually prevailed. So the body on the ceiling twisted in another direction and prepared to escape. Will Lin Ziluo let the crawling zombies go? He stepped on the wall and pushed hard, leaving a dent, then jumped to the opposite wall. The passage is narrow enough, and this distance is more than enough for pedaling. With another push, he suddenly rushed upwards for a distance. This is the upgraded version of a legendary left foot stepping on right foot to ascend to heaven, left wall stepping on right wall to ascend to heaven. After pedaling back and forth twice, Lin Ziluo had reached a sufficient height, decisively activated the short-term hovering skill of the White Wing Cloak. With this skill, Lin Ziluo doesn't have to pay attention to the falling of his body for the time being and can just sprint forward. During the sprint, the speed of wind boots was also directly activated. The crawling zombie turned around and ran away without even the chance to look back at Lin Ziluo's miraculous operation. It just kept crawling forward. But its speed is far inferior to Lin Ziluo when his two skills are fully activated. Gradually, he was caught up by Lin Ziluo. The crawling zombies may have also sensed that something was wrong. I slowed down my crawling pace a little and looked back. That's the look. A black blade came into its sight. Explosive double slash. The beheading magic knife directly cut the crawling zombie's hind legs. The deterrent effect of the lion wristband has been triggered. The crawling zombie's body suddenly stopped. The body fell directly to the ground. At this time, The second sword of explosive double slash was also swung out. It hit the inverted triangle-shaped head of the crawling zombie accurately. Chapter 66. Awesome. The second super golden finger. The crawling zombie's head flew up. Its body was also successfully marked with the mark of the explosive double slash. The mark was triggered, and the crawling zombies were blown to pieces. In an instant, a large amount of blood and flesh rushed towards Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo waved his robe, blocked all the blood on the robe. The strange thing is that it is a robe that is clearly made of cloth. However, after the blood and flesh came into contact with the robe, they slid down one after another, and not a single drop was stained on the robe. Lin Ziluo adjusted his robe elegantly. Then it slowly fell from the ceiling. The system's prompt sounds rang out frequently. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing the level 10 bronze level boss crawling zombie and gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for completing the mission Grudge of the Crawling Zombies. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for receiving the mission reward. 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze level equipment. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10 and obtaining 1 free attribute point. The player, Yi, has now reached level 10. Since he has not changed his job, he will not be able to continue to level up. All experience will be accumulated. Please wait patiently for the opening of the job change channel. The acquisition of 350 experience points directly pushed Lin Ziluo to level 10. And there's also some extra experience. As the prompt says, without changing jobs, your level cannot be increased, but experience will still accumulate. This job transfer channel will only be opened in the city after the 7-day novice protection period. Job changes to hidden professions are not included. Lin Ziluo was planning to complete the job change trial during the novice protection period. In this way, you'll be the first player to successfully change your job and receive a global announcement. Don't be too anxious, because the first player who successfully changed his job did so on the morning of the 9th day after the apocalypse. Before this, even if you obtained a job transfer scroll, it would be useless if you did not reach level 10. It is only the early morning of the 5th day of the apocalypse, and I still have a little more than 3 days. The sharp-eyed Lin Ziluo also saw a white treasure chest falling from under the body of the crawling zombie. This is a silver treasure chest that exploded. However, Lin Ziluo did not go forward to open it, because there are more important things waiting for him. System, where is my super golden finger? Lin Ziluo asked happily while standing in place. The golden finger system appeared considerately. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 10. You have a chance to draw a super golden finger. Would you like to draw it now? Extract. Lin Ziluo was secretly excited. The last time I drew the super golden finger, I got an absolute explosion rate. The explosion rate is directly maxed out to an incredible level. Let yourself be far ahead of all the players. I wonder what super golden finger I can draw this time. Ding, the second super golden finger is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the player for winning the super golden finger. Yin and Yang twins. Ding, Yin and Yang twins. The host can have 2 professions. Gulp, Lin Ziluo swallowed. Gulp, Lin Ziluo swallowed again. Even with his strong psychological quality, he still felt a little confused at this moment. I'm not just a little confused, I'm very confused. Ew, say it again, Lin Ziluo said, but there was a slight tremor in his voice. Ding, congratulations to the player for drawing the super golden finger, Yin and Yang twins, which allows you to have 2 professions at the same time. The golden finger system reported obediently. Real. This is true. You can switch between 2 professions. Lin Ziluo really didn't dare to even think about it. What is the concept? You can have the skills of 2 professions. You can get double attribute points every time you level up. If I change my career to a warrior profession and then change my career to a mage profession, you can truly practice both physical and magical skills by yourself. This is too outrageous. It is worthy of being called a super golden finger. Each one is so powerful that it is breathtaking. In an instant, countless possibilities popped up in Lin Ziluo's mind. However, unfortunately, the zombies on this floor came looking for him based on the noise they just made. Lin Ziluo was so excited that he showed no mercy at all. After letting Dasha get away, with the help of this narrow corridor, he directly released the ground spike assault that had just cooled down. More than a dozen spikes rose from the ground, piercing a large number of zombies. The information about zombies being killed flooded the screen again. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and hugged the silver treasure chest that was dropped by the crawling zombie. This type of exploded silver treasure chest can be moved, but wild treasure chest cannot. Dasha, retreat, go straight upstairs. After greeting Dasha, Lin Ziluo ran directly upstairs along the emergency passage. Dasha followed closely behind. After the man and the zombie ran for a while, they successfully got rid of the zombies and came to the 5th floor, which had been cleaned up long ago. Lin Ziluo put down the silver box and couldn't wait to check the specific information of the Yin and Yang twins. Yin Yang twins. The host can have 2 professions. Note: 1. Among the host's 2 professions, the first one obtained will be the profession displayed to the outside world. 2. There are no restrictions on the content of the 2 professions, but if the fixed increased attributes are the same attribute, the highest value will be taken. 3. The free attribute points added by the second profession will only be 50, rounded up. After reading the notes, Lin Ziluo finally understood the specific usage of this golden finger. Although it is not as outrageous as the direct superposition I thought before. But if done right, it's not bad. Lin Ziluo started thinking. For example, in the second rule, when adding fixed attributes to the same attribute, take the highest value. It means that looking for the same type of job is a big fool. Then why don't you just find 2 professions that increase different fixed attributes? Warrior-type professions increase strength and physique, while mage-type professions increase spirit and agility. In this case, the second note is equivalent to no restriction, and the professions can also be diversified. The third note is also okay. If both professions are given 3 points of free attributes, if calculated by rounding up, you can actually get 5 points of attributes. Chapter 67, Post-War Rewards. Many combinations of professions began to emerge in Lin Ziluo's mind. Wait, Phantom adds strength and agility. Does that mean I have to find a career that improves my physical and mental strength? Yes, there are. However, the only one that can be considered the best is the hidden profession Holy Sword Knight on the other side of the ocean. It seems that there is no particularly good profession of this type in Dragon Country. How about giving up Phantom and choosing another career? Lin Ziluo began to have a headache. The development plan that I had set for myself was disrupted. The reason is that you can switch to 2 professions at the same time. This is really a happy trouble. However, Lin Ziluo will still change his job to Phantom. This is a top hidden profession that is priceless. Even if you don't change your job, you can still keep it or trade it. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo temporarily stopped thinking about this issue. Get the Phantom job change scroll first, then think about other things. Lin Ziluo began to sort out the rewards for clearing the first layer of zombies, killing crawling zombies, and completing the mission. The first step is to collect the bronze level equipment as a mission reward. Player Yazi obtains bronze level equipment, bronze hammer. Bronze hammer, bronze level equipment, a hammer made of bronze. It is incredibly heavy. It is best to make sure you can lift it before using it. Attributes: strength increased by 2. The attack has a shattering effect and has a certain effect on destruction. Wow. Lin Ziluo shook the bronze hammer that appeared in his hand. It's really not light. Needless to say, you are in for a treat, Dasha. Yes, Dasha still has double-tier mission rewards. It's just that the game missions that Dasha accepted cannot be optimized by the cheating system. I took a look at the mission rewards, in addition to the usual reputation, gold coins, and experience. The remaining reward is to obtain a bronze level item. Lin Ziluo took a look and found that the item rewarded for the Dasha mission was the Eye of Detection. Well, take a look. Doesn't this mean I'm not the Emperor of Europe? And the task reward that I gave to Dasha was just ordinary. For Dasha, it just means a few more gold coins. Very good. We are one step closer to the mark of the Guardian of the Demon City. Lin Ziluo handed the bronze hammer to Dasha. Dasha took the bronze hammer, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems to express satisfaction with this equipment. This is not easy. Dasha's smile usually only appears when he eats roast chicken. Then Dasha started swinging the huge hammer. Lin Ziluo chose to open the silver treasure chest. In the Doomsday Game, there is a setting where a monster will only drop 1 item. If you kill the boss, it will either drop an item or a treasure chest. This drop treasure chest is not a wild treasure chest and can be moved. But in terms of what you get, it is slightly worse than a wild treasure chest. Player Yazi successfully opened the silver treasure chest. When the player, Yao opened the silver treasure chest, he received a blessing from the treasure chest, and his storage space was successfully expanded by 0.3 cubic meters. After opening the silver treasure chest, the player, Yao, gained experience and gained 50 experience points. Player, Yao, searched in the silver treasure chest for a while and successfully found 270 gold coins. The white light dissipated. Two items appeared in front of Lin Ziyuo. One is a pair of pants that shine white. One is a supplies card. No loss, not at all. This treasure chest can give you a pair of silver-level pants, which is enough. Lin Ziyuo picked up his pants. Tough combat pants, silver-level equipment. These pants have very strong toughness and can greatly help players in battle. Attributes: +3 to Constitution, +1 to Agility. Reduces the duration of negative effects on the player by 20. The properties of the pants are very good. Negative effects, such as blindness, dizziness, defense break, etc. If the duration is reduced, it is very likely to turn the tide in battle. Lin Ziyuo put on the pants happily. There is a little free attribute when it reaches level 10. Lin Ziyuo clicked on the spirit without hesitation. Now I can have 2 careers. Therefore, all attributes must be developed comprehensively. At this time, Lin Ziyuo's basic attributes had undergone significant changes. Basic attributes: Strength, 28 Spirit, 20 Constitution, 23 Agility, 25. Perfect. There are also items that were dropped from the previous zombie raid. 2 pieces of equipment and several props. Those 2 pieces of equipment are totally inferior to what Lin Ziyuo has. It just happens to be the equipment part that Dasha is missing. Lin Ziyuo gave it all to Dasha. In this way, Dasha's strength will not lag too far behind his own. After dealing with all this, Lin Ziyuo didn't want to kill zombies anymore. Let Dasha go down and pick up the items dropped by the zombies he just killed with the spike assault. I found a room with a desk on the 5th floor. After placing the eye of detection on the ground, Lin Ziyuo was lying on the table. After asking the Golden Finger system a few questions, confirm my idea. That is 9 days before the end of the world. If you can't find a suitable career for the time being, change your career to Phantom and get the world notice. As for another career, there is no rush. The Golden Finger system has been supplemented. After the second profession is successfully transferred, the attribute points that were not added to the previous level will be replenished. At this time, Dasha also came back. What I have in my hands are the things I just got from downstairs. Lin Ziyuo checked it out and found that there was nothing good. Okay, let's take a rest first. We have to go back to the Death Club later. I hope they can gather more people so that we can clear the museum earlier. Everything that needs to be considered has been considered. Lin Ziyuo fell into a sweet dream. The time now is the early morning of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 68, ready to go. The 6th day of the apocalypse, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Ziyuo opened his eyes after his nap. It has been 1 day since I returned from the Magic City Library. On the 5th day, I woke up late because I slept too late. Lin Ziyuo thought for a while. Finally, it was decided to spend a day clearing out all the zombies in the library. Just think about it, and you will know. Even if we go back to the Death Club now, we may not be able to get enough people. Wouldn't it be nice to use this time to kill more zombies? Although it is not possible to upgrade, it is still fun to earn some gold coins and get some props. In this way, Lin Ziyuo and Dasha spent a whole day. The remaining 600 or so zombies in the entire Demon City Library were all cleared out. The experience accumulated in Lin Ziyuo's experience pool is enough to level up again. There wasn't anything useful revealed. After all, Lin Ziyuo's equipment is luxurious enough. However, most of the equipment required by Dasha was replenished. Except for pants and shoes, all other equipment is complete. In terms of props, however, a new prop was revealed. Healing Scroll, a bronze-level disposable item. After use, it can release a healing spell to heal a designated unit and recover from its injuries. The degree of recovery is determined by the mental strength of the person who activated the scroll. It's a very good healing item. It is of great use to Lin Ziyuo. After raiding the Magic City Library, the time has come to evening. Lin Ziyuo chose to stay in the library for another night. I went to bed early that night. So at 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Ziyuo and Dasha set out for the RT-Mar shopping mall. After reaching the top floor of the RT-Mar shopping mall, Lin Ziyuo caused a commotion among the crowd again. This time it's because the look is so cool. He is dressed in a black robe that is so handsome with a mysterious mask and the oppressive Dasha standing behind Lin Ziluo. Good job. That is simply too handsome to be human. This is a wrong word. Please do not imitate me. If you use it wrong, don't blame your Chinese teacher for spanking you. If it weren't for the scene where Dasha slapped someone's head 180 degrees the day before yesterday, it would have caused such a huge shadow on the old members. Some people had already come forward and surrounded Lin Ziluo. But some of the new guys seem to be a bit like a newborn calf who is not afraid of tiger. They just gain strength one by one, but they don't know their own limitations. Looking at Lin Ziluo's awesome outfit, someone wanted to stop Lin Ziluo and ask where the clothes came from. As a result, he was stopped by a group of old members. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo wouldn't mind using new members to establish his own authority. Lin Ziluo walked into Gao Dong's office with a swagger. Gao Dong's life has become much better since his biggest rival was easily dealt with by Lin Ziluo. After Lin Ziluo opened the office door, he actually saw him flirting with a little girl. Gao Dong originally wanted to get angry and see who dared to disturb his good thing without knocking on the door. But as soon as she saw Lin Ziluo and Dasha, her face suddenly smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum. That attitude stunned the little girl next to him. This is the president I know. When Lin Ziluo asked when to attack the Magic City Museum, Gao Dong patted his chest and said proudly that he had sent people out to recruit members in the past 2 days. Now the Death Club is growing rapidly and already has more than 200 members. And we were ready to head to the Magic City Museum in the afternoon. Lin Ziluo readily agreed. If we attack in the afternoon, we will have a good chance of taking down all the zombies at night. At that time, you can directly enter the professional trial. This is what Lin Ziluo experienced in the past 2 days. Lin Ziluo, fully awake, climbed out of bed. After tidying up his clothes a little, he walked out of the room. He randomly found a house close to Little Ruin Fa to take a nap. Lin Ziluo also saw Dasha in the living room. At this time, Dasha was swinging his bronze hammer. Ever since Lin Ziluo gave him the bronze hammer, he has completely fallen in love with this big hammer. That's really when I have free time, I just swing the hammer on the spot. Lin Ziluo also discovered that Dasha had some talent in this area. In just 2 days, he was able to swing the hammer like a pro. Seeing Lin Ziluo walk out of the room, Dasha sensibly stopped swinging the hammer. Set off. Lin Ziluo waved his hand and put the mask on his face. The thought that he would soon be able to take revenge on the guy who ruined his face made him feel happy. Lin Ziluo couldn't wait any longer. This residence is very close to the RT Mart shopping mall. The zombies in this area were also cleaned out by the people from the Death Club. Lin Ziluo reached the top floor of the RT Mart shopping mall without any hindrance. As soon as the door of the freight elevator opened, Lin Ziluo saw Gao Dong giving an impassioned speech in the middle of the hall. Dearest members, today is an important day for our Death Club because we are about to face a huge battle. All of us will go out to encircle and destroy the zombies in the Magic City Museum and return to us the cultural crystallization that has been passed down for many years in Dragon Country. Gao Dong couldn't continue because he saw Lin Ziluo looking at him through the mask as if he was a dead person. And the big fool behind Lin Ziluo had already raised a huge bronze hammer that made him scared just by looking at it. It looked like if he continued talking, the hammer would hit him on the head. Ahem, to make a long story short, everyone gathered together and prepared to attack the Magic City Museum. Gao Dong said tactfully. Everyone was feeling sleepy after listening to the speech. I saw Gao Dong suddenly change his attitude. They all regained their spirits. Go. I'm going to kill all the zombies in the museum. I want to get a bronze equipment. I have finally waited for this day. My big yellow-haired man is about to rise. I'm not bragging. I will definitely reach level 5 this time. I'm going to kill 10 zombies this time. Don't get me wrong. This is screaming with excitement. Chapter 69. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Ziluo took a look at the chaotic scene. They are really a group of players spoiled by the novice protection mechanism. After surviving the chaos of the Doomsday Game, as soon as you have a little bit of strength, you start to become arrogant. I really treat the Doomsday Game as a casual game where it is easy to fight monsters and you can get stronger by killing monsters. Wait until 7 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Once the novice protection period is over, I don't know how many unlucky people will die tragically, with Gao Dong repeatedly maintaining order. Everyone in the Death Club finally gathered together, although there is no discipline. But fortunately, everyone is willing to attack the Magic City Museum which means they are willing to accept management temporarily. The freight elevator on the top floor of the mall began to run at high speed. Members were transported to the downstairs in batches to gather. Brother Lin, how do you think we should attack? Gao Dong held a telescope, observing the densely packed zombies outside the museum, and asked Lin Ziluo for advice. Seduction, Lin Ziluo said. At this time, they were in a cafe opposite the Magic City Museum. The first floor downstairs is where the members are resting. On the first floor above are Gao Dong and two other leaders, as well as Lin Ziluo and Dasha. They are formulating pre-operation guidelines. After hearing Lin Ziluo's words, Gao Dong's eyes lit up. He felt that this tactic seemed to be very promising. The main problem is that there are too many zombies in front of the Magic City Museum. If we charge together, we won't have the advantage in numbers and will be easily surrounded. First, arrange for some people with high agility to take raw meat soaked in zombie virus to lure the zombies. After the seduction is successful, lead them into the encirclement we arranged in advance. Even if we attract all the zombies in the museum away, we won't suffer any loss. After all, we have extended the battle line, and it will be easier to attack. Lin Ziluo explained the seduction plan in detail. Gao Dong and the other two leaders looked at Lin Ziluo with admiration. Brother Lin, you are really amazing. This plan is perfect, Gao Dong exclaimed. Yes, Brother Lin's wisdom makes me admire him. The other two leaders also said flatteringly. It doesn't matter whether the compliment from these three guys are genuine or not. Lin Ziluo didn't care, because he was planning something else. To be clear, after all the zombies in the museum have been lured away. Aren't there zombies in the museum? At that time, Lin Ziluo would be able to directly avoid the obstacle of zombies. Go straight into the museum and touch the scroll. Ahem, this wave is called luring the tiger away from the mountain. Gao Dong and the two leaders approved this plan. Then this plan was approved in seconds and was successfully finalized. Gao Dong went down to the first floor of the coffee shop and explained the battle plan to everyone. Everyone agreed. After all, there are fewer risks and you can still get the same reward. Anyone with a brain would agree with this. Soon, several members with high agility were selected. Things like raw meat still have 2 pieces in the Death Club. They finally decided to select the 2 fastest people to use raw meat to lure the zombies. The rest of the people are responsible for relaying along the way. The attraction will be much less for those who previously held the raw meat without it. Don't worry about anything going wrong. The final destination of the seduction is also picked out. It is a relatively remote park. The zombies in that area had just been cleared out by members of the Death Club the day before. The environment is very suitable for encirclement and suppression. Everything is ready. Lin Ziluo stood up. Actually, my agility is the highest. Let me be the first to seduce the zombies. Lin Ziluo said righteously. Not only the old members, but even some new members looked at Lin Ziluo with admiration. Shit, everyone knows that the first stick to seduce zombies is the most dangerous. Brother Lin Luo was actually willing to take the risk to complete the mission. He is simply a warrior. As for whether Lin Ziluo was agile enough, no one doubted it. If they knew that Lin Ziluo actually just wanted to be closer to the museum. It is also for the first runner of the relay to be able to sneak into the museum. I wonder if he will vomit 3 liters of blood. Lin Ziluo took the card that Gao Dong handed over. It is raw meat infected by the zombie virus. In fact, the main reason for setting up the 2 people to seduce is that there are only 2 raw meats in the entire Death Club. Lin Ziluo glanced at his storage space. That thick pile of raw meat was particularly eye-catching. Cough, cough. The gap does seem to be quite large. After hearing what Dasha said, Lin Ziluo did not decide to take it with him. By then, I will be teleported into the trial space by myself, and it will be useless for him. It would be better to let him earn some gold coins outside and make more contributions to the Mark of the Guardian of the Demon City. Just kill the zombies. Don't listen to anyone except me. If someone provokes you, just kill him. Do you understand? Lin Ziluo said to Dasha. Dasha nodded to show that he understood. Lin Ziluo is not completely indifferent to Dasha. However, he could sense Dasha's emotions. Once there's a problem, he is even able to manipulate Dasha directly. So, you can still relax. Dasha followed Gao Dong and the others to the ambush site. Lin Ziluo and several people responsible for seduction stayed in the cafe. Wait for them to send the message that it is time to set off, and then we can take action. Lin Ziluo knew that the trial required a lot of energy. So I closed my eyes and rested. About 10 minutes later, Lin Ziluo heard something. Boss Lin, it's time to act. Chapter 70, Familiar Scroll. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. The person who just called him was the one who needed to be the first to act just like him. His name is Chao Yang. Okay, let's go, Lin Ziluo said. Lin Ziluo walked out first. The rest followed closely behind him. Soon, the others had already reached their assigned positions. Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang each held a raw meat card and continued walking forward. Boss Lin, we won't be besieged and unable to get out, right? Chao Yang swallowed and said with some concern. Lin Ziluo didn't want his plan to be ruined by this guy's fear. When the time comes, you run first and I will stop behind you for a while, Lin Ziluo said. Chao Yang was still a little worried. Then aren't you in danger, boss? Don't stay behind so you can disappear. I just want to kill more zombies. When I take over, I will change the route to attract a small number of zombies. You just need to follow them. Do you understand? Lin Ziluo said in a cold tone. Understand. Chao Yang immediately nodded as diligently as a chick pecking at rice. Okay. At that time, even if I disappear, there will be no problem. Just like that, the two of them arrived at the small square in front of the Magic City Museum. There were a large number of zombies gathered in the entire small square. Activate in 30 seconds, Lin Ziluo said. Afterwards, Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang went to one side of the small square. Chao Yang's location is far away from the route they will take to escape, so he had to take the zombies for a distance. When the 30 seconds were up, Chao Yang immediately activated the card tremblingly. A piece of raw meat appeared in Chao Yang's hand. In an instant, the zombies that were closer to Chao Yang reacted and turned their heads to look at Chao Yang. Not only that, the zombies that were beyond the range of the raw meat seduction also moved because of the commotion of the zombies in front. A zombie began to walk towards Chao Yang and gradually accelerated. Soon, all the zombies began to run towards the zombie quickly. Run, Lin Ziluo spoke. Chao Yang also started walking around in circles carrying the raw meat. Lin Ziluo, being skilled and courageous, walked forward a long distance. His action successfully attracted some zombies. Then, Lin Ziluo activated the raw meat. Suddenly, the attraction became even greater, and his position just happened to attract the remaining zombies in the small square and some zombies standing outside the museum. That's why he wants to activate the raw meat later. At present, he is the only one who can accurately judge how to attract zombies on a larger scale. When he saw that the zombie was less than 2 meters away from him, Lin Ziluo began to retreat. A large number of zombies began to run after Lin Ziluo. At this time, Chao Yang was just taking the zombies for a walk. The two came together. In this way, Chao Yang was in front and Lin Ziluo was behind. The two began to run towards the previously determined location. Behind them, dense swarms of zombies began to chase them frantically. The noise is getting louder and louder. Even a large group of zombies followed out of the museum. Success. There is no need to mention Lin Ziluo's agility. Chao Yang's free attributes are all focused on agility, so there is absolutely no problem for the two of them to seduce the zombies like this. Lin Ziluo even often had to stop and wait for the zombies to catch up. Soon, Lin Ziluo saw the person waiting in front. The time to escape is now. Lin Ziluo slowed down and came to Chao Yang's side. He stuffed the raw meat into Chao Yang's arms. You guys keep running, I'm going to kill the zombies, Lin Ziluo said. It's okay, Boss Lin, don't worry, Before Chao Yang could finish his words, he saw Lin Ziluo suddenly accelerate and disappear from his sight. Fuck, you're worthy of being a big shot. It turns out that you slowed down before. Chao Yang's jaw almost dropped. At this time, he also successfully met up with the remaining members. Their next job, they take turns carrying the raw meat and run away. Lin Ziluo was accelerating like crazy at this moment. He didn't run directly in the opposite direction to the museum. Of course, you can't run away. The entire road was filled with zombies. There were at least 1,000 of them, and once you got in, you couldn't get out. Lin Ziluo found a small path and chose a roundabout tactic. Lin Ziluo, running at full speed, soon returned to the small square of the Magic City Museum. There are still some scattered zombies in the small square. Lin Ziluo killed a zombie that was blocking his way with just a single slash of his knife. Then he entered the museum. Lin Ziluo had already memorized the layout of the museum. Without any hesitation, Lin Ziluo ran towards the familiar exhibition hall. After killing 2 more zombies easily, Lin Ziluo finally saw the scroll he had been longing for on the exhibition stand. This is an ancient scroll made of the skin of an unknown animal. It is precisely because of this that the animal skin cannot be distinguished. This scroll was then placed in the Magic City Museum. There are many mysterious symbols and two patterns on the scroll. One is like a cow and the other is like a bird. Because of the advent of the Doomsday Game, below this scroll, a glowing mark similar to the hexagram below the wild treasure chest appeared and was constantly rotating. One can tell at first glance that this thing is not an ordinary item. No wonder he was able to trick so many people into committing suicide in his previous life. Lin Ziluo walked quickly to the scroll. The shield that was originally protecting the scroll could not withstand Lin Ziluo's several heavy hits and shattered directly. A shrill alarm sounded. Lin Ziluo calmly placed his hand on the scroll. Chapter 71, The First Trial, The Sea of Blood. Player, Yi found a strange scroll, which seemed to contain a huge secret. Player reputation increased by 500. The scroll is summoning the player. Does the player, Yi, accept the summon of the scroll? Accept, Lin Ziluo said. Player, Yi, accepted the call of the scroll and is about to enter the scroll. The scroll began to emit a blinding light. The light covered the entire exhibition hall. Lin Ziluo's vision was gradually covered by white light, forcing him to close his eyes. His body began to become lighter and lighter. Suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness came over me. The feeling of weightlessness gradually disappeared. Lin Ziluo also gradually recovered his eyesight. He looked around. The place where he was now was a completely sealed stone house. There are balls of floating flames on the walls of the stone house and the entire trial, providing lighting. It was exactly the same as the scene in his memory. At that time, Lin Ziluo suspected that the entire trial was taking place in a cave. I don't know where the air comes from. Lin Ziluo walked directly to a stone wall and stretched out a hand. A magical scene appeared. Lin Ziluo's arm passed through the stone wall without any hindrance. Sure enough, the location is still here. It took me a long time to find this place. Lin Ziluo did not hesitate and walked straight towards the stone wall. Then it disappeared into the stone wall. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully activating the trial. Mysterious trial. Trial description. There seems to be some secret in this scroll, which has been waiting for the existence that can inherit the power of the scroll. Trial requirements. Clear 3 trials. Trial restrictions. All equipment and skills are disabled during this period. Trial reward. Level +1. Special occupation. Phantom. Trial time limit. The flow of time here is different from that in the outside world, so please don't worry about it. Trial penalty. If the trial fails, the player will be directly eliminated. Ding! The golden finger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial and is starting the modification program. Ding! The host will not be punished for failing the mission. The system will protect the host from leaving the trial space. Ding! It is detected that the host is undergoing a trial, and the mission, Ancient Trial, is successfully triggered. Ancient Trial. This is a legacy that has existed for thousands of years, and it is waiting for someone strong enough to inherit it. Mission requirements. Pass the trial from the scroll and inherit the true power of the scroll. Mission reward. Draw a random, ordinary gold finger and a silver level equipment. Mission time limit. The speed of time here is different from that in the outside world. Please don't worry about it. The Doomsday Game and the Golden Finger System sent out information one after another. Lin Ziluo was a little confused. Although the information sent by the Doomsday Game is exactly the same as what he experienced in his previous life. But the cheating system seems to be a little wrong. Thousands of years? Strong enough? Although the Phantom class can be considered top-notch, it is totally unworthy of such a statement. Lin Ziluo was full of doubts. I know the origin of the Phantom better than anyone else. In fact, he is a legendary assassin from the ancient Dragon Kingdom, with a history of only 1,000 years. In addition, Phantom has a second job change of Phantom Assassin at level 50 and a third job change of Phantom God at level 80. It doesn't match what the Golden Finger System says. Lin Ziluo tried to inquire the Golden Finger System, but got no response. There's something strange. Lin Ziluo quickly became alert. Even though this trial is still a familiar scene to me. After taking on the 2 tasks, Lin Ziluo walked forward. There is a hollowed-out cave ahead. There is a stone platform in the middle of the cave. There is an ochre-colored bead placed on the stone platform. The content of this trial is also very simple. Simply place your hands over the beads. First level trial begins. Player, Yi, please put your hand on Li Zhu. Lin Ziluo walked straight to the yellow beads. Then he placed his hand on the khaki beads. The originally yellowish bead began to change after Lin Ziluo placed his hand on it. Red lines gradually appeared on the khaki surface of the beads. These red lines are long and short, and their number is constantly increasing. After the red line reaches a certain number, they begin to intertwine. Soon the khaki surface of the beads was completely covered. It turned into a blood-red bead. It's coming. Lin Ziluo tensed up and became alert. A red light flashed, and Lin Ziluo was forced to close his eyes. After experiencing a moment of trance and consciousness, the strong smell of blood stimulated Lin Ziluo to wake up completely. At this moment, he was no longer in the cave. It is a space without boundaries. The entire space is filled with dark red, giving people a very depressing feeling. If you look up for a long time, your eyes will feel a stinging sensation. Lin Ziluo himself was standing on a reef. The reason why it is called a reef is that apart from this piece of stone, within Lin Ziluo's visible range, there is only an endless blood-red ocean. A small piece of stone was surrounded by the blood-red ocean, leaving only enough space for Lin Ziluo to stand. It's like a lone boat floating on the boundless ocean. Lin Ziluo reached out and scooped up some sea water from the blood-red ocean around him. A strong smell of blood hit me in the face. That's right, this so-called sea water is blood. It is hard to imagine how this boundless blood-red ocean was formed. If the blood came from humans, how many people would have to die to have such a large amount of blood? Kill! A loud shout sounded from above the space. This voice seemed to have magical power, making Lin Ziluo's blood boil instantly. Kill! The voice sounded a second time. Lin Ziluo's blood boiled even faster. My heartbeat also began to accelerate. Kill! Lin Ziluo's face began to turn red. Veins began to appear on the muscles of the body. But no matter what changes occur in the body, Lin Ziluo's expression did not change. My eyes became clearer. Chapter 72, The Second Trial, Endless Darkness. Kill! 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 The sound continued to ring. The ocean of blood also began to fluctuate with the appearance of sound. Every time the sound of kill is heard, the blood-red ocean will condense into waves and hit Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo did not dodge or evade, allowing the huge waves of scarlet blood to hit his body. As the sounds of killing continued, his body was also changing. The skin all over his body has been dyed red. The whole person seemed to have walked out of the blood. The loud sound of his heartbeat and his heavy breathing proved that Lin Ziluo's body was suffering unimaginable torture. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo managed to get through this difficult time by relying on his hatred for Yao Jing Han. During this period, he wanted to give up countless times and even did some unbearable things such as lying on the rocks to hide and covering his ears to block out the noise. And this time, no matter what changes occur in the body, no matter how huge the waves of blood are hitting you, Lin Ziluo did not change his resolute expression. He stood on the reef motionless, like a tenacious pine tree. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of times. The sound of kill was like thunder. The blood waves beat endlessly. Lin Ziluo still didn't retreat at all. I don't know how much time passed. The sound of kill suddenly stopped. The blood waves also stopped beating. A smile finally appeared on Lin Ziluo's face. He knew that he had passed this test. Furthermore, the nightmares that this trial brought him in his previous life also disappeared with the end of this trial. Good, good, good. After 3 OKs, Lin Ziluo's consciousness became hazy again. After Lin Ziluo regained consciousness, his hand was still on the beads. It's just that the originally blood-red beads turned back to khaki. The surroundings are still the same quiet cave as before. The blood that covered Lin Ziluo's body disappeared completely. It's like nothing happened. Congratulations to the player for successfully passing the first level trial. Players, please go to the next level trial. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. Start adjusting your state. Time is not urgent, as the flow of time here is different from that in the outside world. It took me so much time, but in the outside world, maybe only an hour had passed. After a long period of adjustment, Lin Ziluo finally returned to his previous state. He glanced at the khaki beads. Who could have thought that this tiny bead could make people fall into such a horrifying illusion? Take your hand back. Lin Ziluo straightened his clothes and walked toward the hole that had just appeared. The entrance to this cave is extremely deep, and there were no more flames floating along the road as before. Lin Ziluo took a lingering look at the light inside the cave. Then he walked towards the cave without hesitation. Just after Lin Ziluo walked into the cave, second level trial begins. Please ask the player, Yi to walk forward. After the prompt of the Doomsday Game ends, Lin Ziluo looked back. Behind me is endless depth. Turn your head back. There is darkness ahead as well. Lin Ziluo was completely immersed in darkness. There is no light, no obstacles. This is the second level of trial. Just keep moving forward, and never stop. You don't need to worry about your physical fatigue. You don't need to eat or drink. Just keep moving forward. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo himself didn't know how long he had persisted. At first he kept going because of hatred, but in the end he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted on the ground. After waking up, I reached the third level. To put it bluntly, the most important thing is to test your perseverance. Once you have enough perseverance, you can pass the test. Lin Ziluo started to move forward. The dark and deep space has no end, and all you can see is black. Lin Ziluo's steps were firm, and he walked forward with big strides. He didn't know how long he had been advancing in this darkness. Maybe 1 month, maybe 3 months, maybe 1 year, maybe many years. The darkness, so scary that it's frightening. It's so terrible that it makes people despair. In this darkness, there is no direction, no goal, no creature, no scene, nothing. There is only endless loneliness. Lin Ziluo only needed to take mechanical steps and keep walking. Give up. Anyway, as long as you faint, you can reach the next level. This thought repeated itself in his mind countless times. But every time a thought came up, Lin Ziluo resolutely refused. Why give up? I have experienced this once in my previous life. If you have a chance to do it again, why not stick to it? Gradually, Lin Ziluo's steps began to become heavy, but his eyes became firmer. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000,000 steps. In this darkness, I have lost the concept of time. Gradually, Lin Ziluo discovered with horror that his consciousness was blurring and his thoughts were becoming dull. This is the horror of time. Let yourself gradually fall into this darkness. No, I said it. This time I have to persevere until the last moment. Lin Ziluo began to struggle. He dug up his memory. The experiences of the past 10 years began to emerge in his mind. The equipment you have obtained. The tasks I have completed. The people you meet. The zombies killed by myself. The desperate situation I experienced. And so on and so forth. Decade after decade, everything kept coming back to his mind. He is still moving forward. Keep moving forward. Is this an illusion? Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. Tell me whether it's ridiculous or not. I actually had hallucinations. There is actually white light in this space. After rubbing his eyes, Lin Ziluo found that the white light in front of him was still as dazzling. Isn't this an illusion? Lin Ziluo suddenly felt a little bit unbelievable. Is this the end? This is the end. I actually persevered to the end. A moment. Lin Ziluo almost cried with excitement. He walked towards the white light trembling. Looking at the white light right in front of me, the dazzling white light. The eyes, which had been immersed in darkness for a long time, did not feel any discomfort, but only felt extra warm. He took a careful step. Lin Ziluo walked into the white light. Chapter 73, the third level trial. Human-faced cat ghost. Stone house. Stone wall. Floating flames. There is also a wooden rack with a lot of weapons on it. I really came out. Check your body again. The appearance has not changed at all compared to before entering that passage. It was as if the walking process for so long had never happened at all. Lin Ziluo sat down on the ground and began to rest. The stone house he was in now was no different from the stone house he was in before entering the trial. If you want to enter the next level, just go through the stone wall. Congratulations to the player for successfully passing the second level trial. Players, please go to the next level trial. The long-lost game prompt sound rang out. Lin Ziluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This road still has an end. I really persisted to the end. The first 2 trials are just as Lin Ziluo said before. Although I don't need to work so hard and persevere, I can pass the test just by proving myself a little. But Lin Ziluo was unwilling. In my previous life, my poor performance in the 2 trials left me with deep regrets. This time, I will be reborn in the true sense. Make up for all the previous regrets, including the cat in the next level. The cat that left a scar on its face that could never be repaired. The thought of being able to face that cat again. Lin Ziluo's innate heart of vengeance was activated. New strength surged through my body. The limitation of this trial is that equipment and skills cannot be used. But there is no limit to talent. Just like that, Lin Ziluo sat on the ground. I rested for a long time again. Only then did I finally get rid of the influence of the previous darkness. Lin Ziluo stood up, came to the wooden rack of weapons. These weapons are all for the next level and the cat. I couldn't take out my own weapon, so I had to choose from them. Lin Ziluo finally picked up a large iron knife that was most convenient for him to use. Then, he walked towards a stone wall. Same as the first trial. After Lin Ziluo passed through the wall, he came to a huge stone cave. The third level trial begins. Please ask the player, Yi, to kill the guardian beast. The prompt sounded and Lin Ziluo raised his long sword. The cave is currently empty, and there is nothing strange about it. The next second, a cat's meow was heard. Meow. This cat's meow is not the soft meow of a pet cat raised at home, but it is very shrill, sharp, and piercing. It makes people feel like they have goosebumps all over their body. In the originally empty cave, ripples appeared on the stone wall. A cat came out. This cat is slightly larger than an average cat, but not as huge as the zombie cat that Lin Ziluo had encountered before. And the scariest thing about this cat is its face. If you don't look carefully, you will think it is a wrinkled face similar to that of an old man. Lin Ziluo originally called it a human face cat. The human face cat also has a pair of dark blue eyes. It is just like the color of ghost described in the ancient mythology of Dragon Kingdom. The cat's body is no different from other cats. The whole body is pure black. In the dim cave, illuminated only by floating flames, it looked particularly creepy. As the saying goes, enemies become jealous of each other when they meet. After Lin Ziluo saw the human face cat appear, he became completely alert. The properties of this cat cannot be viewed. But Lin Ziluo, who had fought with it before, knew its approximate strength. It's not ridiculously strong. It's just slightly higher than my own without the attribute bonus of equipment. However, its agility attribute is extremely high, and even after images will appear when running at full speed. Since the human face cat appeared, it has been staring at Lin Ziluo with its pair of dark blue cat eyes. He seemed to be thinking about how to best kill Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo was being stared at by those creepy eyes, but his expression did not change at all. He took a deep breath. Then he actually closed his eyes. What the hell is this? The human face cat was a little confused. I waited for so long, and now a lunatic appears? Lin Ziluo is not crazy. It was only when he was about to face the battle that he realized what kind of wealth he had acquired before. While walking endlessly in that passage, Lin Ziluo tried to prevent himself from losing consciousness. I began to recall my 10 years of experience. All the memories come back to me over and over again, and the battles are replayed over and over again. Among these memories, the most common ones are Lin Ziluo's skills in every battle and the details of every move. Now Lin Ziluo finally realized what a correct decision he had made. I have already reached the pinnacle of combat. After recalling his memories and simulating battle scenes time and time again, Lin Ziluo's combat ability once again achieved a huge breakthrough. It is detected that the ability of the player, Yi, has reached a new level. The epic talent Almighty Mastery has been transformed and grown into the legendary talent Omniscience Combat. Omniscience and Omnipotence Combat, a legendary talent. You have an unimaginable level of knowledge about combat. You can easily choose combat methods and weapon types. Lin Ziluo did not pay attention to the prompt sound of the Doomsday Game, because he heard the human face cat move. No matter how gentle or fast the human face cat's movements are, Lin Ziluo, with his eyes closed, could sense the location of the human face cat through the changes in airflow. Lin Ziluo raised the iron knife in his hand. An indescribable aura emanated from Lin Ziluo. The ancient Dragon Kingdom once had a magical secret method in its long history called sword cultivation. It is to hide a sword in a scabbard. From childhood to adulthood, I carry it with me at all times. Focus all your energy and spirit on this sword and nourish it with it. After decades of constant cultivation, this sword will contain terrifying spirit and energy. Those who practice the sword-raising art have only one chance to draw the sword in their lifetime. They will choose to draw this sword at critical moments and important moments. After drawing the sword, their lives are about to come to an end. This sword that has been nurtured for decades will burst out with earth-shaking power when it is unsheathed. When the sword comes out, the man dies. Only this stunning sword remains to be circulated in the world forever. This story is purely fictional. Please do not imitate. Chapter 74. Phantom is obtained, but there is a bug in the trial. If we say that sword cultivation is because of a person's decades of energy, then he can create such terrifying power. So what about Lin Ziluo? In the sea of blood, he was intoxicated by the murderous intent countless times. But in the end, he did not move at all. In the darkness, the spiritual will seem to have been tempered for hundreds and thousands of years, and it insisted on moving forward. The concentration and persistence involved far exceed those of just practicing this sword cultivation technique for a few decades. Now is the time for Lin Ziluo to unsheath his weapon. When I heard the movement of the human face cat, it was very close to me. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. In an instant, he swung the knife in his hand. This knife is ordinary. It was like Lin Ziluo swung the knife casually without any purpose. But it was this knife. The face of the human face cat showed expressions of fear, panic, astonishment, shock, and despair, because it found that its body was completely locked by the knife. It felt like I was controlled by invisible shackles and couldn't move at all. All he could do was watch himself actively fall upon the blade. Not only that, as his body got closer and closer to the blade, a great fear rose from its heart. This feeling of fear tormented its spirit. It was as if the human face cat experienced again the pain that Lin Ziluo had suffered in these two trials. The blade smoothly slid across the abdomen, neck, and finally the forehead of the human face cat. The strange thing is that there is no visible wound where the blade passed. It was not until the human face cat fell heavily to the ground that tiny traces of blood began to seep out of the wound. A human face cat that had given Lin Ziluo such a headache in his previous life was successfully killed by Lin Ziluo in a flash of fighting. There was endless fear on his face. This fear caused its face to become deformed. It's incredible. Lin Ziluo retracted the iron knife. At this moment, his mood could only be described as exhilarating. This blow, which had been brewing for such a long time, also cut off the negative emotions from these two experiences. The human face cat experienced this emotion that could torture an ordinary person to collapse, and finally died in despair. Player Ye Zi successfully killed the guardian beast. Congratulations to the player Ye Zi for successfully passing the third-level trial. Congratulations to the player Ye Zi for completing the trial Mysterious Trial. Congratulations to the player Ye Zi for receiving the trial reward. Level increased by 1. Phantom Job Transfer Scroll. Since the player has not completed the job change, the level +1 reward will be added at the moment the player completes the job change. Prompts for the Doomsday Game appear one after another. A scroll also appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. Just by opening this scroll, Lin Ziluo will successfully transform into the hidden profession Phantom. But Lin Ziluo was not in a hurry to open it, because he was surprised to find that he had not left the cave. What is going on? Last time, I went through a lot of trouble to kill the human face cat before I was teleported out of the trial. But this time, why is there no movement at all? No, I'm stuck in the trial, right? That's not right. The Doomsday Game system shows that I have completed the mission. Why didn't the ancient trial released by the Goldfinger system issue any rewards? Lin Ziluo found something wrong. He quickly called up the Goldfinger system panel. Behind the task requirement, pass the trial from the scroll and inherit the true power of the scroll, it is clearly marked as unfinished. This means that he did not inherit the true power of the scroll. Lin Ziluo suddenly came to his senses. The job transfer scroll of Phantom is actually issued for completing the Doomsday Game mission. It has nothing to do with the scroll itself. In other words, he had never inherited the true power of the scroll from beginning to end. Incredible. Lin Ziluo said that the amount of information was too much and he could hardly accept it. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully passed the trial. Please continue forward and receive the true power from the scroll. The long-lost voice of the Golden Finger system sounded, making Lin Ziluo breathe a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. Fortunately, there was no bug that trapped me in the cave. How should we proceed? Lin Ziluo asked the Golden Finger system. However, the Golden Finger system did not respond. Just like when he first came in, he started pretending to be dead again. Curiosity emerged in Lin Ziluo's heart. What kind of scroll could silence the Golden Finger system? Or are this system and the scroll old acquaintances? Lin Ziluo put the phantom job transfer scroll back into the storage space. Then he started walking forward according to the instructions of the Golden Finger system. Soon, Lin Ziluo arrived at the end of the cave. Only when he got very close did Lin Ziluo notice tiny cracks on the stone wall. These cracks are so tiny that if Lin Ziluo didn't have good observation skills, it would be difficult to see them even if he put his face close to them. Damn it, if it wasn't for the reminder from the Golden Finger system, I would never have thought that this would happen. What is this narrow gap used for? It feels like the fine cracks combined together form a pattern. Lin Ziluo tried to reach out and touch the crack. Just at the moment when Lin Ziluo's hand touched the crack, changes have occurred. Yellow light began to be released from the cracks. The gap also began to move as if something was being constructed. Lin Ziluo waited patiently. After a while, the fine seams were finally spliced. Lin Ziluo was surprised to find that these gaps, accompanied by yellow light, actually outlined two patterns. One is a cow, one is a bird. Aren't these the two pictures recorded on the scroll before? Lin Ziluo understood that the truth of this ancient scroll would soon be revealed to him. As the pattern is constructed, the wall also began to shake. As the wall shook, an ancient stone door appeared. Chapter 75, A Hidden Profession from Ancient Times. After the stone gate appeared, the stone wall stopped shaking and returned to calm. Lin Ziluo walked forward and tried to push the stone door. As a result, the stone door was pushed open easily. The scene behind the stone gate also appeared before Lin Ziluo's eyes. A stone house. It is similar to the stone house when entering the trial space. There's just a stone platform inside the stone house with some things placed on it. The first is something that Lin Ziluo is extremely familiar with. That is the khaki bead that appeared in the first trial, called Liju in the Doomsday Game. There's another thing that Lin Ziluo is also familiar with. That's the scroll the museum has. The walls of the house are carved with familiar patterns of a cow and a bird. Apart from this, there's nothing else. Lin Ziluo walked into the stone house and came to the stone platform. He doesn't want to touch Li Zhu's thing, so he took the scroll first. The patterns and text on the scroll are exactly the same as those in the museum. Lin Ziluo couldn't understand it all. Just as he was wondering, a warm current was transmitted to his hands through the scroll. Then, he was surprised to find that he could actually understand the words on the scroll. The first two words on the scroll directly shocked Lin Ziluo. Chiyu. This scroll is actually related to Chiyu? Lin Ziluo was shocked. This was something he never expected. Chiyu is the legendary tribal leader of the Dragon Kingdom in ancient times. Those who respect him call him the god of war, while those who hate him call him the evildoer. Chiyu led the Julie clans to develop farming, smelt copper and iron, make 5 kinds of weapons, create hundreds of arts, understand the way of heaven, and manage education. He also launched an earth-shaking battle with the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi and Shenong Yendi. Although in the end the Julie tribe was defeated by the 2 tribes joining forces. But even Emperor Xianyuan had to admire Chiyu's terrifying fighting power, and Chiyu was honored as the Lord of War. Chiyu was eventually recorded in the history of the Dragon State as a god of war. Lin Ziluo swallowed. This is too big a deal. At the same time, Lin Ziluo finally understood the meaning of the cow and bird patterns that had appeared all the time. The totems of the Julie tribe are the ox totem and the bird totem. Lin Ziluo finally figured out these mysteries. He quickly continued reading. The content below is even more shocking. The historical records that Chiyu was killed by Emperor Huang, who cut off his head and buried it, and his head turned into a blood maple forest, are indeed correct. However, Chiyu's soul was preserved because it encountered the cat ghost, which was said to be able to preserve souls. The human face cat that Lin Ziluo killed in the 3rd level was a cat with the blood of a cat ghost. Chiyu's soul will eventually dissipate. He created this trial scroll before he disappeared. The test scroll tests: unyielding will, eternal perseverance, perfect battle. One must meet the highest requirements in all 3 trials in order to inherit the strongest power of the Julie tribe. Obviously, Lin Ziluo did it. I can inherit Chiyu's power. Lin Ziluo's breathing became heavy. This is almost the end of the content recorded in the scroll. The ending is to have Lin Ziluo place his hands on the cow and bird totems on the scroll. You can then fully activate the scroll and inherit the strongest power of the Julie tribe. Lin Ziluo decisively placed the scroll on the stone platform. Then he placed his hands on a totem pattern. In an instant, Light appeared everywhere. The endless energy on the scroll began to be transmitted through Lin Ziluo's two hands. A large amount of energy was infused into Lin Ziluo's body and began to cleanse his meridians and marrow. The pain that washed away his essence and marrow made Lin Ziluo's body tremble involuntarily. But Lin Ziluo remained calm and stood firmly where he was. It is detected that the player, Yizi, is suffering from unknown energy inheritance. The system is detecting unknown energy. The system successfully detected that the unknown force came from the blue planet. Matching unknown forces with Blue Star culture and Doomsday Game system. Matching success, gamification success. Player, Yizi, is in the process of changing his job. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for his successful job change. According to Blue Star culture, Doomsday Game named this job Soldier Master. Please ask the player, Yizi, to finish the trial as soon as possible. The profession Soldier Master needs to be further digitized. As the last hint of the Doomsday Game emerged, the power of the scroll was finally transmitted. Lin Ziluo was so tired that he was sweating all over and sat down on the ground. Although he was tired, Lin Ziluo was still quite excited. The job transfer was successful. It is true that when you try to plant flowers, they don't bloom, but when you plant willows by accident, they grow into a shade. I originally just wanted to get the Phantom job transfer scroll. I never expected this. In the end, he was able to pass Chiyo's trial and obtain the strongest power of the Julie tribe. This is the profession called Master of Soldiers in the Doomsday Game. Lord of Arms. Throughout the thousands of years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, no one except Chiyu has been able to receive such an honorific title. But now it has. Player Lin Ziluo, professional Lord of Soldiers. At the same time, Lin Ziluo also understood the function of the bead placed on the stone platform. The real name of that bead is Julie Bead. It is the most important item for the Lord of Soldiers. The function of the Julie Pearl is like the natal magic weapon mentioned in those immortal cultivation novels. That is the weapon of the Lord of Soldiers. The Lord of Arms needs to continuously let the Julie Pearl absorb energy to enhance its capabilities. In this way, the Julie Pearl can be combined with the Master of Soldiers to exert a terrifying effect. Lin Ziluo stood up and picked up the Julie Pearl. This Julie Pearl has recognized Lin Ziluo as its master after he inherited the power of the Lord of Soldiers. As Lin Ziluo's mind moved, the Julie Pearl disappeared in his hand, appeared in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 76. The profession described as extremely terrifying by the Doomsday Game. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Ancient Heritage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. A random ordinary gold finger and a silver level equipment. The prompt sound of the golden finger system sounded. Mission accomplished. However, Lin Ziluo has no intention of withdrawing it yet. It seems that it is more important to clarify the situation of the profession of Master of Soldiers now. Before, when the Doomsday Game told Lin Ziluo to go back early, an end trial button appeared on Lin Ziluo's panel. Lin Ziluo pressed the button. The next second, he was back in the museum hall where he came from. It was dark all around. The moonlight coming in from the window was explaining to Lin Ziluo. In reality, it is already evening. Lin Ziluo's location was exactly the same as the location where he entered the trial before. The difference is that now this exhibition hall is filled with zombie corpses. These zombies were attracted by the previous alarm. Later, members of the Death Club came in and killed all the zombies and did not retreat until night fell. The scroll on the stand is still there, but now it is just an ordinary scroll for viewing. Player Yizi ends the trial. The player Yizi's profession Bingzhu is being further digitized. Basic attributes of the player Yizi without equipment or title blessing. Strength, 18 spirit, 16 constitution, 12 agility, 19. Strengthening the player's basic attributes based on the Soldier Master profession. The basic attributes of the player, Yizi, are now Strength, 30 Spirit, 20 Constitution, 25 Agility, 30. The profession, Master of Soldiers, has been digitized. When the player, Jia levels up, he will gain 3 points of Strength, 3 points of Constitution, and 3 points of free attributes. Based on the player's previous experience and the task reward calculated by adding 1 to the level, the player successfully upgraded to level 13. There is too much information. Lin Ziluo could only listen to the key points. He opened his panel. His final attributes, including upgrades, equipment, and titles, were simply outrageous. Basic attributes: Strength, 49 Spirit, 24 Constitution, 46 Agility, 36 Fear. This is the case when Lin Ziluo still has 9 free attributes that have not been used. Compared to before, the attribute improvement is too great. This is the difference after changing jobs in the Doomsday Game. It can only be described as a world of difference. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first player in the apocalyptic game to successfully change his job and obtain the only global achievement, Pioneer. Server-wide announcement coming soon. Lin Ziluo didn't care whether to announce it or not. He couldn't wait to open his career panel. Occupation, soldier. Introduction, Bingzhu, the Lord of all weapons, the God of War. This extremely terrifying profession was created by Qi Yu's unimaginable abilities and the ancient Jiuli tribe's treasures. Only those who have experienced cruel trials can master it. Attributes. Each level up will gain 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 points of free attributes. Abilities. 1. Lord of 10,000 weapons. You can manipulate the Jiuli Pearl to transform it into any warrior weapon, thereby gaining the abilities and skills of that warrior profession. 2. Jiuli Pearl. You can improve the properties and grade of the Jiuli Pearl by infusing energy into it. 3. Its specific ability has not yet been activated. Tiuda. Lin Ziluo really couldn't help but take a breath. Shock? No shocking. This kind of shock is far beyond what a little cow can describe. At least it has to be an old cow. In Lin Ziluo's 10 years of Doomsday career, he has never seen the word extremely terrifying in any introduction of a Doomsday game. However, it is not an exaggeration to use this word to describe the profession of Master of Soldiers. Lin Ziluo summoned the Jiuli Pearl. Jiuli Pearl, a bronze-level item, the most precious treasure of the Jiuli tribe. 1. Ability to freely change forms according to the player's ideas and grant the player the professional abilities of that form. 2. It can absorb energy to enhance the attributes and capabilities of equipment. Lin Ziluo took out the beheading magic knife and chose to swallow it without hesitation. The beheading magic sword quickly transformed into a ball of black energy and finally merged into the Jiuli Pearl. The Jiuli Pearl absorbed enough energy and successfully evolved into a silver-level item. Infinite growth props, so scary. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. Next, it's time to show the true power of Jiuli Pearl. Under Lin Ziluo's will, the Jiuli Pearl began to gradually change its appearance. Eventually, it took on the same appearance as the beheading demon sword. Jiuli Sword, silver-level equipment. Attributes: Strength +4, Constitution +2. Attacks have a 10 armor-piercing attribute. Additional skills: Jiuli Slash. Releases a blade of energy forward, which will cause 130 of the strength attribute damage when it hits, and the pain caused by the blade energy can reach 200. Jiuli Heavy Slash. Slash at the enemy with a sword, causing 200 strength damage, but will cause yourself to be stunned for 2 seconds. That's right. The reason why Lin Ziluo himself cannot obtain skills through the Master of Soldiers profession is that these skills will change with the shape of the Jiuli Pearl. Lin Ziluo began to use his mind to activate the Jiuli Sword again. I saw that the appearance of the Jiuli Sword began to change again. Eventually, it changed into the shape of a bow, an arrow. Jiuli Bow, silver-level equipment. Attributes: Strength +4, Agility +2, can concentrate mental power to form arrows. Additional skills: Flame Arrow, shoots a flaming arrow forward. The power of the flaming arrow is 120 of the strength attribute. It will cause continuous burning when hitting the enemy. Ice Arrow, shoots an ice arrow forward. The power of the ice arrow is 120 of the strength attribute. It will cause a brief deceleration state after hitting the enemy. Oshit. Lin Ziluo couldn't stand it anymore. Doesn't this mean that I actually possess all the warrior professions? Jiuli Thorn corresponds to the assassin profession. Jiuli Shield corresponds to the tank profession. Jiuli Sword corresponds to the swordsman profession. No, I can't think about it anymore. Just thinking about it makes me feel dizzy with happiness. Lin Ziluo regained his sanity and began to try to gather the bow and arrow impatiently. However, it did not condense. Only then was he surprised to find that his mental power was empty. Fuck, Changing forms consumes so much mental energy. Just changing once almost used up all my mental energy. Why am I feeling dizzy? Chapter 77, New Gold Finger, Limit Breakthrough. World Announcement. Congratulations to player Yzi for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to reach level 10 and successfully change his job. His speed is amazing. He has obtained the only global achievement, Pioneer, and a large number of rewards. Other players are encouraged to work hard. When Lin Ziluo was alone in the museum hall, studying the profession of Master of War, the tranquility of the Blue Star's dark night was broken. It was late at night, and most of the players were already asleep. But the voice of the world announcement still reached their ears accurately. Except for a few players who slept soundly, most of the players were woken up. What the hell? What world announcement? When will it ever end? An insomniac, who had finally fallen asleep, was woken up again. He shouted in despair. Fuck it. I just dreamed about picking up a dozen supply cards, and you woke me up? Give me back my sweet dreams. A starving player shouted in despair. Izzy is such a familiar name, damn. It's him again. When will it ever end? A confused player suddenly woke up. What? What does job change mean? They are clearly speaking Dragon Country language. Why can't I understand? A player feels that he and others are playing different Doomsday games. The language heard in different regions is different. 10. Level 10. The player looked at the level 6 on his panel and thought of how he had boasted to others during the day and suddenly felt ashamed. I see. You can change your job after level 10. You are worthy of being called Yizi. I must catch up with you. A strong man from the beautiful country said, translated by the author himself. Almost forgot. The puppy was still alive, but it was sleeping so soundly that it was not woken up. Congratulations to the players for receiving the global announcement of Pioneer. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attributes, and storage space capacity increased by 2 cubic meters. At this moment, Lin Ziluo was sitting on the ground. He had a meditation necklace hanging around his neck, a small magic wand in his hand, and had just drunk from a small blue bottle just to quickly restore his mental strength. Without mental strength, the dizzy feeling is really uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo recovered after a while. The Julie Bao has been restored by Lin Ziluo into the Julie Pearl and taken back into his sea of consciousness. Restoration does not require the consumption of mental energy, otherwise Lin Ziluo really would not be able to bear it. As for those Julie Thorns and Julie Spears, and so on. Ahem, I'll study it again when I have a chance. Get the reward first. The rewards for world announcements are all old hat. Alas, there's nothing we can do about it. That's what excellent people are like. So far, all 3 world announcements are from Lin Ziluo. The rewards are all familiar. Apart from him and his handsome readers, I'm afraid no one knows what the reward for the world announcement is. The only thing I'm looking forward to is the title Pioneer. Pioneer, a unique title that can be obtained by the first person to change his job in the apocalyptic game. Attributes, all attributes plus 2. For players with professions, there will be a 5 attribute suppression. Lin Ziluo was a little disappointed after seeing this. What the hell? The Pioneer's attributes are not as good as those of the Bronze Sorrow. Lin Ziluo suddenly reacted. It seems that the normal order is to change jobs first, and then you can kill the bronze level boss. It turns out that I got the order wrong, I thought. Next is the task reward of the Golden Finger system. It was distributed during the trial. So Lin Ziluo said directly, draw that silver level equipment for me. Ding, a silver level equipment is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the silver level equipment, Illusion of Evil. A black mask appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. This mask looks like a devil's face when viewed from the front. Looks noble, but is full of evil. Although the curve of the mouth corners is exaggerated, it is extremely coordinated with the entire mask. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied. I always wear a hidden mask on my face. It is actually a prop and cannot be called equipment. Now this Illusion of Evil can be a replacement. Illusionary Mask of Evil. Silver level equipment. A mask that possesses the evil power of the devil. Please do not become a slave to the devil. Attributes. Spirit plus 3. Skill. Phantom Face. After being carried, the player's basic information can be hidden, and it cannot be viewed unless the level is 5 levels higher than the player. Devil's Gaze. Within 3 seconds after use, the person looking at the mask will fall into the fear state. When the person in the fear state attacks the player, The attributes will be reduced, and the body coordination will be reduced. Really good. Lin Ziluo likes this mask very much. Not only is the appearance satisfactory to me, but the attributes are also what I need. Lin Ziluo took off the mask of concealment, put on the illusionary mask of evil, and did not choose to activate the transformation effect of the uniform. A figure wearing a black robe and a demon mask appeared, combined with the dark environment in a museum. Anyone who saw it late at night would be so scared that they would scream. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied with the equipment he extracted. The next ordinary golden finger is going to be a big show. Draw the golden finger now, Lin Ziluo said expectantly. Ding, the normal gold finger is being extracted. Ding, congratulations to the player for drawing the common cheat code. Breakthrough limit LV1. Breaking through limitations? Break through any limitations. Upon hearing that he had drawn a new type of ordinary cheat code, Lin Ziluo checked the properties with great anticipation. Breakthrough limit LV1. Break through the limitation of only being able to wear one ring in terms of equipment. Effect. The number of rings that can be equipped increases by 1. Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. You read that right. Does this mean that I can wear 2 rings at the same time and both of them will be effective? Oh shit. It's too outrageous to have one more equipment slot than others. Lin Ziluo suddenly thought of the scene of himself fighting with others with 10 golden rings on his hands. The picture is so beautiful that I can't even imagine it. Chapter 78 Lin Ziluo's shocking appearance. Lin Ziluo is currently wearing the blood-sucking ring +2. The Ring of Night was given to Dasha. There were no extra rings on him. Then wait for another ring to appear. All rewards have been received. Lin Ziluo happily began to think about how to allocate the 12 free attribute points in his hand. Spirit must be added, but not too much. The fixed attributes added by Master of Soldiers are strength and physique. And all warrior professions can be achieved through the Julie Pearls. Then my other profession must be the mage profession that increases spirit and agility. By then, the spirit and agility attributes will not be too lacking. After thinking about it, Lin Ziluo added 3 points of strength, 3 points of physique, and 6 points of spirit, combined with the 3 spiritual attributes brought by the illusion of evil. Lin Ziluo's current attributes have skyrocketed again. Basic attributes: strength, 52 spirit, 33 constitution, 49 agility, 36. The Doomsday Game arrives at 1 a.m. on the 7th day. As the power system had not been maintained for a long time, the power system in Shanghai was completely paralyzed 3 hours ago, except for some areas that generate their own electricity. The huge and prosperous demon city fell completely into darkness. Fortunately, there are diesel generators in the RT Mart shopping mall, able to keep the top floor of the mall brightly lit and the freight elevator operating normally. Large quantities of supplies were moved out of the warehouse by the crowd. Everyone celebrated today's victory by drinking and eating meat. In Gao Dong's words, it was the battle of the Death Club to encircle the Magic City Museum that could be recorded in history. There were still people in the middle of the hall, many of them dancing passionately. The accompanying music was played on the violin of the famous 19th century musician Makabaka, which was snatched from the museum. In such a chaotic atmosphere, the biggest hero of this battle, Dasha, was eating in the corner of the hall. Brother Dasha, please stop for a moment. Come and stand on the stage. I will introduce you, the great hero, to everyone. Gao Dong came up with a smile on his face and said in a flattering manner, "You have to please others." Dasha's heroic fighting posture during the day almost made Gao Dong bow down to him. Not only Gao Dong, everyone present was looking at Dasha with admiration. There were even a few brave girls who came up and showed their affection to Dasha. Unfortunately, Dasha only had eyes for food and didn't even look at them. Gao Dong's words did not attract Dasha. He was still stuffing chicken legs into his mouth. Brother Dasha, put this vacuum-packed chicken leg aside for now and show your prowess to your brothers. Gao Dong continued, preparing to take the chicken leg from Dasha's hand. Just when Gao Dong's hand was about to touch the chicken leg, he got goosebumps all over his body. Gao Dong turned his head stiffly and looked at Dasha. Although he was wearing sunglasses, he could clearly feel that if he touched the chicken leg, his life would be in danger. Come to think of it, during the day, Dasha could chop zombies as easily as chopping chickens. Gao Dong quickly withdrew his hand. Just a joke, just a joke, Gao Dong said embarrassedly. Dasha suddenly put down the chicken leg and stood up. Gao Dong didn't understand what was going on and thought that Dasha was willing to show up with him. The freight elevator not far away made a ding sound. The noise startled everyone. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. The zombies outside are in a state of frenzy. Why would anyone take the freight elevator up here? The door of the freight elevator was opened. Lin Ziluo, dressed in a black robe, walked in. He is truly a man who can create a sensation every time he appears. Everyone recognizes Lin Ziluo's iconic black robe. However, this black mask decorated with blood-colored magic patterns, which looked like a devil, still made everyone tremble in their hearts. Oh shit, that's so cool. The player closest to the freight elevator couldn't help but speak up. So handsome. I don't believe anyone can be more handsome than Mr. Lin. Chaoyang couldn't help but admire. The author of Pushing the Street said, there are still readers who are reading the book. Lin Ziluo walked straight up to Gao Dong. Dasha quickly stood behind Lin Ziluo. Brother Lin, I finally saw you. You don't know, we spent a long time looking for you. Those bastards thought something happened to you. Gao Dong smiled, so hard that his mouth was almost reaching his ears. I'm not exaggerating. After the Death Club dealt with the zombies in the museum, many people did go to find Lin Ziluo. Although they didn't find him, they didn't think that Lin Ziluo would be in trouble. After all, the impression Lin Ziluo left on them was that he was powerful. Lin Ziluo looked at the chaotic scene in the hall. He said, let's go to your office to discuss some things. Although Gao Dong was a little surprised, he still led Lin Ziluo into his office. I don't know, Brother Lin. What do you want to say? Gao Dong asked curiously. How was the battle today? Lin Ziluo asked first. Battle situation? The battle situation today is quite good, Gao Dong said excitedly. You won't be sleepy anymore if you mention this. Today, including the traps we used, we have killed more than 1,500 zombies in total, Gao Dong said proudly. So many. Lin Ziluo was a little surprised. It's like this, there was a small group near the park we chose. After seeing the heroic scene of our death club encircling and suppressing the zombies, nearly 100 people joined us at that time, Gao Dong explained. Of course, the main credit goes to Brother Dasha. Brother Dasha killed more than 100 zombies by himself, Gao Dong said flatteringly. Lin Ziluo suddenly understood and began to figure it out. Why do you think he suddenly asked this question? Of course, there is an opportunity. Chapter 79, Making a Deal. Lin Ziluo was confused before. It's mainly because of the idea of doing things by oneself in the previous life. I was also thinking about working hard with Dasha to save gold coins. Now that I think about it, I am probably a fool. What do you have in your hand? I have hundreds of supply cards in my hands. There is no place to use the extra ones, and they take up too much space even in storage space. But other players don't have it. However, although their explosion rate is low, everyone still has gold coins. You can use these supply cards to exchange for their gold coins, even equipment and props. There is no way. Now I have the Jili Pearl in my hand. The energy mentioned by Jilizu must be provided by equipment and props. In order to cultivate the Jili Pearl as soon as possible, Lin Ziluo needs to save up a lot of equipment and props. As for why the Death Club would exchange supply cards when they clearly had so many supplies, the answer will be available this afternoon. That is, at 7 p.m. on the 7th day of Doomsday, the end of a novice protection period will be officially announced. Lin Ziluo asked some indirect questions. I have a general understanding of how many equipment, props, and gold coins there are in the Death Club. After Lin Ziluo understood the situation, he said, let's discuss a deal. Trade? What are you talking about? Brother Lin and Brother Dasha have made such outstanding contributions to us in this campaign. Tell me if you need anything. Gao Dong immediately patted his chest and spoke sincerely. I want a lot of equipment, and gold coins are fine too. Lin Ziluo clasped his hands together and said to Gao Dong, you little brat, you're still pretending to be a big shot in front of me. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Dong suddenly started coughing. Brother Lin, I can still take out a piece of equipment, but I don't know what you mean by a large amount. Gao Dong said somewhat awkwardly. It's over, the bragging was exposed. What I mean is, I want as many as there are. Lin Ziluo said. Well, okay. By the way, Brother Lin, to express the Death Club's gratitude to you, please accept this gift. Gao Dong suddenly slapped his head and spoke. Then he opened the drawer of his desk and took out a ring. Lin Ziluo widened his eyes. Wow, Gao Dong is really smart. It was said to be a way of expressing gratitude from the Death Club. In fact, Gao Dong made the decision on the spur of the moment when Lin Ziluo expressed his need for equipment. If you really want to prepare a gift, would you put it in your private office drawer? So this ring belongs to Gao Dong. But Lin Ziluo didn't point it out. Instead, he accepted the ring that Gao Dong handed over with peace of mind. This time, Dasha helped him a lot. He even took the initiative to help them lure the zombies. At the same time, he successfully passed the trial, saving at least a dozen people from their death club who were about to touch the scroll from death. Although I may have other purposes, the result is undeniable. Lin Ziluo was not in a hurry to check the properties of the ring. Instead, he stood up and said, "I accept the ring. I will come again at 8 o'clock this evening." 8 o'clock this evening? Gao Dong was a little confused. Doesn't the novice protection period end at 7 o'clock this evening? I want to see what the new rules are first. Lin Ziluo said, "After learning the new rules, I will be here around 8 o'clock to make that deal with the members of the Death Club. When the time comes, you will be responsible for gathering more people." These few sentences apparently mean Lin Ziluo is informing us of today's transaction. In fact, Lin Ziluo also gave Gao Dong a chance. The novice protection measures will end at 7 o'clock this evening. All abilities of zombies will be greatly improved. Players who are only used to fighting zombie babies generally find it difficult to adapt. Many people who were outside killing zombies died as a result. And I set up the transaction location on this top floor. In this case, Gao Dong probably won't go out before 8 o'clock. Maybe it saved his life. The novice protection period is over. Gao Dong asked back, "Oh, I almost forgot, but it shouldn't matter. Our current strength is far beyond that of newbies." Gao Dong smiled and said confidently. Lin Ziluo shook his head and smiled too. No matter how hard you try to persuade a person who has never experienced something, he will not absolutely believe it. Only after being beaten and experiencing pain will he understand that it is true. I think Gao Dong is a man who knows the current situation and gave a subtle reminder. Whether he listens or not is his own business. But don't worry, Brother Lin. If you want to do business, I will definitely help you arrange it and let the brothers prepare the extra equipment and props. Gao Dong continued. "I just don't know what you're going to trade with." Gao Dong asked. "Supply card. You can notify them first," Lin Ziluo said. There was a hint of disappointment in Gao Dong's eyes. The Death Club has no shortage of supplies. "Okay, I'll inform my brothers." Gao Dong quickly concealed his disappointment and continued with a smile. Lin Ziluo nodded and led Dasha out of the office. "Supplies card. By then it won't be as simple as you think." The carnival outside continued. The members of the Death Club were having a great time. In their opinion, life is very happy now. The supplies in the warehouse will be enough for them to use for a long time. The hordes of zombies outside were also being surrounded and hunted down by them. One's own strength can steadily increase. This is probably the happiest thing in the end of the world. But is the Doomsday Game really that simple? Lin Ziluo took Dasha and left the top floor on the freight elevator without stopping. Chapter 80 Gold Level Items. Lin Ziluo came to the apartment where he had taken a nap before. After placing the reconnaissance eye and asking Dasha to stand guard, Lin Ziluo entered the bedroom. He took out the ring Gao Dong had given him. Gold coin ring, bronze level equipment, a ring that represents strength. Attributes, strength +1. Each kill of a zombie can get an extra 10 gold coins, minimum 1 coin. Sure, Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up. Better than I expected. After all, the real best things will not be given away by others. Although the bonus gold coins from this thing are relatively small, but as the saying goes, a little bit adds up to a lot. Lin Ziluo put the gold coin ring directly on his hand. At this moment, the two rings are effective at the same time under the effect of the golden finger of breaking the limit. Lin Ziluo's strength also increased a little. Next, it's time to sort out the extra props. Lin Ziluo began to rummage through his storage space. Mask of Concealment can now be retired if you have Vision of Evil. Short-range launcher, just keep one of this thing, don't take the others. Super Flash Bomb. Lin Ziluo took out the props that other players coveted one by one. These things, in his hands, were as common as cabbages. Props are constantly placed together. It was not until the end that Lin Ziluo realized that there were no extra props and stopped arranging them. Looking at the dozens of props as high as a hill in front of me, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh. This is all the kingdom I built. From the advent of Doomsday to now, with a 100 explosion rate, Lin Ziluo has been able to accumulate so many props. Lin Ziluo didn't waste any time either. He took out the Julie Pearl directly and then activated the Julie Pearl's devouring ability. Lin Ziluo stuffed the props into the Julie Pearl one by one. Red lines also began to appear on the Julie Pearl. As long as the red line covers the entire Julie Pearl, the Julie Pearl will be able to complete the upgrade and break through to become a gold level item. The props that Lin Ziluo threw were all very ordinary items, which did not contain much energy. He was reluctant to give up those precious props, such as the fireball scroll and the zombie cat's horn. Soon, the red lines of the Julie Pearl gradually covered the surface. However, at this time, dozens of props are about to be used up. Lin Ziluo felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. Does this thing consume so much energy? Only a rich man like me can come up with so many props. The result couldn't satisfy Jilizu's appetite at all. Lin Ziluo saw that the Julie Pearl was almost covered by the red line. He gritted his teeth and threw the eliminated equipment meditation necklace in as well. Finally, the red line completely covered the Julie Pearl. The Julie Pearl emitted a red light. Julie Pearl absorbs enough energy and successfully evolves into a gold level item. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought that I would be able to get access to gold level items so soon. You have to be at least level 30 or so to have a small chance of getting this thing by killing a silver level boss. The Julie Pearl was transformed into the Julie Sword. The original attributes are Strength +4, Constitution +2, and the attack has a 10 armor breaking attribute. The current attributes are Strength +7, Constitution +3, the attack has a 20 armor breaking attribute, and there is a chance to cause a rapid bleeding effect. It can be said that the attributes have been nearly doubled. There is no change in skills. It seems that only changing jobs can bring new skills. Done. Lin Ziluo took back the Julie Pearl. He lay down on the bed contentedly and fell into a deep sleep. Julie slash. Lin Ziluo held the golden Julie sword in his hand and swung forward with all his might. A golden blade light appeared on the blade of the Julie sword. As Lin Ziluo swung the sword, the blade light instantly broke away from the blade, quickly enlarged, and slashed forward horizontally. The 5 zombies that were rushing towards Lin Ziluo were cut in half by the sword light. Blood, internal organs, and intestines were all over the floor. However, the zombies behind quickly rushed up to fill the empty space. The 2 halves of the bodies and the internal organs of these 5 zombies were trampled into meat paste by the zombies behind them. Lin Ziluo wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, he was on the 3rd floor of a large office building. It starts from arriving here at 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Ziluo and Dasha fought their way from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. Except for eating and resting for an hour, they did not stop for the rest of the time. If it weren't for the blood-sucking ring that replenished his physical strength, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. No wonder Lin Ziluo works so hard. This is his last carnival. You won't be able to find so many low-level, low-attribute, and stupid zombies in the future. It will be better to make use of your current, overwhelming attributes to gain some experience and gold coins. With Lin Ziluo working so hard, the harvest is also gratifying. He and Dasha worked together to kill more than 500 zombies. Nearly 400 of them were killed by Lin Ziluo alone. Such achievements also brought high returns. Not to mention the gold coins I harvested, 3 or 4,000. Lin Ziluo's level also successfully broke through and reached level 14. The props and equipment that exploded were countless. Unless they are extremely precious and of extremely high quality, other equipment and props will have only one result in Lin Ziluo's hands. Become the nutrients of Julie Pearl. But it is really difficult to break through the gold level Julie Pearl to the diamond level. All the efforts Lin Ziluo has made so far have only added a few thin lines to the surface of the Julie Pearl. Oh no, it's almost 7 o'clock. We have to retreat. Lin Ziluo casually killed a zombie while glancing at his watch. The time is already 6:50 and it will soon be 7 o'clock. Dasha, retreat, Lin Ziluo said. The big fool in the zombie group quickly came out. The man and the corpse adopted the tactic of fighting and retreating and began to run downstairs. Finally, before 7 o'clock, I got into a safe house. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm that Lin Ziluo had set in advance rang. The Doomsday Game has finally begun to take off its disguise and show the world the true hopelessness of the Doomsday. Chapter 81, The Real Doomsday, has come. It's 7 o'clock in the evening on the 7th day of the Doomsday Game. Many players have forgotten the so-called novice protection period. Since it's not even 8 o'clock yet, it's okay. I'll just kill the zombies for a while. The sky was dim, the sun was setting, and night was approaching. But before the night fell, the sky was completely covered by blood red. Many people looked up at the sky in surprise. Only then did they remember that wasn't this blood-red sky exactly the same as the day when the Doomsday Game came? Is this the end of the novice protection period? Only then did they remember the novice protection period that they had long forgotten. Unfortunately, it's too late. This time the blood-red sky was not as mild as before. The scarlet color is even more stimulating, making it impossible for people to look up. If you look at it for a few more seconds, you will start to feel uneasy. Many players began to feel uneasy and started to prepare to retreat. And at this moment, the familiar announcement panel appeared. It just changed from the original blue to blood red. Welcome to the Doomsday Game. This game is based on the principle of absolute fairness. Once launched, it will develop independently, and there is no way to interfere. Simple and relaxing time has come to the end. I think you should all be familiar with this happy and warm environment, newbies. Then next, the end of the world is really coming. The novice protection period has ended, and the following update notice has been added. 1. All zombie attributes are greatly enhanced. Growth rate is comprehensively improved. Sense of smell and hearing are optimized. 2. Some zombies will be given various forms, such as hunting form, violent form, poisonous form, overweight form, curse form. 3. Zombies will be organized at random times to launch large-scale attacks, i.e. zombie tides. The zombie infection attribute will only take effect on players whose total attribute is lower than that of the zombie itself. 4. Night will be synonymous with death. The amplification attribute of night to zombies will be increased again. Zombies will actively search for players during the night, and the player's attributes will decrease during the night. 5. The geological structure, buildings, building materials, natural environment, etc. of Blue Planet will all be blessed by hardness and other aspects. 6. In order to ensure a good gaming experience, all non-game food will significantly increase the speed of deterioration, decay, and mold. Eating non-game food and drinking non-game water for a long time will gradually reduce the player's basic attributes, and this attribute cannot be restored permanently. 7. The supply cards are fully upgraded. The higher the zombie level, the higher the satiety of the food produced by the supply cards that explode. 8. The environment and climate will deteriorate on a large scale. The higher the level of equipment, the better the resistance to the climate. 9. The job transfer channel has been fully opened. It will be based on cities. Each city will have 2 job transfer stations, one for warriors and one for mages. As long as you are assigned to a city, you must go to the job transfer station if you want to transfer to a warrior or a mage. 10. The national ranking function has been launched. Currently, the national level ranking, reputation ranking, and equipment ranking are open. All the people on the list can enjoy generous rewards and can participate in the subsequent regional competitions. 11. The dungeon system has been fully adjusted to enable simultaneous matching of players from all over the country, and the dungeon content has been fully upgraded. 12. All cities will be divided into different parts, and each city will be completely closed and cannot be crossed. 13. Subsequent updates will be enabled after the specified conditions are met. The real Doomsday has come. Please try to survive. A blood-red panel and paragraphs of cold text. There's no longer the comfort of the previous blue panel, nor is there the previous teasing tone. I just tell you these cruel facts coldly. As the announcement came out, the whole world also began to undergo earth-shaking changes. A large number of zombies underwent drastic changes in size and abilities on the spot. Many zombies that were originally small in size shrank rapidly and transformed into hunting forms. Most of the tall zombies have turned into a violent state. A highly poisonous form with pus-covered sores all over the body. An overweight form in which the body expands rapidly. A cursed form that is completely black and emits black mist. A slimy form with a body full of goo. At this moment, the miserable roars of zombies can be heard in cities, villages, mountains, buildings, and wherever zombies exist in the world. They seem to be freed from all shackles and became truly terrifying creatures. And as time went on, larger level differences began to appear among the zombies. At the same time, objects such as the ground, rocks, mountains, and buildings also completed their upgrades at this moment. Walls and ground that could have been pierced by a sharp blade. Now, if the same force and the same sharp blade are used to pierce, only shallow scratches can be left. Houses that would have collapsed due to severe shaking now remain strong even after an earthquake of magnitude 8. and these objects will become stronger over time. What remains are the changes that are directly related to the players. Before, players who collected food were still complacent that they could live a stable life for a long time. But now they discovered in despair that the food they had collected was disappearing from them at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bread is getting moldy. The meat gradually rotted. The vegetables wilt. The fruit becomes shriveled. Even vacuum-packed food is gradually deteriorating and giving off the smell of spoiled food. It looks like within 2 days, all local food supplies on Blue Star will be scrapped. The natural water sources have not undergone such drastic changes. However, whether it is rivers, lakes, or seas, tap water, bottled mineral water, beverages, alcohol, and other items that are identified as drinking water all emit a disgusting odor. Unless you pinch your nose and swallow it, you will definitely vomit it out in disgust. Even if you swallow it, your attributes will be permanently reduced. Basically, the attributes will be permanently reduced in 2 days. If it is placed before level 10, it is equivalent to upgrading 1 level for nothing. Fortunately, the food in the supply card has been enhanced. Before, Lin Ziluo had to eat enough food from 4 cards to be full. It is not necessary now. Basically, 2 cards are enough to satisfy Lin Ziluo. This is because Lin Ziluo's attributes are too high. 1 card is enough for an ordinary level 5 or 6 player. And as the zombies become stronger, the food satiety will become higher. A steamed bun dropped by a level 50 zombie is enough for 10 normal level 20 players to eat. It's the kind that can provide you with energy for a day just by tearing off a small piece. The weather also started to get worse. At that moment at 7 o'clock, players in Magic City could clearly feel the temperature drop by several degrees. If it wasn't summer, many people would be shivering with cold. The later the time goes, the worse the climate will be. If players don't have equipment of sufficient quality, they might actually die due to the extreme cold or heat. All the changes that have occurred before are telling you one thing. Go kill the zombies. If you want to survive, you must kill zombies. The happy times when I used to hide in the house alone are gone. If you don't take the initiative to kill zombies, a few days is enough to kill you. Of course, the Doomsday Game does leave a glimmer of hope. The job transfer platform, rankings, and copy functions that were updated later are intended to allow players to improve their strength to cope with the previous changes. The zombie virus will only infect players with lower attributes than the zombies themselves, which is a good adjustment. This means that only by constantly increasing your attributes can you avoid being infected and becoming a zombie. It also means that when players with high attributes are fighting zombies, they can be bold and kill them directly. Chapter 82 Top 3 Lists. Lin Ziluo, who stayed in the house, closed the notice panel. You don't need to read these contents yourself. I've spent 10 years in this environment. Outside the house, the howling of zombies could be heard one after another. Occasionally, you can hear screams from players. These are players who do not take the novice protection period seriously. After the zombies complete their evolution, they will despairingly discover that the zombies that they were able to kill easily before can now easily tear their bodies apart. And different types of zombies also began to control different powers. The zombies in the poisonous form will suddenly spit a mouthful of toxic phlegm at you. Players who have not experienced this will definitely have their bodies or faces corroded by the poison. What worries Lin Ziluo now is that Dasha's mutation has not yet ended. There is no reason. It only takes a few seconds for the zombies outside to mutate. But Dasha is not finished yet. Not only that, Dasha is now kneeling on the ground, pounding the ground madly. His whole body is shaking constantly, and he is constantly roaring from his mouth. Fortunately, the connection between Dasha and Lin Ziluo has not been broken. Lin Ziluo could also feel that Dasha was close to madness, which was almost like he had activated absence rage. What's going on, system? Lin Ziluo asked. Ding, because the player panel on Dasha has a conflict with the zombie evolution. The system is modifying the permissions. Okay, then I really can't help you. I can only see how to modify the permissions in the cheating system. Fortunately, the golden finger system is still very powerful. After a while, Dasha finally calmed down. Ding, after the system modification, Dasha will not have a new form, and the zombie attribute increase effect he enjoys is only 50. Ding, to compensate for this, Dasha will no longer be driven by the instincts given by the Doomsday Game to participate in actions such as the zombie tide. At the same time, Dasha's talents will be integrated with the violent state that was supposed to be transformed to produce new talents, and he can also change his job. Yes, generally speaking, there were no problems. The abilities originally gained from changing forms were integrated into the talent, and the body did not need to undergo any changes. Although the attributes improved as a zombie are only 50. But if he can change his job, you can arrange a better hidden job for him, which is even better than inheriting 100. Lin Ziluo checked Dasha's talent with satisfaction. Berserk Strength, a legendary talent. 1. Your strength will gain additional super increase as your level increases. 2. The higher your anger value, the higher the strength attribute will be. 3. All props and equipment related to strength attributes will become better in your hands. 4. The skills you use only consume physical strength, not mental strength, and you can accelerate the consumption of physical strength to increase the power of the skills. Hiss. Legendary talent. Just like that, it was born. Just like the names of these two levels. Epic level represents abilities, talents, or equipment that can be recorded in history. Dasha's original innate strength was like the talent possessed by ruthless people like Li Yuanba in Ancient Dragon Kingdom. The legendary level means that this thing only exists in legends. Lin Ziluo's omniscience and omnipotence combat was achieved through 10 years of fierce battles, endless reincarnations, and enough understanding to break through to the legendary level. As a result, with Dasha's good talent and the dual support of the Doomsday Game and the Golden Finger system, he was directly pulled to the legendary level. It is just as the proverb of Longwa says, "Fools have good fortune." No, when it comes to Dasha, it means that the stupid corpse has good fortune. Even though Dasha possesses legendary talent, he has not changed his silly nature. He didn't care about what just happened, touched his head, and stood there as if nothing had happened. Lin Ziluo also felt relieved at this time. Open the 3 new rankings that appeared on the panel. At the moment of opening, Lin Ziluo's screen was flooded with notification sounds. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for being ranked first in the Dragon Country rankings with a level of 14. Can you please hide the game name? Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for topping the Dragon Nation reputation rankings with 3,720 reputation points. Can you please hide the game name? Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for his diamond level equipment, Magic City Order uniform, being ranked first in the Dragon Country equipment ranking. Can you please hide the game name? Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for his gold level equipment, Julie Sword, being ranked second on the Dragon Country equipment ranking. Can you please hide the game name? Illusion of Evil, White Wing Cloak, Tough Combat Pants, Blood-Sucking Ring +2. The prompts for these 4 pieces of equipment also appeared on the list at the same time. In other words, there are only 10 positions in the equipment ranking list, and Lin Ziluo alone occupies 6 positions. No hiding, not a single one. Lin Ziluo said. Successfully set the ranking game name not to be hidden. Finally, after reading all this information, Lin Ziluo finally saw 3 rankings. Ranking. First place, Yazi level. Level 14 occupation, Soldier Master. Second place, Zhang Yuanzhong level, 7 occupation, none. Third place, Dasha level, 7 occupation, none. Fourth place, codename, Pajuan level, level 7 occupation, none. Reputation hunking. First place, Yazi reputation, 3720 occupation, Army Master. Second place, Battle reputation, 350 occupation, none. Third place, codename, Pajuan reputation, 210 occupation, none. Fourth place, Zhang Yuanzhong reputation, 170 occupation, none. Equipment ranking. First place, Demon City Order uniform level, diamond level owner, Yazi. Second place, Julie Sword level, gold owner, Yazi. Third place, Evil Illusion level, silver owner, Yazi. Fourth place, White Wing Cloak level, silver owner, Yazi. Fifth place, Strong Combat Pants level, silver owner, Yazi. Sixth place, Armor of War level, silver level owner, Zhang Yuanzhong. Seventh place, Vampire Ring +2 level, bronze owner, Yazi. Salt. The first place in the 3 major rankings is actually Jiaozi. In the level ranking list, Lin Ziluo's level is exactly twice that of the second place. Dasha also got a third place for fun, not to mention the reputation rankings. 10 times. 10 times the difference. The most outrageous thing is the equipment ranking list. Looking around, the top 5 are completely monopolized by Yazi. After a lot of effort, a different candidate appeared in the 6th place, but in the end, the 7th place was still Jiaozi. It's outrageous. When Lin Ziluo looked at the spectacular sight of the rankings, he could imagine the shocked expressions of others when they saw the rankings. But he was really wrong about this. Almost all players in Longhua opened the leaderboard and saw the name Yazi ranked first. The thoughts that popped up in my mind were, oh, it turned out to be him. It was indeed him. After 3 world announcements, who in Dragon Country doesn't know the name Yazi, which is full of Dragon Country mythology? People are simple. Generally, people will feel envy, admiration, respect, jealousy, and even wait to laugh at people who are stronger than themselves. But for those who are far superior to me and whom I will never be able to catch up with in this lifetime, I can only bow down to them with all my heart. Yazi, just first among 3 lists. All your rankings on the 3 lists are just grievances, but everyone else believes it. Of course, Lin Ziluo's Lord of Soldiers profession and Magic City Order uniform equipment also attracted everyone's attention. Who doesn't know the name of Lord of the Army and the Julie pearls that go with it? It is not difficult to imagine that Yazi himself is related to Qi Yu. The Magic City Order uniform is easier to judge. Magic City. Yazi himself is in the Magic City. Chapter 83, Unparalleled in the World. Lin Ziluo certainly knew that his information would be exposed by the rankings. But you don't need to worry too much about it. Lin Ziluo had always wanted to hide his identity. He simply wanted to act like a poisonous snake and continue to devour the Li family. Because at that time, he was still wary of the Li family. After all, in his previous life, the Li family gave him too much oppression. However, when Lin Ziluo easily defeated the hunting mercenary group alone, he understood. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of a Li family that has not grown up? Are you afraid of those 2 war gods who you can kill at any time? Therefore, Lin Ziluo chose not to hide his nickname. So what if my identity is exposed? If personal information is not exposed, I will become like a giant panda, surrounded by people wherever I go. He didn't even need the concealing effect of a mask. Lin Ziluo also began to hear about the benefits he could get by being on the list. That's the title. For example, the first place in the level ranking is given a title of overwhelming all others. The first place in the reputation ranking is given to world famous. There are so many equipment rankings that I am too lazy to even look at them. Oh, there's so many titles, I don't know which one to choose. Of course, the rewards don't end there. As long as Lin Ziluo stays in his location for 24 hours, he will receive a certain amount of experience, gold coins, and reputation. These amounts are not small. Just these things alone are enough to support a small team. And as time goes by, the rewards will gradually increase. Oh, it feels so good to receive a huge reward just by lying at home. Just when Lin Ziluo thought that the rewards were over, the reminder sound of the Doomsday Game sounded again. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for achieving the feat of being first in the level list, first in the reputation list, and first in the equipment list, and obtaining the hidden epic title Unparalleled in the World. Lin Ziluo was shocked. I've never heard of this stuff before. In the previous life, it seemed that no one had ever achieved the feat of being number 1 on all 3 lists. He quickly checked the title. Unparalleled in the World. An epic title. Only those who rank first in all national rankings are eligible to obtain it. If one of the conditions is not met, the title will disappear. Attributes. All attributes are increased by 10. You will enjoy a 10 discount on gold coins spent in all stores, hidden stores, and dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom. Increase the explosion rate by 1 and the reward for completing tasks by 10. Skill. Wu Shuang. After being activated for 1 second, you will be immune to any damage. Skill cooldown time. 24 hours. Very good. Lin Ziluo was shocked. This is really like a little cow riding a will-o'-the-wisp. So awesome. The percentage increase in attributes is already outrageous enough. You can also enjoy shopping discounts. Completing tasks will increase your rewards. The most important thing is that there's an attribute that Lin Ziluo has never seen before. Increase the explosion rate by 1. What does this mean? My drop rate is already 100. If I add a little more, then ding. Once the extra 1 chance is triggered, 2 items will pop out. The gold finger system came out in time to answer questions. Really? Awesome. Kill 1 zombie and get 2 items. As for that unparalleled skill, needless to say, immune to all damage. In this second, even if a level 90 God of War came, he would not be able to hurt Lin Ziluo at all. No, this awesome title must always be in my hands. So I want the top spot on all 3 lists. Decisively put on the title of Unparalleled in the World. It will take effect 1 hour after putting it on. Yes, This is a version update. Survival becomes more difficult for others. He gained a title of awesomeness, while Dasha got a legendary talent. Really made a lot of money. Lin Ziluo stood up. It's almost time to harvest the dear little leeks of the Death Club. I hope they don't die too many. This is a small bungalow. Opening the door, Lin Ziluo walked out first. Just at the moment Lin Ziluo walked out, a zombie pounced directly towards Lin Ziluo. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Ziluo responded calmly and directly. He immediately summoned a transparent shield on his chest to protect his breastplate. Although the transparent shield was broken, it successfully blocked the zombie's claws. Lin Ziluo also took this opportunity to take out the Jili sword. Aiming at the zombie's head, Lin Ziluo went up and used a double blast. After the 2 slashes hit the zombie, the explosion of the mark successfully killed the zombie. I'm really unlucky. As soon as I go out, I encounter a hunting zombie with the talent of hiding. Lin Ziluo took a look at the attributes of the zombie corpse and spoke. At this stage, the attributes of all zombies have basically been improved by 50. Coupled with the increase in form and talent, one can imagine how much the strength has improved. Not only that, the noise of Lin Ziluo killing the hunting zombies just now also attracted these zombies with enhanced perception abilities. The zombies on the street rushed towards Lin Ziluo. One of the zombies covered in green pustules was the most conspicuous. Fuck, these are poisonous zombies, idiot, retreat. Lin Ziluo lost his composure when he saw the poisonous zombies. This thing isn't very strong in combat, but it's pretty good at disgusting people. Not only does spitting happen casually, but the spit is also extremely smelly and corrosive. Of course, retreating is only to create distance from the poisonous zombies, and killing is still necessary. The Jili sword was directly thrown out by Lin Ziluo. With a perfect angle, he successfully passed through 2 or 3 zombies and slashed the poisonous zombie on the neck with one knife, ending the life of the poisonous zombie just after completing its evolution. Then, it returned to Lin Ziluo's hands. Lin Ziluo looked at the Jili sword. Fortunately, there was no disgusting pus fluid on the blade. The zombies were still chasing Lin Ziluo madly, and the number of gatherings is increasing. Now they're much more active. Lin Ziluo did not want to fight. The leeks are still waiting to be harvested. He took Dasha back into the house first, and then jumped out of the window opposite the door. Successfully reached the secluded street behind the house. Phew, luckily the zombies on this street have been clear before. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. Then, I heard the door of the bungalow being violently banged on by zombies. Even after being reinforced, the door couldn't bear the weight. With a loud boom, the door was successfully knocked down. The zombies rushed into the house and began to look for Lin Ziluo carefully. At this time, Lin Ziluo had already left with Dasha. The house where Lin Ziluo lived was not far from RT Mart Plaza. After a while, Lin Ziluo arrived at the freight elevator behind Xiaorunfa Plaza. But before Lin Ziluo entered the freight elevator hall, he heard a cry for help from far away. Lin Ziluo looked back and saw that there was a hunting zombie chasing a woman at the corner of the street. Although the distance was far, Lin Ziluo still had an impression of this woman. In the early morning, he was the one singing and dancing most passionately in the lobby on the top floor. Help, help! The woman was still several hundred meters away from the hall, but her speed was gradually slowing down. There's nothing I can do. I was too high last night, and I haven't been in a good mood the whole day today. Before he could shout for help, a zombie fell to the ground. The zombie began to bite the woman's body frantically. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The woman was soon bitten all over her body. She cried and struggled desperately, but it was of no avail. Soon, she was abandoned by the first zombie. I can only lie quietly on the ground and wait to be turned into a zombie. Chapter 84. People hiding in the crowd and bitten by zombies. Lin Ziluo saw this scene from a distance. No feeling at all. This kind of thing happened quite a lot along the way. Many young people have paid the price of their lives for their laxity and arrogance. Seeing these zombies rushing towards this side, Lin Ziluo ignored him and directly pressed the button for the freight elevator and went to the top floor. When the elevator was about to reach the top floor, Lin Ziluo heard a lot of crying and noise outside. I guess there must be a big commotion on the rooftop. With a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. Lin Ziluo also saw the status of everyone in the Death Club. There was a sad atmosphere in the hall. The atmosphere was completely different from the celebratory party a dozen hours ago. In the corner of the hall, Many people were crying and holding their heads. They all just escaped back. Watching someone that had a good relationship with being bitten by zombies in front of them made them feel guilty and sad. A large part of them sat on the ground, silently, without saying a word. They had fallen into silence when they received the Doomsday Game announcement. Those despairing words instantly devastated them. I feel like there is no hope of survival. There were also some people who were holding food and eating it with big mouthfuls. No one could take care of them. Everyone knows that even if these foods are not eaten, they will eventually become a pile of garbage. My brother was bitten on the neck by a zombie. I watched him turn into a zombie, but I was powerless to do anything. It's all my fault. I said we should go to a farther place to kill zombies today, otherwise my brother would not have died. Haha, what's the point of working hard? After working hard for a long time, the zombies that were originally able to be killed at will can now kill us at will with just one announcement. Yeah, why are you still working so hard? In a few days, all the supplies will be gone, and we will all be waiting to die. What the hell? What the hell is this Doomsday Game? I'm gonna kill you, and you're a jerk. If you have the guts, kill me now. It's delicious, delicious. Come and eat it. You won't be able to eat it anymore. The whole hall was filled with noise. Lin Ziluo's arrival did not cause the usual sensation. Everyone is now numb. In just 1 hour, they experienced what it meant to go from heaven to hell. Lin Ziluo stopped at this time, because he smelled a familiar scent. Lin Ziluo's eyes searched the entire hall. Everyone who was swept by the gaze felt a chill on their back and got goosebumps all over their body. Soon, Lin Ziluo's eyes were fixed on a person. I saw this man curled up in a corner, his body shaking constantly. Lin Ziluo took big strides towards the man. At this time, his behavior also attracted the attention of many people. The man in the corner felt that Lin Ziluo was staring at him, and his body trembled more frequently. Lin Ziluo walked up to the man. What are you going to do? The man spoke first with his head down. Raise your head up. Let me see how many times you have been bitten by the zombies. Lin Ziluo said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an uproar. Everyone looked at the man in the corner in horror, as if he would turn into a zombie and pounce on them in the next second. What the hell are you talking about? Who got bitten by a zombie? Just stand there and fart. The man lowered his head and still didn't look up. That's right. How can you just say that someone was bitten by a zombie? I think you have bad intentions. Someone on the other side of the corner also spoke. Yeah, we are fine here. There is no way we'll be bitten by zombies. Other onlookers also spoke up. With the support of these people, the man seemed to be emboldened and shouted, I was not bitten by a zombie. I will not be bitten by a zombie. Lin Ziluo looked around the hall. Everyone in the hall shut up instantly. The look in Lin Ziluo's eyes, under the illusion of evil, is enough to scare everyone. Big Fool beat him to death. Lin Ziluo was too lazy to waste time and spoke directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Dasha raised the bronze hammer in his hand. The man looked up and saw Dasha's hammer and was immediately frightened. He hurriedly said, I didn't want to be bitten by a zombie either. It's all Zhang Yi's fault. I pushed her to stop the zombie, and she grabbed me, causing me to be bitten by the zombie. It was also when he raised his head that everyone saw that the man had a deep, hideous bite mark. But it was too late. Dasha wouldn't listen to other people's explanations. He would only follow Lin Ziluo's ideas. The huge hammer instantly hit the man's head, directly denting his head and half of his body. Blood and brain matter were splattered all over the floor. Everyone in the hall was awakened from the sad atmosphere, staring at Lin Ziluo with fear. This is not over yet. Lin Ziluo walked over to the person who had just made the false accusation. Why do you have to jump out? Are you afraid that after he is discovered, you'll be the next one? The most annoying thing is you guys who get bitten but still hope for luck or want to drag others into the water. Lin Ziluo said. The meaning of this sentence is very simple. That is, this guy was also bitten. Dasha immediately hit him with a hammer, and there was another scene of brains splattering everywhere. But Lin Ziluo was also right. This kind of person is really disgusting. After being bitten, he tries to cover up the fact that he was bitten, but there are still quite a few people like this. There are often small gatherings where some people conceal the fact that they were bitten and eventually become zombies, causing heavy losses to the gathering. Lin Ziluo did not stop. He was like the god of death. Whenever he walked up to someone, Dasha would go up and hit him with a hammer. In just a few minutes, he found 5 members of the Death Club who had been bitten by zombies and were about to turn into zombies. The strong smell of blood permeated the entire top floor of the Ruinfa shopping mall. Fortunately, the zombies in the RT Mart shopping mall had been cleared out on a large scale by the members. Otherwise, it will definitely attract zombies. But I have to say that the original sad atmosphere is completely gone. Everyone was awakened completely by the bloody scene. Lin Zilluo nodded. That's almost it. The atmosphere has been set to this point. It's my turn to perform. Look at you guys. You're just a bunch of idiots with unclear brains. What? When the end of the world just came, you weren't miserable. You didn't experience pain. After 2 days of good times, you were faced with such a severe situation. Are you ready to give up and stop working hard? Are you worthy of your brother who sacrificed his life for you? Are you worthy of yourself who has worked hard these days? In fact, we just need to work harder, be braver, and be more cautious, and we can still survive the doomsday. To help everyone live better, to give everyone hope to survive, I decided to sell the supply cards that I had accumulated with great difficulty at a reasonable price. You heard it right. You only need to pay some gold coins, of course, and equipment and props, and you will have enough food for a whole day. Why don't you hurry up and buy it? Chapter 85, Earning Gold Coins. Well, 299 gold coins, forget it. I'll take a small loss, so I'll give you 3 supply cards. You have 110 gold coins now. How about this? I'll give you a Kyoto roast duck. It tastes good. I'll only charge you 10 more gold coins. That's not too much. Go, go, go. 80 gold coins is too little. Go borrow 20 gold coins from others and come back. Let me take a look at this bronze-level equipment, corrupted dagger. As for the effect, never mind. It suits my taste very well. I'll give you 15 supply cards. Hey, are you still picking? Let me tell you, no matter what kind of supply card it is, the energy it replenishes in the end is the same. The difference is at most whether it tastes good or not. If you want to eat better, that's fine. Give me 10 more gold coins. Right, you have to cheer up. It doesn't matter if your brother is gone. Be brave and help him get revenge. Or just buy 2. Let me see how many gold coins you have left. There's still 300. You only buy 2. How can you have the energy to avenge your brother if you don't have enough food? How about this? I'll leave you 10 gold coins and give you 3 supply cards. Lin Zilluo is holding a supply card sales conference. After brainwashing the members of the Death Club with some chicken soup, Lin Zilluo's sales conference also opened smoothly. He casually moved a small table and placed a thick stack of food cards on the table. The group of members who had lost hope in life were successfully boosted after being brainwashed by chicken soup. Everyone is scrambling to buy supply cards. As a result, Dasha stood beside Lin Zilluo holding a huge bronze hammer. The bronze hammer was still dripping blood and brain tissue of those who had just been killed onto the ground. In an instant, the purchasing scene became orderly. However, they were not only afraid of Dasha's terrifying strength. When Dasha became 3rd on the ranking list, he was considered a bona fide celebrity. The 3rd most powerful and ruthless man in the entire Dragon Country is standing here. Who dares to be presumptuous? Lin Zilluo crossed his legs and happily earned gold coins. Finally, I have the chance to indulge in my business addiction. However, he is a businessman with a conscience. The food cards sold in the Magic City store are all priced at 100 gold coins each. Lin Zilluo also sold it for 100 gold coins. This price is truly fair and impartial. It can also save you the time and danger of purchasing in a Magic City store. What? You say he forced the sale and couldn't even choose the cards? Well, it's because there's still money left for running away. Is this too much? Not too much. While Lin Zilluo was selling cards, he watched his gold coins continue to increase. The corners of his mouth were almost broken. In just a short while, including his 6,000 gold coins in savings, his gold coins have reached 15,000. The gold coins that I had to cut off my hands to earn from the zombies were now easily earned. No wonder people say that doing business makes money. As someone who has always walked alone, I have never experienced this feeling. This makes me plan to be a middleman in the future. Anyway, you can enjoy a 10 discount when you buy items from the store, and you can also get a 10 discount when you resell them at the original price. 1 picture can earn you 10 gold coins, 100 pictures can earn you 1,000 gold coins, 100,000 pictures. 100,000 pictures will make you exhausted. Stop, stop. No, the most important thing is to improve your strength. Don't think that you have made a lot of money today. If Dasha, the 3rd strongest man in Dragon Country, wasn't standing here, how many people would choose to rob? Not to mention that they would be secretly concerned about you. So fists are the hard truth. Only with strength can we have such a harmonious and beautiful picture. Finally, under Lin Zilluo's passionate selling, the members of the Death Club were like being swept by the autumn wind, and all their gold coins were taken away by Lin Zilluo. Even the few gold coins that everyone had left were pooled together by Lin Zilluo, and more than a dozen people purchased a supply card together. Lin Ziluo took a look at his gold coin balance. Wow, 16,000 gold coins. I earned a total of 10,000 gold coins, based on the previous calculation that one zombie could yield 4 to 5 gold coins. It is equivalent to killing almost 2,000 zombies. What a pity. What a pity too many people died. Just as Lin Ziluo imagined. They have raided so many places these days, including the museum and part of the Artemar shopping mall. At least 3 to 4,000 zombies were killed in total. As for equipment and props, these are rarely replaced. After all, everyone knows that equipment and props are necessary means to become stronger in the Doomsday Game. So Lin Ziluo received a total of 2 pieces of equipment with particularly poor attributes and several useless props. The only thing that Lin Ziluo took a fancy to was the corrupted dagger. Decayed dagger, bronze-level equipment, a dagger that has been scrapped for a long time, with an uneven blade and covered with rust. Attributes. The pain caused by this dagger will be increased by 200. If the area scratched by the dagger is not treated for a long time, it will gradually rot. It doesn't add any attributes at all. No wonder others look down on this equipment. But Lin Ziluo likes it. With this thing, your tetanus dagger can retire gloriously. As for the supply cards, Lin Ziluo spent less than 200 supply cards in total. There are more than 1,000 of them in the storage space. These are truly richest man level assets. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze out any profit, Lin Ziluo stood up and said, "This sale has been successfully concluded. Let's go. By the way, keep your noise down. It's already late at night. If anyone makes too much noise and attracts the zombies, don't blame me for asking Dasha to smash you to the ground with a hammer." Everyone nodded their heads quickly to express their determination, for fear that if they nodded slowly, they would be hit by the big fool. Only then did Lin Ziluo walk into Gao Dong's office with satisfaction. Gao Dong just queued up to buy a supply card. You know what, this guy has a lot of good stuff hidden in his hands. Use 3 bronze-level props and gold coins to exchange 20 supply cards from Lin Ziluo. As soon as he saw Lin Ziluo come in, Gao Dong immediately put on a smile. "Brother Lin, no, Boss Lin, thank you so much for being willing to take out your supply card to help us." Gao Dong said, "Okay, others may not know, but you may know my real identity." Lin Ziluo sat on the chair carelessly and said. Gao Dong looked embarrassed. As long as Gao Dong is not a fool, he will be able to know that Lin Ziluo is Jiazi, especially today's rankings. As soon as Dasha's name came out, the uniforms of the Magic City Order Guard appeared. Think about the black robe on Lin Ziluo. Think about Dasha, who has been following Lin Ziluo obediently, and then think about the many supply cards in Lin Ziluo's hand. It is absolutely possible to guess that Yizi is Lin Ziluo. Well, indeed. I'm just afraid that it's impolite to call the boss by his nickname. Gao Dong quickly adjusted his mood, and a smile appeared on his face again. Chapter 86. Mark of the Defender of the Demon City. Why are you so nervous? I won't kill you, Lin Ziluo said with a smile. Although Gao Dong appeared to be smiling, it was obvious that his legs were swinging slightly. No, I just don't know what the boss means by this. Gao Dong asked. It's nothing special. I just saw that you're a very capable person, and I like you. So I'm going to give you an opportunity. Lin Ziluo said mysteriously. Boss, don't miss the chance. Tell me if you have anything. I will do what I can. Gao Dong said with a wry smile. It's very simple, just... In Gao Dong's office, Lin Ziluo kept talking, while Gao Dong beside him listened attentively. After chatting for a while, Lin Ziluo turned around and left. I hope Gao Dong is a smart man. But even if this fails, even if he doesn't do it, I won't lose anything. It's absolutely no loss. The first day of a novice protection period of the Doomsday Game ended just like that. The 8th day of the apocalypse, noon. At the entrance of the Magic City Library, Lin Ziluo and Dasha really fought their way here. It is worth mentioning that the attributes of zombies have been greatly enhanced, and the benefits have also increased. Every time you kill a zombie, the gold coins and experience you gain increase by about 20. But killing zombies is not that easy. The new form of zombies is not so bad. Usually they're solitary zombies, and Lin Ziluo can kill them with just one knife. Ordinary zombies are not the same. They always appear in groups. And it happened to be in an open place like the street. You will be surrounded by zombies at any time. If Lin Ziluo and Dasha weren't so strong, they wouldn't have been able to make it here successfully. It's also because the current players are afraid to go out. The zombies, who had lost their target, could only chase Lin Ziluo and Dasha. Lin Ziluo and Dasha quickly entered the familiar gate of the Magic City Library. You know what? When I got here, I felt like I was at home. After all, most of the zombies here have been killed by Lin Ziluo, so there is no danger. However, this time we couldn't take the elevator because of a power outage. Lin Ziluo and Dasha had no choice but to take the safety passage to the 5th floor. Before he opened the door, Lin Ziluo heard the voices of several people coming from the other side of the door. If it were up to me, we should just treat this place as our base. With this magical store here, there will definitely be people who need to buy something. Then we can collect tolls, make a fortune, and sit back and relax. Yeah, all the zombies here are dead, so there's no need to worry about a large number of zombies. That's true, but I have one concern. What are you worried about? You don't have to worry about food and drink. Tell me, who killed the zombies here? The zombie corpses on the 3rd and 4th floors are piled all over the ground. Who could have done this? It must be a very powerful team. They couldn't have failed to find a Magic City store. We have occupied this place. What if they caused trouble for us? Squeak. The door to the emergency passage was pushed open. The people who were chatting stood up instantly and looked towards the door. Lin Ziluo walked in. Who are you? Can't you see there's someone here? A bearded man asked impatiently. Brother, wait, check the person behind us. Is he? A bald guy immediately stood up and stopped his brother and pointed at the big fool behind Lin Ziluo. The big brother immediately checked Dasha's panel and exclaimed, Fuck you, this is the 2nd place in the Dragon Country ranking list, and he is actually alive. 2nd place in the level rankings? Lin Ziluo suddenly understood. It seems that Dasha came here that night and accepted the automatically increased experience from the zombies, and his experience bar successfully surpassed that of Zhang Yuanzhou. After learning about Dasha's identity, the few people instantly became much more well-behaved. The lofty words he had just made were instantly forgotten. My God, the 2nd most ruthless person in the country. You dare to discuss tolls in front of him? It's good enough that he doesn't destroy us. Lin Ziluo ignored them. It is best to know one's own limitations. As for whether they take this place for themselves or not, it has nothing to do with Lin Ziluo. That's what the Doom game is all about. As long as you have enough strength, you can choose to occupy the point. Shops, dungeon entrances, and the like. Occupying a point can earn you a lot of rewards. You can even occupy the job transfer platform. But if you take over a point and get killed, don't blame others. After all, Lin Ziluo's next goal was actually to occupy a point. I came to the library purely to buy the Mark of the Guardian of the Demon City that I had been longing for. Lin Ziluo took Dasha into the room where the store was located. I watched as Lin Ziluo closed the door. A younger brother immediately came to the boss's side. Boss, I don't have any ideas. Even though this Dasha is very strong, we have more people. He looks like a rich man. The younger brother said nervously in a low voice. Fuck you. The boss slapped the younger brother on the head. Isn't that stupid? Is that stupid? How can an ordinary person be the 2nd-ranked person in the entire Dragon Country? How can he be a large number of people? He has killed more zombies than we have seen, and he will just kill you as if you were a zombie. The boss said. So that's how it is. Boss is really smart. The younger brother was full of admiration. That's right, otherwise, how could I become your boss? Said the boss proudly. Lin Ziluo, who was in the store, had no idea what was happening outside. Now he has entered the shopping cabin. The remaining stock of the 3 hidden items has not changed at all. Lin Ziluo was drooling as he looked at the badge of honor of the Magic City. But the price of 200,000 is really outrageous. No, it's only 200,000. Something at this price is absolutely amazing. If I work harder, maybe I can get it together before the city opens. After saying that, he pressed the purchase button for Mark of the Demon City Guardian. Player, Yizi, are you sure you want to purchase the Mark of the Demon City Guardian? Due to the 10 discount purchase privilege for player unparalleled in the world, it will cost 9,000 gold coins. A mechanical voice sounded. Buy it, Lin Ziluo said. Mark of the Guardian of the Demon City was purchased successfully, 9,000 gold coins were paid, and the player has 7,544 gold coins remaining. The seal of the Guardian of the Demon City is now packed into the card. You can get it by activating the card. The Mark of the Guardian of the Demon City appeared in Lin Ziluo's hands. Lin Ziluo curiously chose to activate it. The Mark of the Guardian of the Demon City is a diamond-level special item. After activation, it will be attached to the equipment. Please select the activation location. Weapons are invalid. Special props? Lin Ziluo thought about it and decisively chose to activate the mark on the uniform of the Demon City Order. Just enough to make a set. Moreover, the service life of the Demon City Order uniform is definitely longer than other equipment. The mark of the Guardian of the Demon City has been successfully activated. I saw a circular emblem appearing on the uniform, engraved with the same pattern as the previous uniform. Only then did Lin Ziluo leave the shopping cabin. After coming out of the shopping cabin, Lin Ziluo checked the effect of Mark of the Demon City Guardian. Mark of the Demon City Guardian, Diamond Level Special Item. Introduction. This is an extremely precious mark, and only those who have made outstanding contributions to the Magic City are qualified to possess it. Attributes. 1. Recovery. The equipment where the mark is located will greatly increase the speed of automatic recovery. Unless the damage rate of the equipment exceeds 40, it can be restored to its original state. 2. Majesty. As long as you are in a Magic City, any player whose total attribute is not higher than yours who attacks you will have his or her own attribute reduced by 10 for 5 minutes. 3. Guard. As long as you are in a Magic City, you can summon a guard robot to assist you in the battle. You can only summon it once a day, and each time it exists for 10 minutes. The attributes of the guard robot change according to your attributes. To emphasize, there is no female lead. Old readers know that I had a book that made a lot of money. But because of women's reasons, he was permanently blocked and could never be released. After months of hard work, in the end, it was all gone. This has become a shadow of mine, and I dare not touch this aspect again. So, that aspect will not appear in the book. Chapter 87: The Horror of the Job Transfer Platform. This Mark of the Guardian of the Demon City is really good. Like the Magic City Order uniform, it has a majestic effect and can be stacked. In other words, as long as you are in the Demon City, all players who attack themselves will instantly reduce 20 of their attributes, which is a considerable proportion. Unfortunately, at the moment of activation, Lin Ziluo was told that a player could only purchase one mark. Otherwise, if you have enough gold coins and collect all these marks, will you be able to summon an army of guard robots? And the information about this guard robot is not complete. It says that it is calculated based on the player's attributes, but it does not specify the ratio. Forget it. I can use it in the afternoon. I'll know then. Lin Ziluo was in a good mood after finishing shopping and walked out of the store with Dasha. People's Square in Magic City. From a geographical point of view, it could be called the center of Magic City. It is the political, economic, cultural, tourist center, and transportation hub of Magic City, and is also one of the most important landmark buildings in Magic City. Overall, it is an open square covering a total area of 140,000 square meters. Since 7 p.m. yesterday, after the Doomsday Game was updated, this is where a huge change has taken place. The buildings, floor tiles, green spaces, and facilities in the center of the square were all reduced to ashes in an instant and blown away by the wind. Even the players or zombies who stayed here could not escape being reduced to ashes. I can only say that I have bad luck, and I won't survive more than a few days in the apocalypse. After everything was reduced to ashes, the entire ground began to sink, forming a square, deep pit. But soon after, 2 stone sculptures rose from the ground. A stone sculpture is a huge, cylindrical stone pillar with various weapon patterns carved on its surface. Knife, spear, sword, halberd, axe, hatchet, hook, bow. Almost every weapon you can think of is engraved on the stone pillars. At the same time, there's a concave area under the stone pillar, which is where players put their hands. After inserting it, the player can proceed with the warrior's job transfer process. Another stone sculpture is a huge sphere with its surface painted in various colors. Around the sphere, various elemental balls appeared and floated in the air. Needless to say, it was obviously done by Newton's younger brother, Niobe. These elemental balls have red flames, blue water, green plants. A small crystal ball is placed in front of the sphere. Players need to place their hands on the crystal ball before they can proceed with the job change to a mage. There's a large empty space between the 2 stone sculptures with a cloud of black mist. From time to time, strange noises were heard in the fog, which made people feel creepy. At the edge of the sunken ground, a circle of exquisite runes was engraved. It seems to indicate that this area has been protected. Such a big change in this area naturally attracted the attention of nearby players. Combined with last night's update announcement, you will understand that this is the city's newly added job transfer platform. Some players immediately wanted to find out what was going on. It just so happened that all the zombies in this area had turned to ashes, so it was much safer. A few of the bravest players discussed it and finally decided to enter the deep pit together. After several players walked into the deep pit together, nothing changed. But when a player tried to touch the crystal ball in front of the spherical stone sculpture, changes occurred. The black fog between the two stone sculptures spread rapidly, followed by a sharp, sizzling sound. The players looked at the black fog in horror. A huge sense of oppression surged into their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Outside the deep pit, players who did not dare to come down kept retreating, fearing that they would be affected. As the pressure grew, several players finally couldn't bear it anymore and started running out of the pit. It was at this moment that the runes around the deep pit began to glow. A translucent protective shield rose over the edge of the pit, completely enveloping it. The fastest runner has reached the edge of the pit. He tried to climb out of the pit, but the moment his hand touched the protective shield, it was instantly bounced back. He saw the message sent by the Doomsday Game in despair. The job transfer area has been completely blocked. You can only leave after killing the guarding boss. And a task prompt also appears at the same time. But who has the mood to pay attention to these? The players behind also ran to the edge at this time, and they tried to see if they could break the protective shield. After some effort, the protective shield remained motionless. Look behind you. In the distance, a player outside a deep pit issued a reminder. Several players quickly looked back. I saw a huge monster appearing where the black fog was originally. It was nearly 4 meters tall, with pitch-black skin and an extremely hideous face. The blood-red eyes and white fangs are particularly conspicuous against the black skin. This turned out to be a giant zombie. Several players tried to check the attributes of this zombie. Bronze level boss. Level 18. Talents and skills. Basic attributes. Outrageous. Due to the huge level gap, talents, attributes, etc. cannot be seen. But when they saw the level 18 and bronze level bosses, these players looked as pale as death. Is this something we can challenge now? After this huge zombie appeared, it immediately rushed towards several players. The huge body made the ground vibrate as it ran, and left deep footprints in the soil. The players panicked and didn't even bother to run outside. They just fled in all directions. But how can they, who are only level 5 or 6, outrun level 18 zombies? Just a dozen seconds later, the first player was caught by the zombies. The zombie grabbed the player in its palm and squeezed hard, causing the player's waist to be squeezed and deformed, killing him completely. The zombies began to tear the player's body apart and put it into their mouths as if it were a delicacy. When a zombie bites the player's head, a crunch sound is heard. The blood and brain matter exploded, making the zombies close their eyes and enjoy the delicious food. Most of the remaining players were instantly frightened out of their wits when they saw this tragic scene. He cried and wanted to go out with tears and snot. But is this possible? After enjoying the player's body, the zombies immediately rushed to the next target. 1, 2, 3. There were players who resisted during this period, but the gap in strength between them and the zombies was too big. He couldn't even take 2 moves before he was beaten half to death by the zombies and became their delicious meal. After all the players were killed by the zombies finally stopped. It looked enviously at the player hiding in the distance who had not entered the deep pit, then took a big step and rushed over. However, when a zombie touched the protective shield, it was also bounced back. The zombies then realized that they couldn't get out either. After roaring a few times on the spot, it returned to the place where the black fog was originally located. Finally, it turned back into the black mist and disappeared from the sight of the players outside the deep pit. The moment the black fog disappeared, the protective shield at the edge of the pit also fell down. Peace returned to the deep pit. Only a few pools of blood and a little bit of flesh on the ground recorded the horror that had happened here. Of course, there are 2 cyan things. Chapter 88, Activating the Job Transfer Station Task. If I remember correctly, the boss guarding the career change station in a magic city should be a violent zombie. Come to think of it, the one who killed that guy in a previous life was a member of the hunting mercenary group. Lin Ziluo thought to himself as he walked. At this moment, he and Dasha were heading towards the People's Square in Shanghai. Because he was in a hurry to travel, Lin Ziluo took remote roads and encountered very few zombies. And his purpose is obvious. Kill the boss guarding the career transfer station in Magic City. He didn't know much about the ability of the boss guarding the gate. After all, he hadn't killed it himself before. Even because I changed my job to Phantom, I rarely went there. I have seen job transfer platforms in other cities. However, Lin Ziluo was still familiar with the process of activating the job transfer platform. It's nothing more than killing the boss guarding the level. Moreover, this boss guarding the level is protected by the Doomsday Game. Once you encounter the task of activating the job transfer station, the protective shield will rise. At this moment, the players and zombies inside the protective shield cannot get out. However, players from outside can come in, and the zone will not be completely isolated until the number of players reaches 30. You said that if you don't touch the crystal ball or press the depression of the fingerprint, will it activate the task? There is also a hidden condition. Once the number of players in the job transfer area reaches 30, the protective shield will automatically rise. At that time, the mission will be forcibly activated and you'll have to face the boss guarding the level. To put it bluntly, the Doomsday Game will tell you. You want to use human wave tactics to kill the guard boss, but it's impossible. 30 players at most. And if you fail to kill the player in one go, the level of the boss will increase after swallowing the corpses of the players, and its strength will also be improved. Lin Ziluo remembered that there was a boss guarding a small 4th-tier city, whose level was forcibly raised to over 40. No one in that city was able to change jobs successfully until the city boundaries were opened and they were able to move to other cities. After recalling this information, Lin Ziluo could already see the outline of People's Square not far away. He adjusted his state on the spot to ensure that he was in the best condition to face the boss guarding the gate. Lin Ziluo also took out the Jili Bao and took a look at it. This change had been made long ago, so as to avoid wasting too much mental energy on on-the-spot changes. After everything was ready, Lin Ziluo walked straight towards People's Square. Dasha held a huge bronze hammer and followed Lin Ziluo closely. As he approached the People's Square, Lin Ziluo clearly felt that he was being watched by many eyes. It seems that there are a lot of players gathered here. Lin Ziluo casually looked around and found quite a few players hiding in the dark. Their concealment methods were too crude, and Lin Ziluo could see through them at a glance. However, Lin Ziluo did not pay too much attention to them. He began to observe the sunken area on People's Square. The job transfer platform is no different from what I saw. This was the first time Lin Ziluo had seen black fog, but it is obvious that this is where the zombie boss is. Of course, the blood and flesh on the ground did not escape Lin Ziluo's eyes. He quickly determined that a total of 8 people had died, and all within the previous hour. Not only that, there were also 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment scattered on the ground. No one picked it up, so it's a good deal for me. Lin Ziluo knew it as soon as he thought about it. It must be because the trauma caused by the previous zombie massacre of these people on other players was too great. In addition, they had no idea that as long as they didn't activate the suicidal mission, and as long as there were less than 30 people, there would be nothing wrong with entering the deep pit to pick up these equipment. Since the equipment is already there, why not pick it up? Lin Ziluo jumped directly down and entered the deep pit. Dasha followed closely and jumped down. Hey, how dare they do that? Secretly, a girl opened her mouth wide. Idiots who rush to pick up the equipment without thinking don't even know that they are already dead. A man said with glee. That's right, it's really exciting just thinking about them being swallowed by that big black zombie. The man's friend also spoke up. Forget about the guy in the black robe pretending to be mysterious in the front, but it's a pity about the player named Dasha in the back. The equipment he wears looks very luxurious. Another person said with regret. Dasha? This name sounds familiar. The man frowned. Shit, isn't this the tough guy on the Dragon Country rankings? His friend suddenly reacted. No way. Dasha is also a ruthless guy in our magic city, the man asked in surprise. Do you think it's possible for Dasha to kill that zombie? The woman suddenly asked doubtfully. How is it possible? The 8 people who died just now were all masters in our area. They didn't even scrape off a layer of the zombie skin. No matter how strong Dasha is, it's impossible. The man immediately retorted. No, they seem to have picked up the equipment. So why haven't the zombies appeared yet? The friend looked at Lin Ziluo, who was happily checking the attributes of the equipment, and asked puzzledly. Damn it, can it be that as long as I don't touch the bead, everything will be fine? Damn, I've been fooled. This kid is so lucky. Otherwise, those 2 pieces of equipment would be mine, said the man angrily. The woman next to him looked at him and wanted to say, when I asked you to pick it up, you didn't dare to go, and now you are saying that others are lucky. Lin Ziluo naturally didn't know that a group of people in the dark had been having a rich conversation. And in their conversation, he became the man who was seeking death, pretending to be mysterious, and finally had bad luck. He was now happily putting the 2 pieces of equipment into the storage space. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment are not that great, but they are free. It's a good start. I can pick up 2 pieces of equipment while walking. This boss must be a big drop for me. Lin Ziluo quickly walked to the side of the crystal ball and casually touched it. In secret, many exclamations were heard, and everyone nervously looked at Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo was not worried at all. He took a look at the constantly changing black fog, took out the Julie Bao, and walked toward the edge of the deep pit. As Lin Ziluo walked, a translucent protective shield rose up, and a roar was heard from the spreading black fog. Dasha stood at the position that Lin Ziluo had agreed with him long ago and swung his huge bronze hammer on the spot. It is detected that the player, Yizi, has touched the Mage Occupational Transfer Orb and is forced to accept the Activate the Magic City Occupational Transfer Station task. It is detected that there are currently 2 players in the team, and the mission rewards will be greatly increased. The Guardian Boss of the Magic City Career Transfer Station is about to wake up. Players, please be prepared. Ding! The Goldfinger system detected that the host activated the task, Activate the Magic City Career Change Platform, and is optimizing the task-related issues. Chapter 89, 2 Arrows. Activate the Magic City Job Transfer Station. Mission description. In order to cope with the onslaught of terrifying zombies, a job transfer platform has appeared in every city where players can obtain a career. However, if you want to change jobs, you need to prove that the city already has enough high-quality talents. Please activate the ability of the Magic City Job Transfer Station by killing the guard boss. Mission requirements. Kill the guard boss. Mission rewards. 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, a random advanced hidden profession scroll. Mission rewards have been optimized. Mission time limit, 12 hours. Mission penalty. None. Abandoning a mission or failing a mission will not result in any penalty. Even though he was about to face a major battle, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but take another look at the mission rewards on the panel. He knew that he could obtain the hidden career scroll by completing the task of activating the career change station. This is also the reason why he took the initiative to participate in the mission. But you should know that the hidden profession scroll drawn is completely random. If you are unlucky, some hidden professions may only have 1 or 2 attributes slightly higher than ordinary professions. As a result, the word advanced was directly added to the optimization of the Golden Finger system. At least you won't get those common hidden professions. Isn't this motivation? If you draw a mage class, use it for yourself. If you draw a warrior class, give to Dasha. Perfect. At this moment, a huge zombie with a pitch-black body walked out of the black fog that had spread to the limit. Titan Zombie, Bronze Level Boss. Level, 19. Basic Attributes, Strength, 56 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 55 Agility, 30. Talent, Pseudo, Titan Body. Epic Talent, your strength and physique attributes are improved, physical and spell damage to the body is reduced by 10, and at the same time, your own recovery ability is greatly improved. All attacks will cause a short stun effect after hitting the enemy. Skill, Titan's Fist. Punch the ground, causing violent vibrations around it, and then causing 120 strength damage to all enemies in range that are in contact with the ground. Titan's Roar. After a roar, the sound waves will spread around, increasing your own attributes by 20 and reducing the attributes of surrounding enemies by 10. This property is indeed possible. Ordinary bronze level bosses of the same level cannot achieve this attribute. It should be improved by this epic talent. Let's just say that anyone who can be named after Titan is not an ordinary person. However, this is also consistent with the strength of a boss guarding a level. Although Lin Ziluo only needs to level up 2 more levels, his attributes will surpass those of the Titan Zombie in all aspects. After seeing the attributes of the Titan Zombie clearly, Lin Ziluo felt relieved. Even if there is no Dasha, I can still defeat him alone. That's right, it's a solo play. A boss that requires a team of 30 people to kill. Lin Ziluo can now kill him alone. It's really not that the boss guarding the level is too weak. It was only 1 day old, and it has only eaten 8 people so far. Who could be comparable to Lin Ziluo, the humanoid boss who receives reward from the entire server? Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a Titan Zombie, and the task Kill the Titan Zombie is successfully triggered. Kill Titan Zombies. Mission requirements. Kill the Titan Zombie that is the guarding boss of the job transfer station. Mission reward. Draw a random ordinary gold finger and a silver level equipment. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Accept it. Lin Ziluo took a look and said. At the same time, the Julie Bao in his hand had been pulled open. The Titan zombie that had just been condensed was in a very happy mood. I didn't expect that after just a short while, I would be able to have a delicious meal again. It's just that there are too few people, only 2 people. But when the Titan zombie looked at Dasha, his eyes lit up. What a big body, what strong muscles, this body must be very delicious. This kind of guardian boss cannot tell whether Dasha is a zombie or not, because in their minds, the order given is to kill all players. While the Titan zombie was daydreaming, Lin Ziluo at the edge of the deep pit had already pulled the Julie Bao to its full extent. An arrow with a flaming arrowhead appeared on the string. Flaming arrow. Lin Ziluo held his breath and focused his eyes on the Titan zombie. The moment he aimed at the Titan zombie, he decisively let go. The flaming arrow shot straight at the Titan zombie's head. The arrow arrived in front of the Titan zombie in the blink of an eye. The Titan zombie had just come back to his senses from his desire for Dasha's body when he noticed the arrow that had been shot at him. However, its reaction was not slow. Facing the incoming arrows, it simply raised its hands to block them. The flaming arrow pierced straight into the Titan zombie's left arm. The high-temperature flames burned the Titan zombie's arms, instantly charring the inserted parts. It's a pity that the Titan zombies themselves are extremely black. Otherwise, the burn areas can be clearly distinguished. The Titan zombie roared. Although he didn't feel any pain, this injury was a great humiliation for him. At this time, Dasha, who was very close to the Titan zombie, also moved. He raised a bronze hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the Titan zombies. The Titan zombie had to raise his other hand to block. It is daytime now, and Dasha's attributes have not benefited from the enhancement at night and are far inferior to those of the Titan zombie. Of course, at night, the Titan zombies enjoy higher bonuses. So Dasha's hammer was easily taken by the Titan zombie. However, what Lin Ziluo wanted was for Titan to take the hammer. The moment the flaming arrow was shot, Lin Ziluo had already prepared the ice arrow. At the same time that the Titan zombie caught the big shot hammer with his right hand, the ice arrow was also shot out. The arrow that was constantly emitting cold air directly hit the right arm of the Titan zombie that was holding the Dasha bronze hammer. A layer of frost quickly appeared on the part of the right arm that was hit. It's okay. The accuracy is still the same. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but praise himself. When a shooter still needles, do not poke. Although it doesn't have the same thrill of a warrior's big and bold battle. However, you can consume the enemy from a distance, constantly kite them, and use a dirty style of play. The Titan zombie's anger could no longer be suppressed at this time. It raised its head. A dull roar sounded. Invisible sound waves spread out in all directions. Lin Ziluo, who was far away, fell into a very brief dizziness after hearing the roar. Sure enough, it's this outrageous talent that counts sound waves as attacks, triggering the attack stun effect, a Titan-bodied. Lin Ziluo complained. Lin Ziluo, who was far away, was stunned for a very short time. But it was different for Dasha, who was nearby. Dasha was using all his strength to fight against the Titan zombie's right arm. Being so close to the Titan zombie, the dizziness will last longer. The Titan zombie completely ignored the arrows stuck in his arms, swung his left arm vigorously, and threw Dasha away directly. Then, the Titan zombie forcibly pulled out the arrows that were stuck in his arms. It looked at Lin Ziluo and rushed over madly. Chapter 90 scores twice. Looking at the Titan zombies rushing towards him, Lin Ziluo was not panicked at all. With a move of his right hand, an arrow condensed by mental power was shot out. It's a pity that this type of arrow isn't as powerful as arrows shot with skills. He was directly grabbed by the Titan zombie that rushed over. You can hold 1 arrow, but what about 10 arrows? Lin Ziluo began to pour a large amount of mental power into the Julie Bao. The arrow was finally condensed in the blink of an eye. This time, Lin Ziluo didn't even aim, but just fired rapidly at the Titan zombies based on his feeling. 1, 2, 3. Arrows kept flying. Even though Lin Ziluo didn't aim, he still shot accurately at the Titan zombie. After catching 3 arrows, the Titan zombie became unable to react. He could only use his huge body to passively welcome the insertion of the arrow. 1 wound in the thigh, 1 in the arm, and 1 in the waist. The last arrow actually brushed past the Titan zombie's forehead, taking away a lot of his hair. At this time, the Titan zombie's head was like a concave shape, with no hair in the middle and very lush hair on both sides. The Titan zombie was a little scared. It seemed that he couldn't touch this cunning human at all. After this chase, I had only taken a few steps when a human ran to another corner, and the distance between us became farther. So the Titan zombie decided not to run away. It stood where it was and started digging the ground. Digging the ground? What did this zombie do in his lifetime? A construction worker? Lin Ziluo drew his bow again and aimed at the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie quickly revealed what it was digging for. It picked up a large piece of hard soil and held it in front of its chest, successfully blocking the arrow. Moreover, this piece of mud successfully blocked Lin Ziluo's view, and he felt like he had no idea where to start. Dasha, activat absence furie. Lin Ziluo immediately called out to Dasha. Dasha, who had just crawled up from the ground, successfully received Lin Ziluo's command and instantly activated his absence fury. Dasha roared. His head turned red in an instant. Because of the experience of being knocked away by the Titan zombie just now, Dasha's anger reached its peak. This is not enough. Lin Ziluo gave Dasha another shocking revelation. Dasha, when you fainted just now, this big black guy ate 5 of your roast chickens. 5 roast chickens. That's my daily ration. No, can. Forgive. The attributes are maxed out. With endless anger, Dasha rushed towards the Titan zombie with all his strength. Lin Ziluo felt that its speed was so fast that it was comparable to that of a zombie in hunting form. At this time, Dasha had already come behind the Titan zombie. The Titan zombies have no way to express their suffering. There was someone in front of me shooting arrows with a bow, and this little guy behind me suddenly went crazy and rushed over to hit me. The attributes of Dasha, who is blessed with absence of mind and fury, are not much behind the Titan zombies, and he already poses enough threat. Faced with this threat, the Titan zombie had no choice but to throw the large piece of mud in front of him to the ground and turn around to fight Dasha. Pretty. This is the moment Lin Ziluo was waiting for. The Julie bow in his hand was pulled to its full string again, and an arrow appeared on the string accompanied by a burning flame. The cooldown of fire arrow has expired. Now the Titan zombie has its back to Lin Ziluo, so this arrow will definitely hit. The flaming arrow shot towards the Titan zombie. But let's just say that accidents still happen. First, Dasha collided directly with the Titan zombie that turned around. The Titan zombie was completely unprepared for the sudden turn. He was pushed back 2 steps by Dasha. Then, the Titan zombies also began to exert their strength. This tense body-exerting posture is just like the sumo wrestlers of the island country, with the buttocks raised high. This goes back and forth. What a coincidence. The flaming arrow pierced straight into the back of the Titan zombie. Lin Ziluo, including the players watching the game outside. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene felt a tightness behind them. His tilde. Lin Ziluo took a breath of cold air. He fired 4, and he definitely didn't shoot there on purpose. That's right, it's stupid. It was Dasha who pushed the Titan zombie over to catch the arrow. At this moment, the back half of the arrow was still burning with flames. It was as if something was still being roasted. The Titan zombie burst out with unprecedented strength to shake off Dasha and pulled out the arrow tremblingly. It doesn't hurt at all, but the innocence that I had preserved for decades was gone, just like that. The Titan zombie actually felt a little aggrieved at this moment. That's right, it's injustice. Look at Lin Ziluo. He can even make a zombie feel aggrieved, even though he is a boss template with a relatively high IQ. You are such a talented person. After the grievance, there is endless anger. The Titan zombie broke the flaming arrow and turned to look at Lin Ziluo. At this time, Lin Ziluo had already raised the ice arrow in his hand. The Titan zombies have completely ignored it. At this moment, it just wanted to tear Lin Ziluo into pieces. But when he turned his head, he forgot about the big fool who was thrown out. Dasha quickly got up from the ground. Seeing the Titan zombie staring at its master and ignoring him, he became even angrier. He ate the roast chicken, but refused to admit it. So the angry Dasha suddenly pounced towards the Titan zombie. The galloping Dasha looked at the Titan zombie in front of him and stomped his feet hard. He actually took advantage of the Titan zombie's unpreparedness and jumped up with his whole body, riding on the Titan zombie's neck. With the help of this impact force, Dasha locked the Titan zombie's neck with his feet, and his muscles began to shake violently. Then he lifted it up, causing the Titan zombie to lose balance and flip over. Another good opportunity. Lin Ziluo found the opportunity and decisively shot the ice arrow. Arrows filled with frost flew out. But let's just say that an accident happened again. When the Titan zombie's body turned over, its butt was facing up and its head was facing down. Lin Ziluo aimed at the original head position again. So the ice arrow once again, unexpectedly and as expected, was inserted into the previous position. Lin Ziluo sent out 4 again, and this time it was definitely not intentional. The sounds of people gasping for air rang out one after another. Everyone was shocked. Scored twice. Or a fire arrow and an ice arrow. Ice and fire. How can that part bear it? At this time, the Titan zombie stopped flipping and fell heavily to the ground face down. This completely highlights the half of the ice arrow exposed at the back, like a flag, standing proudly in the wind. Dasha's madness and rage time also reached its limit at this moment. He sat down on the ground and entered a state of confusion. Chapter 91 Outrageous. Boss evolves? The Titan zombie lay on the ground, his whole body trembling, and his 2 hands were tightly clenching the soil on the ground. Kill it while it's sick. Of course, Lin Ziluo would not give up. He just stood there, shooting arrows at the Titan zombies. The Titan zombie still kept his head down, with no intention of dodging at all. Let the arrow pierce in his body. Dozens of arrows were stuck in his body, and blood was constantly flowing from the wounds. Just when the Titan zombie was about to breathe, its body suddenly changed. It actually spread into a black mist in a very short time. The arrows that were originally stuck in his body fell to the ground one after another. The blood and flesh on the arrowhead proved that the arrow had indeed pierced the body of the Titan zombie. I just don't know why the Titan zombies turned into black mist. Even Lin Ziluo had never encountered such a situation. I was supposed to take down the Titan zombie. Lin Ziluo shot a few arrows at the black fog again, not believing it, but they all passed through without any hindrance and had no effect at all. Player, Yi, please pay attention. Player, Yi, please pay attention. Suddenly, the Doomsday Game system popped up. Because your despicable fighting style is extremely insulting to the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie's anger has successfully broken through the limit and fully activated the Titan bloodline. Titan zombie successfully evolved into a silver-level boss. Evolution. Lin Ziluo remembered a hypothesis he had heard in his previous life. It was common knowledge at the time that the level of the boss would increase. After meeting certain conditions or obtaining certain abilities, the boss can evolve and upgrade its level. So someone put forward a hypothesis at that time. Will there be bosses that evolve during battle? This hypothesis has never been confirmed because players have never encountered it. Now, Lin Ziluo wants to say it really exists. Damn it. What did I do? I just shot a few arrows at it. Just a few dozen arrows. Although 2 of the arrows were shot in excessive positions. But it's not my fault at all. I'm a good citizen. Unfortunately, the Titan zombie was not willing to listen to Lin Ziluo's explanation. At this time, it had been condensed again by the black fog. The Titan zombie, which was originally more than 3 meters tall, expanded again to nearly 5 meters. From a distance, it could really be described as a hill. Although the dark skin remained unchanged, many silver-white runes appeared on the skin. Each rune emits a silvery white light. Titan zombie, silver-level boss. Level 19. Basic attributes: Strength, 70 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 65 Agility, 45. Talent: True Titan Body, 30, a legendary talent. Your strength and physique attributes have been greatly improved, and the physical and spell damage to your body has been reduced by 20. At the same time, your own recovery ability has been amazingly improved. All attacks will cause stun and shatter effects when hitting the enemy. Skill: Titan's Fist. Punch the ground, causing violent vibrations around it, and then causing 140 strength damage to all enemies in range that are in contact with the ground. Titan's Roar. After a roar, the sound waves will spread around, increasing your own attributes by 20 and reducing the attributes of surrounding enemies by 15. Titan's Fury. Titan zombies will continuously bombard the target in front of them, and each attack will increase the power by 10 compared to the previous attack. This effect can be stacked up to 8 times. If the target escapes during this period, the Titan zombie's pursuit speed will increase by 50. Legendary talent? The extent of this evolution is too exaggerated. With these attributes, you still say it is a silver-level boss. Gold-level bosses of the same level are almost the same as this. There are 1,000 horses galloping through my heart. But Lin Ziluo still kept a close eye on the Titan zombie, not daring to relax at all. This is the Doomsday Game, and luck is a very important part. How? You're going to complain about a Doomsday Game when you encounter something as outrageous as zombies evolving during a battle? Is there a complaint channel? Ding! The cheating system has detected that the Titan zombie has successfully evolved. The difficulty of the mission has been greatly increased. The rewards for the 2 missions activate the Magic City career change platform and kill the Titan zombie are being increased. It's true. Lin Ziluo didn't have time to see to what extent the mission reward had been increased, because the Titan zombie that had just evolved rushed towards him like a mad bull after seeing him. The nearly 5-meter-tall body made a dull sound as it ran. Every step he took left deep footprints on the ground. Lin Ziluo tried to shoot 2 arrows, although the arrows hit the Titan zombies. But the Titan zombie pulled out the arrow easily while running. Then the small wound caused by the arrow healed quickly. Is this the amazing recovery ability? Good bloodline, it's really amazing. It seems that the lethality of bows and arrows is not enough. Well, take the knife. The Jili Bao quickly absorbed a large amount of Lin Ziluo's mental power. In just 1 second, the form changed into the Jili sword. Lin Ziluo let out a breath. His mental energy was severely depleted. The 4 attribute arrows, just now plus so many ordinary arrows, have already consumed a lot of mental energy. Now, the Jili Pearl has undergone another transformation. If I hadn't added so many points to my spiritual attributes, I really wouldn't be able to hold on. However, Lin Ziluo's condition remains at its peak. Looking at the Titan zombie that was about to rush towards him, Lin Ziluo decisively swung his knife. The Titan zombie didn't dodge or evade, but raised his fist and smashed towards the blade. The Jili sword and the Titan zombie's fist collided violently, making a sound of metal colliding. There was a small wound on the Titan zombie's fist. There was confusion in the Titan zombie's eyes. My fist has a shattering effect, but it couldn't break the knife? Lin Ziluo took a few steps back suddenly. There is still a big gap between his strength attribute and that of the Titan zombie. He glanced at Dasha in the distance. Dasha is still in a dizzy state. Well, we can't count on Dasha. But I have more than just stupidity. The Defender of the Demon City badge on Lin Ziluo's chest lit up. A robot holding a shield and emitting a silver metallic luster appeared in front of him. The appearance of this robot is very similar to Ultron in the Avengers. The difference is that he holds a shield in his hand. This is not the end yet. After Lin Ziluo quickly retreated and dodged a punch from the Titan zombie, he took out the zombie cat's horn from the storage space. After the horn was blown, a lion-sized zombie cat also appeared beside Lin Ziluo. 10 minutes. The Guardian robot can only last for 10 minutes. Then let's get rid of the Titan zombies within 10 minutes. Lin Ziluo raised the Jili sword in his hand. Chapter 92, Miraculous Skills. Show off to the whole audience. 9ly Heavy Slash. The dazzling white light successfully gathered and kept jumping on the blade of the Jili sword, as if a layer of white flame was burning on the blade. This is the first time Lin Ziluo uses this skill. After all, this skill causes a 2-second stiffness. These 2 seconds are enough to do a lot in battle. Fortunately, this time I have the guard robot and zombie cat by my side. From a moment he summoned the guard robot, Lin Ziluo understood. Its strength is that it inherits 70 of its basic attributes, and its defense ability has been greatly improved, so it is referred to as a meat shield. The Titan zombie also seemed to sense the complexity of this knife. Black light flashed on its 2 fists, and it smashed towards Lin Ziluo together. After the energy gathered to the peak, Lin Ziluo swung out this terrifying knife. The dazzling sword light collided with the fists of the Titan zombie. One can see with the naked eye that the air is shaking violently where the 2 touch, and a dull vibrating sound was heard. This time, Lin Ziluo won. How could the Jili Heavy Slash, that contains 200 strength attributes, be countered by the attributes of the Titan zombie? After a brief contact, the Titan zombie's previously indestructible fist was directly cut by the Jili sword, leaving a huge wound. The Titan zombie was also blown away by this huge force and fell not far away, although Lin Ziluo froze in place. However, the guard robots and zombie cats, which were completely controlled by his consciousness, attacked decisively. The guard robot raised the shield in its hand and used all its strength to hit the Titan zombie that was about to get up. The Titan zombie, who had just stood up, successfully lost his balance again. The agile zombie cat jumped out from behind the guard robot and grabbed the back of the Titan zombie's hand with its two sharp claws at the same time. And the part that was grabbed was exactly the part that had just been injured by Julie's heavy blow. The healing wound of the Titan zombie not only expanded, but the recovery speed also decreased a lot. It is the zombie cat's claws talent that can reduce the recovery speed and increase the bleeding speed. This will suppress the Titan zombie's healing ability. At this time, Lin Ziluo's stiff state was finally released. Looking at the Titan zombie that was about to stand up, Lin Ziluo decisively activated Sprint. He quickly came to the Titan zombie, aimed at his palm that was supporting the ground, and slashed with a knife. Yes, it's that wound again. For this kind of enemy, with strong recovery ability, Lin Ziluo deeply understands that attacking one place with all his strength is the best option. The knife hit the target perfectly. The wound, which was difficult to heal, became even more hideous and extended to the arm. The blood from the wound flowed out more rapidly. This is the bleeding effect of the Julie sword has been triggered. The Titan zombie roared in grief and anger. The continuous attacks made it unable to react at all, and it could only passively take the beatings. In fact, all these operations were performed by Lin Ziluo alone, with the ultimate operation in multitasking. How could ordinary guardian robots and zombie cats cooperate so smoothly? It was all because Lin Ziluo took over their bodies after they became stiff. The guard robot's shield attack was interrupted. The zombie cat hit accurately, and Lin Ziluo added the final blow. One of the Titan zombie's hands was completely destroyed. Your legendary talent greatly increases your attributes, and my legendary talent maximizes my operations. The Titan zombie became anxious. It gathered all its strength into its remaining fist and hammered it hard into the ground. The ground suddenly shook. Lin Ziluo had been prepared for this move. He jumped lightly and used the brief hovering to suspend himself in the air. This way they could avoid the damage and dizziness caused by the ground vibration. The zombie cat also used its nimble body to jump onto Lin Ziluo. My goodness, if the brief stay in the air wasn't powerful enough, the lion-sized zombie cat would have crushed Lin Ziluo long ago. The guard robot was too heavy and bulky to jump. They could only stand still and endure the damage caused by the vibration. Fortunately, the body is made of mechanical components, which is strong enough and immune to dizziness. The worst one is the big fool in the distance. He had finally recovered a little from the dizziness caused by the side effect of absence fury, but this shock made the dizziness even worse. He couldn't sit still anymore and fell to the ground. The vibration ended. Lin Ziluo's brief hovering was lifted, and the zombie cat jumped down. Lin Ziluo fell to the ground and rushed towards the Titan zombie immediately. The Titan zombie had already stood up by taking advantage of the ground shaking just now. Looking at Lin Ziluo, who was rushing towards him, he was almost crazy. He didn't even care about his almost broken fists and directly activated the ability he only obtained as a silver level. Wrath of the Titans. Black mist continued to emanate from the Titan zombie's body, and its two arms also swelled up. It's just that the injured hand swelled and bled faster. The Titan zombie waved its two giant arms and smashed towards Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo did not choose to take it head-on, nor did he choose to run away. If you take it head-on, according to the skill description, the power of this punch will become stronger and stronger, and soon you won't be able to withstand it. If you try to escape, the Titan zombie's pursuit ability will increase by 50, making it difficult for you to actually escape. However, one of the Titan zombie's fists have been seriously injured. The swinging speed will never reach its full potential, and there is no fear at all. This was also something Lin Ziluo had planned long ago. So scary. Before fighting with the Titan zombies, Lin Ziluo had already calculated all of the Titan zombies' skills and attack methods to the extreme, and every action was carefully planned. When facing the wrath of the Titans, Lin Ziluo chose to dance on the edge of a knife. Looking at the huge fist coming towards him, Lin Ziluo quickly twisted his body and dodged the punch in an extremely weird posture. The next huge fist swung horizontally followed closely. Lin Ziluo leaned forward slightly, then stood up at an angle and narrowly avoided the punch again. But a few strands of hair were blown away by the fierce wind from the punch. Another angle punch. Lin Ziluo once again displayed his strange and agile body movements, narrowly dodging the punch by leaning sideways. Of course, being extremely dangerous is just other people's opinion. For Lin Ziluo, The success rate of dodging this punch is 100. The fourth punch, the fifth punch, the sixth punch. The Titan zombies didn't believe in evil at all, and each of their punches was thrown at a more tricky angle. However, every punch was dodged by Lin Ziluo with even more weird postures. But every time he gave the Titan zombie an illusion that the next punch would definitely hit him. Unfortunately, the 8 punches were swung. Apart from a few strands of hair being blown off by the wind from the fist, Lin Ziluo did not suffer any damage, and even the position where he was standing did not move. There was despair in the Titan zombie's eyes. It had collapsed. From the beginning of the battle, he was completely caught up in Lin Ziluo's rhythm. Even after using all its attack methods, it only blew off a few strands of Lin Ziluo's hair. Lin Ziluo seized the opportunity and swung out with the Julie sword. With one knife, a wound was cut on the Titan zombie's neck. After 2 cuts, the wound on the neck became deeper, almost reaching a quarter of the depth of the neck. With the 3rd strike of the sword, the Titan zombie will die. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and swung the knife out. It is detected that the current player team has 1 more person, and the reward for completing the task has decreased. It is detected that the current player team has 1 more person, and the reward for completing the task has decreased. Chapter 93, The Devil's Gaze. Prompt sounds from the Doomsday Game rang out one after another. The moment the blade of the Julie sword touched the neck of the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo directly diverted the direction and chopped it on the other shoulder of the Titan zombie. Angry, extremely angry, he looked at the edge of the pit. 2 players were already standing in the pit, and several other players were preparing to jump down. Come in quickly. You can really come in, and you can enjoy the mission rewards, which are very rich. Come in quickly. The man who said that Lin Ziluo was going to die whispered to the people outside the protective shield. Shit, the first person to activate the job transfer platform will definitely be listed on the world bulletin board. I'm going to be famous, said his friend next to him. Is this true? Then I'll come too. After saying that, a man passed through the protective shield and jumped into the deep pit. Come out quickly. The boss is finally about to kill this horrible zombie. How can you? The woman at the edge of the pit kept persuading. Shut up, you bitch. I've tolerated you for a long time. It's the end of the world, and you're still pretending here. Just wait. I'm going to kill you when I get out. The man started to curse. At this time, Lin Ziluo was walking towards them holding the Julie sword. Guard robots and zombie cats are suppressing the Titan zombies. It is called suppression, but in fact it just means watching the Titan zombies not die so quickly so that this group of players can share the rewards. The Titan zombies have been completely defeated by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo also chopped off both of its arms completely to prevent it from having the ability to fight. The leading man also saw Lin Ziluo coming. The eyes beneath the mask were extremely cold, and at the same time he also smelled the strong smell of blood on Lin Ziluo. The man suppressed his fear and went forward. Boss, you must be a Z. You are so strong. I've always been your loyal fan. I saw you fighting here, so I decisively brought my brothers to help you. What do you think? Yeah, boss, I'm your fan too. Yes, I'm a fan too. The 2 people behind the man immediately echoed. Fans? Help me, Lin Ziluo murmured. He swung the Julie sword in his hand. The blade looked extremely dazzling under the reflection of the sunlight. The man opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He looked at his lower body. You could see a very obvious knife wound on the waist, and scarlet blood is flowing along the wound. He reached out and touched his waist in horror. It would have been fine if I hadn't touched it, but once I touched it, I found that my waist was dislocated. The man's broken upper body fell to the ground with a bang. The lower body was unable to stay standing and fell down directly. Blood, intestines, and internal organs flowed out along the waist. The man was still crawling on the ground in fear. Cut in half. This is a cut in half. The originally lively scene suddenly became silent. The 2 people who were originally behind the man panicked. Lin Ziluo grabbed the head of the man, crawling on the ground, and made him look at him. Devil's gaze. That devil-like mask and the exaggerated curves at the corners of its mouth seemed to come alive in an instant. The man included those behind him and those who were looking at Lin Ziluo outside the protective shield. At the same time, it seemed as if I saw a sea of blood and a mountain of flesh made up of broken limbs and arms. The things they feared appeared before their eyes one after another. Trypophobia, claustrophobia, thalassophobia. Everything they feared was perfectly presented in the illusion. The fear that penetrated their souls plunged them all into despair. Some people wanted to move, but found that their whole bodies were shaking with fear and they could not control their bodies. There were also many people who could no longer exert any strength in their bodies and simply collapsed to the ground, unable to even get up. The man's eyes lost focus in pain. It is detected that the current player team has lost one person, and the task reward has been increased. Force yourself to join the mission and share the rewards. The most disgusting and shameless thing to do in a Doomsday game. Doing so will not only divide up a large amount of rewards, but also, if you encounter a task that becomes more powerful as the challenger's strength increases, it is very likely that the players involved in the original task will be killed. Once this kind of person appears in the Doomsday and his actions are exposed, he will suffer the most brutal punishment. Of course, if it was done by those big families or big forces, then there is nothing we can do. Lin Ziluo dropped half of the man's body. If the Titan zombie could not be killed at any time, how could he let this man die easily just to save time? Lin Ziluo looked at the remaining two people. A person has not yet recovered from the devil's gaze, just now. You could even see that he had peed all over the floor. Only one relatively sober person was left. Looking at Lin Ziluo, who was walking towards him, the man hurriedly shouted, "No, I was wrong. It was that damn thing who asked us to come down. It was all his fault. It has nothing to do with us." Lin Ziluo continued walking forward, as if he didn't hear what the man said at all. The man kept backing away until he reached the edge of the pit. He realized that his previous words were useless, so he turned his eyes and said, "Yizi, you are now known as a hero in our dragon country. As a hero, it is your duty to help us. We just want to follow you and have a bite of soup. We have no other thoughts. You have to think carefully. If you kill us, people won't think you're a hero anymore." This man was no longer able to speak, as he watched Lin Ziluo throw out the Julie sword. With the help of the spinning slash, the Julie sword instantly slashed across the man's head. And on the way back, he also chopped off another person's head. Two heads fell to the ground. It is detected that the current player team has lost one person, and the task reward has been increased. It is detected that the current player team has lost one person, and the task reward has been increased. Currently, 25 more people can be added to this mission. Please arrange your quota. Lin Ziluo caught the Julie sword that flew back. He casually shook off the blood on the knife. Lin Ziluo looked at the people outside the deep pit who had been shocked by the bloody scene just now. Not only that, there are also those who hide in the shadows. As his gaze swept across them, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into Lin Ziluo's eyes. "Remember, my name is Yizi. A vengeful grudge. Don't tell me about some bullshit hero. Don't try to blackmail me with morals. Or some brain-dead bullshit like for all mankind. I live only for myself. Anyone who provokes me, blocks me, or disgusts me, must kill him." Chapter 94, 3 consecutive world announcements. Talk to Lin Ziluo for the sake of all mankind. A hypocrite who talks all about morality. When the Li family was hunting him down, why didn't anyone go to talk to them for the sake of all mankind? When the big powers disregarded human lives and oppressed players, why didn't anyone dare to step forward and say it was for all of humanity? To put it bluntly, they are all just grandsons who bully the weak and fear the strong and pretend to be good. Talk about fame with Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo was eager for his reputation of killing people to spread as soon as possible. This will reduce the number of people who don't understand the situation or have poor brains who come to provoke you. Okay, that's a laugh. If you're finally reborn and still live with constraints and timidity, you might as well just bang your head against the wall and die. Lin Ziluo said this extremely loudly. Everyone in the audience fell into silence. The few people outside the deep pit and the dozens of people who were watching secretly all remembered Lin Ziluo's words clearly. It turns out that sinister behavior will really lead to revenge. And these words were gradually spread by these people. From then on, Yizi's style of doing things became truly known to the public. Of course, this is all in the past. When Lin Ziluo said these words, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for successfully killing the level 19 silver level boss, Titan Zombie, and gaining 400 experience points and 500 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first person to kill a silver level boss in the Apocalypse game and obtaining the only global achievement, Silver Sorrow. Server-wide announcement coming soon. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he killed quickly enough and there was no delay. Otherwise, if the Titan zombie dies first, the reward for your mission will be greatly reduced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the guarding boss, the silver-level Titan zombie, and exceeding the task of killing the Titan zombie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the upgraded mission reward. 2 random ordinary gold fingers and 2 random silver-level equipment. The golden finger system's prompt also sounded in time. Lin Ziluo was pleasantly surprised. This reward increase has doubled. Sure enough, the golden finger system is the most reliable. Lin Ziluo glanced at the body of the Titan zombie. A golden treasure chest appeared there. He first put the golden treasure chest into the storage space. Then he quickly ran between the 2 job transfer tables. This is the place where the black fog was used to condense the Titan zombies. We must quickly complete the task of activating the Magic City career change platform. Otherwise, the 2 world announcements would not be coherent enough. After the Titan zombie died, a platform about 1 meter high appeared there. On the table was a scroll made of some unknown animal skin and a white feather pen. Lin Ziluo glanced at the contents on the scroll, then picked up the feather pen and signed the name Yazi on the scroll. The scroll disappeared in an instant. The 2 job transfer platforms released dazzling light at the same time. Player Yazi successfully killed the boss guarding the job transfer platform and activated the job transfer platform. Congratulations to the player Yazi for completing the task. Activate the Magic City job transfer platform. Congratulations to the player Yazi for obtaining 500 reputation points, 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and the job transfer scroll. Overlord. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 15, gaining 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 points of free attributes. To reach level 16, the player needs 2,800 experience points. Congratulations to the player Yazi for becoming the first player on Blue Star to activate the job transfer platform and obtain the only global achievement, Master of Job Transfer. Server-wide announcement coming soon. Is this the reward that has been amplified by the system? Lin Ziluo looked at the dazzling rewards, his thoughts a little confused. High reward for game tasks and system tasks, the agreement scroll that activates the job transfer station, and the golden treasure chest dropped by Titan zombies. No, there are too many. This place is not suitable for receiving them. Lin Ziluo planned to go to a quiet place first and then take stock of his gains. As for the corpse of the Titan zombie, after signing the agreement, it turned into a black mist and finally dissipated completely into the air, just when Lin Ziluo was taking the recover dasha to look for a hiding place. The sky, which was originally bright, quickly dimmed. The sky gradually darkened. After a while, it was as dark as a night when you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Although such scenes have happened many times. However, some players who looked up at the sky were surprised to find that the darkness this time was even thicker than before. What is going on? These people are full of doubts. A dull, deep, yet extremely clear voice rang out in the sky. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Yazi for becoming the first person in the world to kill a silver-level boss alone in the Apocalypse game. His powerful strength shocked the world, and he obtained the only global achievement, Silver Sorrow, and a large number of rewards. Other players are welcome to learn from him. Just when everyone was about to be shocked again by Yazi's actions, the dull, deep but extremely clear voice sounded once again. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Yazi for becoming the first player in the world's apocalyptic game to activate the job transfer platform, unlocking the shackles for the City Devil, and obtaining the only global achievement, Master of Job Transfer, and a large number of rewards. Other players are welcome to learn from him. Since the City Modu was the first to activate the job transfer platform, players in Modu will receive city-level rewards. The rewards are: the level of all players in Modu will be increased by 1. The explosion rate of killing zombies will be doubled within 24 hours, and the experience and gold coins obtained will be increased by 10. 3 announcements in a row. 3 world announcements in total. With the last announcement ended, the world is boiling. The entire Magic City, including the small towns around Magic City that are divided into the Magic City area. At this moment, it became the focus of the world. The invisible barriers that separated the cities on the border of Demon City glowed golden. This golden barrier looks so dazzling in the darkness. The dazzling golden color continued to rise upwards. From a distance, it looks like a golden beam of light penetrating the sky and the earth. At the same time, The levels of all players in the Magic City are upgraded by 1 level. The people from the Death Club, the group of people in the Magic City Library, the people around the Magic City People Square, and other people in other areas of the Magic City. At this moment, everyone was paying homage to the name Yi. Even though Lin Ziluo had once brought them a shadow and frightened them to the point of their legs going weak. That's human nature. You just need to get real benefits. All the grievances you have suffered will be completely wiped out. Even when he goes out and meets people from other cities, he will proudly say, "You know Yi, right? He's from Shanghai. So awesome. He even helped me get promoted to the next level." Chapitre 95 Eden Occupation Overlord. Who can tell me why I haven't seen a bronze level boss yet, while Yi has even defeated a silver level boss? A person who has been working hard to kill zombies in a Doomsday Game began to feel autistic. He couldn't understand why there was such a big difference between the same people. If I remember correctly, the career change platform only appeared yesterday evening, and there was an extremely powerful bronze level boss in it. 30 of us died, and we didn't even succeed in defeating it, but it was activated this afternoon. The leader of a small force asked in disbelief. The subordinates in front of him shut their mouths one after another, and no one spoke. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that Boss Yi was no longer satisfied with the monotonous world announcements. He directly sent three in total. A fanatical fan of Lin Ziluo screamed. Let me tell you, Yi is actually a mythical beast in our country's ancient mythology. So this player named Yi is actually our hero. He was just trapped in Shanghai when he was traveling there. His heart still belongs to our country. The senior leader of a certain country is introducing the player to other leaders. Other leaders also echoed. That's right, Yi is one of ours. Longwo was lucky and caught up with the opportunity when Yi went traveling. Didn't the Dragon Kingdom also evolve from our country? As soon as these words were spoken, all the leaders looked at the person who spoke in shock. After a brief silence, all the leaders said in unison, "That's right. Woof, 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 woof." The puppy barked happily, wagging its tail quickly. Will you eat 1 bone or 2 tonight? Congratulations to the player for reaching level 16, gaining 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 points of free attributes. 3,100 experience points are needed to reach level 17. Congratulations to players for receiving the global announcement of Silver Sorrow. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 free attributes, and storage space capacity increased by 1 cubic meter. Congratulations to players for receiving the global announcement of Master of Job Change. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 free attributes, and storage space capacity increased by 1 cubic meter. Lin Ziluo walked into an empty room, while Dasha was on guard outside. Tisk, level 16 already. How come the level is increasing faster than before the novice protection period? Lin Ziluo was very helpless. I also want to keep a low profile, but my ability doesn't allow it. Looking at the long list of rewards, Lin Ziluo was filled with happy worries. As usual, collect the game rewards first. Lin Ziluo began to check the system rewards. Needless to say, experience is the key. The high amount of experience directly allowed Lin Ziluo to jump to the next level, plus the group reward in the third announcement. My level has just reached level 16, and the experience bar is still at 0. The gold coin rewards should not be underestimated. There are 6,500 gold coins in total, and including the previous deposits, it has reached a height of 12,000 coins. As for reputation, Lin Ziluo looked at the reputation rankings. Very good, 6,220 reputation points. It was originally 10 times that of the second place, but now it is almost 20 times. How can the multiples get bigger and bigger? The storage space also soared from 5.2 cubic meters to 7.2 cubic meters, successfully freeing up a large area. There are 6 free attributes, and Lin Ziluo hasn't decided how to add them yet. Let's see what we gain from the meeting. Next, it comes to the mission reward from the Doomsday Game that Lin Ziluo is most looking forward to, the job change scroll. Lin Ziluo saw the information at the beginning. It was a profession called Bawang. Hearing the name, Lin Ziluo was mentally prepared enough. Occupation, Overlord. Introduction. My strength is as great as that of a mountain, and my courage is as great as that of the world. The bad times have made my horse unable to move. What can I do if my horse cannot move? Yushi, what can I do? Attributes. Each time you level up, you will gain 4 points of strength and 3 points of constitution. There are no free attributes. Ability. Strong enough to pull up mountains. One force can break all laws. The power that conquers the world. One force transforms all things. Good job. Lin Ziluo was right. It is indeed that overlord, the legendary overlord. Burn the cauldrons, the banquet at Hongmin, farewell, my concubine, standing by and watching, and march at night. These well-known stories are all related to overlord. If professions are classified into levels, the overlord profession can be regarded as one of the top professions in the epic level. Moreover, this profession is quite suitable for Dasha. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied. It was worthy of being the reward for the twice-enhanced task by the Golden Finger system. Interesting. It's a pity that Dasha's current level is 9, because he cannot gain any experience by completing the task. I can only wait until Dasha reaches level 10 and then hand it over to him. At this time, Lin Ziluo already had 3 job transfer scrolls in his hands: Phantom, Overlord, and Butcher. The Butcher job transfer scroll is of course the reward for Dasha completing the task. Since there is no cheat code system, Dasha's mission reward is only a job transfer scroll and some gold coins. The reward for the task that Lin Ziluo issued to Dasha through the Magic City Order uniform was just some gold coins and a bronze level item. Lin Ziluo had seen all of these on the way here. This Butcher's hidden profession is very ordinary. Each level adds 2 points of strength and 1 point of constitution, plus 2 points of free attributes. It is considered a very ordinary profession. Of course, for ordinary people, it is something that can only be encountered by chance. After all, it is a reward that can only be obtained by 2 people completing the task. If we really count those who come in to grab the rewards, then at most one person can get some gold coins, props, and equipment. Lin Ziluo put away the Butcher job change scroll. In the future, you can either use it to exchange props or sell it. At this point, all the tasks from the Doomsday Game have been sorted out. Next, it's the golden treasure chest, dropped by the Titan zombie. I hope to get some gold level equipment. Lin Ziluo took out the golden treasure chest and placed it on the ground. Same as before, the general shape has not changed, but it is more refined than the silver treasure chest. In addition, the golden appearance is particularly dazzling. Lin Ziluo opened the golden treasure chest. Player, Yizi, successfully opened the gold treasure chest. When the player Yizi opened the golden treasure chest, he received a blessing from the treasure chest, and his storage space was successfully expanded by 0.6 cubic meters. After opening the golden treasure chest, the player, Yizi, gained experience and gained 104 experience points. Player, Yizi, searched the gold treasure chest for a while and successfully found 560 gold coins. The golden light dissipated, and 2 objects appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. Chapter 96 Weird Equipment. What appeared in front of Lin Ziluo was a machete and a white bottle of potion. West, watermelon knife? Or is it the gold level machete that shines with golden light? This is too outrageous. Lin Ziluo said this and picked up the machete. You know what? It feels really good to hold it. Huaqiang brand machete, gold level equipment, a machete that was once used by a strong man named Huaqiang. It is very intimidating. Attribut, strength plus 3, constitution plus 3, agility plus 1. If the target is the opponent's head, the chopping speed will be increased by 20. Skill, is the watermelon ripe? Holding a watermelon knife and shouting, is your watermelon ripe? At the opponent, it could trigger a 2-second deterrent effect and reduce the enemy's attributes by 10. The skill cooldown time is 1 hour. This? Lin Ziluo looked at the machete in his hand and fell into deep thought. The knife is a good knife, but when fighting with the enemy, shout this sentence. This is really weird. Forget it. I'll leave it to the Julie Pearl to devour later. Lin Ziluo put away the Huaqiang brand machete and looked at the bottle of medicine. In fact, he could tell from the outside. Stamina potion, a one-time silver level item. After drinking it, you can instantly restore 24 of your stamina. At the same time, you can restore 5 of your stamina every minute thereafter for 5 minutes. There will be a 28-minute CD time after use. Yes, it is an advanced version of the bronze level stamina potion. Judging from the data, it only increases the attribute by 4 and reduces the CD by 2 minutes. But if you combine it with the shared CDs of potion items of the same type, you will know. in a battle of equal strength. This thing can even determine the outcome of the battle. However, to be honest, the things in the golden treasure chest this time are quite ordinary. Take a look at the two new titles. Silver Sorrow, a unique title that can be obtained by the first person to kill a silver-level boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes. All attributes plus 3 can weaken the basic attributes of boss or ordinary beings below the silver level by 8. Master of Job Transfer, a unique title that can only be obtained by the first player to activate the job transfer station in the Doomsday Game. Attributes. All attributes are increased by 3. Any player who changes jobs at the job transfer station will reduce the damage they cause to themselves by 8. The attributes of both titles are not bad. Of course, it is still far from being unparalleled in the world, so there is no need to change the title. Lin Ziluo frowned. Is it because I have ruined my luck by choosing the Ba Wang profession? As a result, neither of these two rewards made me happy? That's really not the case. It's just that Lin Ziluo has high standards. Huaqiang brand machete is at least a gold-level weapon. If Lin Ziluo didn't have the Jiuli Pearl, it would definitely be his first choice. Lin Ziluo even went out to ask Dasha if he needed it, but Dasha held on to his giant bronze hammer and refused to let go. Well, you don't even want the good things I give you. Never mind. The same is true for the two newly earned titles. The title effect is definitely a dream come true for other players, but it is not as good as the title of Unparalleled in the World, which has extremely harsh conditions and may disappear at any time. Of course, in his hands, this title will never disappear. By the way, I now have a career change platform that can continuously earn gold coins. Lin Ziluo remembered the agreement he had signed. After the job transfer station in each city is activated, the agreement will appear. As long as you sign that agreement, you can activate the job transfer platform and enjoy a wave of benefits. Lin Ziluo enjoys many benefits. First, the job transfer platform will forge a statue of Lin Ziluo on the second day to prove that Lin Ziluo has made outstanding contributions to this city. This is a permanent honor. As long as the city is not completely destroyed, you will be respected forever. Of course, Lin Ziluo doesn't care much about this. Second, if you want to use the job transfer platform, players need to complete the job transfer task, which usually requires you to kill a certain number of zombies or kill zombies of a certain form. Moreover, you need to pay a certain fee every time you accept a job transfer task. As long as the player pays the fees, Lin Ziluo can get a certain commission from it. The commission is not much, about 5 gold coins each time. Don't underestimate this commission. This is the Demon City, an extremely prosperous city in Longwa. Even if there are only 100,000 players who survive to the point where they need to change their jobs, Lin Ziluo can still get 500,000 gold coins. Although this takes a lot of time. Besides, how could there be only 100,000 players left in such a huge Magic City? Needless to say, the 200,000 Magic City Honor Badge is already in Lin Ziluo's pocket. Just wait until the number of gold coins reaches the requirement. The third function may be of no use to Lin Ziluo. That is to increase the contribution value to the Magic City. All the hidden items in the Magic City store have been cracked by the Golden Finger system, so there's really no need for them. Let's see what other functions this contribution value plays. Lin Ziluo thought about why the rewards he received were so mediocre. He understood. It must be because there is no worship of God. So Lin Ziluo once again used his tens of millions of faith from gods and Buddhas in the sky, method of offering sacrifices to the heavens. Infinite Heavenly Venerable, Amitabha, may the Lord bless me, amen. Right now, Golden Finger System, draw those 2 silver-level equipment for me. Lin Ziluo said quickly. Ding, extracting equipment for the host. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the silver-level equipment, Magic Hidden Battle Armor, and Magic Hidden Trousers. Wow, set. I'd say this prayer works. Lin Ziluo took out the 2 pieces of equipment he had just drawn. Magic Hidden Battle Armor, silver-level equipment, a battle armor made to restrain mages. It is a headache for every mage. Attributes, Strength +2, Constitution +2. Magic Hidden, reduces magic damage received by 10. Magic Hidden Trousers, silver-level equipment. These trousers were made to restrain mages. They're a headache for every mage. Attributes, Agility +2, Spirit +2. Magic Hidden, reduces magic damage received by 5. Said equipment is very rare and can basically only be found in treasure chests. Otherwise, just imagine a piece of a suit popping out from a zombie. How outrageous luck do you have to get the next one from another zombie? The attributes of a single piece of set equipment are generally very ordinary, and what is really powerful is the attributes of the set of equipment together. Lin Ziluo hurriedly took off the protection breastplate and strong combat pants from the order uniform. Then he activated the transformation of these two new pieces of equipment. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully equipping the Magic Hidden Battle Armor and Magic Hidden Trousers, and activating the two-piece effect of the Magic Hidden Suit. Magic Hidden Set, two-piece set. All attributes are increased by 1 and can rebound 10 of the magic damage received. Chapter 97 Dasha. Let's get to work. Oh, this is very comfortable. Lin Ziluo checked his current attributes. Basic attributes: Strength, 56 Spirit, 34 Constitution, 53 Agility, 36. This is without taking into account the 10 bonus to all attributes of Unparalleled in the world. As the level increases, agility and mental strength have fallen behind a lot. Lin Ziluo now has 12 free attribute points. 6 points come from the world announcement, and 6 points come from the free attributes that have been upgraded by 2 levels. Then let's take 6 points each for Spirit and Agility. Basic attributes: Strength, 56 Spirit, 40 Constitution, 53 Agility, 42. The current attributes are already very impressive after the 10 bonus. After appreciating his own attributes, Lin Ziluo said directly, "System, take away the 2 ordinary gold fingers together." He had begun to enjoy the bliss of taking all the rewards at once. Ding, the normal gold finger is being extracted. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully winning Automatic Pickup LV1 and Information Breakthrough LV1. Ding, since the host already has the cheat code Auto Pickup LV1, the Auto Pickup level is increased to LV2. Auto Pickup LV2 can pick up items dropped by zombies killed by the host and enter the storage space within a 1.5 meter radius of the host. If the remaining storage space is insufficient, it will not be picked up. Information Breakthrough LV1. Originally, you could view the attributes of zombies whose levels were not higher than level 5. Now you can view the attributes of zombies whose levels are not higher than level 10. The attributes of the 2 golden fingers appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo was speechless and could only sigh that the golden finger system was as powerful as ever. Automatic pickup range increased by 1 meter. After Lin Ziluo kills zombies with the Jili sword, he no longer needs to take 2 steps forward to trigger automatic pickup. The new cheat code of Information Breakthrough is also very useful. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Just like this time, fighting against Titan zombies. The level of the Titan zombie is just 5 levels higher than Lin Ziluo. Only Lin Ziluo can know all the attributes of the Titan zombie, including its skill effects. This resulted in a perfect response, and the Titan zombies were eliminated relatively easily. If the Titan zombie rises to another level, Lin Ziluo will have to fight it while exploring its skills. At this point, all rewards have been claimed. This wave of profit is huge. Lin Ziluo sorted out the things in the storage space and stuffed the Huaqiang brand machete into the Jili Pearl. The energy of the Jili Pearl has already accumulated to 1/3. After it is full, it can become a diamond-level item. Then he asked the system, by the way, what's the doubling of the explosion rate mentioned in the previous world announcement? Does it mean that everyone gets 1 more? Ding, no, it's double the original explosion rate, plus the 1 added by the host title. That is to say, my current explosion rate is 201. Lin Ziluo came to his senses. Shit, there's no time to rest. There's only 24 hours left. We must seize the opportunity. Lin Ziluo directly took out a bottle of bronze-level physical strength potion from the storage space and drank it in 1 gulp. After drinking the stamina potion, Lin Ziluo kicked the door open. Dasha, get to work. All the zombies that have been injured today, keep them for me. For every 20 zombies you kill, I'll reward you with an extra roast chicken tonight. Lin Ziluo deliberately spoke loudly, so as to attract the zombies around. When Dasha heard that he could have roast chicken as a snack, his eyes almost glowed with gold. He raised the bronze hammer and echoed, roar, roar. Lin Ziluo also transformed the Jili Pearl into the Jili sword and rushed out with Dasha. Just like bandits entering the city, they searched for zombies nearby. There just happened to be a heavy zombie standing not far away. This type of zombie is covered in fat, and the fat on its belly is dragging on the ground. But the head is no different from that of a normal zombie, so the small head is embedded in the huge lump of fat, making the picture look so weird. But Lin Ziluo didn't care how strange its appearance was. He just went up and slashed it. Explode for me. Explode for me. Explode 2 pieces of equipment. No. Explode 3 pieces of equipment. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 6 heavy zombie and gaining 12 experience points and 13 gold coins. Keep going. Dasha, go and attract more zombies here. 10 will do. Just use the hammer to hit the ground and make some noise. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 6 hunting zombie and gaining 12 experience points and 12 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing a level 7 war zombie and gaining 14 experience points and 15 gold coins. Lin Ziluo here has fallen into a frenzy of slaying zombies and constantly exploding supplies. On the other side, in a secluded secret room, 3 people held a meeting specifically for him. Equipment ranking. First place, Demon City Order Uniform Level, Diamond Level Owner, Yazi. Second place, Julie Sword Level, Gold Owner, Yazi. Third place, Evil Illusion Level, Silver Owner, Yazi. Fourth place, White Wing Cloak Level, Silver Owner, Yazi. Fifth place, Demon Hidden Battle Armor Level, Silver Level Owner, Jiaozi. Sixth place, Magic Hidden Pants Level, Silver Owner, Yazi. Looking at the equipment rankings in front of me, a man in a Zhongshan suit couldn't help but say, it seems that this newly appeared equipment was obtained by Yazi when he killed the silver level boss just now. Need I ask? Of course, I'm just curious about who this Yazi is. Another young man sat on a chair with his legs crossed and spoke leisurely. Boy from me and family, have some respect. If your unlucky father hadn't turned into a zombie, you wouldn't be qualified to come here. The other oldest person said very unhappily. Masterly, you are controlling me here. Do you think I am one of your 2 sons? The young man who was called the boy of the family said jokingly. Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly said, I remember that guy Li Haobua seems to be in Shanghai. Look, he's so far away, and you guys can't help him. With his personality, I doubt he'll survive for more than a few days. Patriarch Li's face instantly turned pale, but soon returned to normal. Patriarch in, don't worry so much. Worry more about our theme today, Jiaozi. Seeing that the topic had been discussed, the man in the Zhongshan suit immediately came out to smooth things over. Yazi, I have never heard of this name in Longwood before, but I don't believe that a person who is usually unknown can be so strong. We must find him. With his current reputation and influence, he will be of great help to the plans of our 3 companies. Yes, this Doomsday is our great opportunity. The whole world is in chaos. Why don't we become independent? Chapter 98. The Flow of the Sewer. The Demon City on the 8th day of the apocalypse, after the world announcement ended. The peace of the day was broken. This is a day when the explosion rate is doubled, and experience and gold coins are doubled. In ordinary online games, these are special benefits that are only available during major festivals. If you don't do it now, when will you? Although the zombies are now much stronger, wouldn't it be enough to just have more people surround and beat up one? What's more, at this stage, all players in Magic City have reached the next level. Therefore, the players who were originally hiding at home began to form teams, using their wisdom and teamwork to hunt zombies. They tried new tactics such as seduction, siege, positioning, blocking attack range, etc. The combat effectiveness between players has been enhanced in various aspects. There are even many tactics that were only developed later, but they have appeared today. It has to be said that Lin Ziluo alone has promoted the development of the combat effectiveness of the entire Magic City players. Let them adapt to the end of the world sooner. But the butterfly effect caused by Lin Ziluo is far more than just this. Zhang Yuanzhong is really working hard now. Lin Ziluo sighed. At the same time, he also saw how much impact he had made. Before his rebirth, Zhang Yuanzhong seemed to be at level 8 at this time today. I will only reach level 9 tomorrow, and I will be able to complete the hidden career transition the day after tomorrow. As a result, I have now reached level 9, and all the world announcements in this life are taken care of by myself. So, those powerful people who originally received the world announcement, will they not be able to get the rewards of the world announcement? Without the titles and attribute rewards announced in the world, will their development also lag behind? It is even unclear whether the person who can change his job tomorrow can complete his hidden job change. In short, things are deviating more and more from their original track. I believe that soon, there will be deviations from Lin Ziluo's previous memories. But Lin Ziluo was not afraid at all. Let things change as fast as possible. As long as you have enough strength, you don't have to worry. Strength is the most fundamental means to deal with all events. Lin Ziluo closed the level ranking list. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening on the 8th day of the apocalypse. He had been fighting with Dasha for more than 2 hours, slaughtering people all the way from the People's Square in Magic City to the northwest of Magic City. For Lin Ziluo, ordinary zombies are just something he can easily deal with. As for zombies with physical forms, Lin Ziluo only needs to be a little more careful and can kill them with one sword. After all, in terms of attributes, except for their special attributes, other attributes are less than half of Lin Ziluo's. As for how many zombies he killed in total, Lin Ziluo could no longer remember. All I know is that the things that exploded have filled up my storage space once. He was forced to stop and let the Julie Pearl swallow up the extra equipment and props. It directly reduced the evolution progress of the Julie Pearl to half. At the same time, I was about to level up again. I only needed 1 or 200 experience points to reach level 18. Strange, why say again? However, it is true that Lin Ziluo's mental state could no longer hold up. Lin Ziluo consumed a lot of energy in the battle with the Titan zombies in the afternoon, plus 2 hours of continuous fierce fighting. Lin Ziluo deeply understood that his condition was no longer able to sustain the battle against the more violent zombies under the blessing of the night. And there's a possibility of being besieged. So, he took Dasha to find an open hotel and stayed there. The hotel is not big, but the environment is very good. Well, the environment before the end of the world was pretty good. Now all you can see are dried bloodstains on the ground and many zombie and human corpses. Lin Ziluo observed and felt that these zombies and players were killed by zombie beasts, because the bite wounds on these corpses were in the shape of sharp teeth. Even after Lin Ziluo carefully inspected the hotel, he did not find anything. I hope it's nothing. Lin Ziluo found a cleaner room and put on the eye of reconnaissance. After taking out 2 supply cards for mineral water and taking a cold shower, Lin Ziluo finally relaxed completely. Oh, I've fallen. I used to take a bath once a month. Lin Ziluo sighed. This is absolutely true. In a doomsday environment, where would you have the time and enough water to take a shower? Except for those who are in high positions, everyone has a bad smell. The smell of sweat, blood, and sour food. When those flavors mixed together, there were no words to describe them except sour and refreshing. The same is true for the environment. Those places where corpses are piled up and places that have experienced major wars are filled with smoke and foul smells. Fortunately, by that time, the players will be used to it and may even become immune to this kind of stench attack. Therefore, humans are extremely adaptable creatures. Lin Ziluo just sighed as he finished his emotion. Why change? The purpose of working hard to become stronger is to be able to live better. Don't put the cart before the horse. Putting on the Demon City Order uniform, Lin Ziluo lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Squeak! A shrill cry was heard from the sewer of the Demon City. From a distance, a dark figure the size of a puppy was running fast. I kept running until I reached a place where there was moonlight, and then I could see clearly that the creature, which was the size of a puppy, actually looked like a mouse. Wow, are the zombie rats this big? The eyes of this zombie rat were blood red, and under the reflection of the moonlight, they looked eerie. The huge teeth in the mouth have become extremely sharp, and just looking at them can give people goosebumps. This is not over yet. With the appearance of the first zombie rat, sharp cries were heard from more and more places in the sewers. More and more zombie rats emerged from the darkness. The proportion of animals turning into zombies is indeed small, but the number of rats is large enough. The rats' bloated bodies soon filled the sewers, and the number is still increasing. As if receiving instructions, they rushed toward a certain place quickly. It was as if there was something there attracting them. And it seemed that the place they wanted to go was very close to the hotel where Lin Ziluo was staying. Chapter 99 Zombie Rat Tide. It was a pitch-black night, and the city had lost its electric lighting. The occasional shrill roars of zombies and screams of humans are even more terrifying. In such an environment, Lin Ziluo slept particularly soundly. It was as if the howls and screams were like a lullaby to him. Dasha stood quietly at the door, motionless like a door god. It was just around 2 or 3 in the morning. Dasha suddenly looked towards the other end of the corridor and then kept this posture. About 2 minutes later, a slight vibration was heard inside the hotel. Lin Ziluo, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes in less than a second after the vibration occurred. The Julie sword appeared directly in his hand, and Lin Ziluo had already gotten out of bed neatly dressed. He pushed open the door and saw Dasha looking in a certain direction. Combine your own experience with Dasha's reaction. Lin Ziluo came up with 2 guesses. Or a wave of zombies appeared. Or maybe zombie animals gathered together. A zombie tide is impossible. It is impossible for a zombie wave to appear at this point in time. Besides, even if the zombie tide begins, there will be a Doomsday Game notification. Then there's only one possibility: zombie animals. And there are only a few types of zombie animals that can cause such a scale and noise. Based on the bite mark seen on the body earlier, Lin Ziluo quickly deduced that the zombie animals were zombie rats. What bad luck. This area turned out to be a gathering place for zombie rats. But there are also some wrong points. In my previous life, I had never heard of any information about the gathering of zombie rats in the Demon City. To be precise, there are very few zombie animals in the Magic City. In Lin Ziluo's impression, there were basically only some scattered ones. Could it be that the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth has already affected the zombie world? Lin Ziluo began to observe the situation outside through the window of the furnace pipe corridor. The streets were empty, filled with zombie corpses, because Lin Ziluo and Dasha had already killed all the zombies in this area. But now the ground is still shaking, and the frequency of the shaking is getting louder and louder. It looks like it's in the sewer, but why is it getting closer and closer to us? Is it coming for me? Lin Ziluo was a little confused. Of course, this is just Lin Ziluo's guess, and the possibility is almost zero. The ground shaking continued and reached its peak after more than 10 minutes. The heads of the zombies that had been chopped off by Lin Ziluo on the street began to roll due to the high-frequency vibrations. But Lin Ziluo guessed wrong. This group of zombie rats were just passing by, and their actual target was not him, but the back of the street. Lin Ziluo checked the map. There's nothing special about my area. It's just an ordinary street with a very ordinary residential area behind it. So what is the purpose of these zombie rats? Before Lin Ziluo could figure out the problem, he heard a noise. He looked up. The manhole cover on the street adjacent to his own was directly washed open. Zombie rats crawled out of the manhole one by one. Why drill one by one? That's because they are so large that even if only 2 of them drill together, they will block the wellhead. The manholes on the street were constantly overturned, and zombie rats were pouring out of every manhole. Looking at their orderly appearance, Lin Ziluo understood. These are definitely boss-level zombie rats with command talent who are commanding them. After all, in the early stages, only zombie animal bosses have these abilities. Horrible. A boss who can command so many zombie rats. Why have I never heard of it? Maybe he still thinks the speed is too slow. The manhole covers on the street where the hotel is located also began to be opened one after another. A large number of zombie rats poured out. When they passed by the zombie corpses on the ground, they took a bite and quickly cleaned up all the corpses. Lin Ziluo restrained his breath and hid his figure. If you have a choice, it is better not to mess with these zombie rats. From what we can see so far, the number of zombie rats pouring out of the sewers alone has exceeded 1,000. No one knows how many zombie rats are left in the sewers, but at least they are no less than the number on the ground. Judging from the situation, a conservative estimate is about 2,000 to 3,000, right? This is just a conservative estimate. The number could be as much as 4,000 or 5,000. I'm afraid all the zombie rats in the area have gathered here. 2,000 to 3,000 zombie rats the size of ordinary wild dogs. Even if my hands were numb, I wouldn't be able to finish chopping. Soon, the entire street was filled with zombie rats. There are so many of them, and their bodies are constantly wriggling and emitting a foul odor. People with trypophobia will call in an expert after watching it. Seeing that there was no place left for the zombie rats to stay, they began to drill into the buildings on the street. Lin Ziluo decisively took Dasha to the top floor of the hotel. The door to the top floor was locked. However, Lin Ziluo cut off the door lock with the Julie sword and reached the top floor. Feeling the cold wind blowing from the top floor, Lin Ziluo put on the mask and then observed the situation downstairs. As the number of zombie rats increased, Even the howling of zombies in the distance could no longer be heard. I don't know if they were eaten by the zombie rats or if they were too afraid to roar. After waiting for 10 minutes, all the zombie rats finally crawled out of the sewer. At this time, the first to third floors of the hotel were filled with zombie rats. Lin Ziluo stood on the roof and observed to see what these zombie rats were going to do. Soon, Lin Ziluo saw an even more magical scene. 10 bronze-level zombie rat bosses suddenly emerged from the zombie rat group. I see. I thought there were only one boss controlling these zombie rats, but it turns out there are 10 of them. That is understandable indeed. No, what do you understand? Where do these 10 zombie rat bosses come from? Lin Ziluo felt a little tempted when looking at these boss-level zombie rats. If you kill a few more, you'll make a fortune. I just don't know why these zombie rat bosses gather their men here. Soon, these zombie rat bosses began to take action. The huge army of zombie rats rushed into Lin Ziluo's backstreet neighborhood. Lin Ziluo mentally told Dasha to stay where he was. He is too big and makes a lot of noise, so if he follows me, I will probably expose myself. By the way, Lin Ziluo also took off the Ring of Night from Dasha and put it on his own hand. Being able to reduce one's presence at night is exactly what he needs. Then, Lin Ziluo set off alone. Chapter 100, Unknown Copy. The buildings near the hotel where Lin Ziluo is staying are not very tall, with an average height of only 4 or 5 floors. Among them, the hotel is already the tallest building in this area. Lin Ziluo glanced at the direction the zombie rat tide was heading, then slid down directly along the water pipe on the top floor of the hotel. After sliding to the rooftop of the residential building next to him, Lin Ziluo jumped directly. After landing, he rolled silently to the roof of the residential building. Yes, stealth technology is not much different from the previous life. The difference is purely due to the difference in attributes. The remaining townhouses are of similar height. Lin Ziluo didn't need to make too many movements. He could just jump between each roof. The gap on the roof is not large, so you don't need to expend too much energy. The only thing you need to be careful about is not to make too much noise. At this time, the zombie rat tide has almost entered the community. Lin Ziluo also heard the screams of several players coming from the community. I guess they were discovered hiding at home by the zombie rats and were sent away directly. Lin Ziluo also quickened his pace. After a while, Lin Ziluo encountered a small problem. There's a considerable distance between the roof of this building and the roofs of other buildings in the residential area, and it is impossible to get there simply by jumping. Although Lin Ziluo can reach the roof of the opposite building through the combination of sprint and short stay in the air, but he chose not to do so. These two are excellent life-saving skills, and it is a bit of a waste to use them here. After observing on the rooftop for a while again, Lin Ziluo discovered that these zombie rats finally rushed into a detached villa in the community. The seemingly small villa was completely silent after zombie rats flooded in, enough to fill it up. That means all these zombie rats disappeared out of thin air. Hidden copy. This thought popped up in Lin Ziluo's mind. There must be something like a portal in this villa, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many zombie rats. Okay. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain today. I just don't know what kind of portal can attract these zombie rats. However, since he knew that the goal of these zombie rats was to enter the portal, Lin Ziluo was no longer in a hurry. He called out to Dasha through his thoughts and asked Dasha to come over by himself. His plan was to wait until the number of zombie rats decreased to a certain level, and then take action to capture the remaining zombie rats. Wait until Dasha comes downstairs where Lin Ziluo is. At this time, there were only a few hundred zombie rats left outside the villa. It's time to take action. When Lin Ziluo was preparing to make an emergency landing along the pipeline, he suddenly heard a hoarse cry coming from the sky in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, a shocking scene appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. In the sky, thousands of zombie birds are flying towards the villa. Thousands of zombie-like birds, and they're not all the same species. The scene of their flying can only be described as covering the sky and blocking out the moon. What on earth is going on? Lin Ziluo stopped his actions and arranged for the big fool to find a place to hide. After flying over the villa, these zombie birds landed on the open space in front of the villa. Then, they followed the zombie rats, lined up obediently, and followed the large group into the villa. Even though Lin Ziluo's mental strength is strong enough, he now has doubts about his life. How could such an outrageous thing happen? Zombie rats and zombie birds live in peace. and they lined up obediently to enter the villa. Although his plan to hunt zombie rats was disrupted, Lin Ziluo became more excited. This copy is amazing. If the entrance wasn't blocked by zombie birds, I would have wanted to go in and find out what was going on. So, Lin Ziluo hid again, waiting patiently for the zombie bird to enter the villa. Another period of time passed, and seeing that only a small number of zombie birds were left outside the villa, Lin Ziluo perked up. Finally, almost all the zombie birds have entered the copy, and now... No way, coming again. Lin Ziluo looked to the other end of the street. The vibration and momentum coming from there were even more intense than the previous zombie rat tide. It never ends, doesn't it? Soon, the creature at the other end of the street also appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. Zombie dogs, zombie cats, and zombie rabbits are relatively common. Zombie chickens, zombie ducks, and zombie squirrels are rare. Zombie monkeys are quite rare. There are also zombie tigers, zombie lions, zombie wild boars, and zombie brown bears behind. Lin Ziluo also saw the 5 words, Magic City Zoo, through the tattered clothes covered by the brown bear. So these zombie animals all ran out of the zoo. Seeing these zombie animals starting to line up towards the villa door, Lin Ziluo became numb. Even if you tell me right now that there will be another alien lineup, I will believe it, because the zombie brown bear was quite large in size. It broke the door of the villa when entering it. Lin Ziluo finally saw the scene inside the villa. A portal emitting golden light floated in the center of the villa's hall. These zombie animals all walked towards the portal and finally disappeared completely into the portal. No wonder there are so few zombie animals in the entire Demon City. It turns out that they all entered this portal. It's just that I seem to have never heard of the existence of this portal. I don't know what the portal is used for. Why can it attract these zombie animals? Why is it that it clearly exists, yet no one has ever mentioned it? It would probably take a long time for this long line of people to enter the portal. Lin Ziluo was afraid that something might happen to this portal. I simply didn't plan to sleep. He took out his cell phone, connected it to the power bank in the supply card, and started reading the novel with relish. Of course, he was also keeping an eye on the situation of the portal. Time flies. Finally, at around 5 o'clock, the sky began to turn white. There are only a few zombie animals left in this long line. Lin Ziluo put away his phone and looked around carefully. After making sure that there were no other zombie animals appearing, he slid downstairs along the pipe and walked towards the portal with Dasha. After waiting for all the zombie animals to enter the portal, Lin Ziluo walked forward decisively and placed his hand at the portal. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for discovering the unknown dungeon. Would you like to enter? Lin Ziluo frowned. Unknown copy? No specific instructions? Generally speaking, there are 2 major types of copies of Doomsday games. One is a duel between players. A duel between players. To be honest, no matter what kind of confrontation it is, Lin Ziluo is not afraid at all. Another way is to teleport to certain locations and give you tasks. This copy will generally be placed according to your strength. The general situation of these copies will be prompted before entering. However, this unknown copy is particularly strange. No hint at all. Chapter 101, Labyrinth of Despair. To enter or not to enter. After hesitating for just a moment, Lin Ziluo made up his mind decisively. Enter. Of course, Lin Ziluo was not acting rashly. He already has a wealth of experience in dungeons, and coupled with his current overwhelming strength, he has enough confidence. However, Lin Ziluo's cautious character has not changed. What allows him to do it with confidence and boldness is, of course, the solid backing of the Golden Finger system. After entering the copy of the Doomsday Game, is there a protection mechanism like a mysterious trial? Lin Ziluo asked. Ding, the essence of this cheat system is to bring players a pleasant gaming experience. If players feel that the content of the dungeon is not satisfactory, they can end the task at any time and return to the portal. The Golden Finger system responded to Lin Ziluo's inquiry promptly. Then why are you so scared? Just do it. Lin Ziluo was just about to choose to activate the copy. Player Yazi successfully activated the unknown dungeon and is about to enter the dungeon. The current dungeon can accommodate 1/1 of the number of players. Can only accommodate 1 person? That's even better, since Lin Ziluo had no plan to bring Dasha along. I have a cheat code system, but Dasha doesn't. The same order was given to Dasha to stay where he was as before. Lin Ziluo walked into the portal. The familiar feeling of dizziness and weightlessness came over me again. Lin Ziluo closed his eyes. He did not notice that the mark representing the Jiuli tribe on the handle of the Jiuli sword in his hand suddenly flashed. The feeling of weightlessness disappears. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. Here, it is. Lin Ziluo looked around. There was no other light source except for two floating flames on the wall. Looking up, the sky was pitch black, as if there was no end, and there was not even any moonlight. The three directions of his path were blocked by stone walls, leaving only one place in front that was passable. The tops of these tall stone walls are nowhere to be seen. With the help of the flames' lighting range, you can see at least 100 meters high. There was a turning point on the road ahead within Lin Ziluo's visible range. Lin Ziluo tried to knock on the wall, but it was extremely hard. Then he took the Jiuli sword in his hand and chopped the wall, leaving only a slight cut. This shows that the wall is also difficult to destroy. Just after Lin Ziluo observed the surrounding environment, the Doomsday Game system finally issued a prompt. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for activating the special copy Despair Maze. Dungeon mission now released. Despair Maze, Legendary Dungeon. Mission description. This is a maze that makes countless people despair. This is a maze that only exists in legends. For thousands of years, no one has ever left here alive. Have you seen the dried bones on the ground? Will you become one of them? Task requirements. Find the exit of the maze. Task tips. 1. There are various types of zombie animals hidden in the maze. Killing them and getting rewards is your hope of survival. 2. The maze is full of traps. If you're not careful, you will be killed by the traps. 3. There are thousands of roads in the maze, but only one road leads to the end. Mission restrictions. While in the maze, the player's storage space will be completely blocked and all equipment, titles, and item effects will be invalid. Mission rewards. Mission time limit. 3,650 days. Mission penalty. Once the time limit is exceeded, the player will be killed directly. Alert! Alert! Detected that the player, Yazi, entered the unopened copy in a special way, and the data is being redebugging. Lin Ziluo had just finished reading the task content, and before he had time to think about it, he saw a new prompt. No copy opened? This, the so-called special method, is that golden portal? Lin Ziluo started thinking. After he combined the mission and introduction of this copy, he had a guess. The copy portal that I entered should be used by this maze copy to replenish the zombies in the maze. It is very likely that after the zombies are replenished, they will be closed. It was just that I accidentally entered the maze in this way. Normally, there should be other ways to enter the maze. Even if it is not open, it can be seen that the difficulty coefficient of this copy is extremely high, and it is not a product that players can face at this stage. Of course, there is good news. The first piece of good news is that most of the zombie animals in the maze should have just been replenished. I saw it all last night. In terms of strength, I'm not afraid at all. The second piece of good news is the mission restrictions clearly state that the equipment effects are invalid. However, Lin Ziluo still held the Jiuli sword openly in his hand, and he could use his skills at any time. What is this? Is this another BUG? Or is it because the Jiuli pearl is bound to Lin Ziluo at the soul level? There is no need to worry about the reasons. As long as you have the Jiuli pearl in your hand, that is enough. Data debugging successful. The situation in the dungeon has been adjusted accordingly based on the player's strength. The moment the hint appeared, the entire maze began to vibrate, and circles of scarlet ripples appeared above the dark sky, constantly spreading outwards. Balls of blood-red light kept appearing in the ripples and falling towards many locations in the maze. Lin Ziluo vaguely heard a lot of roars. This Doomsday Game has become much more humane, and it even knows how to help me reduce the difficulty. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh. Because the player, Yazi, entered the dungeon early and disrupted the normal order of the dungeon, the difficulty of this dungeon will be increased by 50 as a punishment for the player. Ahem, I didn't say anything just now. It turns out that the Doomsday Game is not trustworthy. I still have to rely on my cheating system. Ding! The penalty for failure of this mission is being modified. If the host needs to terminate the mission, he can teleport away at any time. Ding! It is detected that the host is accepting a dungeon mission, and the mission Get Out of the Maze is successfully triggered. Get out of the maze. This maze has seen too much despair. Please get out of the maze. Mission requirements. Get out of the maze. Mission reward. Draw 2 random ordinary gold fingers. Task time limit. None. This time, the task panel of the golden finger system is unusually simple. Lin Ziluo found that he did not see the information he wanted. Accept the mission, Lin Ziluo said. It's time to set out and explore just how hopeless this so-called maze really is. Raising the Julie sword in his hand, Lin Ziluo took a big step and walked towards the corner ahead. Chapter 102 Traps, Stone Walls, Wooden Doors. Call. After Lin Ziluo took a few steps away from the original point, the floating flames behind him went out, and the flames on the wall beside him started again. That's quite thoughtful. I thought I had to walk in the dark. Lin Ziluo looked at the flames on both sides and thought to himself, then continue moving forward. In the empty passage, the only sounds that could be heard were Lin Ziluo's subtle footsteps and the sound of the flames on the stone wall extinguishing and rising. Lin Ziluo soon arrived at the corner, but he did not show his head. His keen intuition told him that there was danger ahead, so he reached out with the Julie sword in hand. In an instant, Lin Ziluo heard a dull sound. It was like a mechanism that had been placed for many years was activated. Bite! A sharp arrow flying at high speed hit the blade of the Julie sword, making a crisp sound. The arrow fell to the ground. Lin Ziluo also felt the power of the arrow. It is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a player with a strength attribute of around 30. I have to say, if it were the players outside now, they really wouldn't be able to withstand even a single arrow. After this arrow fell to the ground, another large wave of arrows followed closely behind. Lin Ziluo retracted the Julie sword and watched the arrows hit the wall at the corner and then fall to the ground. Strangely, the arrow that fell to the ground quickly turned into a cloud of mist and then disappeared. I also plan to keep some arrows as tools. Lin Ziluo tentatively extended the Julie sword again. This time, no arrows were shot. It seems that this mechanism is over. Only then did Lin Ziluo walk out of the corner. There is another deep passage ahead. However, the mechanism that had just launched the arrow had disappeared without a trace. Lin Ziluo continued to move forward. Soon we arrived at the end of the passage. Unlike the previous turning point, there were now 2 passages on the left and right in front of him. Is this the labyrinth of despair? Lin Ziluo observed and found that there was no difference between the left and right channels. If you can't find a method, then just rely on intuition and memory. Lin Ziluo finally chose to take the passage on the right. No reason, just convenient. Another deep passage. But this time, Lin Ziluo found a broken human skeleton on the ground on the way. The human skeleton is covered with a thick layer of dust, and it is unknown how many years the person has been dead here. There was nothing else around the human bones. Things like clothes have long been lost in the long river of time. Seeing that he didn't find anything, Lin Ziluo didn't continue to pay attention to the human bones, but walked forward. I don't know how long I walked, but the boring road finally showed some changes. A wooden door suddenly appeared in the stone wall on the right. It would be nice if there were changes. I'm just afraid if there were no changes. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and knocked on the wooden door. Squeak! An angry howl sounded from behind the wooden door. Zombie rat. Lin Ziluo pulled open the wooden door. Sure enough, in a secret room, a zombie rat was lying in the middle of the room. The moment Lin Ziluo opened the wooden door, the zombie rat seemed to be freed from its restraints and pounced towards Lin Ziluo. Although Lin Ziluo lacks the attribute bonuses of equipment and titles, he is not someone that an ordinary zombie rat can mess with. The knife rises and falls. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing the zombie rat and gaining 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. The zombie rat fell headfirst to the ground. At the same time, a supply card popped out. A bowl of beef fried rice. This meal is settled. Without storage space, automatic pickup cannot be triggered, and you have to carry the supply cards with you. Watch as the corpse of a zombie rat turns into white mist and disappears. Lin Ziluo activated the card and began to taste this delicious meal. Lin Ziluo has not eaten anything since he finished dinner at 8 o'clock last night, and he is a little hungry. After enjoying the delicious meal, the bowl and chopsticks in Lin Ziluo's hands immediately turned into a ball of white mist and then disappeared. How outrageous! There's no loophole at all? At least give me a piece of paper to wipe my mouth. Helplessly, Lin Ziluo wiped it with the sleeve of the Magic City Orderer's uniform, then walked out of the secret room and continued to move forward. It was that deep passage again. And keep walking. This boring walk is a torture for others. But for Lin Ziluo, it was like a daily routine. After all, in the trial of becoming a military lord, he had experienced things even more cruel than these. About half an hour later, Lin Ziluo came to a crossroads. This time it's better. 3 options were given directly. Lin Ziluo still chose the far right. Only after walking for a while on the rightmost road did I find that my way was blocked by a huge stone wall. It turned out to be a dead end. Lin Ziluo had no choice but to go back the same way and return to the intersection. At the same time, times was marked on this road using the Julie sword. If the road is different, then change it. This time, take the middle path. This time it was even worse. Not only did we encounter venom-type traps, but there was also a stone wall at the end of the middle road. What bad luck! Lin Ziluo shook his head and returned the same way again. There's only one way left. You don't have to choose. Just go forward. This time, it was finally not that wide stone wall blocking the way. Instead, I met that familiar little wooden door halfway. Old rules. Lin Ziluo broke into the room directly. What greeted Lin Ziluo was no longer a zombie rat, but 2 zombie cats. But there is no difference. Lin Ziluo killed the zombie cat with just 2 slashes. And the 2 cards I received also cover my lunch and dinner. Then let's keep going. Lin Ziluo embarked on his journey again. There are 3 roads again. This time I was lucky and encountered a wooden door the second time. After killing the 3 zombie rats in the door, I got another prop and 2 cards. Props cannot be activated here and have no effect. So Lin Ziluo directly gave it to the Julie Pearl to devour. The next step is repetitive operation. Keep moving forward. If there's a trap, just avoid it easily. When you reach the end, return the same way. If you encounter a wooden door, just break in and do it. If you are hungry, just find a place to sit and enjoy a delicious meal. If you're thirsty, the water in the supply card is enough for you to drink or even take a shower. Of course, Lin Ziluo wouldn't be so wasteful. When I feel sleepy, I just lie down on the ground and sleep. Although theoretically, there is no other person in this desperate maze. But even when Lin Ziluo was sleeping, he always remained alert. After a period of exploration, Lin Ziluo gradually understood why the Maze of Despair makes people despair, as well as some of the rules in the Maze of Despair. Chapter 103, The Desperate Maze. First of all, Lin Ziluo successfully summed up a number of rules. After the 3rd intersection turned into a crossroads, every fork in the road Lin Ziluo encountered became a crossroads. This means that he has 3 paths to choose from every time. Among these 3 roads, it has always been a complete dead end, a road full of traps, and ultimately a dead end. Only the last remaining road is passable. On this passable road, there must be that familiar wooden door. The situation inside the wooden door also changes regularly. Although the zombie animals inside the wooden door are of random species, the numbers are constantly increasing. The first one Lin Ziluo met was 1. The second time there are 2, the third time there are 3, and so on, adding 1 more zombie animal each time, when the number is about to reach 10. As soon as you open the wooden door, you will be surprised to find a bronze-level zombie rat boss waiting for your arrival inside. When it is about to reach 20, 2 bronze-level bosses will appear. These are some of the rules that Lin Ziluo summed up. This is only part of the rule. This is enough to explain where the word despair in Labyrinth of Despair comes from. For a normal person, keeping moving forward in such a lonely environment is already a huge psychological burden. Every time you come to a fork in the road, you have to make a choice. The choice is that closed road. When you return along the same route, your mentality will definitely explode. After all, you have wasted a lot of physical energy in vain. Not to mention choosing the path that leads to traps. An arrow rain trap that shoots arrows at any time. A deep pit trap with little difference in surface. A venom trap that sprays venom when you step on a designated spot. Quicksand trap, plywood trap, firewall trap. There are all kinds of traps. Lin Ziluo was a little skeptical. He wondered what kind of weird brain could design so many strange traps. Fortunately, these traps were resolved one by one with Lin Ziluo's rich experience and high attributes. If it were anyone else, they would be trapped in these traps after encountering them a few times. You said you could avoid traps and withstand the torment within yourself. That's where your hard power is tested. It seems that the design of this despair maze was not based solely on the explosion rate, because Lin Ziluo saw that there was a place for food in the room behind the wooden door. But it seems to have been taken away by the Doomsday Game. This should be the so-called 50 increase in game difficulty in Doomsday Game. Then normal people come to see it. If you want to survive, you need to keep getting food. The first few zombie animals can be dealt with, But what about the next dozen or 20? You said you don't go through the wooden door? So where do your supplies come from? The next time you enter the wooden door, you'll have to face one more zombie animal than before. This is simply a serious, vicious cycle. Faced with these disgusting mechanisms, people will only fall into despair. The dozens of dry bones that Lin Ziluo saw along the way represented that dozens of people had been unable to withstand the despair and eventually died here. But Lin Ziluo did not despair. He was now happily cleaning up the items that had dropped from the 3 bronze-level bosses he had just killed. The 2 bronze-level bosses dropped an item and a piece of equipment, respectively. There was also a boss that dropped a bronze-level treasure chest. A rare agility fruit was found in the treasure chest, which successfully added 2 points of agility to Lin Ziluo. These equipment and props cannot be used now, and there is no place to store them. So after leaving behind a ring with good properties, Lin Ziluo integrated all other props and equipment into the Jewelry Pearl. The evolution progress bar of Jilizu has successfully reached about 90. The 3 free attributes gained after reaching level 18 were all added by Lin Ziluo to agility. This way you can walk faster when you're in a hurry. Lin Ziluo discovered that this was a treasure land. There are more than enough zombie animals here. Boss-level zombie animals that are difficult to find in the outside world can be easily found here. It's much easier than looking for zombies on the streets by yourself. Those roads filled with traps also expanded Lin Ziluo's thinking. When encountering a suitable, creative trap that he has never seen before, Lin Ziluo will stop and study it. Think about how to arrange it, what materials are best to use, and even think about what materials to replace to increase its power. With this in mind, Lin Ziluo's skills in setting traps improved by leaps and bounds. He can even be called a master. So Lin Ziluo was really not in a hurry to go out. It's impossible to get out. There aren't so many boss-level zombies outside, and so many treasure chests are dropped. Only by staying here can the evolution speed of Jewelry Pearl be maintained. Coming here feels like coming home. On the first day Lin Ziluo entered the maze, he successfully reached level 18. On the 3rd day after entering the maze, I successfully reached level 19, and 3 attributes were added to my spirit. On the 4th day of entering the maze, the Jewelry Pearl absorbed enough energy and successfully evolved into a diamond-level item. The Jewelry Sword has also received new enhancements. Jewelry Sword, diamond-level equipment. Attributes, strength increased by 10, constitution increased by 4. The attack has a 25 armor-piercing attribute. The attack has a chance to cause 130 strength attribute damage, and also has a chance to cause bleeding and destruction effects. Additional skills, Jewelry Slash. Releases a blade of energy forward, causing 140 of strength damage upon hitting, and the pain caused by the blade of energy can reach 220. Jewelry Heavy Slash. Slash at the enemy with a knife, causing 240 strength damage, but will cause yourself to be stunned for 1.8 seconds. The diamond-level Jewelry Sword has undergone a complete transformation. While the basic attributes have been greatly improved, there is also an additional mechanism similar to a critical hit, where attacks have a chance to cause the power of a higher strength attribute. The properties of both skills have also been optimized, with their power increased and stiffness time reduced. Of course, this is just a variation of the Jewelry Sword. The various forms that the Jewelry Pearl can transform into have undergone sufficiently obvious changes. The Jewelry Bow has a chance of continuous shooting, with a chance of shooting 2 arrows at once. Jewelry Thorn has increased the wound tearing effect. Jewelry Guandao increases the slashing speed after the chop hits. As for why we should emphasize the effect of Jewelry Guandao, it was simply because Lin Ziluo discovered that facing a large number of zombies behind the wooden door, a large-scale group attack weapon like a Guandao would be the most labor-saving. Facing a group of zombie animals with lower attributes, Lin Ziluo could easily wipe out a large area with just a wave of his Guandao. Only when facing boss-level zombies will it transform into the Jewelry Sword again and reap their lives. Just when Lin Ziluo had killed about 800 zombies and his pockets were full of supplies, he pushed open the wooden door and saw 4 bronze-level bosses behind it. Chapter 104. 4 bronze-level bosses easily defeat. Just when Lin Ziluo was living a happy life in the Maze of Despair. Outside of the Maze of Despair, the players' living conditions have also changed greatly. Among them, the situation in the Magic City became the clearest. As time passed, a small number of players in Modu successfully reached level 10. After all, the level of players in Shanghai is one level higher than the average level of players in other cities. The boss of the career transfer platform in Magic City had already been successfully killed by Lin Ziluo. Players who reach level 10 only need to pay a certain amount of gold coins and complete the job transfer task to obtain a normal job. Players who have successfully changed their professions can finally fight against zombies of the same level. The originally miserable life was finally saved from starvation. However, some players in the Magic City also began to feel anxious. Because of their belief in Yazi, there's been no movement for a long time. This can be seen from the current level rankings. Ranking. First place, Yazi level. Level 17 occupation, Soldier Master. Second place, Zhang Yuanzhong level. 13 occupation, Military Spirit. Third place, codename, Pajun level. Level 12 occupation, Pajun. Fourth place, Revenant level. Level 12 occupation, Flame Manipulator. Yes, since the day when Yazi killed the silver level boss and activated the career transfer platform in Magic City, his level never changed, including the ruthless guy who was previously ranked second on the list, Dasha, who has been stuck at level 10, and eventually fell out of the level rankings. Did they all meet with misfortune? That's impossible. Previously, there was a strong person on the leaderboard who disappeared from the leaderboard instantly after his death. It won't stay on the leaderboard forever. Therefore, many people have many bold ideas about the experience of Yazi. If you ask me, Yazi has found a good place now and retired early. He doesn't plan to kill zombies to level up anymore. No, I think Yazi was found by some organization, imprisoned, and studied like a guinea pig. What a pity such an awesome boss is now silent. You know what? I feel uncomfortable now that I can't hear his world announcement. Me too, I always feel like something is missing. Lin Ziluo had no idea that the outside world had already made many speculations about his current situation. He didn't even know why he was clearly level 19 now. The leaderboard outside still showed that he was at level 17 when he entered the Labyrinth of Despair. Could it be that the Maze of Despair blocked everything he did here? He is now interacting in a friendly manner with the 4 little animals. A zombie cow, a zombie cat, and 2 zombie rats. The bronze level boss that players usually want to run away from when they see it appeared in front of Lin Ziluo in number 4. Lin Ziluo, however, showed an excited expression, because after he successfully killed these 4 bronze level bosses, his level will reach level 20. The next Super Golden Finger is just around the corner, so he didn't plan to save his energy. Looking at the zombie animal bosses rushing towards him, the Jili sword in his hand emitted a shining light and then was swung horizontally, releasing a dazzling blade of energy. Jili slash. After the sword energy separated from the blade, it began to spread outward continuously. It soon spread into a horizontal blade that was more than 2 meters long. The 4 zombie animal bosses that were rushing towards him were completely covered by the sword energy. The zombie rats and zombie cats were smaller in size and quickly dodged the sword energy. But the zombie bull could only use its horns to charge towards the sword energy. The knife energy passed by, and the zombie cow's horns were directly broken. The hair on the entire head was shaved clean. Lin Ziluo had already predicted the movements of the zombie rats. Just as they leaned over to avoid the sword energy, a side knife slashed at a zombie rat. This sword happened to trigger the critical hit effect of the Jili sword. When the blade touched the zombie rat, an even more powerful force suddenly erupted, directly ripped open the zombie rat's belly. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for successfully killing the 9th level bronze level boss, Greedy Zombie Rat, and gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. The zombie rat's blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and its body fell heavily to the ground. The next second, the body and blood all turned into vapor, leaving behind a bronze-level equipment. Lin Ziluo killed a boss zombie rat with just 1 sword. For the remaining 1 zombie rat and 1 zombie cat, Lin Ziluo simply took a few steps back and easily dodged their attacks. The 2 guys coming from different directions collided with each other. The mouse head and the cat head had a close contact. Oh my god, this world is crazy. Rats and cats are giving out sweets in front of me. So, Lin Ziluo told them decisively, "What does it mean to show affection and die quickly?" He suddenly raised the Jili sword in his hand and slashed at the zombie rat. The attributes of zombie rats of the same level are definitely not as good as those of zombie cats. So after the close contact just now, The zombie rat was knocked back several steps and didn't even have time to recover. Facing Lin Ziluo's knife, he could only use his head to block it. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing the level 8 bronze level boss, Rat Eye is Zombie Rat, and gaining 45 experience points and 78 gold coins. All that was left was a zombie cow without horns and a zombie cat. The zombie cat was the first to be transformed into experience under Lin Ziluo's knife. The zombie bull rushed towards Lin Ziluo with its bald head. This is the zombie cow's skill brutal charge. Lin Ziluo did not dodge or evade, but raised the Julie sword high. A glow appeared on the blade of the Julie sword, and a layer of white flame began to dance. Ninely heavy slash. The Julie sword slashed down fiercely, leaving a horrible cut in the middle of the zombie cow's head. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing the 9th level bronze level boss Savage Zombie Bull, and gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully reaching level 20, gaining 3 points of strength, constitution, and 3 free attribute points. Chapter 105, the 3rd Super Golden Finger. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing the 9th level bronze level boss Savage Zombie Bull, and gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully reaching level 20, gaining 3 points of strength, constitution, and 3 free attribute points. The corpse of the zombie cow disappeared after turning into a puff of smoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 20. You have a chance to draw a Super Golden Finger. Would you like to draw it now? Here it comes. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let me see what other incredible abilities can be called Super Golden Fingers. Draw, Lin Ziluo said expectantly. The Golden Finger system also responded quickly. Ding, the 3rd Super Golden Finger is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the player for winning the Super Golden Finger. Eye of Insight. Ding, Eye of Insight. Can see information that creatures could not see before. Although the effect of this golden finger is simple, it sounded a bit confusing at the time. What is previously unknown information? Could it be? Lin Ziluo seemed to have thought of something and clicked on the message from Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight can see information that was previously invisible to living things. 1. When the host views the player's information, he can additionally observe the player's title effects, occupation information, basic attributes, talents, skill effects, and the attributes of all the equipment the player has equipped. 2. When the host examines zombie-related creatures, he can also check their weaknesses. Lin Ziluo blinked. Then he blinked 3 or 4 times, as if trying to see if the words were real. Obviously, it's real. This is really... It's true that the abilities of every Super Golden Finger are extremely abnormal. I once said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. But that's for the zombies. Lin Ziluo never imagined that one day he would be able to check almost all the attributes of the players. Originally, there was very little information that could be viewed between players. It's nothing more than information such as nicknames, titles, and levels. But what about now? Lin Ziluo's level itself can be considered the best in the world. Now, as long as all the players in the world stand in front of Lin Ziluo, all his abilities and attributes will be presented to Lin Ziluo. He wanted to play some shady tricks, such as suddenly releasing a skill that could cause temporary blindness in people. Want to launch a sneak attack? For example, some skills will attack from a direction you least expect. Sorry, none of them worked. I can't tell you what color your pants are. Lin Ziluo knows all your abilities. Combined with his legendary combat talent, he can be alert and predict in advance. Is there still law here? Is there still law here? Oh, this is the end of the world. It really doesn't exist. The first function of Eye of Insight surprised Lin Ziluo greatly. The second function is a bit more ambiguous. Lin Ziluo had no idea to what extent this so-called weakness could be effective. We can only wait and see the specific effects the next time we encounter a zombie animal. Satisfied, he folded up the panel of the Golden Finger system. Only then did Lin Ziluo leisurely sort out the spoils from killing these bosses. A bronze treasure chest, 2 pieces of equipment, and a prop. Okay, after opening the treasure chest, swallow all of these. The diamond-level Julie Pearl has a bigger appetite. After devouring these equipment and props that are considered mainstream in the outside world, the progress bar has not increased by even 1%. Add all the free attribute points you just obtained to agility. Lin Ziluo sat on the ground, enjoyed a delicious meal, and then set off again. Coming to a crossroads, this time he confidently chose to take the middle road. Because after this period of exploration, he has figured out the basic rules of the safe road among the 3 roads. Sure enough, after walking for a while, Lin Ziluo saw the wooden door. He couldn't wait to open the wooden door, and 41 zombie animals appeared in front of Lin Ziluo. While Lin Ziluo was raising the Julie sword, he also checked the attributes of a zombie bird in front of him. Level 6 zombie bird. Basic attributes: Strength, 18 Spirit, 8 Constitution, 13 Agility, 20. Weaknesses: 1. Using fire attribute skills against zombie birds can cause higher damage. 2. The right wing of a zombie bird has suffered a hit, so attacking this area can achieve good results. So this is the weakness that Eye of Insight mentioned. Although it is useless against opponents like the zombie bird, which Lin Ziluo can kill instantly. However, if you encounter a boss with higher abilities, that will undoubtedly make the battle much easier. While watching the panel, Lin Ziluo released the Julie slash towards the zombie animals that pounced on him. The knife energy slashed through. The zombie animals that were in the front were all cut in half. Many of the zombie animals behind also ended up with broken legs and tails. The one-sided bloody massacre unfolds again. In less than 15 minutes, all the zombie animals behind the wooden door turned into mist. Lin Ziluo no longer rested, but instead stepped up his attack. The Julie Pearl evolves and obtains the Super Golden Finger. Now that both of my goals have been achieved, it's time to go out. Follow the rules I have summarized myself. Lin Ziluo started running. Every time I encounter a crossroads after that, whichever path he chooses is the right path. At the same time, the zombie animals behind the wooden door would be quickly slaughtered by him every time. Even if he encountered 5 bronze-level bosses behind the wooden door for the 50th time. It was also a weakness he discovered through his Eye of Insight and easily solved. Faster than dealing with 4 bronze-level bosses. That is, after the 5 bronze-level bosses were resolved. Lin Ziluo sat on the ground, took out a piece of paper and a pen. Chapter 106, The End of the Despair Maze. As early as when killing the zombie rabbit behind the 3rd wooden door, Lin Ziluo obtained the paper and pen set. It was also from that time that Lin Ziluo began to record the directions of the roads he had traveled. Every time he came to a passable road, Lin Ziluo would draw the road on paper in a pointed way and connect it. Using this recording method, after going through more than 20 levels, Lin Ziluo discovered the general pattern of these safe roads. However, he is still constantly using facts to verify it. There's no need to continue to verify it now, because the directions of the trajectories of these roads have roughly formed a pattern, although there's still 14 strokes missing. Everyone who is a dragon countryman will have an impression of this pattern. Gossip. Lin Ziluo had some knowledge about gossip before, because there was once a saying on the internet that if you learn the knowledge related to the Book of Changes, you can pretend to be able to tell fortunes and fool little girls. Just because of this statement, Lin Ziluo plunged into the wave of learning knowledge related to the Book of Changes without hesitation. Lin Ziluo didn't know whether this statement was true or not, because he never learned it. I just did a cursory study and memorized some information like the 64 hexagrams. This is some of the information I learned. After entering this maze of despair, it came into play. So now there are 14 levels left, and I'll be able to get out of this maze of despair. Lin Ziluo put away the paper and pen and walked towards the next path according to this rule. The chosen path was correct, and there were no traps or stone walls. But a strange change also occurred. There was no wooden door on this safe road. Lin Ziluo walked straight to the next intersection. Could it be that there are no more wooden doors? Lin Ziluo looked around and found that there was indeed no wooden door on this road. It doesn't matter if there is no wooden door, it can speed up the progress. Lin Ziluo didn't hesitate and continued to walk in the direction he had planned. There is no wooden door. That's not right. There are at least 4,000 or 5,000 zombie animals coming in. How come there are only 50 levels and that's it? Only a little over 1,000 were killed. Where did the rest go? Lin Ziluo was very confused. 53, 54, 55, all the way to the 63rd road. At this time, Lin Ziluo had arrived at the intersection leading to the 64th road. Only one stroke is left to complete the manhwa pattern on the paper. This time we're going to take the middle path. At this moment, Lin Ziluo had already begun to fantasize about what was at the end of the passage. Is it a door that allows you to escape? There is still another world with hidden mysteries. Is this maze built based on the bagua, just a simple maze? The Jili sword was already in Lin Ziluo's hand. Lin Ziluo strode forward with big strides. This time, the journey was longer than any previous one. Just from the perspective of time, it took a full 12 hours. I started by walking, and then I started running. Even with Lin Ziluo's current terrifying physical condition, running for 12 hours made him exhausted. And now he finally saw the end. The true face of this astonishingly long road finally revealed itself. At the end, there was a huge stone wall. In the middle of the stone wall is a wooden door that has not been seen for a long time. The only difference is that this wooden door has exquisite carvings on it. The sculpture is a lifelike dragon. Dragon, the totem and belief of the Dragon Kingdom. All the names of the Dragon Kingdom are named after the dragon, which is enough to prove how lofty the dragon is in the hearts of the dragon people. The dragon carved on this wooden door gave Lin Ziluo a very real feeling. It was as if the dragon would be able to swim out of the wooden door in the next second. And Lin Ziluo could hear a strange cry in his ears. Although he had never heard it before, Lin Ziluo was very sure that this was the dragon's roar. Lin Ziluo was not in a hurry to push open the wooden door. It is still impossible to determine what is behind the wooden door. Are they the remaining zombie animals? Therefore, you need to face it in the best possible state. After 2 hours of rest, Lin Ziluo recovered to his peak condition. He raised the Jili sword in his hand. Lin Ziluo also pushed the wooden door open. It was beyond his expectation. Behind the wooden door, there were no zombie animals as imagined before, not even a single living creature. Some are huge, semicircular spaces. There's a huge pattern on the ground in the space. Lin Ziluo jumped lightly and could roughly see that these lines formed a huge Tai Chi pattern, and the space is semicircular at the top. It depicts a large number of objects, and there are also a large number of connecting lines among them. I don't know how to say it. The layout of this entire space immediately reminded Lin Ziluo of the round sky and square earth described in the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom. And the patterns carved on the wall are exactly the stars' patterns. Observe the layout of the entire space. Lin Ziluo also saw the 2 dots in the Tai Chi pattern. That is the yin in the yang and the yang in the yin in Tai Chi. There's something placed on each of these 2 dots. Because the distance was too far, Lin Ziluo couldn't see clearly what it was. Congratulations to the player, Yazi, for finding the exit of Despair Maze and successfully completing the legendary dungeon, Despair Maze. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the mission reward. It is detected that the reward for this instance is a product unique to Blue Star. The system is testing the task rewards. Mission rewards are being matched with Blue Star Culture and Doomsday Game system. Matching success, gamification success. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the key to breaking the world. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the source of elephant. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the source of Kanxiang. Chapter 107. Occupations from Fushi in Bagua. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Get Out of the Maze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. 2 ordinary gold fingers will be randomly drawn. The voice of the golden finger system sounded. But Lin Ziluo's attention had already been focused on the 3 floating objects in front of him. He finally understood what the 3 question marks in the mission reward meant. But what were these things used for? Lin Ziluo picked up the first floating object first. Key to break the boundary, a one-time, rank-less special item. After use, it can open a boundary with energy intensity no higher than the energy in the key for 10 seconds. This key. The moment Lin Ziluo saw the introduction of this item, he already understood what this key was supposed to do. I was worried about how long I would have to wait. Now is the chance. I just don't know if the energy in the key is enough to open that level of barrier. As for the source of Li Xiang and source of Kanxiang mentioned in the Doomsday Game, actually, they're just 2 floating beads. The source of Li Xiang is a fiery red bead with an orange-red flame burning on it. Among the 8 trigrams, Li represents fire. It seems that this reward is also related to gossip. Lin Ziluo tried to touch the source of Li Xiang. The strange thing is that even though there's flames on it, it just feels warm in the hand and not hot. Holding the source of Li Xiang in his hand, Lin Ziluo looked at another bead, the source of Kanxiang. Kan represents water. This bead is in the shape of a turquoise water drop. Lin Ziluo also reached out and touched it. Very soft, with an icy cool feeling. However, the Doomsday Game did not display an introduction panel for these two beads. The quest rewards for this dungeon are a bit weird. There is no conventional gold, experience, equipment, etc. Lin Ziluo also discovered at this time that with the completion of the Doomsday Game copy mission, the original mission restrictions were opened. The storage space can also be used normally. Put all 3 items into the storage space. Lin Ziluo began to walk towards the position of Yang within Yin in this space. As he approached the Yang within the Yin, he finally saw the items on display. It's a scroll. Why is there another scroll? Lin Ziluo had previous experience in a mysterious trial, so he picked up the scroll directly. Warm current flows out. The records on the scroll turned into words that Lin Ziluo could understand. The 2 words at the beginning of the scroll did not surprise Lin Ziluo. Fuxi, the founder of Longwa civilization, one of the 3 sovereigns, and even called the god of creation in ancient books. When Lin Ziluo discovered that this maze of despair was based on the Bagua template, he understood that this place was closely related to Fuxi, who invented the 8 trigrams. The content of the scroll is simple. This maze was created by Fuxi himself. The actual location is at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, so the previous portal was used to teleport Lin Ziluo here. The entrance to the maze has always been in Kunlun Mountains. Anyone who enters through the entrance will have the opportunity to inherit the 8 trigrams left by Fuxi. But these people eventually turned into the dry bones that Lin Ziluo saw in the passage. Instead, it was the stowaway Lin Ziluo who successfully walked out of the maze. There is no other record on the scroll. It just means that as long as Lin Ziluo picks up the Bagua, the Yin within the Yang, he can inherit the power of the Bagua. So, this is also a place where you can change jobs? And the ability to gain gossip? Lin Ziluo was a little dazed. Is this a coincidence? Somehow, by accident, my second career that worries me appeared. Although I don't know what abilities this profession has, but can the power passed down by Fuxi be any different? After putting the scroll away, Lin Ziluo walked towards the Yin and the Yang. When I got there, I saw a jade pendant there. The jade pendant is round and has the pattern of the 8 diagrams carved on it. Lin Ziluo picked up the jade pendant. The moment it was picked up, the jade pendant released 8 colors of light. White, black, cyan, purple, blue, red, yellow, and gray. To match the colors, the characters engraved on the 8 diagrams, Qian, Qian, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui, also lit up in order. The energies of 8 colors complement each other. The colorful stream of light filled the entire space. Eventually, a cocoon-like object was formed that completely wrapped Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo was not having an easy time in the cocoon. He gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his body. As if repelling each other, these 8 energies rampaged in his body. Soon, a large amount of blood began to ooze out of his skin. The whole body was shaking violently because of the unimaginable pain. The numerous star carvings on the dome above the space also released energy at this time. These energies rushed into the cocoon frantically. These warm energies continued to repair Lin Ziluo's body and relieve his pain. His frown gradually relaxed. The huge cocoon stood quietly in this space. It seems to be waiting for the being in the cocoon to break out. Time seems to have stood still here. I don't know how much time passed. The energies of these 8 different attributes gradually eased down. They, which originally excluded each other, actually began to shake hands and make peace. Finally, they each found a place and turned into a ball of energy to calm down. That's when they quieted down. The cocoon, which had been silent for a long time, made a sound. Kacha, like an eggshell breaking. More and more cracks began to appear in the cocoon shell. As more and more gaps appeared, the cocoon was soon completely covered. The dense cracks are connected together. Finally, with a crisp sound, the cocoon shattered. Break out the cocoon. People come out. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes in the cocoon. His eyes seemed to be shining with light. It is detected that the player, Yizi, is suffering from unknown energy inheritance. The system is detecting unknown energy. The system successfully detected that the unknown force came from the blue planet. Matching unknown forces with Blue Star culture and Doomsday Game system. Matching success, gamification success. Player, Yizi, is in the process of changing his job. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for his successful job change. According to Blue Star culture, Doomsday Game named this job Qingdi. Chapter 108 The Return of the King. Please ask the player Yi to finish the dungeon as soon as possible. The profession Qingdi needs to be further digitized. Green Emperor, one of the 5 heavenly emperors. He resides in the east, controls the Azure Dragon, and governs the east of the world. It is also another name for Fuxi. Although Lin Ziluo only inherited the banhwa-related power created by Fuxi. However, he was still given the title of Green Emperor by the Doomsday Game system. So you can imagine how terrifying the abilities he inherited are. It also starts from this moment. Lord of the Army, Green Emperor. These 2 titles could be considered the most honorable in ancient times. Both of them can be called the top forces. Now, all of them have been inherited by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo put the jade pendant in his hand around his neck. This is called banhwa pei. Fuxi poured all the power related to the 8 trigrams into this jade pendant. However, these powers disappeared with the passage of time. He had an idea. The 2 beads of Source of Lixiang and Source of Conxiang as reward for the previous mission appeared in his hands. Place the 2 beads on the surface of the jade pendant. The 2 beads merged into the jade pendant without any hindrance. The red and blue energy balls among the 8 energy balls in his body also began to approach each other at this time. The 2 energies slowly came into contact with each other, start to rotate around each other. In this rotation, the 2 energies finally merged together. Success! Lin Ziluo stretched out his hands and spread out his palms. A ball of flame suddenly rose in the palm of his left hand. A ball of water quickly appeared in the palm of his right hand. That's right, at this moment, he already possessed the ability to control fire and water. These source beads are the power loss from the jade pendant. As long as you have the source pearl with relevant attributes, you can control that attribute. Fire, water, thunder, wind, mountain, swamp, sky, and earth. Although Lin Ziluo didn't know what attributes heaven and earth actually represented, but the previous 6 attributes are already terrifying enough. Lin Ziluo couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become after possessing these 6 attributes. Green Emperor is truly a terrifying profession that is in no way inferior to Master of Soldiers. Lin Ziluo looked around. The entire space became dim the moment Lin Ziluo broke out of the cocoon. It's time to leave. As for this maze, after Lin Ziluo inherits the Green Emperor, it won't take long for it to completely collapse. In fact, the reason why this maze can function normally now is because it has consumed a large amount of energy from zombie animals. But the number of zombie animals absorbed from the portal was totally insufficient. This is also the reason why Lin Ziluo did not encounter a door again after reaching the 50th level. The copies are not complete yet. He simply took advantage of me. Lin Ziluo opened the task panel and pressed End Copy. Next second, a feeling of dizziness came over me. He appeared in the villa where he had come in before. The first thing Lin Ziluo saw when he came back was Dashahan's silly smile. "Damn you, I see you as soon as I come back," Lin Ziluo said with a helpless look. He knew that Dasha had actually been sitting here motionless for a long time. And he also knew that his information was completely blocked in the maze of despair. The data before I entered is still retained from 2 weeks ago. 2 whole weeks. I don't know if any of these players are above level 17. There is no need to look at the equipment and reputation list. It is unlikely that they will surpass it in another 2 months. The only chance is the ranking list. So Lin Ziluo opened the ranking list. Ranking. First place, Yi level. Level 20 occupation, Soldier Master. Second place, Zhang Yuanzhong level, 17 occupation, Military Spirit. Third place, Revenant level, level 16 occupation, Flame Manipulator. Fourth place, Kunim, Po Yun level, 16 occupation, Po Yun. Fifth place, Shimin Chuefeng level, 16 occupation, Wind Warrior. Oh, it's really only been 2 weeks, and you haven't made any progress. Lin Ziluo sighed. Come on, Dasha, it's time for us to refresh our presence. After saying that, Lin Ziluo took out the Overlord job transfer scroll and handed it to Dasha. Dasha took the job transfer scroll and chose to activate it. Lin Ziluo also began to wait for the Doomsday Game to digitize Qingdi. Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto. A middle-aged man holding a huge sword killed 2 zombies with 1 sword. Congratulations to player Zhang Yuanzhong for successfully reaching level 18 and obtaining. The man smiled. We have finally surpassed it. This is a great honor for our army. The man muttered, but the next second when he opened the rankings, his smile froze on his face. He is already level 20? He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. I struggled for 2 weeks. Killing zombies and working hard every day is just to surpass the level of Jiazi. Just when he successfully reached level 18, Yizi came back. The level also quickly rose to level 20. You did this on purpose. At the same time, exclamations were heard from many gathering places formed by players. Look, the level of boss Yizi has directly jumped to level 20. Oh my god, nothing happened to Yizi. He's back. The king has returned. Our faith has returned. Not only that, look at the 5th place Dasha. Dasha was not on the list before, but now he has jumped to 5th place. Oh my god, what on earth happened? How could the rankings change so much in just 1 minute? Am I the only one who is curious about how Boss Yizi suddenly reached level 20? Chapter 109, Qing Emperor. Player, Yizi, completed the dungeon Despair Maze. The player, Yizi's profession, Qingdi, is being further digitized. We are re-optimizing the basic attributes of players based on the professions of Military Master and Green Emperor. The current basic attributes of the player, Yizi, at level 10 are Strength, 40 Spirit, 40 Constitution, 40 Agility, 40. Profession, Qingdi data is completed. Every time the player, Yizi, levels up, all attributes will increase by 3 points and 5 points of free attributes. Lin Ziluo listened to the announcement patiently, and the facts were not beyond Lin Ziluo's expectations. Green Emperor and Master of War are both top professions. Each level up will gain 3 points of mental strength, 3 points of agility, and 3 points of free attributes. It's just because of the super golden finger effect of yin-yang twins. The free attribute points obtained at each level are reduced a little, but all attributes can enjoy the effect of increasing by 3 points per level. And according to the characteristics of the yin-yang twins' golden finger, your level will return to level 10. But this level 10 is not the same as the previous level 10. Lin Ziluo obtained an additional 9 free attribute points through the world announcement. The agility fruit increases agility by 2 points. In addition, his body received a large amount of energy flushing and the bagua balancing ability was repaired in the cocoon. Successfully created the level 10 stage with all attributes reaching 40 with perfect balance attributes. Then returned to level 20 according to the new upgraded attributes. Apart from the benefits of his equipment and titles, Lin Ziluo's basic attributes at level 20 had already reached an extremely abnormal level. Basic attributes: Strength, 70 Spirit, 70 Constitution, 70 Agility, 70. This is the result of Lin Ziluo not allocating his own free attributes to level up 10 and regain 50 points. Reborn. The only way to describe Lin Ziluo's gains this time is to be reborn, since all attributes are completely average. Lin Ziluo didn't plan to make any special arrangements. Just allocate 10 points to each attribute. The remaining 10 free attributes were all added to strength. Basic attributes: Strength, 90 Spirit, 80 Constitution, 80 Agility, 80. Compared with the attribute before Lin Ziluo entered the copy, it is unknown how much it has improved. Even if one takes into account the benefits of equipment and titles, and the Ninely Sword, it is still far inferior to the current attributes. This is the horror of combining 2 top professions together. Lin Ziluo also opened his career panel and checked the abilities of Qingdi. Occupation, King Emperor. Introduction. Qingdi is one of the 5 heavenly emperors. He lives in the east and controls Qinglong, the most mysterious profession created by combining the energy of the heaven and earth star array set up by Taihao Fushi and the Bagua pendant containing the power of the Bagua. Attributes. Each level up will gain 3 points of spirit, 3 points of agility, and 3 points of free attributes. Abilities. 1. Heaven and earth stars. Your strength can be enhanced by the stars in heaven and earth. The brighter the stars, the higher your strength will increase. 2. The power of Bagua. You can collect source beads to fill the missing energy of Bagua pendant, so as to master the attribute ability related to the source beads. 3. Its specific ability has not yet been activated. Even though Lin Ziluo already knew some information about the Green Emperor profession, but after seeing the panel, I couldn't help but nodded. The most mysterious. The Doomsday Game can actually be rated as the best. This was something Lin Ziluo had never seen before. The jade pendant hanging around Lin Ziluo's neck was also successfully digitized at this time, and specific information was obtained. Bagua pendant, a special item of no rank. A jade pendant that contains the power of Bagua. Ability, Li. You can master the power of fire by consuming mental energy. You can control the power of flowing water by consuming your mental energy. Skills. When you have the corresponding attribute, you can rely on your understanding to comprehend the related skills of that attribute. You read it right. This is the skill that comes with the Green Emperor profession. If we say that the professional skills of the Lord of Soldiers will be obtained with the upgrade of the Julie Pearl and the change of the form of the Julie Pearl, then the career-related skills of Qingdi are very simple. As long as you have this attribute, Source Pearl, as long as you have enough understanding to learn, you can have unlimited skills. Even if you can't learn it, you can still manipulate the element as you wish. All attributes are perfectly balanced. The two top professions of combat and magic are gathered together. There are countless skills to learn. This is Lin Ziluo today. Take a deep breath. Lin Ziluo felt the surging power in his body and stretched his body vigorously. Although his basic attributes were not as high as in his previous life, he believed that his physical condition was much better than before. The two job changes have tempered Lin Ziluo's body to its limit. All toxins in the body are eliminated. Minor defects that may have been caused by combat, growth, etc. have also been completely fixed. If there really is such a thing as an innate pure constitution as mentioned in ancient texts, I guess he is talking about Lin Ziluo's current physical condition. Whew. Dasha, who had been standing opposite, also let out a roar at this time. His job change was also successful. Moreover, Dasha's experience gain is synchronized with that of the zombies. It's just that because he was unable to change his job, his level was suppressed by the player template, and he could only accumulate experience continuously. Now, with the success of his job change, he finally broke through the shackles and reached level 16 in one fell swoop. Back to 5th place in the Dragon Country ranking list. The Overlord profession does not have free points, so Lin Ziluo does not need to teach Dasha how to adjust attributes. Instead, he looked directly at the abilities of the Overlord profession. Overlord ability. Strength to pull up mountains. Break all laws with one force. Strength is the source of all your abilities. As long as you have enough strength, you can break many prohibitions, shields, curses, controls, restrictions, etc. through your own attacks. One power can create many effects. As long as you have enough power, you can use your power to create many effects, such as control effects, elemental attribute effects, attack skills, defense capabilities. Chapter 1, 10 Individual Combat Power Competition. It really hasn't changed at all, Lin Ziluo said helplessly as he looked at the introduction of the Overlord profession. Most people would smile so hard when they see this introduction. Holy shit, one force breaks all laws. One force transforms all laws. Isn't this pure invincibility? I want to learn, but they don't know. Lin Ziluo has seen this kind of job introduction no less than 5 times. The Titan, Giant, 100-armed Giant, Titan, Hercules I met before. Most of these professions known for their strength will have such a career introduction. After all, these professions do not have the fancy abilities of other professions and can only increase their strength in this way. But don't be fooled by this simple text trap. The prerequisite for using these two abilities is as long as the power is sufficient. What a good offer! This is where the limitation of this ability comes into play. Do you know when your strength is up to standard and sufficient? 10 points? 100 points? 1,000 points? Not to mention, although the introductions of these abilities are the same, the conversion of power attributes is also different. For example, 2 players with the same strength attribute want to break the same barrier. Players with the warrior profession need to swing 100 punches, while players with the Titan profession only need to swing 10 punches. Isn't this the gap? Lin Ziluo asked Dasha to try to use the defensive ability of One Force Transforms into All Things. Lin Ziluo had seen the guy with the giant profession use it before. It can absorb large pieces of minerals, hard objects, etc. on the ground onto its body, thus forming an extremely strong stone armor for defense. Dasha also started his first attempt. He placed his hands on the ground, and the tiles and gravel on the villa floor began to climb, wrap, and cover his palms. However, After these tiles and gravel completely covered Dasha's fist, they could no longer move forward. Yes, with your current strength attribute, you can do this, which is much better than that Hercules dot. Lin Ziluo nodded. From this perspective, the conversion rate of Overlord 4 strength attribute is still good. At this time, Lin Ziluo finally remembered that he seemed to have 2 ordinary golden fingers that he had not drawn. It's all because the Green Emperor profession is too powerful and has attracted my attention. Just help me extract the 2 ordinary golden fingers at the same time. Lin Ziluo said decisively. Ding, the normal gold finger is being extracted. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully winning Absolute Slavery LV1 and Chance of Breakthrough LV1. Ding, since the host already has the golden finger Absolute Slavery LV1, the Absolute Slavery level is upgraded to LV2. Absolute Slavery LV2. Able to enslave 2 zombies whose strength is not greater than the host itself to become their own slaves. Currently, there is 1 Dasha. Chance of Breakthrough LV1. The probability of all effects related to probability triggering in professions, talents, equipment, and skills will be increased by 1. Oh, that's not bad. The types of draws obtained from the 2 consecutive draws this time are the same as last time. Of the 2 golden fingers, one was something he already had, and the other was brand new. It just so happens that these 2 golden fingers are what Lin Ziluo wants. There is no need to explain the effect of absolute slavery. Lin Ziluo's first younger brother, Dasha, is still standing there. Dasha is now Lin Ziluo's right-hand man. At least most of the time, I don't have to waste time dealing with those troublesome things. However, this golden finger spot cannot be confirmed in a hurry. Be sure to choose carefully. It would be best to find a zombie that meets all the requirements. Lin Ziluo did not forget that he still had a phantom job transfer scroll in his hand. If our own people can use it, why should it be given to outsiders? As for the effect of the second ordinary cheat code, need I say more? The word outrageous is enough to describe it. All chances increased by 1. The shock effect of the Lion Wrist Guard, the combo effect of the combo gloves, the critical effect of the Jilly's sword. If you think about it, all of these effects have a 1 increased chance of triggering. What a terrifying number when put together. In the later stages of the apocalypse, almost every piece of equipment will have this kind of effect that can be triggered with probability. If the level of probability of breakthrough is increased by a few levels, the attribute will be improved by a few %. Good job. Lin Ziluo could imagine that if he stabbed the opponent, he would bleed, become dizzy, stiff, and confused. In an instant, a large number of negative buffs are attached to your body. Who can withstand this? Lin Ziluo suspected that if the increase in probability of breakthrough was not so small, it would be comparable to a super golden finger. The ordinary gold fingers drawn this time are all very good. Combined with the situation of the last time the golden finger was drawn, Lin Ziluo decided that he would save up 2 ordinary golden fingers before drawing. It is still very good to draw according to the rule of 1 old golden finger and 1 new golden finger. Players in the Magic City, please pay attention. Players in the Magic City, please pay attention. The Magic City Individual Combat Power Conference has now officially ended. The player who won the first place in the battle power ranking of the city, Modu, is Mo Yun. According to the comprehensive strength of the city, he will receive 2 high-quality random silver-level equipment and a large amount of gold coins, experience and reputation, and free attribute points as rewards. The player who won the second place in the city, Magic City Combat Power Ranking is Middle School Boy, according to. The third place winner is the player, Swordsman, according to. Just when Lin Ziluo and Dasha walked out of the villa, they heard the regional announcement from the Doomsday Game. Oh, it turns out that the Magic City Personal Combat Power Conference has come to an end. Lin Ziluo was a little surprised. Then they immediately realized that all the players in the Magic City had upgraded to a higher level. Therefore, the time of the individual combat power competition was moved forward a lot. Because the condition for opening the city's personal combat power competition is that 30 of all players in the entire city are above level 10. After the battle power conference begins, a location will be designated in the city and a deadline will be given. Within the time limit, all players who reach the designated location will be deemed to have registered for the personal combat power conference. The ranking rewards of the personal combat power competition can be described as very generous for ordinary players. It is also a good reward for Lin Ziluo. However, he did not care about the Demon City Personal Combat Power Conference. Because, if you can only participate once, why not find a fun place to attend? Chapter 111 Fireball. To be honest, it's more delicious to eat outside. Eating in a maze is quite depressing. Lin Ziluo put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and said comfortably. It was afternoon when he came out of the maze of despair. It was also from then on that I learned that the Demon City's personal combat power conference had ended. So, he took Dasha and walked nonstop towards the villages around the Magic City. After going through the maze and changing jobs, the zombies now posed no threat to Lin Ziluo. Even if he was surrounded by zombies, Lin Ziluo could easily break out. We kept going until 11 o'clock at night. The man and the corpse finally found an empty house in a small village to stay, although the whole village is now full of empty houses. After enjoying dinner, Lin Ziluo looked at Dasha, who was still eating the roast chicken. This is the 8th roast chicken he has eaten. The child has been really suffocated by being outside for more than 10 days. Lin Ziluo was not idle either. He took out a scroll from the storage space. Fireball scroll. Lin Ziluo had never been willing to let Jilizu swallow this scroll before. After all, it is a one-time, powerful group attack spell. As for now, it can play a real role. A ball of orange-red flame suddenly ignited in the center of Lin Ziluo's other free palm. He first closed his eyes and carefully felt the flame. This is the ability given to him by gossip. After figuring out the general situation of the entire flame, Lin Ziluo began to manipulate the flame. The originally small flame began to undergo various changes in Lin Ziluo's palm. Sometimes it was pulled into a fire rope, and sometimes it became a fire circle. Lin Ziluo didn't feel bored either. After all, this was his first time manipulating something related to a mage, and it was indeed a bit novel. After a period of time, Lin Ziluo finally mastered the trick of controlling fire. The ball of fire also became more and more flexible in his hands. The time is almost right. Lin Ziluo unfolded the scroll of fireball. A fireball the size of a human head floated in front of him. However, Lin Ziluo did not choose to launch the fireball, but instead observed the structure of the fireball, the layout of the fire elements, etc. After observing for a while, Lin Ziluo began to try to simulate the effect of a fireball with the fireball in his hand. But after trying it once, Lin Ziluo realized that he had taken it for granted. This thing is too difficult to understand. He just tried to condense a fireball of equal power, but it was extremely difficult. Not to mention getting the fireball to the designated location and then exploding. Fortunately, what Lin Ziluo lacks the least is patience. He began to try it over and over again. Balls of flames continued to gather in his hands, and then either exploded or extinguished. The first time, the shape of the flame was not simulated well, resulting in an explosion. The second time, the flame condensed too quickly and an explosion occurred during the condensation process. The third time, after an unknown amount of time, Lin Ziluo finally succeeded in raising a mini fireball in his hand. Although the fireball is small in shape, its power is far less than that of the fireball spell. But Lin Ziluo can guarantee that this fireball perfectly replicates all the processes of the fireball technique. It was also at this time that Lin Ziluo finally heard the voice from the Doomsday Game as he wished. Congratulations to the player, Yezi, for successfully learning the skill Fireball through the occupational characteristics of Qingdi. Fireball, a mage skill that consumes a certain amount of mental power to condense a fireball. The fireball will explode after being launched to the designated location. The power of the explosion is 170 of the consumed mental power. Because the nature of consuming mental energy is different from that of using physical attacks. The damage of mage skills all enjoys extremely high mental power bonus. Lin Ziluo put away the fireball with satisfaction. At the same time, the fireball scroll in his hand turned into ashes because it had been used. Exchange a bronze item for a skill, what a huge profit. In the future, you need to pay attention to collecting scrolls of this type. Even if you don't have the ability to possess the relevant attributes now, they will come into play later. There are quite a few scrolls in the Magic City store. But now the distance is a bit far, so it's not easy to go back and buy it. After learning the new skills, Lin Ziluo just laid down on a chair and fell asleep. Kyoto, Li's Royal Palace. This huge Li Palace is one of the many properties left to the Li family by the Li family's ancestors. The Li family, because of its huge power, has remained standing through the succession of dynasties and has finally survived to this day. It was not until the end of the world that the Li family encountered a crisis. A large number of servants and security personnel in the palace, including most of the direct members of the Li family, were chosen to become zombies at the moment the Doomsday Game arrived. The unrest in the Li Palace was suppressed after a few days. At the same time, a tragic news also reached the ears of the head of the Li family, Li Lishuan. His eldest son Li Haowen, unfortunately, turned into a zombie when the Doomsday came. When Li Lishuan heard the news, he almost choked. Since childhood, Li Haowen has been identified by Li Lishuan as the next head of the Li family. It can be said that all the good resources and good teachers were arranged by Li Lishuan to Li Haowen. As a result, most of their lives were wasted in training. And when the Doomsday came, they were simply gone. Li Lishuan kept telling himself not to be anxious because he still had his younger son, Li Haobua. Although this youngest son had been completely ruined due to his deliberate cultivation. Yes, Li Haobua's extremely bad character, such as arrogance, psychological deformity, etc., were all cultivated by Li Lishuan. Li Lishuan just wanted to raise a son who was almost a waste. This would prevent his two sons from fighting each other for the family property. The more useless they are, the less threat they pose, right? As for Li Haobua's disregard for human life and doing whatever he wanted, Li Lishuan thought they were insignificant matters. It should be an honor for civilians to risk their lives to please the Li family. Of course, these are also Li Lishuan's inner thoughts. On the surface, he is a gentle and well-mannered person. And this very night, in the center of Li Manor, Li Lishuan sat in the center of a long table, looking at the people sitting around the table, and said, "I won't beat around the bush today. What place can you get in the Kyoto Individual Combat Power Competition? Don't worry, Patriarch. Although I can't say that I will definitely get the first place, I will have no problem getting into the top 3. A man in heavy armor said confidently. His name is Yao Jing Han, and his nickname in the Doomsday Game is Demon. It currently ranks 7th in the Dragon Country rankings. Chapter 112. The Border of the Demonic City. Top 3. Li Lishuan frowned and said, "No, just the top 3 is far from attractive enough. What I want is first place. I want to make our Li family famous and let those players who have not yet joined the organization see the strength of our Li family." Li Lishuan continued. Yao Jing Han said with difficulty, "If I'm second, I can still fight for it, but the first place is Zhang Yuan Zhong, who said that we must fight to the death in a battle." Li Lishuan suddenly snarat. Yao Jing Han and everyone else present had a change of expression. "Master, Zhang Yuanzhong has an army behind him," Yao Jing Han persuaded. "Oh, it's already this time. Don't worry, we're not going to kill them. Besides, do you think they dare to turn against us in this situation? To tell you the truth, our 3 major families are ready to join forces, so you don't have to worry about these things at all." Li Lishuan spoke in a very light tone, and everyone present shuddered. "Okay, this is not a discussion with you. This is an order. Take back the first place for me, by any means necessary." Li Lishuan suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people present suddenly became serious, as if a switch had been triggered. Everyone mechanically said in unison, "Yes, we will do our best to complete this order." After answering this question, these people returned to normal again. By the way, why haven't I received any information about Rongzhan being on the list yet? With his strength, it's impossible that he has never been on the list. Li Lishuan asked. Due to the blockade between cities, he had no way of knowing Li Haobua's current situation in the Magic City. All we can do is send people to keep an eye on the rankings, hoping that Rongzhan will appear on the list. "Master, don't worry. I think it's because Rongzhan is lazy and plays with the young master every day, so he can't make it to the rankings." Yao Jing Han comforted. "I hope so. I always feel like something is wrong in my heart." Li Lishuan also began to comfort himself. "All right, all of you hurry up and get ready. Get all the good equipment and props you can. We also need to get things done against Zhang Yuanzhong as soon as possible." After Li Lishuan mentioned Li Haobua, he felt upset. After saying this, he turned and left. Li Lishuan left the hall and came to his study. "We must speed up the process. Haowen is gone, and there is no news about Haobua. We must take this opportunity to push the Li family to the top." After saying that, Li Lishuan seemed to have made up his mind and walked towards an antique bookshelf in the study. After a series of debugging, the bookshelf moved strangely, revealing a secret room behind it. Li Lishuan walked into the secret room with a serious expression, and as he entered, the bookshelf returned to its original position, completely covered the previous secret room entrance. It's another sunny morning. Lin Ziluo set out with Dasha early in the morning. Last night, he and Dasha arrived at a small village around the Magic City. Now, they have arrived at the outer edge of the Magic City. It seemed that if we walked for another few dozen minutes, we would be able to touch the barrier between the cities. Of course, the closer you get to the outskirts of the city, the more zombies you will encounter. After all, there are very few players here, and even if there are, they have already headed towards the center of Magic City. The places that are helpful for survival, such as job transfer desk, Magic City store, and copy, can only be found in the city center. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Several roars were heard in succession. Lin Ziluo saw a lot of zombies coming out from behind the pile of scrapped vehicles in front of him, and they were all running towards him. You came at the right time. Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up. He opened his left hand, and an orange-red fireball quickly expanded from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a basketball. But he was not in a hurry to sell it. Looking at the hunting zombie that was already rushing towards his face. With a raise of his right hand, the Julie sword appeared in his hand. Without even needing any skills, Lin Ziluo cut the hunting zombie in half with just one slash from above his head. The zombie's body fell to the ground on both sides, and blood splattered all over the ground. At this time, the group of zombies behind rushed to a nearby place. Lin Ziluo threw the fireball he had prepared long ago towards the group of zombies. The fireball was not moving very fast when it left his hand. However, during the flight, the speed became faster and faster, and it rushed straight into the group of zombies. The zombies along the way were brushed by the fireballs, and the parts that touched the fireballs were instantly burnt by the high temperature. The fireball quickly reached the center of the zombie tide. Lin Ziluo also gave the order to explode his mind. Boom! A deux explosions sont dead. A large number of burnt limbs and arms flew out from the zombie group, and many zombies on the periphery were knocked to the ground by the aftermath of the explosion. At the same time, a wonderful prompt sound came to Lin Ziluo's ears. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing a level 12 zombie and gaining 12 experience points and 14 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for successfully killing a level 11 zombie and gaining 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. This is not the end yet. The Julie sword in Lin Ziluo's right hand also released the Julie slash at this moment. A huge sword energy emerged from the blade. The dozen or so remaining zombies were also sent away. 2 skills down. Lin Ziluo successfully destroyed a group of zombies consisting of more than 40 zombies. And his experience bar, which was already close to leveling up, was also filled up. Congratulations to the player, Yi, for reaching level 21, increasing all attributes by 3 and gaining 5 free attributes. Player, Yi, is 3,633 experience points away from the next level up. Add the 5 points of free attributes just obtained to the spirit. Lin Ziluo and Dasha, who had been watching the fight nearby, continued to walk forward. Chapter 113 Arrival. Half an hour later, Lin Ziluo and Dasha have successfully arrived at the border of the Magic City. At a glance, the road they were walking on continued to extend. Even on the other side of the road, you can see many zombies wandering leisurely. Lin Ziluo's arrival did not attract the attention of these zombies, as if he did not exist just a few meters away. He stretched his arm forward, but was completely blocked by a transparent barrier. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. The cities have been completely sealed by the barrier. Players are requested to wait patiently for the city to be unsealed before heading to other cities. Lin Ziluo took out the key to breaking the world. This item can break the barrier. In fact, Lin Ziluo had already planned to leave the Magic City and go to Kyoto in advance. After all, the Lee family's base is there. Of course, if you have a grudge, you should report it as early as possible. However, it is very difficult to cross the city border at this stage. Although he knew there was a way, that is to find a special copy. When he was in the center of Magic City before, Lin Ziluo had also been searching. As a result, before the copy was found, he had accidentally obtained the key to breaking the world. This way you don't have to rely on luck anymore. That's why Lin Ziluo brought Dasha to the city barrier, wanting to use the key to breaking the boundary to open the barrier and then use a technique to teleport to Kyoto. Now, as long as the energy of this key to breaking the boundary can break the barrier, it will be enough. Lin Ziluo placed the key to breaking the world in his hand on the invisible barrier and held it firmly with his hand. Blue ripples appeared on the barrier where the key to breaking the world touched. Does the player, Yi, Need to consume the boundary-breaking key to open the city barrier? It looks like it should work. Lin Ziluo decisively chose yes. The key to breaking the world that he pressed on the barrier began to release a large amount of energy. The originally small blue ripples on the barrier quickly spread as energy was injected. As more and more energy was infused, the entire barrier began to tremble visibly. Lin Ziluo's hands placed on the barrier began to tremble along with the barrier. The shaking continued for half an hour, and Lin Ziluo's hands were tired of being raised. Finally, a crisp sound was heard. The entire barrier shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a large black area. This black area is as deep as a black hole, making people feel dizzy if they look at it for a few more seconds. But shouldn't the end of the road be behind the barrier? Lin Ziluo was not surprised at all. After calling out Dasha, he immediately walked into the black area. Dasha followed closely behind and walked into the black area. Within seconds, the barrier rose again. The entire area returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Lin Ziluo and Dasha, who had passed through the black area, also came to an empty room. The whole room was white. The floor, walls, and even the ceiling were white. And the room was extremely empty, with nothing in it. This is actually one of the many waiting rooms in the Doomsday Game. Many multiplayer matching dungeons require coming here, and the dungeon will only be started when enough people gather. Lin Ziluo was able to come here because he broke the barrier, walked out of the city limits, and disrupted the current order of the Doomsday Game. It is impossible to allow two stowaways like Lin Ziluo and Dasha to exist in this space all the time. A system sounds similar to that of a Doomsday Game rang out in the empty room. Players Yizi and Dasha have violated the game rule. No crossing between cities at this stage. Both players will be repatriated in 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I apply to be deported back to the Kyoto area. Lin Ziluo said hurriedly. Dasha next to him couldn't speak, but Lin Ziluo immediately took over his consciousness and said, I also apply to be repatriated to the Kyoto area. After Lin Ziluo and Dasha spoke, the room fell into silence and the original countdown stopped. A few minutes later, the applications of the two players have been approved. The two players are now being teleported to the city border of Kyoto. The system's voice ended, and a black portal appeared in the center of the room. Success! Lin Ziluo did not hesitate and was the first to enter the black portal. As soon as he came out of the portal, Lin Ziluo smelled the unique smell of zombies. Then a sharp claw grabbed towards his chest. Lin Ziluo had just teleported over and had not even stood firmly on his feet, so he was forced to raise the Julie sword to block the claw. After receiving the claw, Lin Ziluo used his backhand to slash the zombie that attacked him. It was at this time that he finally had time to glance around him. Damn, what a ripoff! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but curse. He never expected that the place where the Doomsday Game sent him this time would be in the middle of a large group of zombies. And there's no end to this group of zombies as far as the eye can see. The densely packed zombies around also noticed Lin Ziluo's arrival one after another. For these zombies who have not seen humans for many days in the suburbs, Lin Ziluo's arrival is simply a surprise from the sky. Or maybe it was a shock. The next second, Dasha appeared behind Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo first chopped off the bodies of several zombies in front of him with a knife, creating enough space. Then he and Dasha formed a defensive formation with one in front and one behind. Lin Ziluo held the Julie sword in his hand, and with every strike of the sword, large numbers of zombies fell down. Dasha holds a huge bronze hammer, and each hammer can smash several zombies into meat patties. The defense of one man and one corpse was impenetrable, making it impossible for the surrounding zombies to squeeze in. Chapter 114, Encountering a Tide of Zombies. Zombies are still rushing towards this direction. Lin Ziluo made a rough estimate that he and Dasha had killed at least 100 zombies together. However, when he looked up, he saw that the dense swarms of zombies were still rushing towards him frantically, and there was no sign of their numbers decreasing at all. How big is this zombie swarm? It must be the teleportation array that teleported himself and Dasha to the accumulating zombie tide. Lin Ziluo threw the fireball in his hand, and it quickly detonated, successfully clearing a large area in front of him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ziluo jumped high and observed the situation of the zombie tide. This is at least a zombie tide of more than 5,000 zombies. There are relatively fewer zombies in the direction where Dasha is. Lin Ziluo, who fell to the ground, quickly exchanged positions with Dasha. Then, he quickly rushed forward. He also took out a little red bottle and a little blue bottle in his hands. The two bottle caps were cut off with a knife, and Lin Ziluo drank the 2 bottles of potion in 2 gulps. He released the Julie Slash again to clear the zombies in front of him, and then walked forward several meters. In this way, Lin Ziluo and Dasha struggled forward among the zombie group, while moving forward and dealing with the zombies blocking the way. Fortunately, with the physical strength absorption of Blood-Sucking Ring +2 and the effect of the little red bottle, physical strength can be continuously restored. Lin Ziluo's physical strength will not be insufficient for a long time. However, Dasha couldn't hold on any longer. Although zombies do not have physical strength, their body functions have limits. What's more, Dasha doesn't have as high combat skills as Lin Ziluo. The bronze hammer he swung would occasionally reveal a small flaw, allowing several zombies to get close and bite or grab his body. As the injuries accumulate over time, now my entire body is covered with injuries. Lin Ziluo looked back. This won't work. If the big stupid zombie's body wasn't strong enough, he would have fallen to the ground and wouldn't have been able to get up. Lin Ziluo waved his hand and took out several supply cards from the storage space. They were all Dasha's favorite roast chicken and pork elbow. Then he activated one at random and handed it to Dasha. Dasha's hands were still waving the giant hammer, but he turned his head and picked up the roast chicken. He enjoyed it with relish without even chewing the bones. At the same time, his injuries began to recover. After refilling Dasha's life-saving medicine, Lin Ziluo felt more confident and bold as he charged forward. Now, he has no idea how many zombies he has killed. I just knew that the experience bar I had just upgraded was about to be filled up again. But my mental strength has been completely exhausted. As soon as the cooling time of Fireball and Julie Slash is over, Lin Ziluo will throw them in the best direction. He didn't stop until he couldn't use any skills anymore. Fortunately, there is still the Julie sword that can be used. If it were an ordinary weapon, it would have been partially damaged in the high-intensity battle. Lin Ziluo did not suffer any injuries, and even the blood that splashed on his body was cleaned up by the Demon City Order uniform. After persisting for another 10 minutes, hope appeared. He clearly felt that the speed at which zombies were filling up in his direction was beginning to slow down. Looking up, there was only a large open space behind the zombies. Success. Successfully killed the zombie horde. Seeing the goal within reach, Lin Ziluo suddenly became full of motivation. After squeezing out all the mental strength that he had finally recovered, Lin Ziluo released the Julie Slash. The knife energy swept past. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for successfully killing a level 11 zombie and gaining 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. Congratulations to the player, Yizi, for reaching level 22, increasing all attributes by 3, and gaining 5 free attributes. Player, Yizi, is 3,845 experience points away from the next level up. The upgrade sounded again. A large number of zombies in front fell in a pool of blood. Lin Ziluo finally broke through the zombie encirclement. Dasha also ran out following Lin Ziluo. Looking at the zombies chasing after them, the man and the zombie ran towards the high slope in the distance. Lin Ziluo's high agility is not something that can be achieved easily. He quickly left the zombie group behind and even had time to look for a suitable place to get rid of them. Then he saw a small village not far away. After running for another 10 minutes, Lin Ziluo entered the village and jumped into an open well. Of course, he didn't jump into the water, but instead supported himself by the stone wall inside the well and got stuck in the middle. Lin Ziluo's agility attribute is almost 3 times that of a zombie. When he arrived here, the zombie tide was still far away. After losing sight of Lin Ziluo, the zombies stopped chasing him. Instead, he followed the instructions of this Doomsday Game and returned to the place where the zombies gathered. As for Dasha, as long as this guy doesn't take the initiative, the zombies will not attack him. After Lin Ziluo got into the well, he began to control his body. Relying on his own experience, he continued to reduce Dasha's presence. In the end, he imitated a real zombie and blended perfectly into the zombie group. This really is no sense of incongruity. If it weren't for the leftover oil from roast chicken hanging from Dasha's mouth, Lin Ziluo believed it would have been even more perfect. The only loss was the huge bronze hammer, which was lost by Lin Ziluo, who asked Dasha to lose it. After all, after losing it, he can disguise himself better and join the zombie tide. Lin Ziluo didn't come out of the well until the zombies were completely gone. It's exciting, Lin Ziluo said, panting. This Kyoto really gave me a warning from the very beginning. Chapter 115, Getting Ready to Go. Of course, it was just a show of force. Lin Ziluo also reaped a lot of benefits. Look at the large amount of equipment and props in the storage space. It would take a long time for other people to save up that much. Then I looked at myself and found that my level had jumped up again in a short period of time. The newly acquired 5 free attributes were also added to the mental power. The basic attributes of the equipment have reached an astonishing level. Basic attributes: Strength, 96 Spirit, 96 Constitution, 86 Agility, 86. Looking at these attributes, Lin Ziluo even had the urge to fight a few more moves with the zombie tide. After killing all these thousands of zombies, I might be able to level up a few levels. Having said that, Lin Ziluo didn't want to do that. You can level up at any time, but it is not always easy to slap the Li family in the face. Lin Ziluo also started to organize his equipment. As the zombie level increases, the quality of equipment will gradually improve. When the zombies reach around level 20, ordinary zombies will have a chance to drop silver level equipment and props. When you reach level 50 or so, you'll be able to get gold level equipment and items. Most of the equipment he has on him was dropped by level 5 or 6 zombies. Although the quality is excellent, it is now obvious that several pieces need to be eliminated. Bracelets, capes, breastplates, etc. are still top-notch at the moment and don't need to be replaced. The 3 pieces of equipment are lion wrist guard, gold coin ring, and combo gloves. It's time for an update. Lin Ziluo began to search through his storage space. Now his storage space is as large as 10 cubic meters. All of them are expanded by opening bronze treasure chests in a maze. There are at least 30 pieces of equipment in it now. Soon, Lin Ziluo took out a silver-white wristband-type equipment. This piece of equipment can be equipped at the elbow, and there are 2 wolf fangs extending from it. Wolf Fang wrist guard, silver-level equipment, a wrist guard made from 4 cursed wolf fangs, possessing extremely strong curse power. Attributes: Strength +2, Constitution +2. Skill: Curse power. After activating the skill, within 1 minute, each of your attacks has a 10 chance of triggering the curse power, randomly causing negative effects such as fear, shock, and nausea to the enemy. Cooling time: 24 hours. This piece of equipment was obtained by Lin Ziluo from the bronze treasure chest in the maze. Because its attributes were really good, he still kept it even though it took up some space. The next item taken out was a blood red ring. Bloodthirsty ring, bronze level equipment. Blood is the source that ensures its normal operation. Attributes: None. Passive skill: Bloodthirst. Every time you kill an enemy, your strength attribute increases by 1, which lasts for 10 minutes, can be stacked up to 5 times. Bronze level equipment can increase 5 attributes. This attribute can be considered to be taken to the extreme. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, they're no problem for Lin Ziluo. The last piece of equipment is the Thorny Claw Gloves. Thorn Claw Gloves, bronze level equipment that can quickly make the opponent pay the price. Attribute: Strength +2. Skill: Claws. Claws suddenly pop out to attack the enemy, and the damage of the claws is 150 of the strength attribute. Cooling time: 12 hours. All 3 pieces of equipment are very good. What's more, it also gave Lin Ziluo 2 new skills and a passive skill. Just after putting on all the equipment, Dasha came back carrying his beloved bronze hammer. Lin Ziluo did not waste any equipment and handed all the equipment he had just changed to Dasha. At the same time, he also gave Dasha a very nice ring. Small space ring, bronze level equipment, a ring containing a small storage space. Attribute: Strength +1. Skill: Storage space, 0.5 cubic meters. It's not easy. Dasha finally has his own storage space. Although the storage space is relatively small and cannot accommodate the bronze hammer, but it is more than enough to put in a few roast chickens and pork elbows. Everything is ready. The 2 found an empty room in this small village. It took a long time to rest before I fully recovered from the previous battle. This village is the same as the one Lin Ziluo stayed in last night. There was not a single living person in the entire village, and the zombies had completely disappeared. All the living people should have run towards the center of Kyoto. As for the zombies, They were all attracted away because the Doomsday Game needed to prepare for a zombie tide. Lin Ziluo didn't stay here for long either. The main reason is that we still haven't figured out what the individual combat power competition in Kyoto is like. And you also need to be familiar with the current situation in Kyoto. He was very familiar with the situation in Modu before the city was unsealed. But when we arrived in Kyoto, we were completely in the dark. Lin Ziluo first took out a map of the Kyoto area from a house. Then I realized that the village I was in was southeast of Kyoto. It would take at least a day to get to the center of Kyoto from here. Sure enough, I was right to rush. So where are you from? Why don't you know about the system notification? The young man asked puzzledly. As for us, we were all asleep at that time, so we didn't hear any information about the individual combat power conference. Lin Ziluo said with a look of regret. Of course, this young man couldn't see Lin Ziluo's expression. He just looked at the man in front of him, who was dressed in a black robe and wearing an exaggerated demon mask, with full of doubts. How could there be someone who didn't know about this matter that the whole of Kyoto had been notified of? The young man tried to check Lin Ziluo's information, but all he got were question marks. Then he looked at another tall and strong man. Basic information. Nickname, Dasha. Title, Zombie Butcher. Level, 16. Big fool. The young man's expression changed from disdain to a fake smile in just a few seconds. So if it's the boss, Dasha, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll explain the matter of the individual combat power competition to you. The young man said hurriedly. 3 days ago, Doomsday Game informed us that since 30 of our players in Kyoto have reached level 10, they will hold a personal combat competition. As long as your level reaches 10 and you arrive at Kyoto Stadium at 2 p.m. tomorrow, your registration will be successful, the young man continued. Kyoto Stadium? Lin Ziluo finally heard useful information. Come to think of it, there is only one place that can accommodate so many people to fight. Chapter 116. Hidden message from the personal combat tournament. Yes, it is the Kyoto Stadium. Unfortunately, it is too far from here to the Kyoto Stadium. Not to mention, if we encounter more zombies along the way, it will take a lot of time and we may not be able to catch up. Of course, there will be no problem for Big Silly Boss. He will definitely be able to catch up. By the way, I heard a special news yesterday. The young man suddenly said mysteriously, and it seemed that he was going to keep it a secret. Lin Ziluo turned around and looked at Dasha, who immediately raised the huge bronze hammer in his hand. There was still a lot of rotten flesh and blood hanging on the giant hammer. Ahem. The young man swallowed and immediately returned to his normal tone. It's like this. I heard that this individual combat power competition will be a battle that will determine the situation in Kyoto. Oh, what does this mean? Who said that? Lin Ziluo suddenly became interested. It seemed as if he had never heard of this statement before. He's my childhood friend. He's a security guard for the Yin family. He came back yesterday to pick up his sister. Before he left, he told us that the rankings of this individual combat power competition might determine the say of these families. Lin Ziluo analyzed this sentence carefully. Ranking can determine the right to speak. This can happen. That means the power of the government, the three major families, and other organizations has now reached a very balanced state. Of course, it is also possible that external pressure caused the leadership to choose to compromise. However, this does not happen in Kyoto. As the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto is truly a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. According to Lin Ziluo's impression from his previous life, Kyoto was the first city to be pacified by the Dragon Kingdom. While players in other cities were still struggling between life and death, players in Kyoto had already begun to consider how to hunt zombies. After all, here's the most powerful army in the entire Dragon Kingdom and several families with the deepest historical heritage in the Dragon Kingdom. During the novice protection period, we began to actively deal with the zombie problem in the city. Therefore, the way this ranking determines the right to speak is definitely not a compromise of the leadership. It must be a condition negotiated between the three major families and other organizations and the government and the military. If that's the case, then there's a lot to be done. However, we can't believe it completely. How did a security officer know such confidential information? There must be some tricks involved. Lin Ziluo quickly thought things through, then reacted and said, "Okay, your information is very good to me. In this case, I will give you a chance." What opportunity? The young man immediately became excited. You know about supply cards, right? You should also know that they are sold for 100 gold coins each in the store. This time, I'll give you a chance. 90 gold coins per ticket. You can have as many as you want. Lin Ziluo showed a fox-like smile. But no one could see this smile. At this time, Lin Ziluo and Dasha were in a small gathering place. This was the first player gathering point they had seen since they had traveled all the way from the edge of Kyoto. It was exactly 7 o'clock in the evening when we arrived. The arrival of Lin Ziluo and Dasha did not attract much attention at first. After all, there are too many tourists in this gathering place every day. Many players who want to go outside Kyoto to hunt zombies will pass by here. As soon as Lin Ziluo came in, he found a young man who was guarding the door to find out what was going on. When the young man heard Lin Ziluo's words, his eyes widened. He quickly said, "Really, big boss, are you kidding me? Now, what is the main purpose of these zombie players who take the initiative to go out hunting? I just want to kill more zombies, earn some gold coins, and then go to the Kyoto store to buy supply cards to survive." The price tag of 100 gold coins per supply card is also well known. As a result, Lin Ziluo asked for a price of 90 gold coins. If you do the math, this is equivalent to saving the cost of killing a zombie. This is a huge discount. Originally, many players in the hall gathered around after seeing the nickname Dasha, wanting to see the origins of this 5th-ranked ruthless man in the country. As a result, when I got here, I heard Lin Ziluo announce such exciting news. Instantly, all the players exclaimed, "Boss, I believe you. I happen to have 270 gold coins here, and I want 3 cards. Is that okay?" The young man asked excitedly. "No problem." Lin Ziluo waved his hand, took out 3 supply cards, and handed them to the young man. 270 gold coins also successfully reached his balance. At first glance, the transaction was successful. In the hall, many eager eyes were raised. "Boss, I also want to buy some supply cards. Can you sell a few to me?" The bravest player spoke first. "Waiting for you," Lin Ziluo said in embarrassment. "But this little brother answered my question, so I gave him this benefit. As for you," in the hall, everyone showed disappointed expressions. Hearing what the boss said, there seems to be no hope. "How about this? As long as this little brother agrees, I will sell it to you for 95 gold coins per supply card, and you can also save half a day going to the Kyoto store to buy it." Lin Ziluo thought for a moment and finally spoke. Everyone in the hall turned their attention to the young man again. The young man was a little overwhelmed. Looking at these expectant eyes, he finally said, "If possible, big boss, just sell it to them." "Okay." Lin Ziluo nodded decisively. "Within an hour, I will sell each supply card for 95 gold coins. There is no upper limit on the quantity." After saying that, Lin Ziluo pulled the young man up, sat him down on his chair, and took out a thick stack of cards. This time, no one could sit still. This thick stack of supply cards is right in front of you. Who wouldn't be excited when seeing it? Many people immediately came up and started buying cards. The scene became extremely heated. The entire gathering place knows that there is a big guy who is selling the cards in his hands at a low price. Moreover, this big guy has a ruthless man who once ranked second on the list standing next to him as a bodyguard. Lin Ziluo's gold coin balance began to grow rapidly. This made him very happy. The badge of honor of the Magic City. I haven't saved enough gold coins. I can't miss the Kyoto honorary medal. "Boss, what do you think? It looks like this new guy is a rich guy. He has sold more than 100 supply cards." "Humph, you think you're safe with a big fool as your bodyguard, and you dare to show off your wealth in such an occasion? I'm going to find those 3 guys, level 16. If you can't beat one of them, can't we beat them together?" Chapter 1:17. You guys are wasting my time. "Boss, the guy selling supply cards in the lobby seems to be in trouble." In an office, a man who had just bought a supply card from Lin Ziluo said with some gloating. "Trouble?" The person standing next to him is the 5th on the Dragon Country ranking list, and there are people who want to cause trouble for him. The person sitting on the office chair was the organizer of this gathering place. However, he scoffed at the words of his subordinate. Seeing that the boss was unwilling to believe him, the subordinate quickly added, "Boss, this is true. Leopard has just sent people to find those 2 guys. The 3 of them together can make up at least 20 to 30 supermasters who have changed their jobs. No matter how strong Dasha is, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Boss, why don't we take action too? Maybe we can make a fortune." "Xiaoshu, you disappoint me. It was Leopard who asked you to persuade me." The boss stood up from his office chair. "Boss, how could this be possible?" I heard it from the side. The younger brother's expression became a little unnatural. But obviously, this reaction shows that the boss is right. The lights in the office suddenly went out. A flash of sword light passed by. A bloody smell wafted into my nose. The lights in the office came on again. On the ground, there was a man lying with his chest pierced by a sword. The boss picked up the tissue beside him and wiped his hands, muttering to himself, "Stupid, except for some strength. Your mind is really not clear at all. I want to see how many confused people will follow you and get on the pirate ship this time." However, I'm also very curious about who is the person who can make Dasha follow me willingly. 1 hour is up. Lin Ziluo also put down the abalone rice he had just finished eating. Okay. The time is up. I won't sell it anymore. Lin Ziluo said. If it wasn't for eating, I would have taken a break for a while. He wouldn't stop here and sell cards. However, selling cards at this stage is much easier than selling them at the Death Club. All you have to do is have Dasha keep passing the cards. Players who have experienced the apocalypse for a period of time understand the importance of supply cards more, especially when someone activated the supply cards on the spot and enjoyed them. After discovering that the satiety of the supply cards sold by Lin Ziluo far exceeded that of the supply cards bought from the store, selling them became easier. Lin Ziluo also made a rough calculation and found that he sold more than 500 supply cards in just 1 hour. Included in this is the 50,000 gold coins he earned from collecting job transfer fees and killing zombies during this period. Now his gold coin balance has reached 100,000. Moreover, there are at least more than 1,000 supply cards in his storage space. If all are sold, 200,000 gold coins should be a sure thing. "Boss, you're not selling it anymore?" the young man said in surprise. There were many people behind who hadn't bought anything, and they also showed regretful expressions. "I'm not selling it anymore. I'm leaving," Lin Ziluo said. The young man was shocked and asked, "Boss, are you planning to rush to the city center at night? Although the zombies on this road have been cleared, there are still many zombies." Lin Ziluo shook his head without saying anything, then turned around and walked out. Dasha followed closely behind him, holding a hammer and walking out the door. The young man is not a fool. Today Lin Ziluo asked him if he wanted to sell the cards to other people, and he chose to agree. Just because of this sentence, anyone who bought the card today owes him a small favor. And those malicious looks in secret were also discovered by the young man. No, if the boss goes out, something might happen. The young man hurriedly chased after him, trying to persuade Lin Ziluo to stay. However, the moment he opened the door to the gathering place, he knew it was too late. Although it was late at night, one could still see a large group of people surrounding the boss and the fool. A group of players who often make their fortunes by plundering others. Relying on their strong power, they don't even need to go hunting, but get rich by robbing others. If only it were that. Many people who wanted to resist fell into their hands and were tortured to a point where their life was worse than death. As for women, there is no need to say more. The fact that there were few women in the entire gathering place showed what had happened here. The coming of Doomsday magnifies the dark side of these people. There are no legal or moral constraints. How can anyone be willing to just kill zombies honestly? At this moment, Lin Ziluo, who was surrounded by the crowd, was still counting the number of people leisurely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 32. 32 players who have changed their jobs. This is really a big amount. Lin Ziluo exclaimed. Only Kyoto, in such a not-so-prosperous place, could quickly gather so many players who had changed their jobs. The big man who was in the lead, with a full beard, laughed out loud after hearing what Lin Ziluo said. "You didn't expect that, did you? You thought you could do business just because you have a big fool as your bodyguard? You look down on those of us who live on the edge of a knife every day," the bearded man said. "Since you can come up with so many supply cards, I know there must be a powerful force behind you. But it's too much to do business in our territory without saying hello." The bespectacled man, next to the bearded man, continued. "How about this? We won't make it difficult for you. Keep half of the gold coins you earn tonight, and half of the remaining supply cards, and divide them equally among us brothers. This way, we can pretend that nothing happened," the bearded man said magnanimously. "But is this possible? Given their greed, allowing you to escape alive is the most merciful outcome." When the people behind him heard the bearded man say this, they all cheered, and various teasing sounds were also heard. "Hand over the gold coins quickly, boy, or you'll lose your life if you're not careful. Don't even think about resisting. We're doing this for your own good. Dasha is alone and can't protect you. As a book says, when the profit of doing something reaches 10, people will be eager to make a move. When the profit reaches 50, people will take risks. When the profit reaches 100, people dare to trample on everything in the world. When the profit reaches 300, people dare to risk being hanged." Everyone knows that Lin Ziluo, who can come up with so many supply cards, must have a lot of power. Everyone knows that the ruthless people who can rank on the list are very powerful. But there is no way. When faced with interests, how many people can remain unmoved? With just one card, you can go a day without having to worry or fight with zombies. The risks involved in robbery are much smaller than these things. Nothing happened, but you delayed my journey, Lin Ziluo said helplessly. Chapter 118, My Li Haobua's Liar's Words. As Lin Ziluo finished speaking, the big fool who had been standing next to him moved. In the blink of an eye, the huge bronze hammer hit a person's face. The huge force caused a man's face to collapse instantly, accomplished the feat of making contact between the eyes and the back of the head. This sudden action surprised the people around. How dare this person? He dared to provoke others, even though he was surrounded by dozens of people. Damn it, he doesn't know what's good for him. Come on, don't kill him, cripple him. I want him to know what torture is. The bearded man felt greatly provoked. Are people who have change jobs strong? Very strong. Even in a city like Kyoto, only 10 people have jobs. Those who change their jobs are capable of fighting ordinary zombies of the same level single-handedly. But unfortunately, they met someone who could fight his way out of a horde of thousands of zombies. Lin Ziluo took out the rotten dagger that he had kept all along. The dagger slashed past, leaving a deep cut on the neck of the person closest to him. The blood kept gushing out. The 200 pain also caused this person to scream miserably. At this time, a small fireball was thrown out by someone in the crowd, and several professional mage players launched their attack methods one after another. Elemental attacks such as fireballs, ice cones, spikes, and electric arcs flew towards Lin Ziluo one after another. Playing with fire? Lin Ziluo waved his right hand, and a big water ball appeared, directly wrapping the small fireball. The water ball gradually spread, swallowing all the subsequent ice cones, spikes, and electric arcs. With Lin Ziluo's current mental strength, simply manipulating the water element is enough to resist these low-power spell attacks. TM, isn't he a warrior? Curses were heard from the crowd. Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. Lin Ziluo did not waste the big water ball. He waved his hand and smashed the big water ball on the bearded man and his group. The bearded men were instantly chilled to the bone by the cold water. Lin Ziluo was too lazy to even look at Dasha. If Dasha can't kill these people, I will be unworthy of my cultivation of Dasha. Forget it. Time is limited. Let's make it quick and decisive. The rotten dagger in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the Julie sword. The golden light of Julie slash emanated from the blade. The golden sword energy became the last light in the eyes of these people in front of him. The knife energy swept across. These players fell to their knees on the ground with a plop. Because it was too dark, it was impossible to see what kind of injuries they had suffered. But the screams were enough to prove that they had suffered unimaginable harm. This attack completely scared everyone out of their wits. Only then did they realize that the Dasha they had been wary of was nothing in front of this man. This man in black robe and devil mask is the real devil. Even the leaders who were watching the scene downstairs on the second floor of the gathering place widened their eyes and gasped. He murmured, "One knife, just one knife. Too strong, too strong. How is it possible?" Even though he had already expected that the man in black robe was powerful enough. But no one would have expected that there actually was someone who could kill 7 or 8 top masters in the gathering place with just one sword. The many players who rushed out the door following the young man were also shocked. They didn't expect that the person who sold them the supply cards actually possessed such terrifying strength. However, seeing the tragic deaths of these people, many players cheered. They have been exploited by these people for a long time and have dared not speak out. There were even many players who were gnashing their teeth in hatred and kneeling down before Lin Ziluo at this moment. This is to thank Lin Ziluo for avenging them. However, it seemed that what caused the scene was just a casual skill of Lin Ziluo. Soon, the Julie sword glowed with golden light again. This time, Lin Ziluo threw the entire knife out. Spinning slash. The Julie sword was thrown out and began to spin wildly. The speed of the knife's rotation was so fast that even those who saw the knife flash along the way had no time to dodge. A sound like that of a meat grinder was heard, and a large amount of minced meat and blood splattered. In the darkness, all kinds of screams echoed throughout the street in front of the gathering place. Lin Ziluo opened his palm, and the Julie sword obediently returned to his hand. In a few dozen seconds, he only used 2 skills. In addition to the bearded man who was leading the group, the man with glasses, and several other people who looked like leaders. Almost all the others who surrounded him have left this crappy Doomsday Game forever. There were also several people who were cut in half by the sword and were still screaming on the ground. But just by looking at the one with only half of the body left, you can tell that they won't live long. Plop, plop. Scared. The few people who were still alive were scared. Lin Ziluo's overwhelming strength made these leaders despair in an instant. I don't know who took the lead, but several people fell to their knees. There were even 2 people who kowtowed to Lin Ziluo. We are wrong. We are wrong. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Yes, yes, yes. Spare us. We are blind and ignorant. Several people rushed to speak, fearing that Lin Ziluo would chop them down with a knife in the next second. Spare you? No problem, Lin Ziluo said. As soon as these words came out, the few people who were still begging for mercy were stunned for a moment. They actually knew that they were doomed to die, because that's how they used to treat those who were robbed. After the robbery, the man was killed directly, and the woman was killed after enjoying herself. This is a doomsday without legal restrictions. This is a gathering place close to the suburbs. How many dirty and unspeakable things have happened here? Even before they robbed Lin Ziluo, they had already prepared themselves for the possibility of being killed in the event the robbery failed. But they never expected that Lin Ziluo would say in the end that he would spare them. Really? You didn't lie to us? The bearded man asked in a trembling voice. Of course. Li Haobua, never lie to anyone. Everyone knows this. After all, I once swore that if I, Li Haobua, lie to anyone, my whole family would suddenly die. Lin Ziluo said very affirmatively. At this moment, they were between life and death. These people were in a state of tension and could hardly hear what was said, so how could they understand what was meant? All I heard was Lin Ziluo uttering the oath Li Haobua lied, and his whole family died suddenly. Who would break such a cruel oath? There was no time to think about it, and everyone's face showed an expression of surprise. But you have to pay some price to redeem your lives. Lin Ziluo said again. Have a request? It would be great to have a request. We are still worried, even though you didn't ask us to do so. Several people also understood Lin Ziluo's request and took out things from the storage space. Boss, I have bronze-level equipment here. See if it works. Boss, I still have a lot of supply cards. Boss, I have a collection of women's stockings. They took out many things and placed them on the ground. As they have been plundering others for years, no one knows how many good things they have in their hands. Lin Ziluo let them take out whatever they wanted. He stuffed what was needed directly into the storage space and ignored what was not needed, until they couldn't get anything out anymore. That's it. Lin Ziluo's tone suddenly turned cold. Chapter 119, he is already waiting for you downstairs. Hearing Lin Ziluo's cold words at that moment, these people were so scared that they started crying instantly. No more, Boss Li. I have really emptied my storage space and taken off all my equipment. Yes, there's really nothing left. Except for the clothes on my body, there's nothing. Me too, Boss Li, please let us go. Several people explained again and again, fearing that Lin Ziluo would not believe them. Boss Li, by the way, I am wearing Li Haobua's vest now. Who said there is no money? Don't you still have gold coins? Lin Ziluo said kindly. This is his main purpose. These leaders who often rob others must have extraordinary wealth in their hands, especially gold coins, which must not be a small amount. Lin Ziluo's words did indeed wake them up. Everyone hurriedly opened their player panels. Lin Ziluo glanced over. 3 guys cost more than 2,000, and 2 guys cost 5,000. Wow, this bearded man actually has more than 12,000 gold coins. Even Lin Ziluo was somewhat impressed. In addition to his own people, God knows how many people he burned, killed, and looted to be able to save up so many gold coins. The total amount of gold coins these 6 guys have is 28,000. Lin Ziluo was also quietly waiting for them to transfer the gold coins to his account. After transferring all the gold coins they had worked so hard to snatch to Lin Ziluo, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Li, we really hand over everything to you, right? The bearded man said tentatively. Of course. Lin Ziluo's tone was particularly relaxed, and he sounded like he was in a good mood. When these people heard this, they felt as if they had been pardoned. However, he did not dare to stand up and quickly crawled on his knees towards the gate of the gathering place. Many of the players standing at the door had puzzled expressions on their faces. In their hearts, they all hoped that Lin Ziluo could kill these lawless people. But he didn't dare to speak now, for fear that these people would keep it in mind as soon as he opened his mouth. At that time, if Lin Ziluo did not kill these people, his fate would be miserable. Lin Ziluo stood there with his hands clasped together, looking at these people leisurely. Just when the bearded man in front was halfway up, a huge bronze hammer fell suddenly. Since these people were crawling on their knees and it was dark, they had no way of noticing the huge bronze hammer above their heads. All I heard was a sound of breaking air. Under the huge hammer, the bearded man's head exploded like a watermelon. The red and white stuff that exploded from the head splashed onto the faces of several people crawling forward behind him. The headless body fell to the ground with a bang. The huge noise finally made the people kneeling behind react. A few people didn't even bother to continue climbing. They just stood up and ran. He was still shouting in despair. "Didn't you agree not to kill us? You said that if you lied to us, your whole family would die. You are a villain who doesn't keep his word. You are a villain who doesn't keep his word. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. You can make me work like a cow or a horse. Between life and death, there are those who curse, those who fear, and those who regret. What does what Li Haobo said have to do with me?" Lin Ziluo said with an innocent look on his face. "Don't worry, he's already waiting for you downstairs. You can go down and settle the score with him. Also, tell him a message. The Li family will also go down to accompany him soon. Dasha doesn't care what they say." Lin Ziluo had already given him the order, "Don't leave anyone alive." The huge bronze hammer was smashed out horizontally by Dasha. The two people who climbed up last were hit directly in the waist by the giant hammer. Under the huge force, a teeth-grinding sound of bone breaking was heard. The two men lost their lives under the huge hammer, as if they were broken at the waist. The Overlord lifts the cauldron. This is the skill that Dasha learned from the Boang profession. Overlord lifts the tripod. Lift the heavy object in your hand and throw it out quickly. The speed of the heavy object will become faster and faster during the flight. The power of the heavy object when thrown out will be the sum of 80 of your own strength plus the heavier the weight. The greater the power plus the faster the speed, the greater the power. This skill is quite powerful, especially when combined with Dasha's violent strength talent. It's just that the stiffness time before use is a bit long. I saw Dasha raising the huge bronze hammer above his head, and after a while, he threw it at the two people who were supporting each other and running away. The speed of the bronze hammer in the air continued to accelerate, and soon it came behind the two men. I heard a breaking air sound coming from behind me. One of them tried to look back. Coincidentally, the head of the giant hammer hit his head as he turned around. The hammer handle also hit another person's neck. When the loud noise of the giant hammer falling to the ground was heard, it meant that the two people had also passed away. At this point, all 32 job-changing masters who came to besiege Lin Ziluo were wiped out. It took a total of 5 minutes. Most of the time was wasted by these few people taking things out and talking. In fact, the fighting process, the slaughter process took less than a minute. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied. I got a lot of things for free this time. Lin Ziluo brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, shook his black robe, turned around to look at the people at the door of the gathering place, and then disappeared into the darkness. Dasha picked up the bronze hammer he had just thrown, and then happily followed Lin Ziluo and left. This silly action doesn't reveal at all the strength he had just used to crush everyone. Long after the two had left, the people at the door of the gathering place began to move slightly. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when the boss looked at me just now. Who isn't? When I bought the cards before, I felt that this big guy was pretty good, but he turned around and killed Leopard and the others without even blinking an eye. The key is, who exactly is this boss? Why does he possess such incredible strength? I feel like even 100 masters who have changed their jobs are no match for him. It doesn't matter who the boss is. What matters is that the boss seems to have a grudge against the Leaf family. I don't know why. I know that the Leaf family is so powerful, but I always feel that the Leaf family is in trouble because they are being targeted by the boss. In addition to the players who were discussing the matter, many others ran out. They began to curse, spit, and whip the corpse on the ground. "Dad, although I was unable to avenge you, a benefactor has killed Leopard and his group of unscrupulous people. May your soul rest in peace in heaven. Xiao Hui, I'm incompetent. It's because of my incompetence that you got bit by the leopard. Xiao Hui. Damn it, you stole my supplies and gold coins. You caused my son to starve to death. You deserve it. You deserve it." Chapter 1, 20 Kyoto Safety Zone. Looking at Lin Ziluo's receding figure, The leader, who had watched the whole incident on the second floor of the gathering place, sat back in his office chair. So who is it? A person with such terrifying strength cannot be an unknown little person. His name must have been on the leaderboard. And as far as I know, Zhang Yuanzhong is not capable of doing this. And Dasha follows him around. He's a loyal bodyguard. We have analyzed Dasha before. He's not a player from Kyoto. After all, we haven't seen any trace of him in Kyoto since the Doomsday Game. As a result, these two people suddenly appeared today, combined with the question he asked downstairs about the Kyoto individual combat tournament. They both just came here from other cities, although I don't know how they broke through the city limits. But the answer is obvious. Duffy. Only the one who has been like a god since the beginning of the Doomsday Game is worthy of such strength.